Guys, please support by hitting that subscribe button. 1. This story is fictional. Everything is based on fiction. Please believe in science. 2. Don't insult me or I'll kiss you like M did. Reflect on yourself. Did you say thank you when you insulted me? 3. If you find it uninteresting or illogical, you can exit and delete it from your bookshelf. There are countless good books on tomato books, so don't force yourself to read them just to criticize me. 4. This story features a clean romance between the two main characters and is 1v1. There is a romantic pairing and some romantic subplot. If you're looking for a story without a romantic pairing, look elsewhere. 5. Note: this is not a female-centric novel. At the start of summer, thunderstorms came suddenly and violently in the suburbs of the capital. Shen Yuepo was wiping halfway down the rag in front of the statue of the three pure ones. Suddenly, a loud boom was heard, and the entire Taoist temple shook. She looked up abruptly and saw a bolt of purple lightning, like a dragon, strike the backyard, illuminating her cool and aloof face. Not good. She threw off the rag, grabbed the peach wood sword from the table, and rushed out. The rain soaked her Taoist robe in an instant, clinging to her thin body. The backyard of the Taoist temple was even more dilapidated than the front hall, overgrown with weeds. The dry well, which is said to be 100 years old, stands quietly in the corner, its opening covered by a blue stone slab. At this moment, wisps of black smoke were seeping out from the cracks in the stone slabs, appearing particularly eerie in the rain. Boom! Another bolt of lightning struck straight at the top of her head. Shen Yuepo's pupils contracted sharply, and the tip of his sword pointed straight at the sky. The mysterious origin of heaven and earth, the root of all ki. The cinnabar runes on the peachwood sword suddenly lit up with a red light, colliding with the purple lightning in the air and bursting out with a dazzling light. Shen Yuepo was thrown back 3 steps by the shockwave. She knelt on one knee, panting as she wiped the rain from her face. She cursed inwardly. What kind of deity wants to take her in? She hasn't done anything immoral lately. A sudden chill ran down my back. She turned around instinctively, only to see a dark figure darting out from the bottom of the well. Shen Yuepo reacted extremely quickly, his wooden sword already held horizontally in front of him, and he hurriedly chanted, Lin Bing Dao, Ji Ji Zhen Lai, Qian, Xing. A flash of golden light, and the dark figure let out a muffled groan, revealing its true form. He was a tall, slender man, whose dark robe was soaked in blood, yet it could not conceal his noble and dignified air. His pale face was framed by a pair of sharp, piercing phoenix eyes, and a cinnabar mole on his nose added to his eerie appearance. He glanced at her coldly, and Shen Yuepo felt a chill run down her spine, as if she were prey being watched by a venomous snake. A ghost messenger? She narrowed her eyes, able to see the aura of the underworld surrounding the other party, which was even more chilling than that of ordinary ghost messengers. The man parted his thin lips slightly, his voice as clear as shattered jade hitting ice. Who are you? Shen Yuepo almost laughed in anger. This guy trespassed on her territory and then started questioning her. Just as she was about to retort, she saw him suddenly raise his hand, and a drop of dark red blood flood flew through the air and pierced straight into her brow. Shen Yuepo. The man's lips curled into a cold smile, a glint of cold light flickering in his eyes. The contract is complete. My life is your life, my death is mine. You too shall die with me. Before Shen Yuepo could recover from the chill of the drop of blood between her brows, the man in front of her suddenly swayed and fell forward as if his body had broken. Hello! She instinctively reached out to catch him, and the man's tall body pressed heavily on her shoulder. A cold breath brushed against her neck, sending a shiver down her spine. Are these underworld messengers made of paper? Just a moment ago he had a domineering attitude of "I'll die, and you'll die with me," but in the blink of an eye he fainted. Shen Yuepo gritted her teeth and gripped his wrist. His soul was gradually becoming transparent, as if it would dissipate into the world at any moment. Shen Yuepo stared at that handsome, almost demonic face and sighed inwardly that lust had truly clouded his judgment. Trouble. Trouble. She didn't want to get involved with this crazy man who forced her into this contract, but what if he really died? Shen Yuepo raised her hand and touched her brow, clicking her tongue. She didn't want to be buried with a strange underworld official for no reason, no matter how beautiful he was. She had one arm around the person, and with the other hand she made a hand seal, chanting a spell softly. Heaven and earth bear witness, yin and yang are in harmony. I will temporarily lend you my dwelling place. The jade bracelet emitted a soft glow, enveloping the man within it. I had just put it back on my wrist when I heard a rustling sound. 3 people wearing raincoats were holding up their phones, peering out with horrified expressions. "Master, who were you talking to just now?" the leader stammered. Shen Yuepo said expressionlessly, "I was singing in the shower. You're disturbing me." Everyone. The barrage of comments exploded instantly. Holy crap! A beautiful Taoist priest. I give this acting a perfect score. Was that lightning bolt real? The girl behind the blonde man suddenly screamed, pointing behind Shen Yuepo. That well is emitting black smoke. Without turning her head, Shen Yuepo flicked out a yellow talisman from her fingertip, which flew towards the well opening with a whoosh, and the black mist immediately dissipated. Her gaze swept over the group. "Who are you?" "We're a paranormal exploration team." The girl explained softly, her eyes constantly glancing towards the well opening. "We just happened to be passing by." Shen Yuepo scoffed lightly. These city dwellers treat the supernatural as entertainment, but when they actually encounter it, they're terrified. She turned to leave, but was stopped by a blonde man. "Master, could we?" He rubbed his hands together, his face beaming. "Buy a protective talisman." Shen Yuepo narrowed her eyes, her gaze slowly sweeping over the expensive-looking filming equipment in the hands of the 3 people. "Ah, offerings of incense money delivered to one's doorstep." Her eyes darted around, and she smiled innocently. 500 each. She held up 5 fingers. "So cheap?" The 3 exclaimed in unison. Shen Yuepo. That was a miscalculation. She was just thinking about raising the price temporarily when Huang Mao quickly scanned the code and transferred the money. Shen Yuepo glanced at the 3 people out of the corner of her eye, noticing that each of them had a clump of dust clinging to their shoulders. She suddenly reached out and touched each person's forehead with her finger, and the gray shadows screamed and disappeared. Don't go to places with heavy yin energy to seek thrills in the future. She threw down 3 amulets for protection. If you keep courting death, even the gods can't save you. The chat exploded again. They actually put on quite a convincing act. A script, perhaps. Real talismans aren't that cheap. Shen Yuepo ignored him and turned to walk towards the front hall. The blonde man's excited voice came from behind. "Hey guys, get your attention. Next week we're doing a live stream of our nighttime raid on the mass grave." She paused, then shook her head. Some people are just unstoppable when it comes to courting death. As soon as Shen Yuepo stepped into the front hall, a figure in blue rushed over in a flurry, the wide sleeves of his Taoist robe nearly smearing her face. "Junior sister, what happened in the backyard?" That lightning strike made my heart tremble. The person who came was none other than her nominal senior brother, the current abbot of Xujing Temple Lin Yangxin. His handsome face was filled with the fear of poverty, terrified that the only place of refuge for the Taoist temple would be reduced to ruins. Something evil has come to the backyard. After Shen Yuepo finished speaking, she suddenly felt a chilling sensation from the jade bracelet on her wrist, which made her shiver. Lin Yangxin's worries vanished instantly, replaced by the gleam of a hungry wolf eyeing braised pork. He held up his old, cracked phone, its screen riddled with spiderwebs, right in front of Shen Yuepo's face, his voice booming, "Junior sister, we're going to be rich. We're going to be rich." Look, on the screen was a video of her using lightning to save herself, with a simple and direct title. Shocking. Mysterious female Taoist priest appears in a remote mountain temple, using a peach wood sword to draw in heavenly lightning. The number of views is followed by a dizzying string of zeros. Tomorrow. The TV station people will definitely come looking for you with their cameras. Lin Yangxin was so excited that she spun around on the spot, as if she could already see the incense money flowing in like water. The braised pork was already beckoning to him. Our Zhujing temple is about to turn things around. The two siblings were skilled at everything from catching ghosts to drawing talismans, but unfortunately, they both suffered from the poverty problem, one of the 5 deficiencies and 3 lacks. For more than 10 years, he has been guarding a dilapidated Taoist temple, earning a meager income by treating the villagers' headaches and fevers, and occasionally driving away mosquitoes and rodents. His life is as pure as mountain spring water. That bolt of lightning struck at the perfect, damn good time. Shen Yuepo. Looking at her senior brother's pathetic appearance, she felt a dull ache in her temples. 3 days later, at the Shen family villa in the capital. Outside the huge floor-to-ceiling windows is a meticulously manicured garden, while the interior is luxuriously understated. Mrs. Shen leaned back lazily on the leather sofa, her fingertips casually tracing the remote control. The television was broadcasting a social oddity program, and the female host was introducing it in an exaggerated tone. This mysterious young Taoist priest defied the might of heaven with a peach wood sword. The scene was straight out of a fantasy blockbuster. Mrs. Shen was losing interest and was about to change the channel when the camera happened to give a close-up of her profile. The woman in the Taoist robe was looking down at the peach wood sword in her hand. A strand of hair slipped down, revealing a clear crescent-shaped birthmark on the side of her neck. Mrs. Shen sat up abruptly, and the remote control fell to the floor with a thud onto the soft blanket. Old Shen, come quick," she cried out, her voice trembling. Chairman Shen came out of his study. "What's wrong?" "Look at this girl." Mrs. Shen pointed at the television. Chairman Shen's teak fell the ground with a clatter. This is impossible. It's our daughter. It must be Ningning." Madame Shen could no longer control herself and rushed to the television. Trembling fingers traced the birthmark through the cold screen, a crescent-shaped birthmark. "She was born with it. I remember it clearly. It's my daughter. She didn't die. She's still alive." Overwhelmed with joy and the shock of regaining what she had lost, she almost lost her balance. Chairman Shen snapped back to reality and immediately picked up the phone. "Prepare the car immediately. I want to go to Zhujing Temple in person." 1 day later. In front of the creaking wooden door of the Zhujing Temple, a black Maybach stood out starkly from its dilapidated surroundings. Shen Yuepo stood on the steps of the Taoist temple, her Taoist robe fluttering in the mountain breeze, her gaze calm and unwavering as she surveyed the group of people below. The middle-aged couple at the head of the group were well-dressed and had an outstanding presence, especially the well-maintained lady. He was staring intently at her with tearful eyes, so excited that his breath trembled. They were followed by several bodyguards and assistants. "Ningning, Is she my Ning Ning? Madame Shen could no longer restrain herself. She rushed forward and opened her arms to embrace her. Shen Yuepo instinctively stepped back. Madame Shen, you must have mistaken me for someone else, Shen Yuepo said calmly. I am an orphan and have no parents. No, there's no mistake. Madame Shen pointed urgently at her neck. You have a crescent-shaped birthmark here. My daughter had it when she was born. And, with trembling hands, she took a yellowed photograph out of her bag. Look, this is a picture of you when you were 3 years old. Shen Yuepo looked down and saw that the little girl in the photo did indeed resemble her in 7 or 8 parts. Chairman Shen, a powerful figure in the business world, now had a hoarse and choked voice. 18 years. Ever since you were kidnapped by villains in the mall, we've sent people to search every corner of the country. Heaven has eyes, yet you've been left to wander here. He looked at his daughter in her Taoist robe, her demeanor aloof and distant, and felt a pang of heartache. Shen Yuepo's gaze swept over the photo, a ripple passing through her eyes before she regained her composure. She took a deep breath, her tone remaining indifferent. What you say, madam, is impossible to verify. Even if it were true, she raised her eyes, her gaze clear yet distant. I have transcended worldly life. Worldly ties are like fleeting clouds to me. I will not go with you. Junior sister, a voice came from behind. Lin Yangxin was already standing inside the threshold of the Taoist temple, her Taoist robe billowing in the wind. They are indeed your biological parents. Shen Yuepo looked at Lin Yangxin with icy eyes, her gaze full of threat, as if to say, what nonsense are you spouting? Lin Yangxin, enduring that gaze that seemed to want to tear her apart, swallowed hard. Before his death, Master told me about your background. He did indeed save you from human traffickers back then. He avoided Shen Yuepo's increasingly cold gaze, his voice lowering. My master was passing through a poor mountain village when he found you in the mud of a pigsty. He paused, seemingly unable to bear the memory. Back then, you were covered in wounds and chained up. Those beasts said you were an ominous creature, born with the ability to see ghosts and evil spirits. Shen Yuepo lowered her eyes slightly, her long eyelashes casting a small shadow under her eyes. Her memories of being abducted were long gone. Only the cold-to-the-touch jade pendant around her neck remained the sole physical evidence of her past. She has worn a piece of mutton fat white jade engraved with the character Shen ever since she can remember, and it has never left her side. Master saw that you were born with the ability to see ghosts and had a special destiny. Moved by compassion, he spent all his savings to buy you from human traffickers and bring you back to the temple to raise you, Lin Yangxin added, her tone heavy. Hey. A very soft, cold laugh escaped from Shen Yuepo's lips, tinged with mockery. She raised her head and glanced again at the Shen couple who were standing there in a daze below the steps. Finally, the image settled on Lin Yangxin's face, her eyebrows raised defiantly. So, even if it's true, so what? After Shen Yuepo finished speaking, she turned and left. Lin Yangxin's voice followed from behind, carrying an unusual solemnity. Junior sister. She paused slightly, but did not turn around. Only the hem of her gray-blue Taoist robe seemed to freeze for a moment in the mountain wind. Lin Yangxin took a few steps forward, not getting close, but her voice was clear enough to reach Shen Yuepo's ears, and also to the gazing couple below the steps. His gaze passed over Shen Yuepo's shoulder, looking towards the distant, mist-shrouded mountains, his voice low and solemn. Before his death, Master not only told me about your background, but also repeatedly gave me instructions. The blood ties between relatives are already intertwined with one's destiny from the moment of birth, and cannot be easily severed by external forces. Shen Yuepo's back remained straight as a pine tree, seemingly unmoved. Lin Yangtze emphasized, Master said that this thread of cause and effect is not an ordinary matter of gratitude or resentment. If one forcibly reverses it, attempting to sever it by one's own will. He took a deep breath. Not only will it bring back the backlash of one's destiny, but it may also disrupt one's own fortune, causing unexpected obstacles on the path of cultivation, and even attracting unpredictable calamities. Upon hearing this, Madame Shen, who was standing at the bottom of the steps, clenched her hands tightly, her nails almost digging into her palms, and tears welled up in her eyes again, but she dared not utter a sound. The mountain wind seemed to fall silent, leaving only Lin Yangtze's heavy words echoing in the air. Shen Yuepo finally turned around slowly. Her face remained expressionless, but a tiny crack seemed to have appeared in her eyes. Those who cultivate themselves should avoid getting involved cause and effect, lest they be burdened by karmic debts. Go with them. A chilling voice suddenly rang in her mind. It wasn't the sound from the outside world, but rather the cool white jade bracelet on her wrist. Reason, Shen Yuepo said coldly. Lin Yangtze was clearly taken aback, looking at her in confusion. Junior sister, what reason? He clearly couldn't hear the voice transmission from the person inside the bracelet. They carry the scent of what I need. You help me find it, and I will help you sever this kinship. Shen Yuepo looked down at the white jade bracelet on her wrist, then looked up at the couple below the steps who claimed to be her biological parents. A long time. The mountain breeze ruffled the stray hairs on her forehead and dispelled the last trace of hesitation in her eyes. She raised her eyes, her gaze sweeping over Lin Yangtze's worried face before finally settling on the Shen couple. I'll go down the mountain with you. But, she changed the subject, don't call me Ning Ning. My name is Shen Yuepo. After saying that, she stopped looking at anyone, turned around and walked straight to her simple room deep inside the Taoist temple. Lin Yangtze let out a long sigh of relief, but her heart was filled with mixed feelings. At the bottom of the steps, the Shen couple exchanged a glance. Mrs. Shen covered her mouth, tears silently streaming down her face. Chairman Shen gripped his wife's hand tightly. Shen Yuepo returned to the room and closed the dilapidated wooden door behind her. She walked straight to the worn wooden table, raised her left hand, and lightly tapped the white jade bracelet with her fingertips. Come out. A faint light flashed across the surface of white jade bracelet. What is it? Shen Yuepo cut to the chase. A deal. I have found what you need. I don't need you to sever my family ties for me. She paused, then emphasized, all I need is for you and me to break the blood pact that was forcibly formed. It's more reassuring to have your own life in your own hands. She didn't want her life to be forever tied to that of an unidentified, severely injured underworld official. The voice from the bracelet seemed to fall silent for a moment. The chill did not dissipate. Instead, it lingered around her wrist like an invisible tentacle, carrying a scrutinizing air. Just as Shen Yuepo thought the other party would refuse or propose other conditions, that cold voice rang out again, Can. Shen Yuepo's brows furrowed almost imperceptibly. It was too exhilarating, yet it felt strange. Sure enough, the voice then added, contract terms established. The blood pact ends upon the recovery of my lost items. What about the time limit? Shen Yuepo immediately pressed for answers, seizing upon the key loopholes. Transactions without time limits are simply dishonest. The person inside the bracelet seemed to pause for a moment, then a hint of surprise emanated from them. Hey, quite perceptive. The time frame depends on your trip. He did not specify how long this trip would last, whether it included the entire process of Shen Yuepo going down the mountain and contacting the Shen family, or until he found the items he needed. There is a lot of room for maneuver here. A cold glint flashed in Shen Yuepo's eyes. Following my journey, You've got a good plan. If what you need happens to be in the Shen family, I'll find it today, and that will be the end of it. If this item is nowhere to be found, or perhaps not even in the capital, am I supposed to spend my whole life searching for it? Wouldn't this contract simply become an excuse for you to bind me forever? She sneered. I want a specific deadline. The chill emanating from the white jade bracelet suddenly intensified the moment she questioned her, and the temperature in the room plummeted. Shen Yuepo's breath even condensed into a faint white mist. The voice inside the bracelet remained silent for a moment. Then, that clear voice rang out again, the last probing and calculation gone, replaced by a hint of appreciation. For a period of 6 months. If you find my possession within 6 months, the blood pact will be dissolved. He gave her the promise she wanted most. But before he could finish speaking, the tone shifted. If it's not completed within the allotted time, the voice paused slightly. The chill seemed to lessen a bit, but it solidified into a more tangible threat. A chill gripped Shen Yuepo's wrist. This white jade bracelet contains a trace of yin essence, which will greatly benefit my healing. At that time, the blood pact can also be dissolved. Shen Yuepo's heart sank suddenly, with a sense of foreboding. Sure enough, the voice carried an air of self-assurance. However, this item, I will take with me. Take the jade bracelet with you. Shen Yuepo's pupils contracted sharply. This jade bracelet was no ordinary magical artifact. It belonged to the successive abbots of the Xujing Temple. It carries a part of her original spiritual essence and is the foundation she has nurtured since childhood. Shen Yuepo sighed softly. The date in June, it's not a long time, but it's not impossible either. At least, it's no longer a constraint that seems to be indefinitely postponed. She closed her eyes briefly, forcibly suppressing her turbulent emotions, and when she opened them again, her eyes were calm. All right, since we're going to cooperate, we should at least exchange names. What's your name? The jade bracelet on her wrist remained silent for a moment. Just when Shen Yuepo thought the other party would disdain to respond, that clear, cold voice seemed to come from the deepest part of the netherworld. Feng Jin. Shen Yuepo's breath hitched. Feng. This surname struck her like a thunderbolt. Within the Xuamen, Taoist sect, this surname belongs only to the Supreme Being, the great Emperor of Baiyin in Fengdu. She suppressed the turmoil in her heart, maintaining a calm expression, as the voice continued, I will need to sleep and heal my injuries in the coming days, or I may fall into a coma. If you have something urgent to attend to, simply tap the jade bracelet 3 times. The moment the words left her lips, the piercing chill that had been lingering around the jade bracelet vanished. The chill in the room receded like the tide. Shen Yuepo immediately got up and walked to the only old bookcase in the room. The cabinet was covered in dust, and most of the books were tattered and yellowed. Without hesitation, she pulled out an old, thread-bound book with a worn cover and frayed edges. The Record of the 9 Netherworlds is a unique copy of the book on the Netherworld passed down through generations of the Xujing Temple. Her fingers flew across the fragile pages, finally stopping at the page that recorded the name of the Emperor of Fengdu. On the yellowed pages, there is a blurry, illusory image of an emperor in his imperial robes. The text describes in detail its supreme power to rule the netherworld and control reincarnation, and lists its many titles and divine duties. It has no name. Shen Yuepo packed only a few of the most important ancient books and a few faded old Taoist robes before following the Shen couple down the mountain. Lin Yangxin clung to the door frame, his handsome face contorted in a bitter expression. He watched Shen Yuepo walk down the stone steps, then suddenly rushed forward and grabbed the sleeve of her slightly oversized Taoist robe. Junior sister, he trailed off in a long, mournful tone. You've gone far away, and I'll be all alone guarding this dilapidated temple, enduring wind and rain, sleeping in the open, unable to sleep a wink. Sob sob. Shen Yuepo paused, expressionless, and forcefully pulled her sleeve back from between Lin Yangtzen's fingers. Stop acting, you look awful, crying. Lin Yangtzen clutched her hand that had been flung away, watching her junior sister's retreating figure as she unhesitatingly climbed into the car. The melodramatic, pathetic act vanished instantly, a twitch at the corner of her mouth, and she muttered under her breath, "Tisk, really? They don't even have a shred of camaraderie?" The car window slowly rolled up, shutting out the scent of the mountains and fields. Lin Yangtzen watched as the black car slowly started, kicking up a cloud of dust. He finally raised his voice, using a more sincere tone, and shouted, "Hey, remember to come home often. And, if you get rich, don't forget to send some braised pork money to your senior brother who's so poor, he's practically eating tree bark." The roar of the engine swallowed its tail, and the black car quickly disappeared at the end of the winding mountain road. Lin Yangtzen stood still, the mountain wind ruffling his slightly disheveled Taoist robe. Looking at the empty mountain gate and the even more desolate Taoist temple, the playful smile on his face slowly faded, leaving only a desolate silence. He raised his hand and subconsciously pinched the fingertips that had just tugged at Shen Yuepo's sleeve. After a long pause, he muttered another curse under his breath, his tone complex. "You heartless little brat." Shen Yuepo sat in the spacious back seat of the Maybach, watching the scenery rushing past the window, like a detached outsider observing the scene. Madame Shen sat beside her, cautiously observing her aloof profile. She wanted to speak several times, but hesitated in fear due to the unapproachable aura emanating from her. Chairman Shen was on the phone in the front seat, calmly handling company affairs. Only occasionally, a deep and complex gaze would drift through the rearview mirror. The atmosphere inside the car was somber and subdued. After an unknown amount of time, the slight vibration of the wheels rolling over the speed bump seemed to give Mrs. Shen a bit of courage to break the silence. She took a deep breath, her voice trembling almost imperceptibly, and cautiously began, "Moon Soul. Shen Yuepo didn't turn around, but merely turned her head slightly, glancing at her out of the corner of her eye, her expression calm and unwavering. Under that calm gaze, Madame Shen's heart tightened. She mustered her courage and quickened her pace. "Shortly after you went missing, a distant cousin and his wife tragically died in a car accident, leaving behind an orphan girl who was only 3 years old. She was so pitiful, so we adopted her and raised her as our daughter." Shen Yuepo listened quietly, her face remaining expressionless, though a hint of mockery flickered in her heart. "That's really dramatic." Seeing that she didn't react, Madame Shen thought she was angry and quickly added, "Don't worry, Moon Spirit. Mom and Dad will treat them equally." She. Shen Yuepo subtly tugged at the corner of her lips, interrupting Madame Shen's unfinished promise, and simply responded with a faint "Treat everyone equally?" A pearl carefully nurtured for 20 years in a brocade-filled landscape and a wild grass that grew up in a mountain Taoist temple and has only been recognized for half a day. Who would put the weights on the same side of the scale? Shen Yuepo never believed in such cheap guarantees. The car drove into the heart of the capital city and finally stopped in front of a magnificent detached manor. The ornate wrought iron gate slowly opened, and the convoy drove in, stopping in front of the brightly lit main building of the mansion. The car door was opened respectfully. Shen Yuepo got out of the car by herself, refusing the hand her assistant offered. She was still wearing that faded gray-blue Taoist robe, which looked jarringly out of place in this extremely luxurious environment. Madame Shen quickly followed, forcing a smile. "Yuepo, we're home." "This is our home," She tried to take Shen Yuepo's hand, but Shen Yuepo subtly avoided it. Shen Yuepo responded faintly. Madame Shen's smile froze for a moment, a hint of hurt flashing in her eyes, but she quickly regained her composure and was about to lead her inside. The main building's doors were suddenly pulled open from the inside. A tall, handsome young man leaned against the door frame. He was wearing a perfectly tailored casual suit, and his posture appeared relaxed, but in those phoenix eyes that bore a resemblance to Shen Yuepo's, there was an undisguised warning. The air froze instantly. Madame Shen's smile froze, and she then introduced him. Wangchuan, this is your sister. Mom, I know who she is. Shen Wangchuan interrupted Madame Shen. He scrutinized Shen Yuepo from head to toe, his eyes showing no joy at the reunion, only a deep sense of estrangement and wariness. His thin lips parted slightly, and his voice struck Shen Yuepo clearly. You're new here. Yu-Ru is timid and weak. Stay away from her from now on. Upon hearing this, Madame Shen's face turned pale instantly. Chairman Shen, who was in the front seat, had already gotten out of the car, his face so gloomy it could drip water. He stepped forward, his voice carrying the imposing authority of the head of the household. Wangchuan, what are you doing? This is your sister, Yuepo. The courtyard lights fell on Shen Yuepo's cool face, but her expression remained unchanged. She didn't even look at Shen Wangchuan. Her gaze shifted slightly, as if he were just an insignificant wisp of air. Is this her blood-related brother? Is this the first hurdle she needs to overcome to sever the karmic connection? The hostility was expected, but I didn't expect it to be so blatant. It seems that this younger sister holds a much heavier position in the family than she imagined. Shen Yuepo raised her eyes, her gaze sweeping lightly over Shen Wangchuan's handsome face, which was filled with warning. Finally, the light landed on the brightly lit gate of the Shen family's house. Mr. Shen, don't worry. She didn't even address him as brother. I have no interest in your frail and helpless sister. Nor do I intend to disturb anyone. She paused, then calmly turned her gaze to Chairman Shen, whose face was ashen, and Mrs. Shen, who was swaying precariously. If your parents are willing to sever their so-called kinship with me right now, I will leave immediately. Moon Soul. Madame Shen's face turned deathly pale instantly, and she swayed, almost unable to stand. She no longer cared about her composure, lunged forward, grabbed Shen Wangchuan's wrist tightly, and said sharply, Wangchuan, apologize to your sister. Shen Yuepo, too lazy to watch the drama unfold behind her, walked past Shen Wangchuan and entered the main residence of the Shen family as soon. As Shen Yuepo stepped into the room, a fragrant aroma wafted towards her, completely different from the coldness of the mountains and fields. The entryway was so spacious it was almost empty, and the luxurious crystal chandelier illuminated everything in perfect detail. Two figures were standing a few steps away, clearly having been waiting for some time. One of them was precisely the focus of the discussion just now, Shen Yueru. She wore a soft, off-white cashmere dress, her long hair flowing smoothly over her shoulders, and her eyes held a pitiful, timid look. At this moment, she bit her lower lip slightly, her large, watery eyes looking at Shen Yuepo as she walked in, and timidly called out, Sister, sister. The young man standing beside Shen Yueru was more robust than Shen Wangchuan, with regular features and an unruly sharpness between his brows. It was Shen Yishan, the second son of the Shen family. He casually tucked one hand into his suit trouser pocket, while his other hand rested lightly on Shen Yueru's shoulder, conveying an unspoken protective gesture. His gaze was fixed on Shen Yuepo the moment she stepped into the entrance hall. Especially when Shen Yueru timidly called out, Sister, Shen Yuepo didn't even lift her eyelids. As he walked straight in without pausing for a moment, Shen Yishan's displeasure instantly turned into a slight anger. Stop. His voice wasn't loud, but it carried a commanding tone. Shen Yuepo finally paused, turned to the side, and her calm gaze fell on Shen Yishan's face. Shen Yishan felt a lump in his throat from her gaze, his brows furrowed tightly, and his tone was clearly displeased. "Yuru is greeting you. Didn't you hear her?" He slightly raised his chin, pointing to Shen Yuru beside him, whose eyes seemed to be a little red. "Is this the kind of manners you learned in the mountains? You don't even have the most basic politeness?" Shen Yuru tugged at Shen Yishan's sleeve, her voice soft and sweet. "Second brother, please don't be like this. Sister just got back, she might not be used to it yet." Shen Yuepo's gaze finally shifted from Shen Yishan's face to Shen Yuru's pitiful face. She looked at it very carefully, as if she were examining an object. Just as Shen Yuru felt uneasy under her gaze, Shen Yuepo spoke up. The voice remained devoid of any emotional fluctuation, lacking even the anger or defense that Shen Yishan had anticipated. "I heard you." She paused slightly, her gaze meeting Shen Yishan's angry eyes again, and clearly uttered the second half of her sentence. "But what does it have to do with me?" She didn't give Shen Yishan time to react and continued. "And your parents asked me to come back as a pampered young lady, not to act like a grandson." After saying that, she stopped looking at Shen Yishan, whose face had turned extremely ugly in an instant, and Shen Yuru, whose eyes were red. She calmly turned around, her gaze falling on the butler who stood by with his hands at his sides, barely daring to breathe. "Where is my room?" The butler was startled by her gaze and quickly bowed respectfully, saying, "This way, miss. Madam has already instructed that the best room be prepared for you." The butler led Shen Yuepo through a thick carpet and finally stopped in front of a door. "Young miss, this is your room." The butler respectfully opened the door and stepped aside. A scent mixed with expensive fragrance wafted towards me. The room was enormous and luxuriously furnished, with huge floor-to-ceiling windows offering a view of a meticulously maintained garden at night. The room is fully equipped with velvet curtains, crystal table lamps, a separate bathroom, and even a small study. This is undoubtedly one of the best guest rooms in the villa. Shen Yuepo's gaze swept across the room only once before landing on the butler's face. To be precise, it landed right in the center of his forehead. A faint wisp of black energy was hovering there, showing a faint tendency to spread and entangle the palace of destiny. The butler felt a little uncomfortable under her gaze and bowed slightly. "Young miss, are you satisfied? Please feel free to let me know if you need anything." Shen Yuepo, "Do you have cash?" Housekeeper. He was clearly taken aback by this completely unconventional request, and his mind went blank for a moment. Fortunately, his professional instincts brought him back to his senses quickly. Before he'd even think about what this young lady wanted cash for, his hand instinctively reached for the inside pocket of his neatly pressed suit jacket. Fortunately, he maintained the old-fashioned habit of always carrying some cash for emergencies. He took out a neatly folded red 100-yuan bill and tentatively handed it over. Yes, miss, look, 100 yuan. Is that enough?" Shen Yuepo reached out and pulled out a yellow amulet folded into a triangle shape. She handed over the talisman, her voice flat and even. "Keep it close to your body for at least 7 days. It will ensure your safety." Immediately afterwards, he reached out with his other hand and took the 100-yuan bill that the butler was still holding between his fingers. The movements were fluid and efficient. The money was exchanged for cash, and there was no deception of the young or old. The butler was clearly taken aback, a look of surprise flashing across his face. He thought to himself, "This young lady from the mountains is indeed a bit eccentric." A few seconds later, he managed to find his voice. "Oh, okay, thank you for your concern, miss." Without giving it much of a second glance, he casually stuffed the amulet into the back of his trouser pocket. Shen Yuepo took in his reaction, her eyes remaining calm and unwavering. "That's all I have to say. You must bear the consequences yourself. Don't bother me unless it's important." She said those 4 words, walked straight into the room, and closed the door behind her. The atmosphere in the downstairs living room was oppressive. The light from the enormous crystal chandelier illuminated the various expressions on the faces of the people sitting on the sofa. Shen Yuepo sat on the single sofa with a gloomy face, exuding a low pressure that kept strangers at bay. Shen Yuepo and Shen Yuepo sat on the sofa. Shen Yuepo had her head down and her shoulders were shrugging slightly. Shen Yuepo frowned and gently patted her shoulder with one hand. Chairman Shen sat in the main seat, his face still ashen, and several cigarette butts had already been stubbed out in the ashtray in front of him. Madame Shen sat beside him, her eyes red-rimmed, her makeup ruined by tears, her usual elegant demeanor completely gone. "Tell us all," Chairman Shen finally spoke, his voice low and filled with suppressed anger, his gaze sweeping over his 3 children. "What on earth is going on? Your sister just stepped into the house, and this is how you welcome her?" His gaze first fell on Shen Yuepo. "Boss, what are you doing blocking the door? That's your sister who you found after being separated for 18 years, not your enemy." Shen Yuepo pressed his thin lips together and said coldly, "Dad, you didn't see how cold she was." Madame Shen suddenly interrupted him, her voice trembling with tears and unusual sternness. "What about her? So what if she's cold to us? That's what we owe her. For 18 long years, how much hardship and suffering did she endure? Have you ever thought about that, Yuepo? Where were you when she was locked in the pigsty? The fact that she's alive and walking before us is already a miracle." Madame Shen's questioning was like a whip, striking Shen Yuepo, and also lashing at the hearts of Shen Yuepo and Shen Yuepo. Shen Yuepo opened his mouth, but seeing his mother's heartbroken expression, he ultimately couldn't refute anything further. He just slumped against the back of the sofa, his face looking even worse. He and Shen Yuepo were only 3 years apart in age. But he couldn't even remember what his younger sister, Shen Yuepo, looked like when she was 3 years old. That name, over the long 18 years, has long since faded into a faded, blurry photograph in the family album. Over the years, he only regarded Yuepo as his abducted younger sister. From the moment she was brought into the Shen family's gate at the age of 3 and timidly called him brother, it started when he took her hand and led her to kindergarten. Watching her cry at the school gate, from the first time he stood up for her and taught the little boy who bullied her a lesson, she nestled into his arms, clinging to him, and poured out her heart. From the time she awkwardly prepared gifts for her parents' birthdays, a full 18 years, to him, Shen Yuepo was just a strange intruder, an outsider who had disrupted the existing balance of their Shen family. He couldn't refute his mother's question, but they also cannot immediately overturn their 18 years of emotional understanding and accept that unfamiliar younger sister. Chairman Shen's gaze turned to Shen Yuepo. "And you, what's wrong with you, Ru, calling me sister? That's just basic politeness. Whether Yuepo responds or not is her prerogative. Who gives you the right to lecture her for being unruly? What gives you the right? You, Ru," he said, his tone softening slightly as he looked at his sobbing adopted daughter. "I know you may have some thoughts in your mind, but you must remember that the return of the moon spirit is not to steal anything, but to bring back the treasures that this family has lost. What you need to do is accept her, care for her, and make amends to her. Instead of banding together to exclude her and making her feel like she can't be accepted into the family." Shen Yuepo raised her tear-filled face, her voice pitiful. I didn't reject my sister. I'm just a little scared." She glanced timidly at Shen Yuepo and Shen Yuepo, My second brother spoke up for me because he saw me cry. It's my fault. I shouldn't have been so fragile. Chairman Shen rubbed his temples wearily. Yuru, Dad knows you're a good child. But the more this is the case, the more you need to be magnanimous and understanding towards your sister. Over the years, you have lived a life of luxury in the Shen family, receiving the best education and enjoying all love and resources from your parents and brothers. Did Yuepo ever experience even a single day of this? Shen Yuru bit her lip and remained silent. Chairman Shen's gaze swept over the three of them. Listen up, all of you, he said, his voice suddenly rising in pitch. I will make up for what we have wronged Yuepo over the past 18 years, both in terms of family affection and material things. His gaze was sharp as a knife, sweeping over Shen Wangchuan and Shen Yishen, finally settling on Shen Yuru. If anyone makes her feel even the slightest grievance, rejection, or discomfort in this home, that would be challenging the bottom line for both me and your mother. The distribution of shares in the Shen group, the order of inheritance. I'm not afraid to reconsider. That last sentence, like a thunderclap, resounded in the living room, carrying a stark and undeniable threat. Shen Wangchuan and Shen Yishen's expressions changed instantly. Shen Yuru trembled violently, looking at her adoptive father, who had always doted on her, in disbelief, forgetting to let the tears in her eyes fall. Madame Shen stared intently at Shen Wangchuan, her voice filled with deep weariness. Tomorrow, go apologize to your sister. Apologize sincerely. Do you hear me? Looking at his mother's red eyes and his father's stern gaze, Shen Wangchuan finally managed to squeeze out a single word with great difficulty. Yes. A heavy, deathly silence fell over the living room. Shen Yuru lowered her head, her fingers tightly gripping the hem of her skirt, her knuckles turning white. The pitiful fragility from before had vanished, leaving only a chilling resentment and unspeakable panic beneath her lowered eyelashes. One of the heirs? Reconsider? Then what about her past 18 years? Is it a counterfeit that can be replaced at any time? When there was a gentle knock on the door, Shen Yuepo was sitting cross-legged on the carpet in front of the French windows. She didn't open her eyes. Come in. The door was carefully pushed open a crack, and Mrs. Shen walked in carrying a tray with warm milk and small pastries on it. The tear stains on her face had been washed away. Moon soul. Madame Shen placed the tray on a small table to the side, but did not sit down. Instead, she stood awkwardly a few steps away, her hands nervously clasped together. Mom noticed you didn't eat much tonight, so I brought you some milk. Are you hungry? Shen Yuepo slowly opened her eyes, her clear, cold eyes appearing exceptionally deep in the moonlight. Her gaze calmly fell on Madame Shen's bloodshot eyes, which were trying hard to force a warm smile. Madame Shen felt even more helpless under her gaze, and took a deep breath, as if she had made up her mind. He walked step by step to Shen Yuepo, then slowly bent his knees and knelt down, bringing his gaze level with hers. Moon soul, Madame Shen looked at her daughter, her eyes instantly welling up with tears again. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Mom is so sorry. Intense self-blame and remorse overwhelmed all her composure and dignity. It was your mother who lost you back then. These 18 years, 6,570 days. Every day, I live in self-blame. Every time I close my eyes, I see your tiny face. You have no idea how much I hate myself. I hate myself for not holding your hand tighter. Her hands trembled, as if she wanted to touch Shen Yuepo's hands resting on her knees, but dared not, and could only hang painfully in mid-air. I know you don't believe us now. You think we're hypocritical, and you feel this home is cold. It's okay. It's really okay. It's what Mom owes you. Mom doesn't dare ask for your forgiveness. But, Yuepo, please don't push Mom away. Please don't say anything about severing ties. Okay? She sobbed uncontrollably, her body trembling slightly. Give me a chance. Let me make it up to you, please. The torrent of tears and words shattered Shen Yuepo's frozen heart. She has always been cold-hearted and indifferent, taking a very detached view of the joys and sorrows of the mortal world. But at this moment, she clearly felt that the thick ice layer deep in her heart had been forcibly cracked open. A strange, almost forgotten bitterness quietly spread through her. She looked at the noble woman in front of her, whose posture was so humble that it seemed to touch the dust. She seemed to understand what her master had meant. The blood ties between relatives are already intertwined with one's destiny from the moment of birth and cannot be easily severed by external forces. Shen Yuepo remained silent for a long time. When Madame Shen was almost overwhelmed by disappointment, she finally let out a soft sigh. She handed 2 amulets to Madame Shen, her voice still clear and sharp, but with a subtle softening. Keep it close to your body. She paused, then added, you and he each get 1. You must keep 1 with you for 3 months. The Shen family is truly a blessed and prosperous place. Strangely, each person was surrounded by a faint black aura. Madame Shen stared blankly at the amulet handed to her, then suddenly looked up at her daughter's calm, unwavering eyes. Unbelievable disbelief instantly overwhelmed the sorrow. She even forgot to cry, and almost trembling, she reached out her hands and carefully held the 2 small talismans in her palms. Okay. Mom will wear it. Mom will definitely wear it. And Dad will wear it too. Madame Shen was incoherent, and tears welled up again, this time from joy. Shen Yuepo didn't say anything more, but simply withdrew her gaze, closed her eyes again, and resumed her cross-legged sitting posture. Madame Shen held the amulet, gazing at her daughter's aloof and icy profile in the moonlight, reluctant to leave for a long time. When Shen Yuepo spoke again, her voice returned to its usual aloofness. I need to meditate, madam. Please return. Madame Shen then seemed to wake from a dream, and quickly stood up, wiping away her tears. He left the room, glancing back every few steps, and gently closed the door behind him. It was late at night. A very soft knock came from outside the master bedroom on the 2nd floor of the Shen family's main house, sounding cautious. Chairman Shen was handling matters in his study. Madame Shen was about to rest when she heard the noise and opened the door. Under the soft light of the porch, Shen Yuepo wore a pure white silk nightgown, her long hair flowing freely. Her eyes were red and swollen, like a frightened rabbit. Mom, her voice was thick with sobs, barely audible. Can I come in? Seeing her adopted daughter's appearance, Madame Shen quickly stepped aside. Come in quickly. Yuepo, what's wrong? Why are you crying like this? She felt a pang of heartache and wanted to take Shen Yuepo's hand, but found that her hand was ice cold. Shen Yuepo walked in with her head down, not nestled in Madame Shen's arms as usual. She just stood awkwardly in the middle of the room, tears silently streaming down her face. Mother. She lifted her tear-streaked face, her eyes filled with fear, as if she were about to be abandoned at any moment. Are you blaming me too? Blaming me for being immature and making my sister angry. I really didn't reject my sister, I swear. Her voice became urgent, choked with sobs. I was just so happy to see my sister come back, but also a little scared. I'm afraid my sister won't like me. I'm afraid my brothers will abandon me once they have a younger sister. I'm afraid even you and Dad won't want me anymore. Seeing her adopted daughter's frightened and helpless appearance, Madame Shen's heart broke. Over the years, she has truly treated Shen Yuepo like her own daughter. Silly child, how could I not want you? Madame Shen quickly stepped forward, pulled Shen Yuepo into her arms, and gently patted her back. You are your mother's daughter, always will be. I know you're scared, I understand that feeling, but Yuepo is also my daughter. Shen Yuepo buried her face in Madame Shen's shoulder, her body trembling slightly, as if she was still sobbing. Mom, I understand everything. My second brother spoke up for me, because he saw me crying. It's my fault, I made my second brother misunderstand my sister. Madame Shen sighed. Yuepo, she just came back, and she's a bit cold-hearted, but she's not unreasonable. She'll be fine once she gets used to our family. She took out a tissue and gently wiped away Shen Yuepo's tears. Don't cry, your eyes are all swollen. Mom believes in you, you're a good boy. Shen Yuepo buried her face in Madame Shen's arms again, her voice muffled and filled with dependence. Yes, thank you, Mom. I knew you loved me the most. Meanwhile, on the other side of the city, Old Wang, the housekeeper, drove his old car towards his neighborhood on the outskirts of the city. The image of that eccentric young lady handing him the talisman was still echoing in his mind. He subconsciously touched the right pocket of his trousers. The roads were sparsely populated late at night, and the streetlights cast a dim yellow glow. Just as the car turned at a relatively quiet intersection, a heavy dump truck, seemingly just coming from a construction site and fully loaded with sand and gravel, suddenly came rushing in from the opposite lane in the wrong direction. The huge headlights blinded Old Wang instantly. Old Wang's mind went blank for a moment, and his hands and feet instantly became cold and stiff. He didn't even have time to react. He could only watch helplessly as the massive front of the truck crashed into his cab. That's it. The thought had barely crossed my mind when it crossed my mind. At the critical moment, the amulet in his right trouser pocket, without warning, emitted a burst of heat. Before Old Wang could react, a loud boom rang out. However, the anticipated violent impact did not occur. Old Wang opened his eyes, still shaken, and saw the out-of-control dump truck. Just a second before it was about to hit the front of his car, the left front tire suddenly burst without warning. The massive vehicle body tilted sharply to the left and veered sideways due to its immense inertia. The heavy body scraped against the left front light and bumper of his car, producing a screeching metallic sound. The impact sent his car spinning halfway around before crashing into the roadside guardrail. The airbag deployed with a bang, making Old Wang dizzy and causing a tightness in his chest. But he's still alive. He trembled and practically crawled to open the deformed car door, then stumbled and fell to the ground. Looking back, the dump truck had completely overturned in the middle of the road, with sand and gravel spilled all over the ground. The driver, covered in blood, was trapped in the cab, groaning. Old Wang slumped to the ground, breathing heavily, his shirt soaked with cold sweat. Old Wang suddenly reached for his right trouser pocket. The moment he reached in, his fingertips touched a piece of scalding ash. He trembled as he pulled out the lump of ash. There was no triangular talisman left, only a small clump of charred paper ash. Goddess. Miss, he stammered, overwhelmed by immense fear and lingering dread. Before today, he was a staunch materialist, but now he wavered. The Shen family manor at night is quiet, devoid of the daytime hustle and bustle. The expensive smart lighting system automatically adjusts to the lowest setting. Only a few dim wall lamps remained on the corridor walls, casting shadows on the carpet and expensive wood paneling, which only added to the eeriness. However, a chilling aura was rapidly spreading through the luxurious second-floor corridor. Shen Yuepo suddenly opened her eyes and looked at the door. In the corridor, a person, or rather a thing that barely maintains a human shape, is walking in an extremely bizarre manner. In fact, it can no longer be called leaving. Her limbs were bent at impossible angles, and her head drooped at a tilt, almost touching her shoulders. What's most disgusting is her face. His face looked like it was covered with pustules oozing thick, yellow fluid. One eyeball dangled from beside the rotting cheek, while the other, filled with a venomous, blood-red light, stared fixedly ahead. That direction led directly to the door of Shen Yuepo's bedroom. With each step she took, her joints made a sickeningly loud click sound, her resentment palpable. It's about to turn into a vengeful ghost. Shen Yuepo's eyes flashed sharply, and she waved her hand. Ooh. The vengeful spirit let out a shrill scream. In the blink of an eye, that rotting face was thrust directly at Shen Yuepo, its drooping eyeballs swirling wildly, and its gaping maw wide open. For an ordinary person, just one glance would be enough to terrify them out of their wits. But Shen Yuepo remained unfazed, his fingers gripping her wrist like iron clamps, refusing to budge. With his other hand, he made a hand seal and touched the vengeful spirit's brow. Dispel all filth, reveal your true form. The thick, suffocating resentment and decay surrounding the vengeful spirit faded, revealing a pale, snow-white face beneath. The oozing wound healed quickly, and the pustules disappeared. In just a few breaths, standing in front of Shen Yuepo was a young woman wearing an expensive white dress that was torn and stained with mud. She was in her early 20s, with skin as white as snow, extremely delicate features, and an air of noble elegance about her. But at this moment, only a blank look remained on that stunningly beautiful face. She stared blankly at her hands, which had returned to normal, then suddenly touched her face, her eyes filled with disbelief. Then, she raised her head and looked at the woman in front of her. You can see me?" Shen Yuepo released her hand, his gaze lingering on her face for a moment. This person was actually surrounded by golden light. It seems this person did a lot of good deeds during his lifetime. Shen Yuepo looked at the golden light emanating from her and said, "This is not a place for you to linger. Who harmed you? What is the basis for your grievance?" The woman's soul trembled violently at the mention of the words, "harm you." Shen Yuepo cast a spell to calm Xiao Wangxing down. "I am Xiao Wangxing from the Xiao family of the capital. The person who harmed me was Shen Yuepo." Shen Yuepo's gaze was calm, signaling her to continue. Xiao Wangxing took a deep breath, her eyes filled with bitterness and self-mockery. The four most powerful families in the capital are Xiao, Jiang, Shen, and Gu. I am born into the direct line of the Xiao family. My family has arranged a marriage for me with Jiang Yubai, the heir of the Jiang family. When the name Jiang Yubai was mentioned, her soul trembled slightly, filled with the lingering affection of a young girl. As for Shen Yuepo, she is infatuated with Jiang Yubai to the point of obsession. Xiao Wangxing's voice lowered, carrying a chilling coldness. In order to get close to Jiang Yubai, she went to great lengths to get close to me. Xiao Wangxing closed her eyes. She acted so delicate, sincere, and understanding. She cared for me, accompanied me to banquets, and listened to my troubles. I actually considered her a close friend, a confidante. How foolish I was. Her soul trembled violently, as if she had returned to that nightmarish night. She watched as both families prepared for my engagement with brother Yu Bai, and finally, she went completely insane. Xiao Wangxing suddenly opened her eyes, overwhelmed by a wave of fear. 2 weeks ago, she lied to me, saying she had just acquired a beautiful vacation villa in the suburbs and invited me to go there to relax. She said she had something important to tell me privately about brother Yu Bai. I believed it, and I went there without any suspicion. Right there in the backyard of that empty villa, Xiao Wangxing's voice suddenly rose. The beasts she planted were already lying in ambush there. Her words were interrupted by a sob, and her soul began to fluctuate violently once again. She clutched her shoulders tightly with both hands, her entire soul curled up into a ball, emitting a desperate sob. Even though Shen Yuepo had long seen through the darkness of the world, A trace of anger couldn't help but rise in her heart at this moment. She raised her hand again, a gentle golden light gathering at her fingertips, and lightly touched Xiao Wangxing's trembling soul's brow. "Don't be afraid." Shen Yuepo's voice carried a reassuring power. "Go on. Only when the truth comes out can we get justice for you." Under the golden light, Xiao Wangxing's rambling gradually subsided, but the deep-seated fear and humiliation were still etched in her eyes. She bit her lower lip hard, her voice hoarse and broken. She was right there watching, smiling, watching me being violated by those beasts. The immense pain made it almost impossible for her to speak. Later, Xiao Wangxing's eyes were now fixed on Shen Yuepo's face, which wore a cruel smile. She had someone throw me a shovel and forced me to dig a hole in the backyard myself, but I refused. I would rather die than do that. Xiao Wangxing's voice was filled with despair. Then she stood in front of me and slapped my face with that muddy shovel, she said. Xiao Wangxing imitated Shen Yuepo's gentle voice. "Wangxing, if you don't dig, I'll let them do it again, okay? If once isn't enough, do it a few more times, until you're willing to dig. Or, you could choose to jump into the lake right now and drown yourself. Choose one." Xiao Wangxing's soul became even more transparent due to excessive excitement, as if it might dissipate at any moment. With her last strength, her voice was as soft as a breeze. "I chose to jump into the lake." The lake was so deep and cold. I saw her, standing on the shore, smiling. I thought I would be free when I died, but after I died, she made me disfigure my face. Shen Yuepo suddenly grabbed her wrist. "All right, stop talking. The soul is about to dissipate." She silently recited a spell and put Xiao Wangxing into the white jade bracelet. Then, the next second, the bracelet emitted a golden light, and Xiao Wangxing's soul was bounced back. The temperature in the entire luxurious and spacious bedroom plummeted to freezing. A tall, slender figure dressed in a dark robe with gold trim materialized in front of Shen Yuepo without warning. His handsome face was expressionless as he gazed at Shen Yuepo. Shen Yuepo. He called her name in its entirety for the first time. "You have quite the nerve." He leaned forward slightly, exuding an invisible sense of pressure. "How dare you throw a filthy, wretched ghost into my slumbering place?" His gaze swept disdainfully over the almost transparent phantom of Xiao Wangxing beside him, as if he were looking at a speck of dust that bothered him. "Do you want her soul to be scattered and destroyed?" Shen Yuepo then remembered that there was another powerful figure inside the white jade bracelet. Under his terrifying pressure, Shen Yuepo felt as if the blood in her body was about to freeze. She forcefully circulated her magic power to barely steady herself, her face slightly pale, and she met Feng Jin's wrath without flinching. She is consumed by resentment and on the verge of dissipation. Apart from the white jade bracelet, I have no other way to preserve her soul. Feng Jin's gaze seemed to inadvertently sweep over the trembling Xiao Wangxing soul body beside him, his brow furrowed almost imperceptibly. "You, a Taoist priest? How did you fall into such a sorry state? You don't even have any spare ritual implements." Shen Yuepo. Feng Jin flicked his finger, and a dark light shot towards Shen Yuepo in an instant. She caught it instinctively. A jet-black, ancient ring landed in his hand, with several ancient underworld runes faintly flowing within its inner rim. At the same time, Feng Jin's cold, emotionless voice rang out. "The reincarnation ring guides wandering souls and strengthens their origins." He paused, then said, "If they dare to throw any more random ghosts into the jade bracelet, I won't hesitate to make them vanish into thin air." After speaking, Feng Jin's figure vanished, and the room returned to calm. Shen Yuepo put Xiao Wangxing into the ring. She lay back down on the bed and sighed softly. "It's really not peaceful down here." the following morning at the Shen family's main residence. Inside the luxurious restaurant, the air is filled with the aroma of freshly ground coffee and delicate pastries. Madame Shen sat beside the main seat, her dark circles barely concealed, and her eyes slightly red and swollen. She barely touched the food in front of her, her gaze cautiously following Shen Yuepo, sitting next to her. Shen Yuepo was still wearing that faded gray-blue Taoist robe, which seemed completely out of place in this luxurious environment. She was quietly eating a small bowl of congee in front of her, her head bowed. Madame Shen took a deep breath, as if she had made a tremendous decision. She pushed aside the almost untouched plate in front of her, took out a jet-black card from her handbag, and carefully pushed it in front of Shen Yuepo. Moon Soul, Madame Shen's voice softened deliberately. You can have this. This is a small token of Mom and Dad's appreciation. There's no limit. Buy whatever you want, clothes, jewelry, bags. Or go out for a walk and buy whatever you like. Just don't deprive yourself. She paused, glancing at Shen Yuepo's expressionless profile, then quickly added, Your older brother has an important merger and acquisition meeting at his company today and really can't get away. He'll be back later and will definitely apologize to you properly. Shen Yuepo finally looked up from the congee. She didn't say anything. She simply pushed the card back in front of Madame Shen. Madame Shen's ingratiating smile froze instantly, and tears welled up in her eyes. Shen Yuepo frowned almost imperceptibly. Has this nominal mother, lost her tear switch? How can she cry easily? No need, Shen Yuepo interrupted her. I have money. I just earned this last night, 100 yuan. Chairman Shen snapped the newspaper shut. Moon Spirit, this is a small token of my parents' affection. I appreciate the sentiment. Shen Yuepo stood up, but I don't need it. After saying that, she turned around and left the restaurant. As we approached the corner leading to the second floor, a figure practically leaped out. His gaze towards Shen Yuepo was filled with awe. Young miss, last night we were so grateful for your talisman. Thank you so much for saving my life, young miss. Shen Yuepo stopped in her tracks. It's all your own fate. If he had been disdainful yesterday and carelessly discarded the amulet, today only a wisp of a departed soul would remain, lamenting in vain. Only after the gray-blue figure disappeared at the end of the stairs did old Wang dare to straighten up, his eyes filled with even deeper awe. Shen Yuepo returned to her room on the second floor. She didn't turn on the lights and walked straight to the huge floor-to-ceiling window. Outside the window is a meticulously maintained European-style garden, bathed in sunshine, filled with birdsong and the fragrance of flowers, a scene of tranquil beauty. Her gaze fell downwards, and the last expression on her face, before she put Xiao Wangxing into the white jade bracelet last night, was once again clearly visible before her eyes. There was no hatred in those eyes, only longing for family. Master, I no longer wish for revenge. Please find my body and let me rest in peace. My only wish is to see my family and brother Yu Bai one last time. At that moment, Shen Yuepo felt a slight stirring in her heart and asked her why she had given up on revenge. Xiao Wangxing's soul fluctuated violently. Because Shen Yueru has something on her body, a golden light. A hint of doubt flashed across Shen Yuepo's eyes. Was it a protective magic artifact? A magical artifact that can instill fear in a resentful spirit on the verge of becoming a vengeful ghost. However, when she first met Shen Yueru in the living room yesterday, she had no idea that Shen Yueru possessed such a rare treasure. Either the magical artifact is of an extremely high level, far exceeding her current perception capabilities. Or perhaps there's someone incredibly skilled covering for her behind that little white flower. Shen Yuepo suddenly her finger and tapped white jade bracelet 3 times, neither too hard nor too soft. What is it? The voice carried a hint of impatience at being disturbed. Shen Yuepo was already used to his tone and cut straight to the point. Is what you're looking for inside the Shen family's main residence? A brief silence. A moment later, that languid voice rang out. I'm not looking for anything here. Does the Shen family own any other properties besides this main residence? Shen Yuepo pursed her lips. I don't know. Feng Jin. Shen Yuepo, I'll go ask about it later. She turned around and walked straight to the small flower hall on the first floor. Mrs. Shen was sitting alone on a European-style sofa chair by the window, gazing absently at the meticulously maintained garden outside. Shen Yuepo's footsteps were very light, and it wasn't until she got close that Madame Shen realized it. A flicker of surprise flashed in her eyes, and she asked cautiously, Moon Soul, do you need anything? Shen Yuepo didn't think much of it and cut to the chase. Excuse me, do you have a xiao, a type of vertical bamboo flute? She suddenly realized that she didn't know Xiao Wangxing's brother's name, so she changed her question to Jiang Yubai's contact information. You. Bai? Madame Shen was clearly taken aback, a look of confusion on her face. What do you need his contact information for? She seemed to have thought of something bad. Yu Bai is currently in a terrible predicament because of Wan Xing's matter. Just then, a voice filled with heavy sarcasm abruptly broke in. Hey, you really can't wait? Shen Yichuan appeared at the entrance of the flower hall at some point, leaning against the doorframe with his hands in his pockets. His handsome face was devoid of any warmth, displaying only undisguised contempt and disgust that pierced Shen Yuepo. You refused the black card Mom offered you earlier. I thought you really had some backbone. Shen Yichuan walked in step by step. So that's what you were waiting for? Unable to get close to the Shen family, you're already rushing to curry favor with the Jiang family. He walked up to Shen Yuepo and looked down at her. Those eyes, which bore a resemblance to Shen Yuepo's, now held a naked warning and contempt. Jiang Yubai, what are you asking about him for? You, a dead Taoist priest who just returned to the Shen family and is wearing this mismatched Taoist robe. Do you think you're worthy of dreaming about becoming the future leader of the Jiang family? Yichuan. Madame Shen suddenly stood up. How could you say such a thing about your sister? Yuepo, sheer. Shen Yichuan seemed to have heard the biggest joke in the world, but his eyes became even colder. When did the Shen family ever need someone like this, who pretends to be a ghost, as a sister? Mom, don't be fooled by her aloof appearance. He suddenly turned to Shen Yuepo, his voice extremely low. Shen Yuepo, I'm warning you. Put away your shady thoughts and stay away from the Jiang family. Is it that you want to steal everything Yuru likes? How could he, as her brother, not know Shen Yuru's feelings for Jiang Yubai? If Jiang Yubai didn't have a fiancé, he and Shen Wangchuan probably would have knocked him unconscious and put him on Shen Yuru's bed. Shen Yuepo listened quietly the whole time, without the slightest ripple on her face. She only slowly raised her head after Shen Yichuan finished uttering the last syllable. Those overly clear eyes seemed to be looking at an unreasonable clown. Shen Yichuan felt a sudden tightness in his chest from her strange gaze, and the words he was about to say stuck in his throat. That Shen Yuepo tilted her head, her gaze sweeping over the female ghost behind Shen Yichuan, and she curled her lips into a smile. Shen Yichuan, lately. Have you been feeling a chill on your neck, and in the middle of the night, as if someone is breathing in your ear? Shen Yichuan's pupils suddenly contracted, and the color drained from his face. His hands, which were in his pockets, clenched unconsciously. How did she know? Shen Yuepo seemed oblivious to Shen Yichuan's sudden change in expression and Madame Shen's deathly pale face. She gently tapped her chin with her fingertip and slowly added the last sentence. Oh, by the way. The one behind you. She paused for a moment, then commented, She has a good figure and is quite pretty. As soon as he finished speaking, the last trace of color drained from Shen Yuepo's face. The hairs on the back of his head stood on end, and an indescribable chill seemed to truly cling to his skin. Ah! Madame Shen let out a short, suppressed scream. The usually dignified and elegant lady was now so frightened that she clung tightly to Shen Yuepo's arm, her voice trembling uncontrollably. Moon Soul, is what you're saying true? Yuepo, is there really something sinister behind him? Shen Yuepo's body suddenly stiffened. The sudden touch made her extremely uncomfortable. She was used to the mountain breeze, the tranquility of the Taoist temple, and keeping a distance of more than 3 feet from others. She almost immediately pulled her arm out of Madame Shen's grasp. Don't worry, she said, taking a half step back to create a distance between them. You have my amulet. Ordinary ghosts and monsters dare not come within 3 feet of you. This explanation seemed to have barely calmed the terrified Madame Shen. She clutched her chest, gasping for breath. Taking advantage of the moment when Madame Shen was in shock, Shen Yuepo spoke again, Jiang Yubai's contact information. This time, Madame Shen did not press the matter further. She trusted Shen Yuepo's character. She pulled out her phone from her small handbag and quickly read out a number. Shen Yuepo wrote it down expressionlessly. Meanwhile, Shen Yuepo's mind was filled with Shen Yuepo's words, a beautiful female ghost. He strode out of the flower hall, his mind filled with only one thought, find the master. That brat Shen Yuepo is too strange. Having obtained the phone number, Shen Yuepo did not leave. She stood still, her gaze calmly shifting to the still-shaken Madame Shen. Besides this place, does the Shen family own any other properties, especially older houses? Madame Shen was still in shock, and her thoughts were in disarray. Upon hearing this question, she subconsciously shook her head and then nodded. Yes, there is an old house in the countryside, which was passed down from your grandmother's generation. No, from your great-grandfather's generation. We rarely go back there. A glint of light flashed in Shen Yuepo's eyes. The fact that it is old, vacant, and nourished by yin energy, all these conditions point to the possibility. She immediately pressed, "Can I take a look?" Madame Shen, barely recovering from the shock of being frightened by the female ghost, smiled and said, "Of course. Your return to the Shen family is a big deal. According to the rules, we should open the ancestral hall to inform our ancestors. Your father has been looking through the almanac these past few days, trying to pick the best day so that our whole family can go back to the old house together and hold a grand ceremony to worship our ancestors, so that our ancestors will know that you have returned." Shen Yuepo raised an eyebrow, almost imperceptibly. Looking for an auspicious date. Why not consult her? Out of consideration for our shared blood, she might even offer a friendly price. The thought flashed through her mind, but her face remained calm and composed, and she simply replied, "Okay." Having obtained the information she wanted, she stopped lingering and turned to leave the flower hall. Back in her second-floor guest room, Shen Yuepo didn't waste a moment. She immediately took out her phone and dialed the number that Madame Shen had given her. The phone rang a few times before being answered. "Hello?" A deep, pleasant but tired male voice came through. "Jiang Yubai?" Shen Yuepo got straight to the point, her voice clear and cold like an ice spring, without any pleasantries. There was a noticeable pause on the other end of the phone. "Yes, it is. Who are you?" Shen Yuepo. She gave her name and clearly caught the momentary pause in breathing on the other end of the phone. Everyone knows that the Shen family in the capital has found their daughter, who was abducted 18 years ago, and her name is Shen Yuepo. She didn't give the other party a chance to question her. Xia Wangxing is dead. Not missing, but dead. Shen Yuepo's voice was flat and even. "I know where her body is. There was a deathly silence on the other end of the phone. A moment later, Jiang Yubai's voice came again, each word seemingly squeezed out from between his teeth, filled with disbelief. "What the hell are you saying? Where are you? I'm coming to find you." Shen Yuepo gave the address of the Shen family's main residence and hung up the phone decisively. She was still dressed in simple colors, wearing her signature gray-blue Taoist robe as she went downstairs and headed towards the villa's gate, outside the magnificent gate of the Shen family. A Cullinan screeched to a halt at the entrance, kicking up a cloud of dust. The car door was pushed open forcefully, and Jiang Yubai staggered out of the car. He was wearing a bespoke suit, but he no longer possessed his former air of nobility and composure. His tie was pulled askew, his hair was disheveled, his handsome face was deathly pale, and his eyes were bloodshot. He exuded an intense, overwhelming aura of malevolence. He stared intently at Shen Yuepo, his gaze seemingly piercing her. Jiang Yubai stared intently at the dark green lake, his fingernails digging deep into his palms. Time passed by second. Sudden, report, a discovery, a diver's hurried voice, tinged with tension, came from the surface of the water. "Pull," the commander on the shore immediately ordered. The rope began to tighten slowly, making a friction sound. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. An object, illuminated by a barrage of bright lights, was slowly pulled from the water. A young woman wearing a tattered white dress that had been soaked in the lake, and was no longer recognizable as its original color. Her long black hair was plastered to her pale, swollen face and neck, and her body had become strangely swollen and bluish-purple from being soaked for a long time. It vaguely resembles the image of a giant. Her limbs hung limply, lifeless. Although the face was distorted by swelling and death, the faint outline of the eyebrows and eyes was still discernible. "Evening star." Jiang Yubai let out a roar. Unable to hold on any longer, his legs buckled, and he knelt straight down on the ground. The salvage team carefully laid the body flat on the waterproof tarpaulin that had already been laid out. Xiao Yishu stood still, his posture still upright, but the frost on his face seemed to have thickened even more. He walked slowly and heavily toward the corpse, step by step. Finally, he slowly squatted down beside the body, but he did not break down and cry like Jiang Yubai. He simply stretched out his long, slender hand with distinct knuckles and gently brushed away the few strands of wet black hair that clung to Xiao Wangxing's face. "Wangxing, don't be afraid. Your brother is here to take you home." Not far away, the security guard responsible for watching the villa was already pale with fright and collapsed to the ground. When he saw the tattered white dress fragments on the female corpse covered with a tarpaulin, a chill instantly shot from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. Something terrible has happened. Someone has died. He scrambled to his feet and pulled out his phone, his fingers trembling as he dialed Shen Wangchuan's number, his voice shaking uncontrollably. "Young master, something terrible has happened. Someone has died. It's in the lake behind the villa." They pulled a woman out. In the Xiao family's huge living room, Xiao Wangxing's body, covered with a white sheet, lay quietly in the center of the living room. Madame Xiao collapsed beside the sofa like a soulless puppet, silently weeping, her eyes vacantly fixed on the direction of the white cloth. Only large, silent tears rolled down. Xiao Zhengqing, the father of Xiao, a man who once dominated the business world, now stood stiffly beside the body. His tall frame was slightly hunched, and he stared intently at the white cloth. There were no tears in his bloodshot eyes, only a deathly stillness. His fists were clenched so tightly that his knuckles cracked. "Who is the murderer?" Xiao Zhengqing's voice was hoarse as he abruptly turned to Jiang Yubai, whose eyes were red-rimmed and who stood beside the body, and Xiao Yishu, whose expression was cold and murderous. Shen Yuepo stepped forward. She ignored Xiao Zhenking's anger and calmly glanced at Xiao Yishu and Jiang Yubai. She's right here. Shen Yuepo's cold voice rang out clearly in the deathly silent living room. Let her speak for herself. Shen Yuepo slowly raised the reincarnation ring on her right hand. With a gentle wave of her hand, a talisman-like object flew out into the air. Countless tiny silver specks of light began to coalesce out of thin air. A girl in a neat, pure white dress gradually materialized and appeared before everyone. She regained her former beauty, with skin as white as snow, eyebrows and eyes as beautiful as a painting, long, smooth hair, and a flowing skirt. However, her body had a translucent quality and emitted a soft glow, indicating that she was no longer alive. Evening Star, younger sister. Jiang Yubai's voice choked with emotion, and Xiao Yisu's call was trembling like never before. Xinger! Zinger! My Zinger! Like a drowning person grabbing onto a piece of driftwood, Madame Xiao staggered toward the illusory figure, but passed right through it. Shen Yuepo sighed softly, and another golden talisman flew out from her fingertip. Xiao Wangxing's soul gradually solidified. You only have half an hour. Her voice softened. Your soul is unstable. Entering reincarnation as soon as possible is the right path. After saying that, she walked out of the Xiao family's gate, leaving the space to everyone else. Xiao Wangxing's soul gently swept its gaze over her distraught mother and grieving father. Jiang Yubai, his eyes bloodshot, finally focused on Xiao Yishu, whose eyes were filled with pain. She reached out her hand, and her fingertips finally touched Madame Xiao's palm. Mom, this soft call caused Madame Xiao to completely break down, and she hugged her daughter tightly. Dad, Mom, brother, Yubai brother. She paused for a moment, her voice as soft as a snowflake. The person who harmed me is Shen Yuepo. The name resounded like a thunderclap in the living room. The grief in Xiao Zhenking's eyes was instantly replaced by overwhelming killing intent. The Shen family. Jiang Yubai clenched his fist tightly, his knuckles turning white. It was her. During the days and nights when Wangxing disappeared, Shen Yuepo cried her heart out, even mobilizing the Shen family to search everywhere. That sincerity and earnestness was all an act. Xiao Yisu felt a surge of cold energy emanating from his body. Xiao Wangxing looked at her family, her soul flickering slightly due to emotional fluctuations. Promise me you won't seek revenge. A serene smile bloomed on her pale face. It's enough that I was able to see you one last time and know you're safe. I don't want you to be burdened by karma because of me, okay? Xiao Zhenking's eyes were bloodshot, his chest heaved violently, and his jaw was clenched. The immense pain and helplessness almost tore him apart. Xiao Yishu stared intently into his sister's eyes. He slowly nodded, forcing out a single word through gritted teeth. Good. Jiang Yubai closed his eyes in anguish, tears streaming silently down his face, and finally nodded heavily. Seeing her family reluctantly agree, Xiao Wangxing smiled with relief. Madame Xiao cried so hard she almost passed out, wailing, Zinger, my Zinger, Mommy promises you, Mommy will promise you anything. But please don't leave Mommy. Xiao Wangxing smiled, a smile as bright as the one she wore under the cherry blossom tree on her 18th birthday. She wiped away Madame Xiao's tears. In the next life, we will still be a family. I still want to be my mother's daughter. When she turned to Jiang Yubai, her eyes were full of tenderness and reluctance. Brother Yubai, she called softly, her voice filled with endless longing. I thought I could spend my life with you, but who knew we were destined to be apart? Her icy hand gently stroked his cheek. Brother Yubai, forget me. You should have a garden full of springtime beauty, not cling to an old dream. Jiang Yubai suddenly grabbed her wrist, his voice hoarse. Without you, where would spring come from? At this moment, Shen Yuepo walked in. time is up. Madame Xiao stepped forward and hugged Xiao Wangxing tightly, with such force that she almost wanted to mash her daughter into her bones. No. Don't. Xiao Wangxing gently patted the back of her mother's hand. Mom, I have stayed in the human world for too long. If I stay any longer, I will not be able to enter the cycle of reincarnation. Her voice was soft, yet it struck everyone's heart like a heavy hammer. Madame Xiao's body stiffened abruptly, and all color drained from her face. How could this be? Finally, with tears in her eyes, Xiao Wangxing hugged each and every one of them. She walked up to Xiao Zhenqing first. This usually dignified father was now hunched over, as if he had aged 10 years in an instant. She reached out and hugged him, feeling his broad shoulders trembling slightly. Dad, don't be sad, she whispered, her voice as soft as the wind. In the next life, I still want to be your daughter. Xiao Zhenqing gritted his teeth, his eyes red, but he didn't let the tears fall. He just gave a heavy, Rough, large hands gently stroked the top of her head, as if to remember this moment forever. Next up is Xiao Yishu. Her brother, who was always aloof, was staring intently at her now, his eyes filled with suppressed pain. She reached out and hugged him, feeling the tension in his muscles, as if he was using all his strength to hold himself together and not break down. Brother. She gently patted his back. Don't be like this, smile, okay? You look the best when you smile. Xiao Yisu's Adam's apple bobbed, and in the end he simply closed his eyes and said in a hoarse voice, okay. Finally, there's Jiang Yubai. She had just walked up to him when he pulled her into his arms. His arms tightened around her, as if he wanted to meld her into his very bones. His chest heaved violently, his heart pounding so loudly it seemed it would shatter at any moment. Wangxing, his voice was hoarse and nasal. You can't do this. You can't. She looked up at him, reached out and touched his face, her fingertips wiping away his hot tears. Brother Yubai, she called softly, her eyes filled with reluctance. Promise me you'll live well, okay? Jiang Yubai shook his head, then suddenly lowered his head and kissed her lips fiercely. The kiss carried a desperate force, as if it were pouring out all the unspoken love and all the promises that could not be fulfilled into this moment. His lips were burning hot, while hers were icy cold, like a fusion of ice and fire, brief yet unforgettable. In the next life, he said, his voice trembling as he pressed his forehead against hers. In the next life, we still want to be together. Promise me. Xiao Wangxing smiled, tears streaming down her cheeks. Okay, she whispered in agreement. In the next life, we'll definitely be together. The farewell is over. Shen Yuepo stepped forward slowly and chanted a spell in a low voice. In an instant, a cold wind suddenly rose in the living room, and a pitch-black ghost gate slowly appeared in the void, with a chilling aura of the underworld emanating from the crack in the gate. Xiao Wangxing stood in front of the door, turned back to take one last look at her family, her eyes filled with reluctance, yet also with a sense of relief. Shen Yuepo closed her eyes and focused her mind, lightly touching her brow with her fingertips. A wisp of golden light peeled away from her body. That was the golden lighter of her accumulated merits over many years. May my merits bless you in your next life. She chanted softly, flicked her finger, and the golden light flew towards Xiao Wangxing like a shooting star, merging into her soul. May you have peace, prosperity, and happiness. Although Xiao Wangxing also had golden light on her body, it was ultimately no match for the blessing of a cultivator. Xiao Wangxing's soul was gradually enveloped in golden light. Her figure grew fainter and fainter, and finally turned into specks of starlight, dissipating into the gate of hell. The gates of hell slowly closed. In the living room, only deathly silence and suppressed sobs remained. After a long while, the suppressed sobs gradually subsided. Xiao Zhenqing took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his surging emotions, and took out a black gold card from the inside pocket of his suit, handing it to Shen Yuepo. "Miss Shen, here is 50 million as a thank you gift." His voice was hoarse and low. "Thank you for allowing Singer to come back and say goodbye to us, and for letting us know the truth." Madame Xiao's eyes were red, and she echoed in a trembling voice, "Yes, Miss Shen, please accept this. It's a small token of our appreciation." Shen Yuepo's face was somewhat pale. Her gaze lingered on the card for a moment, but she did not reach out. She shook her head, a faint smile playing on her lips. "No need." Her voice was cool, yet gentle. "Xiao Wangxing has already paid the payment." The Xiao family was taken aback. Jiang Yubai frowned slightly and asked in a hoarse voice, "What do you mean?" Shen Yuepo raised her hand, her fingertips gently twirling, and a wisp of pale golden light flowed between her fingers, warm and pure. "Before her soul dissipated, she bestowed upon me the remaining golden light of merit from her soul," she explained softly. This was her final act of kindness, and also the best reward. Upon hearing this, Madame Xiao's tears welled up again, and she choked out, "Xinger." She was so sensible even when she left. Xiao Yishu stood to the side, his thin lips pressed tightly together, his eyes swirling with complex emotions. He was about to speak when his phone suddenly vibrated. He glanced down at the screen, his eyes suddenly turning cold. Shen Wangchuan. He pressed the answer button, his voice as cold as ice. "Shen Wangchuan." On the other end of the phone, Shen Wangchuan's voice was as calm and gentle as ever. "Yisu, I've heard about you." Xiao Yishu sneered, interrupting his unfinished words, a surge of ferocity in his eyes. "Shen Wangchuan. Tell me, why is my sister's body in the lake at your Shen family villa?" The air froze instantly. On the other end of the phone, Shen Wangchuan seemed stunned as well. After a 2-second silence, his voice suddenly turned cold. "You're saying that corpse is Wangxing?" "Don't play dumb," Xiao Yishu said slowly and deliberately, his voice icy. "Shen Wangchuan, the Shen family must give me an explanation for this matter." Shen Wangchuan's voice turned completely cold. "Yisu, I, Shen Wangchuan, never bother with concealment in my actions. I knew nothing about this matter." He paused, his tone solemn, "but since it involves my Shen family, I will definitely investigate thoroughly." Xiao Yishu sneered. "That's for the best." The phone call ended, and the living room fell into a deathly silence. Xiao Zhenqing slowly stood up, his eyes terrifyingly gloomy. "The Shen family. Ha, what a Shen Yuru." The Shen family home study. Shen Wangchuan pushed open the door. Chairman Shen was sitting at his desk reviewing documents. Hearing the noise, he looked up at him. "Dad," Shen Wangchuan said in a low voice, his face grave. "Something has happened." Chairman Shen frowned and put down his pen. "What is it?" The body of Xiao Wangxing, the youngest daughter of the Xiao family, was pulled out of the lake at our Yuhu Yao villa. Chairman Shen's pupils suddenly contracted, and he abruptly stood up, slamming his hand heavily on the table. "What? I've already had someone investigate," Shen Wangchuan said coldly. "The security guards said that only Yu Rao has been to that villa in the past month." Chairman Shen's face instantly darkened, his fingers trembling slightly. "Yuru? How could she?" Shen Yuru's bedroom. When Shen Wangchuan knocked on the door, Shen Yuru was sitting in front of her dressing table, gently fiddling with a rose, a faint smile on her lips. "Enter." She turned her head, saw the person who had come, and smiled sweetly. "Big brother, what brings you here?" Shen Wangchuan stared at her and said in a deep voice, "Yu Ru, Xiao Wangxing's body was retrieved from our villa. Do you know what happened?" Shen Yuru's smile froze on her face, her pupils suddenly contracted, and the rose in her hand fell to the ground with a thud. "Bobby what?" Her voice trembled slightly, and her face turned deathly pale. "Brother, What are you saying? Wangxing, she's missing, isn't she? She is dead, Shen Wangchuan said in a deep voice. The security guard said that you are the only one who has been to the villa recently. Shen Yuepo trembled all over, tears welling up instantly. She stood up abruptly, staggered back 2 steps, and her voice was choked with sobs. Brother, you doubt me. Wangxing and I are good friends. How could I possibly harm her? She wept uncontrollably, tears streaming down her face, her slender shoulders trembling as if she had suffered a tremendous injustice. That day, she did come to visit me that day, but only stayed at the villa for a short while before she said she had to leave. I have no idea what happened to her afterwards. Chairman Shen stood at the door, watching his daughter cry uncontrollably, her frail shoulders trembling, almost fainting. Her usually delicate face was now deathly pale, making her look extremely pitiful. His brows furrowed, a flicker of struggle crossed his eyes, but he ultimately sighed. He stepped forward and held her trembling shoulders. Yuepo, don't cry. His rough thumb brushed against her wet cheek, and his voice softened unconsciously. Daddy believes in you. Upon hearing this, Shen Yuepo abruptly looked up at Shen Wangchuan, her red eyes filled with hurt and disappointment. Brother. Her voice was hoarse and nasal. I do love brother you, bye, but how could I kill someone for something like this? These words were like a blunt knife, piercing deeply into Shen Wangchuan's heart. He looked at Shen Yuepo's appearance. Shen Wangchuan's Adam's apple bobbed, and he suddenly realized that he had been bewitched. Yuepo has never stepped on an ant since she was little. How could she? But everything was just too coincidental. How could it be that all the surveillance cameras in the villa were broken? After all, she's the younger sister I've spoiled for 20 years. Shen Wangchuan closed his eyes and chose to believe her. When he opened his eyes again, his cold and stern expression had softened, and he was filled with deep remorse. Yuepo, he approached her and looked her in the eye, his voice hoarse. It was my fault. He reached out to wipe away her tears, but she dodged him, so he could only smile bitterly and withdraw his hand, saying, I'm sorry. Shen Yuepo suddenly burst into tears and threw herself into Chairman Shen's arms. Dad, Wangxing is my best friend. Her cries were broken and filled with heart-wrenching pain. How could she leave like this? Chairman Shen patted her on the back and said in a deep voice, All right, since Yuepo says she was unaware of this, then let's leave it at that. I will personally explain to the Xiao family. At this moment, Madame Shen and Shen Yuepo heard the commotion and rushed over. Madame Shen's hair was slightly disheveled, clearly indicating that she had been startled awake. She leaned against the door frame, frowning as she looked into the room at her daughter, who was crying her eyes out, and her husband and eldest son, whose faces were grave. What happened? Her voice was gentle but anxious as she quickly walked in. Why is Yuepo crying like this? Shen Yuepo followed behind his mother, his face full of confusion. Shen Wangchuan took a deep breath and briefly explained the situation. Xiao Wangxing's body was found in the lake at our villa. During this period, only Yuepo went there. His voice was low. I just asked Yuepo a few questions. Upon hearing this, Madame Shen's expression changed drastically. She turned sharply to look at Shen Wangchuan, her eyes filled with disbelief. You doubt your sister? Her voice rose, becoming more stern than ever before. Yuepo has never even stepped on an ant since she was little. How could she possibly kill someone? Shen Yuepo's eyes widened as well. Big brother, are you crazy? How could Yuepo do such a thing? Shen Wangchuan was questioned by his mother and younger brother. His thin lips were pressed tightly together, and a trace of regret flashed in his eyes. He did act impulsively just now. Madame Shen quickly walked to Shen Yuru's side, tenderly hugged her daughter, and gently patted her back. Yuru, be good, don't cry. Shen Yuru buried her face in her mother's shoulder and cried even more miserably, her thin shoulders trembling uncontrollably, as if she had suffered a great injustice. Chairman Shen looked at this scene and said in a deep voice, "All right, the matter has been made clear." Yuru was unaware of it. Mrs. Shen gently stroked her daughter's hair. "Yuru, don't be afraid. Mom will take you back to your room to rest." Shen Yuru sobbed and shook her head, raising her tear-filled face. "Mom, I want to go see the Xiao family." Her voice was weak and choked with sobs. "Wangxing. Wangxing is, after all, my best friend." Madame Shen was taken aback, then nodded with satisfaction. Okay, let's go together." Chairman Shen pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, "Very well, it's a good opportunity to visit the Xiao family and explain things clearly." The family had just finished getting ready and reached the front gate when a Cullinan slowly drove up and stopped in front of the Shen family villa. The car door opened, and Jiang Yubai's cold and aloof figure stepped out first. His face was pale, and his posture was as upright as a pine tree, but he could not hide the wariness between his brows. Immediately afterwards, the other car door opened, and Shen Yuepo appeared in a gray-blue Taoist robe. Her long, black hair was loosely tied up with a wooden hairpin, with a few stray strands falling beside her ears, making her skin look as white as snow and giving her a cool and aloof demeanor. The two groups unexpectedly came face to face. The air froze instantly. The moment Jiang Yubai saw the Shen family members, a surge of ferocity flashed in his eyes. Shen Yuru's pupils suddenly contracted, and her fingertips unconsciously dug into her palms. She stared at Shen Yuepo's face, then looked at Jiang Yubai standing beside her, and a twisted jealousy suddenly rose in her heart. What makes her so special? What makes her so special that she can get close to Brother Yubai so soon after returning to the Shen family? Shen Wangchuan frowned slightly, his gaze sweeping back and forth between Jiang Yubai and Shen Yuepo, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. He was usually calm and collected, but at this moment he couldn't help but think, did this younger sister, who just returned, deliberately get close to Jiang Yubai to steal everything Yuru likes? Shen Yikuan narrowed his eyes slightly, sizing up Shen Yuepo, a cold smile playing on his lips. In just half a day, she actually managed to get in with the Jiang family. That's quite a clever tactic. Madame Shen stood frozen in place, staring at Shen Yuepo's face, which bore a striking resemblance to her own when she was young, and suddenly realized, since leaving home today, Shen Yuepo has completely forgotten to ask where the person is going. Regret surged into her heart like a tide, and she opened her mouth, but didn't know what to say. Jiang Yubai was unaware of the different expressions on the faces of the Shen family members. He simply nodded slightly to Shen Yuepo and said in a low voice, "Miss Shen, thank you for helping to find Wangxing. The Xiao family and the Jiang family owe you a debt of gratitude." Shen Yuepo said calmly, "The cause and effect have been settled. She gave me the appropriate reward, and you don't owe me anything." Hearing their conversation, Shen Yuru's face turned deathly pale, and she glared at Shen Yuepo. "It's her? It's her who found Xiao Wangxing?" Shen Wangchuan stepped forward, looked at Jiang Yubai, and said in a low voice, "Yubai, please accept my condolences." Jiang Yubai's gaze swept coldly over the Shen family members, lingering for a moment on Shen Yuru, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. His voice was cold and hard, carrying a warning. "Stay away from me. If you're going to the Xiao family, there's no need. The Xiao family doesn't want to see anyone right now, especially," he paused, his tone chilling, "the Shen family." Shen Yichuan chuckled softly, his tone languid yet subtly sharp. "What do you mean by that, young Master Jiang? My Shen family and the Xiao family have always been on good terms. Now that something like this has happened, it is only right that we go and offer our condolences." He casually put his hands in his suit trouser pockets, but his gaze was sharply fixed on Jiang Yubai. Jiang Yubai gave him a cold look, said nothing more, and turned back the car. With a roar of its engine, the black Cullinan sped away, leaving only acrid exhaust fumes behind. Shen Yuepo stood still, feeling several probing or hostile gazes, but her expression remained calm. She looked up and met Madame Shen's complicated gaze, then simply nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Madame Shen's eyes welled up with tears, and she finally stepped forward to take her hand. "Moon Spirit, where did you go today? Your mother is very worried." Shen Yuepo watched this scene, her nails digging deeply into her palms. She stole her mother's attention, and now she wants to steal Yubai's attention too. Shen Yuepo stared intently at Shen Yuepo, her intense hatred almost destroying her reason. She bit her lower lip hard, and when she looked up again, her eyes were slightly red. She took 2 steps forward with a pitiful look, timidly looking at Shen Yuepo. "Sister, did you lead the Xiao family to Wangxing?" Her voice was soft, as if she were simply curious, but "How did you know Wangxing's body was there?" She asked the question innocently, but her fingertips trembled slightly, and there was a barely perceptible panic hidden in her eyes. Shen Yuepo's gaze slowly fell on her face. His cold eyes were as deep and unfathomable as a cold pool, making Shen Yuepo feel a chill down her spine and inexplicably guilty. After a long while, Shen Yuepo suddenly smiled and leaned close to her ear. "Because her soul has always been following behind you." Her voice was soft and eerie, like a cold wind. She was soaking wet, with seaweed tangled in her hair, and she was lying on your shoulder. "Ah!" Shen Yuepo screamed suddenly, her face turned pale, and she staggered back a few steps, almost falling to the ground. Tears welled up in her eyes instantly. Yu-Ru, Shen Yiquan and Shen Wangchuan's expressions changed drastically, and they rushed forward in one stride. Shen Yiquan grabbed Shen Yuepo, who was trembling, and shielded her behind him. He abruptly raised his head, his eyes filled with a strong warning and undisguised anger, fixing them fiercely on Shen Yuepo. "Shen Yuepo, that's enough! That's enough! Yuepo is timid and can't withstand your ghostly threats." Chairman Shen's temples throbbed, and the veins on his forehead were faintly visible. He said in a deep voice, "That's enough. Let's go inside and talk." His gaze swept over Shen Yuepo, who was still in shock and being protected in Shen Yiquan's arms. "The Xiao family. Let's not go there for now." His tone was heavy, filled with worry. "The body was found in a villa under our Shen family's name. Judging from Jiang Yubai's murderous attitude tonight, the Xiao family probably already believes that Wangxing's death is related to us." He let out a heavy sigh, his eyes filled with gloom. "Tomorrow, I will go to the Xiao family in person and explain things clearly." Inside the brightly lit living room of the Shen family, the atmosphere was as oppressive as the low-pressure center before a storm. The huge crystal chandelier cast a warm light, illuminating the Shen family members on the sofa, each with a different expression. Chairman Shen sat in the main seat, his gaze fixed on Shen Yuepo, who was sitting alone on a single sofa opposite him, dressed in an incongruous gray-blue Taoist robe. "Moon Soul," he said in a deep voice, each word carrying scrutiny, "what exactly happened tonight? Did you lead the Xiao family to find Wangxing's remains?" He avoided the more offensive word corpse. Shen Yuepo raised an eyebrow slightly, her expression calm, as if she were just talking about something extremely ordinary. "I was entrusted with this task, so I must do my duty. I will find Xiao Wangxing's body and settle this matter." Upon hearing this, Shen Yuepo, who was on the other side of the sofa, trembled almost imperceptibly and clenched her fists tightly. Chairman Shen's gaze sharpened further as he pressed on. Then how did you know that Wangxing's body would be at the bottom of the villa's scenic lake? Shen Yuepo raised her eyes, her clear, cold eyes meeting Chairman Shen's scrutinizing gaze. Have you forgotten that I am a Taoist priest? People of the Swanman sect have their own methods. Chairman Shen fell silent briefly upon hearing this. After a moment, he spoke again, his voice even lower, and asked the most crucial question. Then do you know who killed Wangxing? This time, Shen Yuepo's gaze did not immediately answer him. Her gaze slowly shifted to Shen Yuru, who was sitting next to Shen Yichuan, trying to curl up into a ball. Shen Yuru felt that gaze was tangible and carried a chilling coldness that instantly pierced through all her pretense. Just when Shen Yuru was about to give up, Shen Yuepo suddenly withdrew his gaze. Want to know who the murderer is? Shen Yuepo's voice returned to its usual indifferent coldness, even carrying a hint of impatience. To solve the case, find the police. She leaned back lazily. What do you need a Taoist priest like me for? Shen Yichuan sneered upon hearing this. Playing tricks. You think you can't figure it out even if you're a Taoist priest? Upon hearing this, Shen Yuepo's lips curled into a smile. Her gaze first fell on Shen Yichuan's brow bone. High brow bones indicate that you are resolute and decisive and will achieve great success in your career. Her voice was calm. But the shape of your brow bone has the appearance of a solitary peak that protrudes outward, and beneath that peak, yin energy lingers. Then, her gaze slid down and focused on those eyes and brows that had captivated countless socialites. This is a very bad omen, indicating that evil spirits are clinging to you and gnawing at your vital energy day and night. Shen Yichuan's cold smile froze instantly. An indescribable chill suddenly shot up from my tailbone to the top of my head. He instinctively raised his hand sharply, tightly covering the inside pocket of his suit jacket. There was a talisman he had specially obtained today from Qingyun Temple, the most popular temple on the outskirts of the capital. All right. Let's stop talking, Madame Shen said, seeing the tense atmosphere. She hurriedly called out, Everyone's tired today. We can talk about this tomorrow. Go back to your rooms and rest. Everyone go back to your rooms and rest. She practically pushed and coaxed the still-shaken Shen Yuru Shen Wangchuan and the others toward the stairs, and then followed them up unsteadily herself. The oppressive atmosphere in the waiting room eased slightly after Madame Shen and the others left. Shen Yuepo also got up and went straight to her room on the second floor. As you reach the corner on the second floor, a tall and slender figure leans against the wall. It is Shen Yichuan. He tugged at his tie in frustration, cursing himself for losing his composure after being intimidated by Shen Yuepo's mysterious words. It was truly embarrassing. Hearing footsteps, he straightened up and slowly strolled to the stairwell, blocking Shen Yuepo's path. The light from the corridor wall lamps cast long shadows behind him, making his already tall figure appear even more imposing. He looked down at Shen Yuepo below the steps. Shen Yuepo is quite capable. He drew out his voice, full of sarcasm. You've only been away from home for half a day, and you've already managed to climb up Jiang Yubai's high branch. He sneered. Don't even think about taking you rouse things. Even if Xiao Wangxing is dead, the position of the young mistress of the Jiang family is not for a Taoist priest who came back from the mountains. Shen Yuepo stopped in her tracks and looked up at him. She suddenly chuckled softly, a sound that was particularly clear in the quiet corridor. Shen Yichuan, she began, her tone as indifferent as if she were asking about the weather. Do you know the phone number of a slaughterhouse? Shen Yichuan was taken aback by her sudden question, his brows furrowing. What do you mean? Shen Yuepo was too lazy to explain, so she simply stepped aside and walked past him, the hem of her gray-blue Taoist robe brushing against his suit trousers. Only a light, yet highly insulting, remark lingered in the air. "Oh, never mind if you don't have any. I'll call the slaughterhouse myself later. There are some stupid pigs here who don't know their own heads and need to be taken away and killed." "You!" Shen Yuepo's face instantly turned as black as the bottom of a pot, and a surge of anger rushed to his head. He turned around abruptly, his fists clenched so tightly they cracked, as if he was about to explode. Unfortunately, Shen Yuepo's figure had already disappeared at the top of the stairs, inside the room. Shen Yuepo locked the door behind her, dropped all pretense, and fell back onto the soft bed, letting out a deep breath. The day's unpredictable events and the significant depletion of her spiritual energy left her feeling deeply exhausted. On her wrist, the silent white jade bracelet faintly shimmered with a dark red light. Immediately afterwards, a lazy, cool voice, tinged with amusement, rang out. "Little Taoist priest." Feng Jin's voice carried a hint of barely perceptible inquiry. "Why are you meddling in such trivial matters?" Shen Yuepo's body stiffened almost imperceptibly. She hadn't expected this person to take the initiative to start a casual conversation. After a few moments of silence, she slowly spoke. "At first, I wanted the golden light of merit on her body." Recalling Xiao Wangxing's last look, her tone softened unconsciously, carrying a rare hint of melancholy. But later we discovered that she was an extremely pure and kind person. Even in this state, she still didn't forget to protect her family's safety, preferring to let go of the overwhelming blood feud rather than let them be tainted by karma. Shen Yuepo closed her eyes, her voice as soft as a sigh. "I couldn't help it, and my heart softened." A cryptic chuckle came from within the bracelet. "Soft-hearted? Little Taoist, with a temperament like yours." He paused, his tone suddenly becoming more lazy. "Why bother with the Tao? What are you trying to exercise? You might as well just become a monk and switch to Buddhism. Perfect, to save all living beings." Shen Yuepo. Early morning, the sky was just beginning to lighten. Shen Yuepo wore a faded gray-blue Taoist robe, and her long hair was loosely tied up with a simple wooden hairpin. A few stray hairs fell beside her cheeks, making her profile appear even more serene and refined. She held a 100 yuan bill between her fingers. This was the hard-earned money she received the night she returned to the Shen family, in exchange for a peace charm and the housekeeper, old Wang. With a fate marked by 5 deficiencies and 3 lacks, she has to give away half of this money. She descended the stairs quietly, where the butler, old Wang, was already waiting respectfully in the hall. Upon seeing her, he immediately bowed. "Good morning, miss. Are you heading out?" "Breakfast is prepared in the kitchen. Would you like some before you go?" Shen Yuepo paused. Just as she was wondering how to get out, someone delivered herself to her door. "No need." Her voice was cool and concise. "I have some errands to run." The butler immediately understood. "Yes, I'll arrange a car to take you right away." Shen Yuepo asked the driver to take her to an inconspicuous corner of the central avenue of the capital. She stood in front of the breakfast stall in the corner. The steamer lid was lifted, and white steam billowed up, carrying the aroma of steamed buns that wafted down half the street. His gaze swept over the hunched old beggar in the corner. The old man, dressed in rags, was shivering as he drank a bowl of cold water. A few 1 yuan bills lay scattered in a broken bowl at his feet. She lifted her foot to step forward. "Yo-ho!" A deliberately raised sneer rang out from behind, carrying a strong sense of roguishness. "How novel! Which remote mountain village has this fake Taoist nun come from?" Shen Yuepo did not stop walking, and not even her eyelashes trembled. A thug with scorching yellow hair and a half-smoked cigarette dangling from his lips leaned against the wall, sizing up her incongruous Taoist robe while swearing. The dilapidated Taoist temple on the mountaintop is starving, so they sent you down the mountain to beg for food. This outfit looks quite convincing. Shen Yuepo didn't even bother to lift her eyelids and walked straight toward the old beggar. Ignored, the blonde-haired man became enraged and strode forward to block her path. "I'm talking to you." He reached out to shove her shoulder. "Stop pretending to be so high and mighty." Before she could finish speaking, Shen Yuepo suddenly turned to the side, and the blonde-haired man's hand missed its target, causing him to stumble and fall forward. At the same time, she flicked her finger, and a copper coin clinked and hit the blonde man's knee. "Ouch!" Huang Mao cried out in pain and knelt down in front of the old beggar. The old beggar trembled with fright, and the broken bowl in his hand crashed to the ground. He waved his hands in a panic. No, you mustn't. It will shorten your lifespan, young man." Shen Yuepo bent down to help the old man up, and then slipped the 100 yuan note and the 1,500 yuan she had received the day the Taoist temple was smashed into his hand. "Grandpa, buy a bowl of hot porridge." She withdrew the 1,500 yuan from the bank after she went down the mountain. The old beggar's eyes widened, his withered hands trembling violently. No, there's too much." Shen Yuepo gently patted the back of his hand, her gaze falling on his deeply lined face. "In the first half of your life, you built bridges and paved roads, and your good intentions never ceased." Her voice was like a gentle morning breeze, only the old man could hear it clearly. It's time for the rest of your life to be healthy. Someone will bring you a bowl of hot porridge." The old beggar was shocked. How did you know? This happened more than 20 years ago." Shen Yuepo smiled, turned and left. The bluish-gray figure quickly disappeared into the crowd at the street corner. Behind him, all that remained were the blonde-haired man's furious curses and the jeers of onlookers. The old beggar held the money, staring in the direction she disappeared, unable to come to his senses for a long time. Shen Yuepo stopped only after turning into a secluded, deserted alley. The morning light slanted across her cool profile. Silently, she took out her last 5 yuan bill from the wide sleeve of her Taoist robe. Looking at the pitiful bill, she sighed, a rare occurrence for her. "I couldn't help but regret it. I should have left 100 yuan earlier." Feng Jin is right, she should cultivate Buddhism or Taoism. After descending the mountain, I became even more soft-hearted. There are some people whose fates she cannot predict from their faces, such as Xiao Wangxing, but she was able to roughly calculate the details of that old beggar. 20 years ago, the road from the village to the town was treacherous and difficult to travel, especially during the rainy season, when flash floods often destroyed the only wooden bridge, claiming countless lives. The old beggar sold his ancestral property and spent 5 years building a sturdy arch bridge across the turbulent river. However, the construction of the bridge was not without its challenges. During the quarrying, an inconspicuous fox den was accidentally collapsed, crushing a litter of newborn fox cubs. Some knowledgeable elders privately sighed, saying that foxes hold grudges and might suffer retribution. The old beggar didn't believe in ghosts or gods and didn't take it to heart. But it wasn't until he lost his child and his home that he began to believe, but at that time, he had completely lost everything. Finally, he left his hometown and wandered aimlessly. Just as Shen Yuepo was lost in thought, a cold wind suddenly arose. Shen Yuepo squinted as she looked into the depths of the alley. There squatted a little girl, about 7 or 8 years old, wearing a bright red dress as red as blood. She was backlit, her small face hidden in the darkness. Only the wide smile at the corner of her mouth was clearly visible. The smile extended all the way to his ears, revealing his stark white teeth, so eerie it sent chills down one's spine. "Sister." The little girl's voice was sweet and innocent, yet it also carried an indescribable eeriness. "You've given your money to the wrong person." She held up her pale finger and pointed towards the alley entrance. That old man will definitely use the money to buy alcohol. Shen Yuepo raised an eyebrow. So? The little girl skipped closer, saying, "Why don't you give it to me? I'll help you spend it." Smack! Shen Yuepo slapped a talisman on her forehead. The little girl cried out in pain and fell to the ground with a thud. Wow! The little girl suddenly burst into tears, but unlike the previous eerie cries, this one was filled with the child's terror. The eerie atmosphere vanished instantly. She slumped to the ground, a talisman stuck to her forehead, her little face smeared with tears, looking disheveled and pitiful. "Wah, sister, I was wrong," she cried and sobbed, her voice filled with fear and grievance. "Wah, I'm not a bad kid, I'm just so scared I can't find my way home." Shen Yuepo looked down at her, a piece of unused talisman still between her fingers. Upon hearing this, she raised an eyebrow slightly. She raised her little hand to wipe her tears, but dared not touch the talisman on her forehead, and cried even harder. I don't know how I ended up here. I've been squatting here every day trying to scare people. I just want to see who can see me." She secretly looked up, her dark eyes glistening with tears. "Sister, you are the first person who can see me and hear me speak." Shen Yuepo quietly put away the second talisman she was holding between her fingers. Her cool, aloof brows furrowed slightly. "The soul has left the body?" She slowly squatted down, pulled off the talisman from the little girl's forehead, and looked at the little girl at eye level. "What's your name?" The little girl's eyes lit up suddenly, as if she had grasped a lifeline. She quickly stopped crying and replied eagerly, "My name is Xiao Xiaomen, and my name is Xiao Xiaomen too." She seemed eager to prove her origins, adding with a hint of urgency, "My family is very rich. We live in a big house. We have lots and lots of toys." Her voice gradually lowered, replaced by confusion. "But I can't find my way home. Sob, sob, sob. I don't know how to get back." Shen Yuepo. "Xiao Xiaomen? The Xiao family again? Last night we just saw off Xiao Wangxing, who died unjustly, and today we run into Xiao Xiaomen, whose soul has left her body. Could it be that the Xiao family's feng shui has been compromised by someone digging up their ancestral graves?" She paused for a moment, then reached into the wide sleeve of her gray-blue Taoist robe and pulled out an old cell phone with a cracked screen. With practiced ease, his fingertips slid across the cracks, dialing Jiang Yubai's number. The call was quickly answered, and Jiang Yubai's voice was hoarse and tired. "Miss Shen?" "Jiang Yubai," Shen Yuepo asked bluntly. "Does the Xiao family have a child named Xiao Xiaomen?" There was a sudden silence on the other end of the phone. A few seconds later, Jiang Yubai's voice suddenly turned cold, filled with suppressed shock. "How do you know, Xiaomen?" Shen Yuepo lowered her eyes, her gaze falling on her feet. The young man in the red dress was squatting there, hugging his knees, his dark eyes looking at her timidly. "I met a living soul, and she said her name was Xiao Xiaomen." "What? A living soul? Zhou Man's living soul?" Jiang Yubai's voice suddenly rose, followed by a series of chaotic footsteps. A more composed male voice instantly took over the reins. "Miss Shen," Xiao Yisu's voice came, "I am Xiao Yishu, and Xiaomen is my cousin's only daughter." He spoke extremely quickly, giving the other person no time to think. "Where are you?" "We're coming right away." 20 minutes later, a black Bentley screeched to a halt precisely at the alleyway where Shen Yuepo was. The car door suddenly opened. Xiao Yisu got out of the car first. His black suit made him look tall and straight, but the barely noticeable red blood vessels in his eyes betrayed his inner anxiety. His gaze instantly locked onto the bluish-gray figure in the alley. Following closely behind were a young couple who looked to be no more than 30 years old. The man was handsome, and his eyebrows and eyes bore a resemblance to Xiao Yisu's. He held his wife tightly in his arms, who was almost unsteady on her feet. The woman's face was deathly pale, her eyes were horribly swollen and red, clearly she had been crying for a long time, and her body was still trembling slightly uncontrollably. Xiao Yishu strode up to Shen Yuepo. "Miss Shen?" Shen Yuepo nodded slightly, cast a talisman on Xiao Xiaoman, and then stepped aside. All eyes instantly focused on the small, semi-transparent figure in the corner of the alley. Xiaoman, Su Wan let out a heart-wrenching cry, broke free from her husband's embrace, and staggered towards him. That was her daughter, the apple of her eye. Although the body is illusory, the eyebrows and eyes, and the red dress she personally chose, are absolutely real. Shen Yuepo reached out to stop the person. "Don't go over there. You must disturb the living soul." Xiao Linyuan reacted quickly, holding his distraught wife tightly, his voice hoarse. "Wan, don't go over there. Listen to Miss Shen." Looking at his daughter's ethereal figure, this usually composed man's eyes instantly reddened. Xiao Xiaoman seemed to have been startled by Su Wan's cries. She looked up blankly, and when she saw the familiar yet anxious faces at the alley entrance, her dark eyes instantly filled with tears. "Mom, Dad, Uncle." Her voice was filled with helpless sobs, and her tiny soul trembled violently. "Xiaoman, don't be afraid, Mommy and Daddy are here." Xiao Linyuan suppressed his grief and panic, and tried to force a reassuring smile at his daughter, even though the smile was more painful than crying. Shen Yuepo frowned slightly as she looked at Xiao Xiaoman, whose spirit was unstable, and who was almost overwhelmed by the emotions of her loved ones. She stepped forward, standing between the spirit and the three members of the Xiao family. "Control your emotions. Her soul is unstable and cannot be disturbed." One sentence, like a bucket of cold water poured over her head, made Su Wan, who was on the verge of collapse, suddenly cover her mouth. She bit her lower lip hard, choking all her emotions inside, leaving only her body trembling. Xiao Linyuan and Xiao Yisu also held their breath instantly, forcibly suppressing their surging emotions. "Where is her physical body? How far away is it?" Shen Yuepo turned to Xiao Yishu, getting straight to the point. "They are currently under close surveillance at a private children's hospital owned by the Xiao family. It's at least a 40-minute drive from here," Xiao Yishu said rapidly. 40 minutes. Shen Yuepo's eyes darkened slightly. This time was too long for Xiao Xiaoman's living soul. Her gaze swept over the three members of the Xiao family, finally settling on Su Wan. The bond between mother and daughter is the closest. "You come here," she pointed at Su Wan. "Drip a drop of your fingertip blood onto the wrist of her soul." Without the slightest hesitation, Su Wan composed herself and immediately bit the tip of her index finger, drawing out a bead of bright red blood. Shen Yuepo pointed her fingers like a sword, and a faint golden light flashed, guiding the drop of blood from her fingertip to land precisely on the illusory image of Xiao Xiaoman's soul's right wrist. The drop of blood touched Xiao Xiaoman's wrist but did not fall. Instead, it transformed into a crimson line of blood, wrapping around Xiao Xiaoman's wrist. The bloodline flickered faintly, like an invisible umbilical cord pointing towards the physical body. Bloodline guides the soul's return. Shen Yuepo let out a low shout, and his fingertips quickly drew a golden rune in the air. The rune took shape, flashed with light, and instantly disappeared into Xiao Xiaoman's forehead. The runes shone with golden light, and their powerful energy instantly enveloped Xiao Xiaoman's entire soul. The crimson bloodline wrapped around her wrist suddenly glowed brightly. Xiao Xiaoman let out a soft murmur, and her illusory body began to thin out like smoke in the golden light. It seemed as if it might be blown away by the wind at any moment. "Zuyaman!" Su Wan couldn't help but let out a suppressed cry of grief, but her husband covered her mouth tightly. Shen Yuepo's gaze was piercing, fixed on the wisp of soul light that was about to dissipate, and he uttered a clear shout. Bind the soul back to its body, by imperial decree. As the last syllable fell, golden light enveloped the last faint trace of Xiao Xiaoman's soul. Following the direction indicated by the crimson bloodline, it suddenly transformed into a golden red streak of light, indistinguishable to the naked eye, and shot towards the Xiao family hospital. In the alley, the golden light dissipated, and the talisman turned into ashes and fell to the ground. Only the spot where Xiao Xiaoman had been curled up remained, now completely empty. Shen Yuepo slowly withdrew her hand, her face slightly paler than before. Forcibly crossing space to pull a soul into the body was quite taxing, even for her. Miss Shen. Xiao Yishu was the first to react and stepped forward to help Shen Yuepo. Shen Yuepo shook her head, indicating that she was fine. Just then, Xiao Linyuan's phone started vibrating wildly in his pocket. He frantically pulled out his phone, glanced at the caller ID, and then abruptly pressed the speakerphone button. On the other end of the phone, the nanny's excited, incoherent sobs could be heard. "Sir, madam, she's awake. Mrs. Awake." She just suddenly opened her eyes and called out "Mama." Then, she fell asleep again. The doctor checked her and said her vital signs are stable. Su-wan could no longer hold on. Overwhelmed with joy and exhaustion, her legs gave way, and she collapsed completely into her husband's arms, bursting into tears. This time, it was tears of ecstatic joy at finding what was lost. Xiao Linyuan held his wife tightly, and even this tall man couldn't help but tilt his head back and take a deep breath. He blinked hard to wipe the tears from his eyes. "Miss Shen, I can't thank you enough." Xiao Yisu's tense body suddenly relaxed, and his gaze toward Shen Yuepo was filled with unprecedented complexity and inquiry. Xiao Linyuan's heartfelt words, "I cannot express my gratitude for such a great kindness," still echoed in the quiet alley. Shen Yuepo touched the 5 yuan bill in the pocket of her Taoist robe. Without any formalities, she looked directly at Xiao Linyuan and said frankly, "No need for thanks. Just give me the money." Xiao Yisu's tightly pursed lips curved upwards into a clear arc, a rare occurrence. This Shen Yuepo is surprisingly honest and interesting. Xiao Linyuan was also taken aback, but then he realized what was happening and quickly spoke up. Of course. We'll transfer the money to your card later and have Yisho hand it over." "Miss Shen." Just then, Su-wan broke free from Xiao Linyuan's support and stumbled to Shen Yuepo's side. Her face was still streaked with tears, and she clutched tightly to Shen Yuepo's Taoist robe sleeve, her voice trembling with sobs as she pleaded, "Miss Shen, please come with us to the hospital to see Xiaomen. I'm scared. What if she left something behind?" She dared not utter that terrible word. Overwhelming fear rendered her incoherent. "You're very capable. I'll only feel at ease if you go and see for yourself." "Just one look will suffice." Shen Yuepo was silent for a moment, his gaze sweeping over Su-wan's hand clutching his sleeve. "Silently remind yourself. Endure. They've already taken the money. Let's go," she said calmly, and walked towards the Bentley at the alley entrance first. The VIP ward on the top floor of the Xiao family's private hospital. The atmosphere remained tense and heavy, with the smell of disinfectant permeating the air. Xiao Xiaoman lay on the large hospital bed, connected to various sophisticated monitoring instruments that showed stable vital signs. Her face was pale, and her breathing was even, as if she had fallen into a deep sleep. Several serious-looking experts gathered around the bed. When they saw Xiao Yishu and the others bring in a girl dressed in a strange Taoist robe, a hint of surprise and confusion flashed in their eyes. Su-wan rushed to the bedside, wanting to touch her daughter but not daring to, and could only call out tremblingly, "Xiaoman?" Xiaoman, mommy's here. Shen Yuepo walked straight to the bedside. She ignored the expert's gazes and focused her attention on Xiaoman's sleeping face. You all get out. Xiao Linyuan immediately waved his hand, and everyone withdrew. Suwan didn't want to leave, but Xiao Linyuan helped her out of the ward. The ward door was gently closed, isolating the patient from all outside sight and sound. In the large, luxurious ward, only Shen Yuepo and Xiaoman, who was sleeping soundly on the bed, remained. Shen Yuepo stood in front of the bed, her gray-blue Taoist robe looking somewhat out of place in the cold light of the sterile ward. Her gaze was calm and serene as it fell upon Xiaoman's pale face. Shen Yuepo extended her right index and middle fingers, but the fingertips did not touch Xiaoman's body directly. Instead, they hovered in the air about 3 inches away from her forehead. A moment later, the golden light at Shen Yuepo's fingertips quietly faded. She opened her eyes, her gaze filled with understanding. She walked to the door and opened it. Suwan and Xiao Linyuan, who were waiting outside the door, squeezed in almost immediately. Xiao Yishu followed closely behind, and all 3 of them stared intently at Shen Yuepo's face, their eyes filled with urgency. Miss Shen, Xiaoman, she. Suwan's voice was choked with sobs. It's all right. Shen Yuepo interrupted her, her voice clear and steady. Your soul is stable, and your physical body is unharmed. You will recover to normal after a few days of rest. Overwhelmed with joy, Suwan's tense nerves collapsed and her legs went weak. They almost collapsed to their knees, but Xiao Linyuan held them firmly, and tears of relief welled up in both of their eyes. However, Shen Yuepo changed the subject, her gaze sweeping over the 3 of them. The reason why her soul left her body has been found out. Please enlighten me, Miss Shen, Xiao Linyuan said in a hoarse voice, still shaken. This child, Shen Yuepo's gaze fell back to the sleeping face on the hospital bed, has an extremely weak birth chart, meaning the connection between his innate soul and body is weaker than that of ordinary people, making him more susceptible to external disturbances. She paused, as if recalling the images she had captured during her earlier investigation. Just recently, did this child visit a place with a heavy yin energy? Such as a cemetery or a large mausoleum. Xiao Yishu and Xiao Linyuan exchanged a glance and instantly realized something. Yes. Xiao Linyuan's voice was strained. 3 days ago was the anniversary of the death of an uncle from a collateral branch of the Xiao family. Our whole family went to Xishan Cemetery to pay our respects. She was fine when we came back that day, but she started to look a little listless in the evening. That's right. Shen Yuepo nodded. In cemeteries, yin energy gathers, and there are many wandering ghosts and spirits. For ordinary people with abundant yang energy, this is not a major problem. But for a child like her with a weak birth chart, it's like walking on the edge of a dark abyss. Her voice was slightly low. She must have been there, and unintentionally saw some wandering remnant souls, perhaps a scene of yin and evil resentment gathering together. The immense shock instantly shattered her already fragile soul connection, causing her soul to leave her body and become lost. Suwan felt a chill run through her body as she listened, tightly clutching her husband's arm as if she were reliving that terrible loss all over again. Then from now on, try to avoid taking her to places like this in the future, Shen Yuepo instructed. Suwan nodded repeatedly, tears welling up in her eyes again. Thank you, Miss Shen. Thank you. Shen Yuepo said no more. She reached into her sleeve again, took out a talisman, and walked up to Suwan. Have her wear this talisman close to her body or place it under her pillow. It can stabilize her spirit. Suwan carefully accepted it. Thank you, Miss Shen. You are truly a great benefactor to our Xiao family. Suwan sobbed uncontrollably, clutching the talisman tightly. Shen Yuepo nodded slightly and said no more. Miss Shen, Xiao Linyuan stepped forward. Whether it's Wangxing's matter or Xiaoman's matter, the Xiao family will forever remember your great kindness. He took out a bank card from the inside pocket of his suit jacket. It was one he had just had prepared. He presented the item to Shen Yuepo with both hands, his attitude extremely respectful. A small token of my gratitude. The password is 6 zeros. In the future, if Miss Shen needs anything, as long as it doesn't violate my principles, I, Xiao Linyuan, will go through fire and water for you. Shen Yuepo looked at the card, then touched the pitiful 5 yuan in her sleeve pocket, and without any hesitation, reached out and took it. Thanks. Her voice remained calm, as if she had only received an ordinary piece of paper. However, the moment she lowered her eyes, the corners of her mouth on her cool and jade-like face turned up almost imperceptibly. They've made money. Xiao Yishu looked at Shen Yuepo's slightly pale yet still aloof profile, his eyes deep and unfathomable. He spoke solemnly again. Miss Shen, the Xiao family owes you far more than just a card. Shen Yuepo merely glanced at him indifferently, as if to say, the money in the card is enough. Just as Shen Yuepo was about to say goodbye and leave the ward, gurgle, a very clear sound suddenly rang out in the quiet ward. Shen Yuepo. Her expression froze for a moment on her cool, jade-like face. She then returned to a completely calm and composed state, as if the awkward sound from just moments ago had nothing to do with her. However, her slightly pursed lips and the almost invisible blush at the base of her ears betrayed a hint of embarrassment. She's been up and about since morning, and her spiritual energy has been quite depleted. She hasn't eaten a single grain of rice yet, so it's understandable that her stomach is protesting. This starkly contrasting scene instantly plunged the somber atmosphere of the ward into a subtle silence. Xiao Yishu was slightly taken aback, then a barely perceptible smile flashed across his eyes. He actually found that this unpredictable Miss Shen, looking embarrassed at this moment, was much more lively than her previous aloof and detached demeanor. He immediately stepped forward, his voice steady and calm, conveying just the right amount of respect and consideration, breaking the awkward silence. Miss Shen has worked incredibly hard today, and her energy is greatly depleted. The Xiao family is deeply grateful. How could we allow our benefactor to leave on an empty stomach? He turned slightly to the side, making an inviting gesture. There is a nice private kitchen right across from the hospital. The ingredients and the environment are quite good. We would appreciate it if Miss Shen would do us the honor of having the opportunity to express our gratitude. Shen Yuepo wanted to refuse, but the faint emptiness that came over her again made her swallow her words. Xiao Linyuan smiled and said, "Then Yishu, you go have dinner with Miss Shen. Wan and I will wait here for Xiaoman to wake up, okay?" Xiao Yishu nodded and followed Shen Yuepo out of the ward. Shen Yuepo thought for a moment, then handed the bank card to Xiao Yishu and said directly, "This card is also for your consideration." Xiao Yishu raised an eyebrow slightly, assuming she wanted to withdraw or transfer money. Shen Yuepo's next words surprised him again. "You can donate half of the money inside for me." Her tone was flat, as if she were recounting something utterly ordinary. "I just came down from the mountain and know any charitable organizations. Could you please help me donate to a kind person who has accumulated good deeds in the first half of their life, but is now lonely and destitute in their old age?" She remembered the hunched old beggar from that morning and added, "Ideally, it should be an organization or project that genuinely improves their lives in their later years. After the donation, just transfer the remaining half back to me." She then gave Xiao Yishu the card number. After hearing her words, Xiao Yishu's eyes flashed with genuine surprise and admiration. Having held a high position, He had seen far too many people who would stop at nothing to gain profit. It is extremely rare for someone like Shen Yuepo to ask to donate half of the money to charity as soon as she receives it. This raised his opinion of Shen Yuepo even higher. Okay, Xiao Yishu replied solemnly. The Xiao family happens to have a well-established charitable foundation. I will personally oversee this matter to ensure that Miss Shen's wishes are delivered accurately. He paused, took out his phone, opened the WeChat QR code interface, and his expression was natural. Miss Shen, would it be convenient to add each other's contact information to facilitate subsequent fund operations and communication? He was referring to WeChat. Shen Yuepo didn't hesitate and took out her old, weathered phone with a cracked screen. She skillfully slid through the cracks to unlock it. Xiao Yishu, even the eldest son of the Xiao family, who had seen many storms, couldn't help but twitch his eye when he saw the phone in Shen Yuepo's hand, which looked like an unearthed artifact. The screen was shattered to a disastrous degree, with obvious dents and scratches on the edges. He even suspected that the phone would fall apart at any moment. Did she live such a hard life before? He coughed lightly to cover his mouth and quickly scanned the QR code that Shen Yuepo had shown, which was also covered in cracks. After successfully adding her, he looked at the name in his contacts that was completely inconsistent with Shen Yuepo's real identity. This humble Taoist priest loves money. Ahem, Miss Shen, please wait a moment. Xiao Yishu took a few steps away without making a sound, holding his phone. He quickly dialed his assistant's number, his voice extremely low. Go buy the latest, top-of-the-line phone right now. The best one, black or cyan. Activate the premium plan and fully charge the device. Deliver it to Jinglangshuan private kitchen across from the hospital within half an hour. The assistant was a little confused on the other end, but the boss's order was law. Yes, Mr. Xiao, do it right away. Xiao Yishu returned to Shen Yuepo's side, his expression as usual. Miss Shen, the restaurant has been arranged. This way, please. Inside the private kitchen of Jinglangshuan. The environment is quiet and elegant, and the dishes are exquisite and delicious. Shen Yuepo's movements were elegant, but her speed was definitely not slow. Her eyes shone. Tasty. The Shen family members eat mostly Western food, and she hasn't had a full meal in the past few days. Now they showed great interest in the top-quality Buddha jumps-over-the-wall dish and several other home-style dishes in front of them. Looking at Shen Yuepo eating quietly, Xiao Yishu found it hard to connect. The girl focused on her food with the Taoist priest who could summon souls with a wave of his hand. After the meal, Xiao Yishu personally escorted Shen Yuepo downstairs. Xiao Yishu's assistant arrived breathlessly, carrying a subtly luxurious black handbag, as if timed with a stopwatch. Mr. Xiao, here's what you requested. Xiao Yishu took the bag, didn't even look at it, and handed it directly to Shen Yuepo. Miss Shen, his voice was low and steady, a small token of my appreciation. He carefully considered his words to avoid hurting Shen Yuepo's pride. The communication equipment may be slightly inconvenient, but this new phone has all services activated, so I hope you won't mind. Shen Yuepo glanced at the bitten mark on the bag, then looked down at the junk in her pocket and instantly understood. She didn't make a pretentious refusal. She readily accepted the bag. Okay. She nodded. Thanks. Then, he took out a talisman and handed it over. Here, keep it close to your body for protection. Xiao Yishu looked at the amulet handed to him, then at Shen Yuepo's aloof little face. And then I thought about the brand new, top-of-the-line phone I just gave away. For a moment, the eldest son of the Xiao family, who was usually unfazed even when faced with a major crisis in the business world, found himself at a loss for words. She really does know how to tell the difference. He chuckled and shook his head, a rare hint of helplessness in his smile. before accepting the talisman. "Thank you, Miss Shen." He put away his smile and looked serious. "This return gift is 100 times more valuable than a cell phone." Shen Yuepo nodded, seemingly finding the eventual settlement deal quite reasonable. She said no more and turned to get into the car. "Miss Shen," Xiao Yishu spoke from behind her, his voice lower and carrying a heavy sense of apology. "I wanted to personally take you back to the Shen family, but Wang Xing's funeral arrangements require my elders and I to return immediately to handle them. I can only have the driver take you back." When Xiao Wangxing was mentioned, a heavy gloom and sorrow instantly clouded his eyes. They were dealing with Xiao Wangxing's funeral arrangements with Jiang Yubai when they suddenly learned of Xiaoman's news and rushed over. Shen Yuepo had no objection and opened the car door to get in. Inside the car, Shen Yuepo sat in the back seat and took out a brand new cell phone from the exquisite bag. The sleek metal frame, perfect screen, and excellent touch feel. She casually swiped her fingertips across the smooth, mirror-like screen, enjoying the silky smooth feel and the clarity that far surpassed her phone. Yes, it really works well. As she was exploring the new features, a cool sensation suddenly came from the white, jade bracelet on her wrist. Immediately afterwards, Feng Jin's lazy yet slightly impatient voice echoed in her mind. "Little Taoist, you've finished meddling in other people's business. When do you plan to take care of my business?" Shen Yuepo's fingertip, which was swiping the screen, paused slightly. "We really need to speed things up." The black sedan smoothly drove into the Shen family manor and stopped in front of the gate. Shen Yuepo got out of the car, carrying a black handbag containing her new phone. "As soon as I stepped into the main house's living room, I paused slightly at the sight before me. In the spacious and luxurious living room, the sofa was piled high with various shopping bags, each bearing the logo of a top luxury brand. Madame Shen was standing to the side with a look of satisfaction and anticipation. When she saw Shen Yuepo enter, she immediately stepped forward, her eyes filled with a cautious attempt to please him. "Moon Spirit, you're back." She took Shen Yuepo's hand and pointed to the mountain of shopping bags. "Mom specially picked out some clothes and shoes for you today. They're all new styles for the season. Why don't you try them on? Wearing a Taoist robe all the time isn't very convenient." Her tone was soft, with a hint of caution. Shen Yuepo's gaze swept over the clothes. The Taoist robes were loose and comfortable. She was used to them. "But considering that I have already descended the mountain and entered the mortal world, it seems that I don't need to resist some of the rules of the secular world too much." She responded lightly, not refusing Madame Shen's kindness. "Keep it, I'll try it when I have time." Their attitude wasn't particularly warm, but it wasn't dismissive either. When Madame Shen saw that she did not refuse outright, she was overjoyed, as if she had received great affirmation. She quickly picked up a small, exquisite box, also bearing the phone brand's logo, from the side and handed it to Shen Yuepo. "And this, the latest model phone. Mom bought you one too. Big screen, fast speed, and clear photos." Shen Yuepo looked at the phone box handed to her, then weighed the phone Xiao Yishu had given her in her hand. She calmly replied, "No need." She waved the handbag in her hand. "Xiao Yishu just gave me a new one." The words had barely left his mouth when a mocking laugh came from the entrance behind me. Shen Yichuan and Shen Yuru happened to walk into the living room. Shen Yichuan had obviously heard Shen Yuepo's last words. He strolled over with one hand in his trouser pocket and a relaxed posture. He looked Shen Yuepo up and down and at the bag in her hand, a sarcastic smile curving his lips. "Oh, Shen Yuepo, I didn't recognize you?" He drew out his voice, filled with malice and mockery. "It's only been a few days? Your ability to curry favor has certainly improved." His gaze swept over Shen Yuepo's faded gray-blue Taoist robe, then settled on the luxury bag in her hand, his mockery intensifying. First Jiang Yubai, and now Xiao Yishu. What? You think you can rise to the top in one step by relying on those tricks you learned on the mountain? Shen Yuepo stood behind him, looking at the new phone in Shen Yuepo's hand, a hint of jealousy and hatred flashing in her eyes. However, a hint of worry appeared on her face at the right moment. She gently tugged at Shen Yuepo's sleeve and whispered her advice. Second brother, don't talk about sister like that. But a hint of pleasure flashed in his eyes. Shen Yuepo stood still, her fingertips unconsciously stroking the cuffs of her Taoist robe. She took a deep breath and silently recited the heart-cleansing mantra. But the next second, she suddenly opened her eyes, her gaze clear and bright as snow. Will patience bring peace? Or will taking a step back open up a vast expanse? Wrong. She practices Taoism, not Buddhism. Follow the natural way, do as you please, and be carefree and at ease. Shen Yuepo slowly turned around, her Taoist robe fluttering, even without wind. She looked up at Shen Yuepo, a slight smile curving her lips. Shen Yuepo. Shen Yuepo raised an eyebrow. What? I really don't like you, she said, each word distinct and cold. Get out. Let's fight. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire living room fell into a deathly silence. Madame Shen covered her mouth in astonishment. Shen Yuepo was also stunned, and then a hint of schadenfreude and a desire to see a good show flashed in her eyes. Shen Yuepo was completely bewildered by this simple and brutal challenge. He was stunned for a full 2 seconds as if he had heard something unbelievable. Then, as if he had heard an extremely absurd joke, he couldn't help but burst out laughing. Huh? What did you say? Fight me? Shen Yuepo, have you gone mad from playing tricks on me? He hadn't finished his contemptuous and sarcastic remarks. Shen Yuepo has already made her move. No nonsense, no fancy moves. Her steps seemed casual, yet she moved like a ghost, instantly closing in on Shen Yuepo. A slender, fair hand, with its fingers slightly spread, slapped directly at Shen Yuepo's mocking face with an invisible force. Shen Yuepo's pupils suddenly contracted. He instinctively tried to raise his hand to block, but found that his body was locked in place by that invisible aura, and his movements were a beat slower. Smack! A loud slap suddenly rang out in the living room. Shen Yuepo tilted his head, and 5 bright red finger marks quickly appeared on his handsome face. His pupils constricted, and he froze on the spot, as if struck by lightning. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Madame Shen gasped in shock, her hand covering her mouth froze in mid-air, and her eyes widened in disbelief. Shen Yuepo's gloating expression instantly turned into incredulous astonishment. Shen Yuepo was completely dumbfounded. A burning pain mixed with an overwhelming sense of humiliation surged to the top of my head. He had lived for over 20 years, a proud son of heaven, and had never been slapped in public by anyone, especially a woman he considered a wild child. Shen Yuepo. You're asking for death, Shen Yuepo roared, ready to retaliate. However, Shen Yuepo was ruthless and taciturn. Just as Shen Yuepo raised his hand to strike, Shen Yuepo seized the opportunity to grab his tie and suddenly threw him over her shoulder. Bang! Shen Yuepo's tall, 1.88-meter frame slammed heavily onto the floor, causing the crystal chandelier to sway. He let out a painful groan, saw stars before his eyes, and felt a lump in his throat, almost passing out. His expensive suit was covered in dust, his hair was messy, and he looked utterly disheveled. The entire living room fell into an eerie silence once again, with only Shen Yuepo's heavy breathing remaining. Moon soul. Madame Shen finally came to her senses and hurriedly stepped forward to grab Shen Yuepo's arm, but when she met her gaze, she stammered inexplicably. Your second brother. Shen Yuepo withdrew her arm and slowly walked to him. Looking down at the disheveled Shen Yuepo on the ground, The hem of her bluish-gray Taoist robe fluttered slightly, but her cool, aloof face remained expressionless. Shen Yuepo, her voice was not loud, but it struck everyone's heart clearly, carrying a chill. Listen to me clearly. She paused, then spoke each word distinctly. I, Shen Yuepo, cultivate the path of slaying ghosts and exorcising evil, not the path of saving all living beings. She chuckled softly, but it inexplicably sent chills down one's spine. If you dare to mess with me again, I'll let you experience what it means to be struck by lightning. After saying that, she didn't look at Shen Yuepo, who was lying on the ground like a dead dog, again, as if she had just casually cleaned up an eyesore of trash. She turned around, her gaze calmly meeting that of the completely stunned Madame Shen beside her, her tone returning to its previous indifference. I'm going back to my room. Madame Shen nodded subconsciously. Looking at her daughter's slightly thin back, she suddenly covered her burning cheeks. So handsome. Only after Shen Yuepo's figure disappeared around the corner of the stairs did Madame Shen suddenly come to her senses and immediately turned to the butler beside her. Old Wang, hurry. Quickly deliver all the clothes and shoes I bought for the young lady to her room. Don't forget a single one. Butler Wang was also quite shocked by what he had just witnessed. Upon hearing this, he immediately bowed and said, Yes, madam. The young lady is indeed no ordinary person. He immediately directed the servants to carefully pick up the mountain of luxury shopping bags and quickly follow them upstairs. In the living room, only a disheveled Shen Yuepo and a vacant Shen Yuepo remained. Shen Yuepo suddenly realized what was happening and quickly ran over, squatted down, her face instantly filled with an expression of deep concern. Second brother, how are you? Does it hurt? She frantically tried to help Shen Yuepo up, her voice trembling with tears and filled with anger. Sister, how could she do this? She's so ruthless. She's like a barbarian. She completely disregards the bond between siblings. With Shen Yuepo's help, Shen Yuepo struggled to sit up. Half of his face was red, swollen, and stinging, and his back was in so much pain that he gasped for breath. Hearing Shen Yuepo's words, and recalling the humiliation he had just suffered, he thought, You brat, just you wait. The atmosphere at the Xiao family manor was so heavy it was suffocating. The huge mourning hall has been set up, with black and white silk cloth hanging down. Xiao Wangxing's sweet-smiling portrait was placed quietly in the center, with incense and candles swirling in front of it, but they could not dispel the sorrow that filled the room. Chairman Shen and Shen Wangchuan arrived with heavy steps. They came to explain the Yuhu Yao Villa incident, attempting to clarify the relationship between the Shen family and Xiao Wangxing's death, and to repair the precarious relationship between the two families. Just as Chairman Shen expressed his deep sorrow and apology, and attempted to tactfully mention the misunderstanding, Xiao Zhengqing, who had been sitting silently in the main seat, suddenly raised his head. His bloodshot eyes pierced the Shen family father and son like sharp knives. Misunderstand? Xiao Zhengqing's voice was hoarse and low. Brother Shen, the misunderstanding you're talking about is that my daughter was pushed into the icy lake and drowned by your Shen family's Shen Yuepo? As soon as he finished speaking, the sorrow on Chairman Shen's face froze instantly and was then replaced by incredulous astonishment. He thought he had misheard. Well, what? Brother Xiao, what are you saying? Shen Wangchuan's tall and straight body trembled almost imperceptibly. He clenched his fist tightly at his side, his knuckles turning white from the force. He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the surging emotions within him, and tried to keep his voice steady, though it was much lower and hoarse than usual. Uncle Xiao, he looked at Xiao Zhengqing, this accusation is too shocking. You Ru. She's so kind and gentle, There's absolutely no way she could do something so heinous. Please be careful. Is there some misunderstanding? Kind and gentle? Jiang Yubai, standing behind Xiao Zhenqing, let out a sneer. He slowly walked forward, his gaze fixed intently on Shen Wangchuan. Shen Wangchuan, a kind and gentle man, would hire a group of beasts to take turns humiliating an innocent girl. Would a kind and gentle person, after Wangxing fought desperately to resist, personally push her into a bottomless lake? Do you have any evidence to support your claims? Shen Wangchuan pursed his thin lips. Although he had suspected Shen Yuepo that night, he found it hard to believe now that he was hearing it from someone else. Evidence? Xiao Yu sneered. Was he supposed to tell them that it was Wangxing's spirit that came back and told them the truth? Jiang Yubai stepped forward and stood in front of the Shen family father and son. He held a document in his hand. Chairman Shen, young Master Shen, he slowly opened the document, revealing a report inside stamped with the official seal. Just last night, the forensic doctor conducted a detailed autopsy on Wangxing's body. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the faces of the Shen father and son, which instantly stiffened. Semen DNA from multiple different men was extracted from Wangxing's body. Chairman Shen and Shen Wangchuan's pupils suddenly contracted to their maximum size. He slammed the folder shut, leaned slightly forward, and approached the pale-faced Shen father and son. And even more coincidentally, these beasts, without exception, have all died from various accidents starting half a month ago. Jiang Yubai suddenly sat up straight, looking down at the completely distraught Shen father and son. Chairman Shen, young Master Shen, tell me, is there really such a coincidence in this world? The air fell into a suffocating silence. Chairman Shen's face was ashen, his lips trembling, as if he had aged 10 years in an instant. Shen Wangchuan clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning white. But that doesn't prove that Yu Ru did it. His voice was hoarse. Yu Ru. She absolutely does not have that ability. Xiao Yisu let out a sneer, interrupting his self-deception. Young Master Shen, you really are a good and responsible older brother. Jiang Yu glanced indifferently at the Shen family father and son. Whether you believe it or not is not important. By now, the city's criminal investigation team's police cars should be parked in front of your Shen family's house. He paused, then clearly declared, Shen Yuepo is as a suspect in a case involving intentional homicide, instigation of rape, and related serial murders. She is currently being taken back to the police station for questioning. What? The Shen father and son were struck dumb and stood up abruptly. Without further delay, the two quickly walked out of the Xiao family manor. At this moment, Chairman Shen regained his composure and ordered, tell Attorney Wang to go to the city police station immediately. Municipal Public Security Bureau, interrogation room. The cold incandescent light illuminated the small space, as bright as day. Shen Yuepo sat on the cold interrogation chair, her hands neatly placed under the table. She was still wearing that exquisite white dress, her eyes slightly red, looking pitiful, like a frightened little white rabbit. Two detectives sat opposite them, their expressions serious. The older team leader, Huang Yong, had sharp, eagle-like eyes that scrutinized him. Shen Yuepo, Huang Yong's voice was calm, yet carried an invisible pressure. We are questioning you in accordance with the law. Please answer truthfully. Where were you between 8 p.m. and 10 p.m. a month ago? Who were you with? Shen Yuepo raised her watery eyes and looked timidly at Huang Yong, her voice tinged with a sob and grievance. Officer, I remember that I went to Yuhu Yao that day. Wangxing came to see me, and she left after sitting for a while. So, do you know these people? Huang Yong showed another photo, a screenshot of the faces of the dead thugs. Shen Yuepo only glanced at it before shrinking back in fright, her face showing disgust and fear. I don't know them. How could I know these people? They look so scary. Officer, have you arrested the wrong person? I really don't know anything. She covered her face and began to sob softly. Have no idea. Huang Yong leaned forward slightly, his gaze fixed on Shen Yuepo as if it were a physical object. Jiao Wangxing's body was found at the Yuhu Yao villa. The forensic doctor extracted DNA from her body from these individuals. His voice suddenly became more forceful, carrying a powerful sense of pressure. They all died in accidents within half a month of Xiao Wangxing's murder. Shen Yuepo, is there really such a coincidence in this world? Yuepo looked up. An accident? Dead? Oh my God, that's terrifying. Her body trembled slightly, as if she were truly frightened. But what does this have to do with me? I'm also very sad that Wangxing died, but I really don't know why this happened. Officers, you have to believe me. Someone is trying to frame me. Huang Yong's eyes fell on Shen Yuepo, and his intuition told him that there was definitely something wrong with this seemingly weak woman. Just then, there was a knock on the interrogation room door. A young police officer pushed open the door, his face tense. He quickly walked to Huang Yong's side and lowered his voice, saying, Team Leader Huang, Shen Yuepo's defense lawyer, Wang Ming, has arrived and requests to see his client immediately. He paused briefly, his tone becoming even more somber. In addition, I just received a call from above, inquiring about the progress of the case and emphasizing the due process and sufficient evidence. Huang Yong's face instantly darkened. He sneered inwardly. The Shen family's actions were indeed swift and ruthless. Wang Ming, a renowned top lawyer in the capital, is known for his tough methods and skill in exploiting legal loopholes. He walked in carrying a briefcase, his expression serious, his sharp gaze sweeping over Shen Yuepo. Then he turned to Huang Yong, his tone both professionally firm and neither humble nor arrogant. Officer Huang, I am Wang Ming, Ms. Shen Yuepo's defense attorney. According to the law, in the absence of sufficient evidence to apply for a formal arrest warrant, my client has the right to meet with her lawyer during breaks in the interrogation. Furthermore, given the so-called evidence you currently possess, with only DNA samples from a few accidental deaths, there's not enough conclusive evidence to prove a direct causal link between their deaths and Shen Yuepo, and it's impossible to form a complete chain of evidence for the indictment. Wang Ming pushed up his glasses and raised his voice. My client, Ms. Shen, has no motive for murder, nor is there any evidence of her direct involvement in the crime. He turned to Shen Yuepo, his voice softening. Ms. Shen, from now on, remain silent. I will answer and negotiate all questions. You don't need to be afraid of things you haven't done. Shen Yuepo raised her tear-filled face and looked at Wang Ming as if she had seen a lifeline. She nodded vigorously, choking back tears and unable to speak. Huang Yong clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles turned white. Under pressure from the procedures and from the upper echelons of the Shen family's operations, he knew that he had no choice but to release the person. Huang Yong took a deep breath, suppressing the pent-up frustration and strong intuition in his heart, and spoke in a cold, hard voice, Shen Yuepo, given the current lack of evidence, you may leave temporarily. However, this case is not closed, and you remain a key suspect. You must keep your communication channels open, cooperate with the police investigation at any time, and are not allowed to leave the city. Upon hearing this, Shen Yuepo's body went limp, as if all her strength had been drained, and she leaned back in her chair, her tears flowing even more. Fiercely, her voice barely audible, Thank you, officer. Wang Ming immediately stepped forward to support her, giving Huang Yong a formulaic nod. Thank you, Officer Huang, for upholding the law impartially. We will fully cooperate with the follow-up investigation and believe that the police will ultimately clear my name." After saying that, he helped the weak and frightened Shen Yuepo and strode out of the interrogation room with his head held high. The atmosphere in the Shen family study was oppressive. Shen Wangchuan handed Attorney Wang's report to Chairman Shen, which detailed the police's current evidence and the reasons for forcing the release of the person. "Dad, Yu is all right for now. The police don't have direct evidence. Attorney Wang will be keeping an eye on things." Shen Wangchuan's voice was low. He gently placed the report on the desk, his fingertips unconsciously tracing the edge of the document. He stared at Chairman Shen's gloomy face, his Adam's apple bobbing a few times before he finally spoke. "Dad?" His voice was incredibly hoarse. Chairman Shen looked up, his sharp gaze piercing like a knife. Shen Wangchuan took a deep breath, as if making a decision, and said, What the Xiao family said. Could it be?" He paused, his fist clenching unconsciously. Could it be true? The air in the study seemed to freeze instantly. Chairman Shen did not answer immediately. He slowly leaned back in his chair, his fingers lightly tapping the table, producing a dull sound. After a long silence, he said in a deep voice, "I'll talk to Yu again tonight." Shen Wangchuan opened his mouth, but in the end he only said in a low voice, "Okay." As he turned to leave, he caught a glimpse of Chairman Shen picking up the photo frame on the table. That photo was taken when Shen Yuepo turned 18. The girl in the photo was wearing a pure white dress and had a sweet smile like an angel. The main hall of the Shen family. Chairman Shen sat in the main seat, his face grim and cold. Mrs. Shen sat beside Chairman Shen, her hands linked with his arms. She wasn't home when Shen Yuepo was taken away by the police today, and only found out about it after she returned. She keenly sensed that something was wrong and, unlike usual, didn't rush to comfort Shen Yuepo. Shen Wangchuan stood by the window, his back straight as a pine tree. The cigarette between his fingers was half burned, and the ash fell onto the Persian carpet, burning a black hole. Shen Yuepo sat on the other side, his face still red and swollen. Apart from Shen Yuepo, who remained uninvolved, all the core members of the Shen family gathered here. Chairman Shen glanced at Shen Yuepo sitting opposite him and slowly recounted everything that had happened at the Xiao family today. Then he stared intently into Shen Yuepo's eyes, trying to find even the slightest trace of guilt or panic in them. "Yuepo, tell your father, is what the Xiao family said true or not?" The air froze instantly. Upon hearing this, Mrs. Shen's well-maintained face instantly lost all color, and she instinctively tightened her grip on Chairman Shen's arm. "Husband, how could this be?" Yuepo, she instinctively wanted to defend her daughter, whom she had cherished for 18 years, and to accuse the Xiao family of making baseless accusations. Chairman Shen shook his head at her, and she had no choice but to stop talking. With one side of his face swollen and red, Shen Yuepo said, "Dad, is there even a need to ask? The Xiao family must have made a mistake." He turned to look at Shen Wangchuan, who was silent by the window, his tone impatient. "Big brother, say something. Do you also doubt Yuepo? She's the younger sister we've raised in the Shen family for 18 years, someone we've watched grow up." Shen Wangchuan didn't turn around, still facing away from everyone. The cigarette butt between his fingers burned out, and the hot ash burned his fingertips, making him shudder slightly. "Enough." Chairman Shen raised his hand to stop him, his voice deep and cold. He stared intently at Shen Yuepo sitting opposite him, his voice hoarse yet carrying an unprecedented sense of oppression. "Yuepo, look into your father's eyes and tell me what the Xiao family said. Is it really true?" Shen Yuepo, sitting opposite them, was unusually quiet at this moment. She didn't immediately burst into tears and try to defend herself as she usually would when she was wronged. She simply raised her head slowly and her small face, which always wore a sweet smile, was now free of any tear stains. There was only a chilling calm and an overwhelming sense of disappointment. Her gaze slowly swept over Chairman Shen's scrutinizing face, Mrs. Shen's alarmed and worried eyes, Shen Yuepo's eager protective expression, and finally settled on Shen Wangchuan's silent back. Her lips twitched very slightly, revealing a smile tinged with endless sorrow. "So that's how it is." Her voice was soft. "I thought I had already become part of this family. Become your real daughter, your real sister." She paused, and the tears that had been welling up in her eyes finally slid down her cheeks. "It turns out that all of this was just wishful thinking on my part. I never did it." Her voice suddenly rose. "I absolutely will not admit to it." Her gaze finally settled on Chairman Shen's face. The hurt and disappointment in his eyes were like a whip, lashing the hearts of everyone in the Shen family. When I returned from the police station, I was filled with the thought that my family would comfort me, but I never expected to be met with this trial. She let out a self-deprecating chuckle. After saying that, she suddenly stood up. Her movements were a little unsteady. She stopped looking at anyone and turned to walk towards the stairs to the second floor. Before stepping onto the first step, she paused, not turning back, leaving only her last words echoing in the hall. "I didn't kill Xiao Wangxing." Every word, every glance, pierced precisely into the softest corner of the Shen family. Madame Shen covered her mouth and sobbed, and for the first time a wavering appeared on Chairman Shen's hard face. Shen Yuepo was so anxious that his eyes turned red. He wanted to rush up and grab his sister, but he was stunned into place by the aura of utter despair emanating from her. Shen Yuepo's bedroom on the second floor. Shen Yuepo locked the door from the inside, a cold smile curling at the corner of her lips. She calmly walked to the bathroom and turned on the bathtub faucet. Warm water flowed out and quickly filled the pristine, white bathtub. She took a small utility knife from the dressing table drawer, held it up to her wrist, and then frowned in disgust. "It hurts so much, and it will leave a scar." Finally, she made a small cut on her wrist, squeezed out a few drops of blood, and smeared it on the edge of the bathtub and a towel. "That's about it," she muttered to herself and threw the knife into the trash can. Then she pulled a bottle of sleeping pills from deep inside the closet, swallowed 5 pills, and poured half the bottle out, sprinkling it around the bathtub. After doing all this, she slowly slid in, leaned back in the bathtub, and closed her eyes. 5 minutes later, Mrs. Shen was still worried, so she carried the hot milk upstairs and gently knocked on the door. "Yuepo, Mom has heated up some milk for you." There was no response. She panicked and quickly called the housekeeper to get the spare key. The door opened to a moment of silence. The instant Mrs. Shen found the bathroom, the glass in Shen's hand shattered on the ground, spilling milk everywhere. Bloodstains were visible around the edge of the bathtub. Shen Yuepo lay pale as a sheet in the tub, only her head showing. Her long, wet hair clung to her face, and her wrists dangled above the bathtub, stained with blood. "Yuepo!" The piercing scream startled the entire villa. The entire Shen family was instantly thrown into chaos. Beijing Central Hospital, late at night. The emergency room lights finally went out. The doctor came out and took off his mask. Fortunately, it was discovered in time. It was just minor loss and medication overdose. "There is no danger to his life." Madame Shen slumped onto the bench, tears streaming down her face. Shen Yuepo punched the wall, his knuckles bleeding without him even noticing. All the distrust of the Shen family was washed away at this moment by Shen Yuepo's dying posture. Instead, there was a deeper sense of guilt and heartache. The Shen family mansion was in complete chaos. The screams and the frantic footsteps of the servants mingled together, almost lifting the roof off. At the far end of the second floor, Shen Yuepo's room was completely silent. She put soundproofing tape on the door, so she couldn't hear any sound. She had just finished a brief breathing exercise when her brand new cell phone in her sleeve pocket vibrated. She took it out, and the screen lit up. It was a bank deposit notification text message. Beijing Bank, your account ending 88866 has received a transfer of 10,000 yuan, leaving a balance of 10,000,079 yuan. Note: Xiao Linyuan's payment, forwarded by Xiao Yishu. Shen Yuepo raised an eyebrow slightly. When Xiao Linyuan handed her the card, he did not specify the amount. She originally thought she would only receive a reward of 5 million, but it turned out to be 20 million. After donating half, she still had 10 million left. She tapped the screen lightly and sent a message to Xiao Yishu. The money has been received. Thank you. The other party replied almost instantly. I'm the one who should thank you. The Xiao family owes you for what happened with Wangxing and Xiaoman. Shen Yuepo didn't reply and tossed her phone aside. She walked to the window and saw the Shen family's cars drive out of the villa one after another and disappear into the night. She opened the door, stood at the top of the stairs, and looked down. The housekeeper was directing the servants to clean up the mess. Upon seeing Shen Yuepo come downstairs, the butler quickly bowed and said, "Young miss, where is everyone?" She glanced at the empty living room. They've all gone to the hospital. The second young lady cut her wrists in the bathtub, and she bled a lot. Shen Yuepo listened quietly, her face expressionless. This Shen Yuru, she's quite ruthless. Shen Yuepo was silent for a moment, then suddenly asked, "Do you know where the Shen family's ancestral home is?" "Ah?" The housekeeper, old Wang, was completely taken aback when she asked this question at this moment and didn't react for a moment. Ancestral home. You mean the ancestral home located in the countryside of Qingchuan City? Yes. Shen Yuepo nodded. Tell me the exact address. The housekeeper had long admired Shen Yuepo immensely, so he didn't ask any questions. He added Shen Yuepo on WeChat and sent her the location of the house. Having obtained the information she wanted, Shen Yuepo turned and walked upstairs, adding, "I'm going on a long trip tomorrow, so you don't need to prepare my meals for the next few days." The next morning, Shen Yuepo looked at the dresses and cheongsams that Madame Shen had prepared. Finally, he shook his head, put on his Taoist robe, and went out with his canvas bag on his back. She first took a taxi to an incense shop on the outskirts of the city and bought a thick stack of yellow paper, cinnabar, and wolf hair brushes. Seeing that she was picking out only the best quality goods and was dressed in a Taoist robe, the proprietress smiled and asked, "Are you a Taoist practitioner, young lady?" Shen Yuepo nodded. The proprietress wanted to chat for a bit more, but Shen Yuepo readily paid the bill and turned to leave. The proprietress shook her head as she watched her retreating figure. These young people nowadays, always putting on airs. After finishing her shopping, Shen Yuepo stood at the street corner, waiting for a ride. She learned this on a certain book last night. The driver, a middle-aged man, was taken aback when he saw Shen Yuepo's outfit. After getting on the bus, he asked with a smile, "Young lady, are you going to Qingchuan City for tourism?" Searching for relatives, Shen Yuepo uttered these two words and then closed her eyes. Seeing that she didn't want to talk more, the driver didn't dare to ask any more questions, started the car, and drove towards Qingchuan. After a long and winding journey, Shen Yuepo finally arrived at Qingxi Town in Qingchuan City. Before the sun set, she stood in front of the Shen family's ancestral home. It was a magnificent traditional courtyard house with upturned eaves and a tightly locked vermilion gate. She knocked on the door, and after a long while, an old butler came to answer the door. His cloudy gaze lingered on her face for a moment, his voice hoarse. "Who are you?" "Who are you looking for?" "I am Shen Yuepo." Shen Yuepo announced her name, her voice clear and calm. the eldest daughter of the Shen family. Young miss. The old butler narrowed his eyes, his wrinkled face filled with distrust. The eldest daughter of the Shen family is in the capital. Who are you? Clearly, the old man guarding the house had been isolated from the world for too long, and was completely unaware of the changes within the Shen family. They couldn't believe that the girl in the strange Taoist robe was the eldest daughter of the Shen family. Shen Yuepo didn't bother to explain further. She pulled out her brand new cell phone from her sleeve pocket and quickly dialed a video call with old Wang, the housekeeper in the capital. The call was answered almost instantly. Old Wang's face immediately appeared on the screen. Miss? What can I do for you? Shen Yuepo turned her phone screen toward Uncle Zhang through the crack in the door. Old Wang, tell him who I am. When Old Wang saw that incredibly familiar face on the screen, he said, Uncle Zhang, open the door quickly. This is truly our Shen family's eldest daughter. She just returned from the mountain, and the master and mistress themselves confirmed it. Please invite her in. Only then did Uncle Zhang believe it. He stared at Shen Yuepo's cold and calm face for a few seconds before slowly opening the door completely. Please come in, young lady. Shen Yuepo hung up the call, put away her phone, and stepped into the gate of the Shen family ancestral home. The moment you step into the courtyard, a cool, earthy scent of aged wood wafts towards you. The house was lavishly decorated with carved beams and painted rafters, yet its emptiness was unsettling. An invisible sense of oppression crept over me, as if silent eyes were hidden in every shadow. Shen Yuepo stopped in the middle of the courtyard. Her cool gaze slowly swept over her surroundings, her brows furrowing slightly. The atmosphere here is not just a simple matter of yin energy. Uncle Zhang led Shen Yuepo to a guest room. Although the room was large, it had a cold, deserted feel, with dusty furniture and a musty smell in the air. Please stay in this room for now, miss. I'll go prepare dinner. Shen Yuepo nodded, and after the old man left, she wiped her fingertips on the table, leaving a layer of fine dust on her fingertips. Suddenly remembering something, she raised her hand and lightly tapped the white jade bracelet on her wrist. The sound of the knocking was crisp, yet it seemed particularly jarring in the empty room. Once, twice no response. Feng Jin, she called in a low voice. It remained deathly silent. Shen Yuepo couldn't help but purse her lips. They clearly agreed that if he needed anything, he would knock 3 times lightly. But now that the time had come to ask him if he had what he was looking for, the ghost had vanished without a trace. Sure enough, it's all nonsense. She scoffed lightly. The night was deep and quiet, and all was still. Outside the window, the moonlight was pale, obscured by thick clouds, letting through only a few hazy rays of light. Shen Yuepo quietly got up and pushed open the door. A cold night wind swept in as she went to the backyard. The backyard was a bit chilly and dilapidated. Shen Yuepo stood in the courtyard, her brows furrowed. The feng shui layout here was more dangerous than she had anticipated. Imprisoning the dragon in water, gathering yin and locking away evil, she murmured to herself, her fingertips forming a hand seal, a faint golden light flowing around her fingertips as she tried to probe the earth's energy. Fortunately, the planning didn't take long. Otherwise, the Shen family would have already declined in fortune and their descendants would have died out. Click. The blue bricks beneath my feet suddenly sank 3 inches. Dozens of blood-red threads burst forth from the ground, wrapping around her ankles like living creatures. Shen Yuepo's pupils shrank sharply, and she threw out 3 yellow talismans with her backhand. However, the talismans spontaneously combusted into ashes the moment they touched the bloodline. Soul-devouring thread? She retreated rapidly, only to have her back slam into an invisible wall of energy. A network of bloodlines stretched out in front of her, twisting towards her throat. Shen Yuepo let out a muffled groan, her body trembling violently. Her left shoulder was accidentally pierced by a bloodline, and the evil energy, like a living thing, frantically crawled into the wound, trying to erode her flesh and meridians. The chilling, piercing pain was far greater than that of an ordinary knife wound. She staggered back a step, her face instantly turning pale, her blood surging, and she coughed up blood. Shen Yuepo raised her hand to wipe the corner of her mouth, and was about to wave the talisman. When she didn't want to wipe the blood from her lips, she accidentally smeared it on her white jade bracelet, which then emitted a golden glow. Court death. A cold, angry shout, imbued with terrifying pressure, rang out. The white jade bracelet on Shen Yuepo's wrist emitted an unprecedented brilliance. The next instant, a tall and slender figure stepped out from the golden light. His black robe billowed like ink, and he exuded an oppressive aura that seemed to look down upon all living beings. He slowly raised his eyes, revealing a pair of dark golden pupils that seemed to contain karmic fire capable of burning everything. Shen Yuepo's breath hitched, and her fingertips involuntarily paused. His eyes gleamed with a dark gold, and with a flick of his sleeve, the countless lines of blood instantly shattered, turning into black smoke and dissipating. His gaze was icy, and he suddenly reached out and grabbed at the artificial hill in the southeast corner. Ah! Amid screams, an old woman with disheveled hair was dragged out by an invisible force and slammed heavily into the center of the courtyard. The old woman looked up, revealing a wrinkled face. "Emperor Fengdu, weren't you all ready?" Before he could finish speaking, Feng Jin lightly raised his fingertips. Suddenly the old woman convulsed, and countless black cursed insects crawled out of her 7 orifices, devouring her into a skeleton in the blink of an eye. The night wind swept by, and the white bones turned to dust. Shen Yuepo's pupils shrank sharply. He really was that person, the great emperor of Fengdu Beiyin. Feng Jin stood in the courtyard, his black robes fluttering without wind, and the karmic fire in his dark golden pupils had subsided. He slowly turned around, his gaze falling on Shen Yuepo. Shen Yuepo covered the wound on her left shoulder that had been eroded by the soul-devouring threads. Her face was as pale as paper, and there was still a trace of blood left at the corner of her mouth. Feng Jin stepped forward and walked towards her. Shen Yuepo suppressed her surging inner energy, her voice carrying a barely perceptible hoarseness and weariness. "What are you going to do?" Her intuition told her that something was wrong with Feng Jin at this moment. Before he could finish speaking, Feng Jin's figure vanished from the spot in an instant, and the next moment he was right in front of her. A cold, slender hand suddenly gripped the back of her head with such force that she could not struggle at all, and domineeringly pulled her forward. Caught off guard, Shen Yuepo was forcibly pulled forward by his immense strength, her forehead almost colliding with his cold chest. To verify something, Feng Jin's dark golden pupils were close at hand, churning with emotions she couldn't understand, his voice low and hoarse. "Verification? Verify what?" Alarm bells rang in Shen Yuepo's mind, and a strong sense of crisis made her instinctively want to struggle and resist. His spiritual energy surged wildly, and a sharp golden light instantly condensed at his fingertips. However, Feng Jin moved even faster. He lowered his head slightly, his icy breath brushing against Shen Yuepo's slender neck. The next instant, a sharp, stinging pain suddenly shot through me. Hiss. Shen Yuepo trembled violently, her eyes widening in disbelief. Feng Jin suddenly bit down hard on the warm skin on the side of her neck. The sharp teeth pierced the flesh, and blood gushed out instantly. What made her even more uneasy was that he didn't immediately give in. The warm blood droplets had just seeped out when his thin lips covered them, and his tongue greedily sucked at the wound. Smack! A sharp, resounding slap shattered the silence of the backyard like a thunderclap. All of Shen Yuepo's shock, humiliation, pain, and rage transformed into her most instinctive counterattack at this moment. With the last of her strength, she slapped Feng Jin hard across his face, which was so close yet so captivating. The force was so great that Feng Jin's head tilted slightly, and clear finger marks instantly appeared on his cold profile. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Shen Yuepo suddenly broke free from his grip, staggering back several steps, one hand covering the bleeding wound on her neck. Those usually cool and deep eyes were now blazing with fury, almost bursting forth. She raised her hand and forcefully wiped away the blood that kept seeping from the side of her neck, her fingertips stained red. Her cold eyes squeezed out from between her clenched teeth, filled with an unprecedented killing intent. "You'd better give me an explanation." If she hadn't known the vast difference in strength, the talisman in her hand would probably have already been struck by deadly lightning. Feng Jin slowly turned his head. The clear five-finger mark on his left cheek was particularly glaring in the pale moonlight. He licked the trace of Shen Yuepo's blood from the corner of his mouth, a gesture that carried an eerie and sinister charm. His dark, golden eyes locked onto Shen Yuepo's burning anger, his voice low and hoarse, carrying a hint of displeasure at being interrupted. Just when Shen Yuepo thought he was about to explode in rage, and even prepared to fight to the death, he spoke. The voice was no longer hoarse and disordered, and had regained some of its usual deep tone. "Your blood can awaken this emperor." Shen Yuepo was taken aback. "What do you mean? I had just fallen into a deep sleep, and it was the blood you smeared on the jade bracelet that forcibly woke me up." His voice was deep, and his dark golden pupils narrowed slightly. "So I want to confirm whether your blood can truly help me heal." Upon hearing this emotionless explanation, Shen Yuepo's anger not only did not subside, but instead burned even brighter. "So you just bit me?" Shen Yuepo sneered. "You can just tell me directly that you need my blood to heal your wounds. As long as it doesn't damage your health, I won't give it to you." Faced with Shen Yuepo's questioning, the great emperor of Fengdu Beiyin, who ruled the netherworld and looked down upon all ages, remained unusually silent. "Should I just ask for it directly?" He had never thought of doing it this way. Over the long years, he became accustomed to plunder, to the crushing power of force, and to obtaining what he needed in the most direct way. A night breeze rustled the fallen leaves in the courtyard, making the silence all the more poignant. Seeing his silence, Shen Yuepo's anger flared even more fiercely. Next time, Shen Yuepo gritted her teeth. "If you dare to bite me again, I'll smash your teeth with a thunder talisman." Without saying another word, she turned abruptly, clutching her wound, and walked towards the guest room. Just as Shen Yuepo's figure was about to disappear into the shadows of the porch, Feng Jin's deep voice came, tinged with tension. "Feel sorry." Shen Yuepo's steps did not falter at all, and his figure completely disappeared into the darkness. Feng Jin stood alone amidst the chaos, his figure beneath the black robe appearing somewhat solitary. When has the great emperor of Fengdu Beiyin ever apologized to creatures as insignificant as ants? That "sorry" he just said was the only time in his long life that he bowed his head in humility. But clearly, this was far from enough for the young Taoist priest in front of him. Shen Yuepo returned to her guest room and locked it. She haphazardly pulled a few clean yellow talismans from her pocket and roughly pressed them onto the bite marks on the side of her neck. After stopping the bleeding on her neck, she took off the gray-blue Taoist robe stained with her own blood and tossed it carelessly into a corner. He changed into a spare Taoist robe and sat cross-legged on the cold bed. He channeled his spiritual energy, attempting to dispel the lingering evil energy eroding his left shoulder wound. "Hiss," she gasped, and a fine layer of cold sweat appeared on her forehead. The physical pain and inner anger made her want to find a place to vent her anger, but this damned Shen family mansion didn't even have a quiet place. just as she gritted her teeth, preparing to forcefully expel the evil spirits using even more ruthless methods. The white jade bracelet on her wrist vibrated slightly without warning. Immediately afterwards, an exceptionally pure warm current silently seeped out from the bracelet and flowed slowly along her meridians. The force flowed precisely to the wounds on her neck and left shoulder. Shen Yuepo shuddered, suddenly opened her eyes, and stared in disbelief at the white jade bracelet on her wrist. It is the ashes. Is he using his primal power to heal her? Although this power was weak, Shen Yuepo could clearly sense that it was no ordinary spiritual power, but rather a life force containing the origin of the laws of the underworld. For someone in his current condition, this is likely quite taxing. She instinctively wanted to resist and force the force out. However, her injuries and surging blood and Kai were indeed recovering at an astonishing speed under the nourishment of this warm current. Forcibly expelling them will only make matters worse. Finally, Shen Yuepo closed her eyes and regulated her breathing, letting the warm current flow through her meridians. The primal power of Feng Jin is extremely domineering, yet it also carries an indescribable gentleness. Like the karmic fire deep in the underworld, it both burns everything and gives birth to new life. Her wounds healed at a speed visible to the naked eye, and even the hidden injury on her left shoulder caused by the evil energy was completely cleansed. The healing process ended, and the warm current receded like a tide. The stinging sensation in my left shoulder and the burning sensation on the side of my neck have almost completely disappeared, and the surging blood and have also completely calmed down. The white jade bracelet regained its warm and smooth texture and no longer showed any abnormalities. Shen Yuepo slowly opened her eyes, her gaze regaining its clarity, but her eyes remained as cold as ever when she looked at the jade bracelet on her wrist. She sat cross-legged on the cold bed, not looking at the bracelet, as if speaking to thin air, her voice hard and devoid of any warmth. Is what you're looking for at the Shen Fan family ancestral home. The white jade bracelet remained silent for a moment. Feng Jin's deep voice slowly came through, carrying a hint of barely perceptible fatigue. No. Shen Yuepo frowned slightly and continued to press. What exactly are you looking for? Silence. After a long time, when Shen Yuepo thought he was going to pretend to be dead again, Feng Jin finally spoke slowly. I am the great emperor of the northern yin of Fengdu, who rules over the 9 netherworlds and commands all ghosts. He directly revealed his identity, confirming Shen Yuepo's previous guess. A change has occurred in Fengdu. A judge has colluded with outsiders to plot against me. While I was in seclusion healing my wounds, they joined forces to impersonate me as a false emperor and carry out a rebellious act. His voice was filled with murderous intent. Stop. Shen Yuepo rubbed her ears. Can you stop using such flowery language? It's not like you're chanting a spell, Feng Jin. After a long silence, he continued. I was seriously injured, so I scattered and hid the Fengdu seal and the soul-locking chain that binds all ghosts, but now I can't find their exact location. The purpose of this trip is to retrieve these 2 items. Upon hearing this, Shen Yuepo immediately grasped the key point. So you're not going back to Fengdu because you're unsure how many traitors are left? That old woman just now. Shen Yuepo thought of the sinister old woman in the backyard. Was she also one of the traitors? Why was she in the Shen family? Her aura is indeed from the lineage of the Northern Ghost Emperor. Feng Jin's voice deepened. But she was tainted with an extremely filthy aura. Shen Yuepo suddenly realized why the old woman's power was so strange and sinister, that even she was not easily affected. Then why didn't you press her for details about who was behind this? Or at least find out why she was there? Silence fell once again inside the jade bracelet. This time the silence lasted even longer, and Shen Yuepo could even sense a hint of embarrassment. Finally, Feng Jin's voice rang out, carrying an air of matter-of-fact. Interrogation? The voice carried an air of disdain for all things. Why should I question the actions of ants? He paused, each word radiating the cold indifference of someone who had emerged from mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Those who betray me, upon seeing them will be executed. Shen Yuepo. She took a deep breath, barely suppressing the urge to roll her eyes. The logic of this emperor of Fengdu is simple and direct. To him, traitors were worthless. There was no need to interrogate them, and once he saw them, he would simply eliminate them. The capital city. Shen Yuepo was lying on the hospital bed, her face as pale as paper, her long eyelashes casting a fragile shadow under her eyes. Madame Shen sat on the edge of the bed, tightly holding Shen Yuepo's uninjured hand, her tears never stopping. Chairman Shen stood by the window, his back heavy, looking at the deep night outside, his brows furrowed. Shen Wangchuan sat on the sofa, not far away, his face still pale, his eyes bloodshot, lost in thought. Shen Yuepo was even more restless, pacing back and forth, glancing worriedly at the person on the hospital bed every now and then. The atmosphere in the room was oppressive and heavy. Suddenly, a very faint groan came from the hospital bed. Shen Yuepo's eyelashes trembled, and she slowly, with great effort, opened her eyes. Those eyes had lost their former liveliness and sweetness, leaving only a deep, unyielding bewilderment, as if they had just escaped from a nightmare from which they could not wake up. Yuepo, you're awake. Mrs. Shen was the first to rush to the bedside, overjoyed, her voice trembling. How are you feeling? Does your wound hurt? Are you thirsty? Are you hungry? She fired off a series of questions, her voice brimming with the joy of something lost and found. Chairman Shen, Shen Wangchuan, and Shen Yuepo immediately gathered around, holding their breath and watching her nervously. Shen Yuepo's gaze swept blankly over the relatives gathered around the bed. There was no grievance or blame in her eyes, only a deathly desolation. Her lips moved slightly, her voice hoarse and weak, carrying a weariness born of despair. Dad, Mom, big brother, second brother. With each word she uttered, her voice grew weaker, as if she had used up all her strength. Chairman Shen didn't speak, his gaze fixed on her face. Mom is here, Mom is here. Mrs. Shen cried uncontrollably. Shen Wangchuan and Shen Yuepo responded eagerly. Shen Yuepo's gaze slowly moved across their faces, tears silently sliding down her cheeks. She looked at them, her eyes filled with a heartbreaking sorrow. Why? Why doesn't anyone believe me? Her voice was as soft as a whisper. Yet it was like a dull knife, cutting cruelly into the hearts of everyone in the Shen family. Why would you rather believe the slander of outsiders than? Listen to a word I say. I'm so tired. I don't want to explain anymore. After saying that, she seemed to have exhausted all her strength, closed her eyes in despair, and let the tears flow silently down her face. Those tightly closed eyelids and the silent tears that slid down were more lethal than any hysterical wailing. Yuepo, your father and mother believe in you, your brothers believe in you. Madame Shen hugged her daughter's arm, crying her heart out. We were foolish. We shouldn't have asked you. We shouldn't have doubted you. From now on, if anyone dares to say a bad word about you, Mom will fight them to the death. Yuepo, it was my fault. I'm a bastard. Shen Yuepo slapped himself hard, his voice choked with sobs. If my second brother ever dares to doubt you again, may he be struck by lightning. Looking at his sister's heartbroken expression, Shen Wangchuan spoke with difficulty, his voice hoarse. Yuepo, I'm sorry, brother was wrong. Chairman Shen's eyes darkened slightly, but he still spoke to comfort. Yuepo, don't overthink it. Dad is just trying to find out what happened. Shen Yuepo kept her eyes closed, seemingly immersed in her own world of despair, ignoring their repentance. Only the constantly falling tears and the trembling eyelashes were visible. Seeing this, Madame Shen felt even more heartbroken. She quickly gave Shen Wangchuan and Shen Yuepo a meaningful look and said urgently in a low voice, "Quick, let's get out of here. Let Yuepo rest. She needs some peace and quiet." She was afraid of further agitating Shen Yuepo's fragile and sensitive nerves. Seeing Shen Yuepo's lifeless appearance, Shen Wangchuan and Shen Yuepo dared not say anything more. Filled with guilt and worry, I silently left the ward. Chairman Shen took one last look at Shen Yuepo on the hospital bed, then turned and left with a heavy heart. Only Madame Shen and the sleeping Shen Yuepo remained in the ward. The moment the ward door was gently closed, Shen Yuepo slowly opened her eyes. Where is there now even a trace of vulnerability and sorrow in those eyes that were just filled with despair and tears? All that remained was extreme cold and a glimmer of triumphant glint. She looked at the pristine white ceiling, and a twisted upward smirk appeared on her lips. The self-inflicted injury ruse has succeeded. These idiots are still so easy to fool. Next, we need to think about how to completely get rid of that eyesore, Shen Yuepo. Brother Yu Bai can only be hers, the brightly lit hall of the Shen family mansion. Mrs. Shen sat on the sofa, utterly exhausted, both physically and mentally. Looking at her husband and two sons, all she could think of was Yuepo's pale, desperate face and the glaring gauze on her wrist in the hospital. Suddenly, a thought flashed through her mind, as if she remembered something extremely important but forgotten, and she sat bolt upright. "Where is Moon Soul?" She looked around and was shocked to realize that she had completely forgotten about her biological daughter, whom she had just found in the past 2 days. Shen Yuepo's suicide was like a huge whirlpool, sucking away all the attention and emotions of the Shen family. Shen Wangchuan and Shen Yuepo were also stunned for a moment upon hearing this, and subconsciously looked in the direction of the guest room, where Shen Yuepo had been placed. "Old Wang," Madame Shen immediately called out to the housekeeper. Butler Wang strode forward. "Madam, where is Miss? Is she still in her room?" Madame Shen asked anxiously. Reporting to Madame, the butler replied respectfully. "The eldest young lady seemed to have gone out yesterday morning. It seems she went to the ancestral home in Qingchuan." "The ancestral home?" Madame Shen exclaimed in surprise. A strong sense of guilt overwhelmed her like a tidal wave. When Shen Yuepo had an accident, she was so flustered that she completely ignored Yuepo's feelings. The child had just returned home from the mountains and was unfamiliar with the area when he was left in a cold guest room. She subconsciously reached for her phone to make a call, only to realize with a start that she hadn't even saved Shen Yuepo's phone number. A sense of panic and helplessness welled up inside me. Oh, just then, a mocking laugh rang out. Shen Yuepo leaned against the armrest of the sofa, the redness and swelling on one side of his face still not subsided. Seeing his mother's flustered state, he spoke in a sarcastic tone. "Mom, why are you in such a hurry? Miss Shen is very capable. She's only been back for a few days, and she's already currying favor with the Xiao and Jiang families and staying at the ancestral home. Why should we worry about her?" He deliberately raised his voice, which was full of malice. Yuepo was almost in this state, and she didn't even bother to go to the hospital to see her, let alone ask about her condition, turning around and rushing to the ancestral home in such a hurry. "What? Are you so eager to be included in the family genealogy and acknowledge your ancestors, so you can rightfully claim a share of the Shen family's assets?" Madame Shen gripped her phone tightly, stepped forward, and slapped him across the face. "Yuepo, that's your sister." "I never admitted it," Shen Yuepo scoffed. Shen Wangchuan frowned. but did not immediately speak up to defend Shen Yuepo as he had done before. He just stood there silently, looking at his mother with a complicated expression, then glancing at Shen Yuepo, and finally said nothing. Chairman Shen gave him a deep look and said in a deep voice, "Wang Chuan, come to the study with me." Before leaving, Wang Chuan looked at Shen Yuepo's swollen face and asked, "What happened to your face?" Shen Yuepo's eyes flickered, and his expression became somewhat unnatural. That brat Shen Yuepo did it. Inside the study, Chairman Shen did not sit down immediately. Instead, he stood with his back to Wang Chuan in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window, looking at the deep night outside. Only one desk lamp was on in the study, casting a dim light that illuminated his tense figure. "Wang Chuan," he began, his voice low, "there are no outsiders here. Tell me the truth." He slowly turned around, his sharp, insightful eyes, accustomed to the business world, now fixed intently on Wang Chuan's face, regarding Yuro's suicide. Chairman Shen paused deliberately, then emphasized, "What do you think?" Wang Chuan's body stiffened almost imperceptibly. He raised his head to meet his father's scrutinizing gaze, his heart pounding wildly in his chest. "Dad," Wang Chuan's voice was hoarse, but he forced himself to speak. "It's too much of a coincidence." His voice was low and deep. "The Xiao family had just accused her of murder, and we had just begun to have some doubts when she used such a drastic method to prove her innocence at this critical juncture. The timing was too precise. He didn't say it was fake directly, but the implication was clear in his words." Chairman Shen sighed deeply, his eyes filled with the same complex emotions and struggle. "You suspect she's faking it?" Wang Chuan remained silent for a few seconds, then finally shook his head, his face showing a rare look of confusion and uncertainty. "I don't know. I looked at the cut on her wrist, at the blood on the ground, and at the despair in her eyes when she woke up. Those were real wounds, real blood, and a heart utterly broken. I can't convince myself it was all an act." He paused, his voice lower, filled with deep weariness. "But those coincidences are like thorns stuck in my mind. I can't pull them out. My intuition tells me that things aren't that simple, but reason tells me that Ru is, after all, the younger sister we watched grow up. How could she possibly?" He paused, then didn't continue. Chairman Shen also fell silent. "I share your thoughts," Chairman Shen said, his voice hoarse and weary. "The blood was real, the wounds were real, and her despair at the time may have been real. But did that despair stem from the injustice of being wronged, or from the fear of being exposed? We don't know." He turned around, "But I know Xiao Zhangqing. He would never speak rashly unless he was absolutely certain." Wang Chuan looked at Chairman Shen. "Keep a close eye on her from now on," Chairman Shen said decisively. "If she really did kill him," a hint of struggle flashed in the eyes of this usually ruthless business tycoon, "save her life and send her back to Qingchuan. After all, she was the daughter he had raised for 18 years. The sword that had cut through countless business battles ultimately failed to fall completely." Wang Chuan replied softly, his voice slightly hoarse. In a daze, he saw the little girl who always liked to tug at his sleeve again. She would secretly pick out the celery he hated and put it in her own bowl, and quietly place a cup of ginseng tea in his bowl when he was working late into the night. Memories of 18 years of living and working together surged like a tidal wave, washing away all reason and leaving one teetering on the brink of collapse. He clenched his fist tightly, his nails digging deep into his palm. Even if the evidence is irrefutable, even if everyone condemns it. In his heart, Shen Yuepo, who would softly call him Big Brother, will always be the little girl who hid under the cherry blossom tree and handed him a piece of cotton candy. Chairman Shen rubbed his temples, seemingly trying to shake off some fatigue. and then changed the subject. There's one more thing. Moon Spirit has been back for some time now, mentioning Shen Yuepo. Shen Wangchuan's brows furrowed subconsciously again, and a hint of undisguised rejection flashed in his eyes. This suddenly appearing, unruly sister made him instinctively uncomfortable. Chairman Shen didn't miss the resistance in his son's eyes, but his tone left no room for argument. She's your sister. She's been living away from home for so many years. Now that she's back, she deserves the recognition she deserves. His gaze was deep. Go to the ancestral home and bring her back. It's time to prepare to open the ancestral hall and officially record her name in the family genealogy. Open an ancestral hall. Enter the family genealogy. Shen Wangchuan's voice suddenly rose, filled with obvious shock. What does that mean? This means that Shen Yuepo will no longer be a dispensable outsider or guest in the Shen family, but will be the rightful eldest daughter of the Shen family, with inheritance rights and a voice. This will undoubtedly disrupt the existing order of the Shen family and will deeply affect Shen Yuepo, who has just escaped death. He opened his mouth, and reasons for his opposition welled up on his lips, but when he met Chairman Shen's tired yet unusually determined eyes, all the words stuck in his throat. Chairman Shen's decision was clearly the result of careful consideration. Shen Wangchuan clenched and unclenched his fists at his sides, and finally, all his struggles and resentment turned into a barely audible sigh. He lowered his eyes, concealing the complex emotions within them, and his voice regained its usual composure, though it carried a hint of dryness. I'll pick her up first thing tomorrow morning. Early in the morning, Shen Yuepo sat alone in the empty front hall of the Shen family ancestral home, with a bowl of congee and side dishes brought by the butler, Uncle Zhang, in front of her. She ate very quickly, but her movements were not rough. They were simply done with a habitual efficiency. After being healed by the power of the primordial energy last night, the wounds on her shoulders and neck were no longer a problem, and her spiritual power had been largely restored. But the issue of the Shen family's ancestral home was like a thorn stuck in her heart. She got up and, without disturbing anyone, began to walk slowly inside and outside the large ancestral home. Seemingly casual, each step is actually taken in a specific direction, with the slightest movement of the fingertips guiding the flow of energy that is imperceptible to ordinary people. The layout of the Shen family ancestral home is quite strange. The winding corridors and the unusual direction in which the doors and windows open and close instead of allowing light and air to pass through create a kind of winding corridor evil. If a house is originally auspicious, it may temporarily gather wealth. However, in such a place where yin energy gathers, it will only allow evil energy, resentment, and illness to swirl and accumulate in the house, eventually slowly eroding the people living there. She stood by the stagnant pool, her brow furrowed as she looked at the withered leaves floating on the surface. This situation hasn't been in place for very long, but it's already showing signs of becoming increasingly menacing. The appearance of the spirit-devouring thread and the old woman last night was probably one of the evil spirits attracted by this ominous situation. Just as she was deep in thought, a sharp, piercing shout, mixed with chaotic noise, suddenly came from the direction of the neighboring house, breaking the deathly silence of the morning. Ah! Stop him! Stop him now! He's gone mad! Li Laosi has gone mad! He's biting anyone he sees! My arm is broken. Help! The sounds were filled with fear and chaos. Shen Yuepo's eyes sharpened, and with a slight movement, she used the momentum to leap onto the high wall on the side of the ancestral home's backyard in a few steps, standing on top and looking down. I could see the backyard of the neighboring mansion, which was also quite old but was clearly under renovation. The place was a complete mess. Several men dressed in workers' clothes were running away in terror, their faces filled with fear. In the center of the courtyard, a burly worker with bloodshot eyes and drooling mouth was making wild, guttural noises as he chased after the others as if in a frenzy. He grabbed a shovel from the ground and swung it wildly. A foreman-looking man who couldn't dodge in time was hit hard on the arm with the shovel and immediately let out a shrill scream. What made Shen Yuepo's pupils shrink even more was the black soil emitting a strong, fishy stench on the shovels wielded by the frantic worker. Where they had originally dug, they found a dense mass of white bones. Deep in the pit, a visible gray-black mist seemed to be spreading, drifting upwards in wisps. Yin energy. The yin energy was so dense it was almost solidified, and it was also mixed with soaring resentment. A mass burial pit? Shen Yuepo instantly understood why the worker had gone mad. Unaware of their surroundings, they unearthed the forbidden land where countless corpses were buried. The deeply buried resentment and malevolent energy erupted instantly, corrupting the mentally unstable person closest to it, and causing them to go berserk. "Stop!" A sharp shout rang out, and a man in his 50s, dressed in pajamas, rushed out, trying to stop the raging Li Laosi. "Li Laosi? What are you doing? Put it down right now." But at this moment, Li Laosi, whose mind was being corrupted by the evil energy, could no longer listen to anything. His bloodshot eyes suddenly fixed on the man who rushed out. With a roar, it raised the shovel, stained with dirt and faint blood, and brought it down hard on the man's head. Its movements were swift and fierce, carrying a savage and malevolent force. "Dad! Get out of the way!" A young girl's scream, filled with despair, came from inside the house. Just as tragedy was about to unfold, a gray-blue figure swept down from the high wall like a ghost. Shen Yuepo arrived first despite starting later, with incredible speed. With fingers drawn as if wielding a sword, he held a talisman between his fingertips and quickly pressed it onto a hidden acupoint behind Li Laosi's ear. As if struck by lightning, Li Laosi trembled violently, and his hand, which was holding a shovel, froze instantly. The frenzied crimson in his eyes receded like the tide, replaced by a blank and dazed look. Shen Yuepo continued moving, using her other hand to pat two major acupoints on his chest and dantian, the palm wind carrying pure spiritual power to exorcise evil spirits and suppress evil. Puff! Li Laosi suddenly spat out a mouthful of black blood, with a foul odor. His massive body swayed and then slumped backward, completely losing consciousness. In an instant, the crisis was averted. The entire backyard was deathly silent. Everyone stared in disbelief at the young woman in blue who had suddenly appeared, like a goddess descending to earth, and subdued the madman Li Laosi in one move. Shen Yuepo didn't even glance at Li Laosi on the ground. Her gaze passed over the still-shaken male homeowner. His gaze was fixed intently on the deep pit, radiating an aura of overwhelming resentment. His voice icy and carrying a warning. "If you don't want your whole family to die, fill this pit immediately." What's buried underneath is a mass grave containing the remains of 10,000 people. The man who nearly lost his life under the shovel was named Su Zhengguo. He took a deep breath, suppressing his racing heartbeat and the dizziness of surviving the ordeal. "Everyone, stop work immediately." Su Zhengguo's voice was calm and powerful, instantly silencing the chaos and whispers at the scene. "Take Li Laosi to the hospital for treatment." The workers, feeling as if they had been granted a pardon, hurriedly carried away the unconscious Li Laosi and quickly evacuated the backyard. Su Zhengguo then turned around and his gaze fell on Shen Yuepo. The girl in front of him was wearing a faded gray-blue Taoist robe, with a cold and aloof expression. She looked to be only a few years older than his daughter, Su Yan. But those eyes were clear and transparent, as if they could see through everything. Her methods just now left an extremely deep impression on him. He did not look down on the other person because of their age in the slightest. On the contrary, the detached temperament and methods that Shen Yuepo exuded made him instinctively realize that she was no ordinary person. Su Zhengguo's voice was calm and composed, carrying the air of someone who had long been involved in officialdom. "Young master, thank you so much for your help earlier. Please, may I have a word with you in private?" Shen Yuepo nodded slightly, said nothing, and followed Su Zhengguo through the corridor to the front hall of the neighboring house. Su Yan followed behind, still shaken, looking at Shen Yuepo with a complicated expression. The interior is furnished in a simple and elegant style, with the aroma of tea wafting through the air. The man personally poured her a cup of tea and pushed it in front of her. "My surname is Su, and I work in the provincial government." He paused, his brow furrowing slightly. "I just heard the young master mention the 10,000 burial pit. Could you perhaps tell me more about it?" Shen Yuepo took the teacup, her fingertips lightly tracing the rim, and a ripple inexplicably appeared on the surface of the tea. The 10,000 burial pit, as the name suggests, is a place where 10,000 people are buried. Her voice was calm, but a chill suddenly ran down one's spine. This place has accumulated yin energy for 100 years, and resentful spirits have gathered here. If you forcibly break through the soil, you will suffer from illness and injury at best, and your family will be destroyed and your life will be lost at worst. If you live on it for a long time, you will be corroded by the yin energy, suffer from all kinds of diseases, and die a peaceful death. Su Zhengguo's face grew paler and paler as he listened, and cold sweat poured down his back. He recalled that his father's health had been inexplicably declining recently, and the doctors couldn't find a specific cause. Could it be related to this? Su Yan was so frightened that she covered mouth. Su Zhengguo remained silent for a long time before finally speaking. "This house was originally the ancestral property of the Su family. We originally planned to renovate it and bring my father here to live out his retirement." He gave a wry smile. "I never expected it to turn out this way." "Little master, is there any way to resolve this?" Shen Yuepo looked up at him and said, "Yes, but the price will be high." He suddenly stood up and bowed deeply to Shen Yuepo, his posture extremely earnest. "No matter what the young master's request is, or how much the reward is, I, Su Zhengguo, will never refuse. As long as it is within my ability, I will definitely satisfy him. Money is not a problem for him. He has accumulated a considerable fortune over the decades." Shen Yuepo shook her head. "Money is nothing but an external thing to me. If you are truly grateful, why not voluntarily give me a wisp of golden light of merit from your body?" The person before me was a virtuous, an upright official who helped the world in both his past and present lives, and his body was surrounded by the dazzling golden light of his merits. If she can receive the blessing of this pure and virtuous thought, it will benefit her spiritual practice. Su Zhengguo was taken aback upon hearing this, and his brows furrowed slightly. Golden light of merit. Su Zhengguo was silent for a moment, then suddenly burst into laughter. "Good. As long as the family is at peace, what does it matter if you take everything, let alone a single strand?" His laughter was hearty, without the slightest hesitation. Shen Yuepo's eyes flickered slightly. It's no wonder that such a magnanimous person accumulates great merit. Shen Yuepo put down her teacup. "It can be resolved, but it won't be easy." Her voice was calm. "We need to first seal off the evil spirits, then perform a ritual to help the deceased pass on, and finally change the feng shui of this place before there is any hope of survival. The process is dangerous, time-consuming, and exhausting. It's all right. I'll follow master's instructions. Just tell me what needs to be prepared." Su Zhengguo's eyes shone with hope as he spoke decisively. "Okay, Shen Yuepo didn't waste any words and directly listed what she needed. Prepare immediately 2 caddies of top-quality cinnabar. Also, find 2 roosters over 3 years old and collect their calm blood. Additionally, prepare a live sheep and a whole chicken and send them here. Okay, I'll have someone take care of it right away. Suyen couldn't help but glance at Shen Yuepo. These things looked exactly like what a charlatan would use. Little master, Su Zhengguo wanted to ask for more details. I will come in the afternoon 2 days from now. Shen Yuepo stood up, said no more, and left the Su family's front hall. Her figure quickly disappeared outside the door. With Shen Yuepo gone, the tense and oppressive atmosphere eased slightly. Looking at her father's solemn face, and recalling the terrifying pit in the backyard, and the horrific scene described by Shen Yuepo, Suyen was filled with fear and unease. She subconsciously touched her phone in her pocket, and an idea popped into her head. She quietly slipped into the kitchen, took out her phone, and found a rarely dialed, encrypted number. The call was answered quickly, and a deep, strong male voice came from the other end. Yanner? What's wrong? Elder brother. Suyan's voice was filled with lingering fear. Something terrible has happened at home. She lowered her voice and quickly recounted what had happened that day. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone. Then Su Zheng's voice was reassuring. Yanner, don't be afraid. Protect yourself and stay away from that pit. Tell Dad I'll ask for leave and come back right away. Yes. Brother, come back soon. Suyen felt much more at ease when she heard that her brother was coming back. After hanging up the phone, Su Zheng sat in the barracks of the Special Forces Brigade, his brows furrowed. A mass grave, filled with malevolent energy? The situation was far beyond his comprehension, but it also made him keenly aware of the danger. He immediately stood up, grabbed his coat, and strode towards the captain's office. In any case, he had to go back in person. 2 days later, at sunset, the setting sun was like blood. A clearing has been created around the deep pit in the backyard of the Su family. Everything Shen Yuepo needed was prepared. Just then, the sound of screeching brakes came from outside the gate. Immediately afterwards, 2 tall, straight figures strode in. The person in the lead was Su Zheng, dressed in casual clothes, looking travel-worn as he stepped into the backyard. A man in a black uniform, with a special badge pinned to his chest, followed behind him. Their footsteps were silent, their aura restrained. These were the friends from the special department Su Zheng had brought with him. Qinlai, Dad, Yanner. Su Zheng saw his father and sister standing to the side. His tense nerves relaxed slightly, and he quickly stepped forward. Ah, Zheng. Su Zhengguo felt a little relieved when he saw his son return. Elder brother. Su Yan rushed over and grabbed Su Zheng's arm tightly, as if she had found her pillar of support. Qinli's gaze immediately fell on the deep pit in the backyard that exuded a chilling aura. His brows furrowed instantly, and his eyes became extremely serious. He whispered to Su Zheng, such heavy yin and resentment. No sooner had he finished speaking than another understated yet luxurious black sedan pulled up outside the Su family's gate. The car door opened, and Shen Wangchuan got out. He came to the ancestral home in Qingchuan to pick up Shen Yuepo and bring her back to the capital on his father's orders. When he heard from Uncle Zhang that she had come to the Su family, he came directly to find her. The Su family and the Shen family were old friends. The butler mistakenly thought that Shen Wangchuan had come to see Su Zheng, so he let him in. Shen Wangchuan walked through the front hall and into the backyard. His gaze swept across the field and immediately fell upon Shen Yuepo, who stood at the edge of the deep pit, dressed in a gray-blue Taoist robe, with a cold expression. Su Zheng was slightly taken aback when he saw Shen Wangchuan enter. Wangchuan? What brings you here? Shen Wangchuan was also surprised to see Su Zheng. Shouldn't he be in the army right now? Ah, Zheng, it's been a long time. Shen Yuepo, dressed in a suit and tie, stood under the corridor, looking at the figure not far away with a complicated expression. I've come to pick her up. He paused, then looked at the figure in the gray-blue Taoist robe in the center of the courtyard. That's my sister. She's your sister? Su Zheng was stunned. Su Zheng only knew that the Shen family had found their biological daughter, but he never expected that this was actually the eldest daughter the Shen family had just found. Shen Yuepo didn't explain further. He looked towards the edge of the pit, his eyes clearly showing disapproval. What is she doing? What is she up to now? In his preconceived notion, Shen Yuepo's skills were nothing more than tricks to curry favor with the powerful. Just as Su Zheng was about to explain that Shen Yuepo was helping the Su family avert a major disaster, Qin Li stopped him with a single look. Qin Li said in a low voice, "President Shen, your sister seems to be dealing with a very tricky matter. Let's wait and see." Shen Yuepo looked at Qin Li's solemn expression, and then at the seriousness on Su Zheng's face. His contempt and disdain subsided slightly, but he still harbored great suspicion and prepared to see how Shen Yuepo would perform. He wanted to see what tricks this little sister could pull. The center of the academy, Shen Yuepo ignored the newcomers, as if they were just insignificant background figures. She first went to the two roosters, made a small incision on each of their comms, and collected the blood into a bowl. Then, she picked up the fat sheep waiting to be slaughtered and, using the same method, took a bowl of its heart's blood. She quickly mixed 3 bowls of blood with cinnabar using a new brush, creating a bowl of thick, pungent blood ink. Immediately afterwards, she grabbed a peach wood stake, dipped her finger in blood ink, and quickly carved runes on the stake. With each stroke, the runes seemed to come alive, faintly emitting a golden red glow. After carving one piece, it is forcefully inserted into a specific position around the deep pit. 1, 2, 3. Her movements were so fast they were dazzling. Her bluish-gray figure moved swiftly around the deep pit. 9 peach wood stakes, engraved with runes, were firmly nailed around the deep pit, vaguely forming the outline of a huge array. 9 palaces suppressing evil spirits pile. Qin Li gasped in disbelief, his eyes gleaming with disbelief. This is not some Jiangyu trick, but a long-lost, orthodox method for suppressing evil spirits. His eyes were instantly filled with shock as he looked at Shen Yuepo. Shen Yuepo was also stunned. Although he didn't understand these things, Shen Yuepo's smooth movements and the faintly glowing runes on the peach wood stake were definitely not something an ordinary person could fake. For the first time, cracks appeared in his doubts. With the formation in place, Shen Yuepo did not pause for a moment. She grabbed the red cloth, flicked her wrist, and the red cloth unfolded. Using her fingers as a brush, she dipped them in blood ink and drew huge runes on the red cloth. After finishing the drawing, she let out a delicate shout and hurled the huge red cloth rune into the air above the deep pit. The red cloth, as if alive, hovered steadily above the deep pit, its runes flowing and radiating a powerful sealing force. The wispies of dark gray malevolent energy that had been emanating from the deep pit suddenly surged violently. A chilling, bone-deep wind, howling with countless resentful thoughts, rose from the ground, stirring up dust and gravel. The people under the eaves felt a chill run through their bodies. Shen Yuepo stood in the center of the formation, the wind making her Taoist robe flutter and her hair dance, but her figure was as steady as a rock. She made a hand seal and began chanting an ancient and obscure incantation. The sound was clear and melodious, with a strange penetrating power, which subtly overpowered the wailing of the evil spirit. By imperial decree, guide the spirits of the underworld to their rightful place. By imperial decree, with her final shout, she pressed her hands down sharply. Buzz! The 9 peach wood stakes simultaneously emitted a dazzling golden red light, connecting with each other to form a huge net of light. The red cloth runes hovering above the pit also shone brightly instantly, reflecting onto the churning black aura of resentment. The black energy twisted violently under the constraints of the light net and the suppression of the runes. Countless mournful and unwilling screams came from the depths of the pit, and the black energy almost broke free from its restraints and surged toward Shen Yuepo. Shen Wangchuan's pupils contracted sharply, and he subconsciously took a step forward, but Qin Li grabbed him. "Don't go over there." Shen Yuepo's face was slightly pale, clearly indicating that she had exhausted herself. But her eyes remained sharp as she made another hand gesture, pointing to the rooster and fat sheep prepared beside her. "Offer sacrifices to heaven to comfort your departed souls, dust to dust, ashes to ashes." By imperial decree, drawn by an unseen force, the rooster and the fat sheep seemed to be sacrificed. A pure life force mixed with Shen Yuepo's spiritual power transformed into a soft light that shone into the deep pit. Amidst a piercing shriek, the black mist dissipated, and dark red blood seeped from the cracks in the ground. Su Zheng tensed up, his soldier's instincts almost making him draw his gun, but he was so shocked by the supernatural scene before him that he couldn't move. The last wisp of black mist struggling in the pit finally dissipated completely, and the suffocating, chilling resentment receded like the tide. Although the white bones at the bottom of the pit still existed, the soaring, ferocious aura had vanished, leaving only a desolate and silent atmosphere. The wind stopped. The backyard returned to silence, broken only by the heavy breathing of the group. Shen Yuepo slowly withdrew her hand, fine beads of sweat appearing on her forehead, her face even paler, but her posture remained upright. Shen Wangchuan stared intently at Shen Yuepo's retreating figure, his heart pounding wildly. She wasn't just pretending. She really could exorcise evil spirits. The evil spirit has been sealed, and the vengeful spirit has been subdued. Within 3 days, fill this pit, sprinkle quicklime on it, and plant 9 peach trees and 9 willow trees. Within 3 years, no earth shall be moved here, no houses shall be built here, but it may be turned into a garden. She turned to Su Zhengguo, her voice tinged with wariness, yet still clear. Su Zhengguo was already trembling with excitement, and he quickly bowed, saying, "Thank you, little master." Just then, Qin Li, standing next to Su Zheng, looked at Shen Yuepo and couldn't help but let out a heartfelt sigh. "Captain Su, where did you find this real master?" His gaze toward Shen Yuepo was filled with unprecedented awe and curiosity. This young lady of the Shen family is no ordinary person. Su Zhengguo knew that if Shen Yuepo hadn't intervened, the Su family would have faced annihilation. He strode forward and stood before Shen Yuepo, his eyes open and resolute. "Little master, I have no way to repay your life-saving grace. Please take the promised golden light of merit." Shen Yuepo looked at Su Zhengguo, who exuded righteousness, and her cold eyes flickered slightly. She said no more, extended her right index and middle fingers, and gathered a point of extremely pure golden light at the fingertips, gently touching Su Zhengguo's brow. There was no pain as he had imagined. Su Zhengguo only felt a warm, gentle breath being drawn out from between his eyebrows. Strands of golden light flowed into Shen Yuepo's body through her fingertips. Shen Yuepo's body trembled slightly, and a feeling of comfort instantly spread throughout her body. It nourished the essence she had lost in setting up the formation today, and even her divine sense felt clear and comfortable. The extraction process was completed quickly. Shen Yuepo withdrew her finger, and Su Zhengguo slowly opened his eyes. His face looked slightly tired, but his eyes were still clear and open. He knew he had sacrificed something precious, but it was worth it to ensure the safety of his family. "Thank you. Your lifespan is not affected, and your blessings and foundation remain intact." Shen Yuepo nodded slightly to Su Zhengguo. Seeing that his father was unharmed, Su Zheng breathed a sigh of relief and was about to step forward to express the Su family's sincere gratitude once again. However, Qin Li, who was beside him, moved even faster. Qin Li squeezed in front of Shen Yuepo in one swift step, his movements so fast that even Su Zheng was taken aback. Where was the composure that Qin Li had displayed in his special department, which he had seen countless storms in? All that remained was undisguised excitement. "Master Shen, my name is Qin Li." His tone was urgent, even with a hint of respect. He is the head of a branch of a special department in the capital, specifically responsible for handling paranormal events. He quickly revealed his identity, his voice filled with barely suppressed excitement. "Master Shen, our special department is in dire need of top talent like you. Would you be interested in joining us? We offer excellent terms and benefits." Qin Li extended his olive branch swiftly and directly, making it incredibly tempting. Shen Yuepo, who was not far away, took in the whole scene. He stared blankly at the gray-blue figure that stood aloof and cold, despite being surrounded by the gazes of the crowd. For the first time, I felt that I might have really misjudged her. Faced with Qin Li's enthusiastic recruitment, Shen Yuepo's expression remained unchanged, as if she had only heard an insignificant question. She didn't even glance at Qin Li, simply uttering 3 words, "Not interested." After saying that, she ignored Qin Li, who was frozen in shock, and walked up to Su Zhengguo. He took out 3 pre-drawn amulets from his sleeve and handed them over. "Wear it close to your body. When filling the hole, be sure to do as I say." Seeing this, Su Zheng quickly stepped forward. "Miss Shen, my grandfather is still recuperating in the hospital. Could you, Before he'd finished speaking, Shen Yuepo interrupted him calmly. "Of these 3, one was originally prepared for your grandfather." Her gaze lingered on Su Zheng's face for a moment. "You're in the army, your body is full of yang energy, ordinary evil spirits can't get close to you, so you don't need this." After saying that, she turned around and walked straight out of the courtyard. When his gaze swept over Shen Yuepo, who was standing to the side with a complicated and unreadable expression, it did not linger at all, as if he were just a passerby in the air. Su Zheng tugged at Qin Li's arm. "I didn't say anything. How did she know I was in the army?" Qin Li wore a profound and inscrutable expression. A so-called master can slay demons and monsters, and also predict the future. As Shen Yuepo watched her figure disappear through the door, completely ignoring him, his heart felt as if it had been violently clenched. He chased after them almost without thinking. "Wait, Shen Yuepo." Shen Yuepo didn't stop walking as if she hadn't heard. Shen Yuepo quickened his pace and finally stopped her in front of the ancestral home. The night was slightly cool, and the moonlight was faint. Looking at the profile of the man before him, which appeared even more aloof and distant in the moonlight, Shen Yuepo was momentarily speechless. The prepared excuse of "come back to the capital with me" now seemed so pale and ridiculous. He took a deep breath, and for the first time in his life, he lowered his stance towards this younger sister whom he had always rejected. I'm here to take you back to the Shen family." He paused, his voice hoarse. "Dad's idea is that after we return to the capital, we plan to officially include you in the family genealogy." He carefully observed Shen Yuepo's reaction, hoping to see even the slightest fluctuation, even a hint of mockery. Unfortunately, Shen Yuepo's eyes remained calm, as if she had heard something that had nothing to do with her. She simply gave a faint, oh, perfect timing, it's time to go back and make a deal with the Shen family." Just then, a sudden cell phone ring broke the suffocating silence. The screen lit up, and the name Xiao Yishao appeared in the darkness. Shen Yuepo lightly swiped her finger to answer the phone. Xiao Yishu's deep, weary voice came through the phone. "Miss Shen? I'm sorry to bother you so late." May I ask where you are now? King Shen Yuepo's voice was simple and cold, revealing no emotion. King Xiao Yisu seemed somewhat surprised, but immediately got to the point. Some strange things have happened at a friend's house recently, and we would like to ask Miss Shen for help. When would be a convenient time for you to return to the capital? Tomorrow. Shen Yuepo didn't ask what the matter was, but simply gave the time. Okay, I'll contact you then. Xiao Yishu visibly breathed a sigh of relief. After the call ended, she put away her phone and walked straight into the ancestral home, never once glancing back at Shen Wangchuan. Shen Wangchuan stood frozen in place, the moonlight casting a somewhat disheveled shadow on him. The following morning, the Shen family's car drove smoothly toward the capital. The atmosphere inside the car was so quiet it was almost frozen. Sitting in the passenger seat, Shen Wangchuan glanced at Shen Yuepo, who was resting with her eyes closed, several times in the rearview mirror, hesitating to speak, but ultimately chose to remain silent. Shen Yuepo closed her eyes, but she wasn't completely at rest. She was analyzing the ominous layout of the ancestral home and also contemplating the affairs of the Shen family. Upon returning to the Shen family home in the capital, Shen Yuepo didn't even go back to that bedroom. She went straight to Chairman Shen's study, her goal clear. When the butler old Wang saw her, he immediately bowed. "Miss, you're back." The chairman, I need to speak with him. Shen Yuepo interrupted him directly. "Let her in." Chairman Shen's voice came from the study. Pushing open the door, Chairman Shen was standing in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window, deep in thought, his back view appearing somewhat somber. Hearing the door open, he turned around, looked at Shen Yuepo, and smiled. "Yuepo, is there something you need from your father?" Without exchanging pleasantries, Shen Yuepo walked to the desk and stood there, her clear eyes looking directly at Chairman Shen, getting straight to the point. "First, will not be included in the family genealogy." Chairman Shen's brows furrowed instantly. "Yuepo, what's wrong with you?" Shen Yuepo raised her hand to interrupt him and continued. "Secondly, the feng shui layout of the Shen Fan family's old residence in Qingchuan has been secretly altered, creating a dangerous situation that traps dragons and water, gathers yin energy and locks in evil spirits. Within 10 years, the Shen family's fortune will be exhausted, their descendants will wither, and their bloodline will be cut off." Chairman Shen's pupils suddenly contracted. He never doubted Shen Yuepo's abilities. Before Shen Yuepo returned to the Shen family, he had already investigated and found out that his daughter was very capable. The old house in Qingchuan is one of the foundations of the Shen family. Although he was not a member of the Etsuanmen sect, the weight of the 4 words, extinction of offspring and ominous formation, was enough to shake him to his core. Considering the recent turmoil in the Shen family, a chill instantly crept up his spine. Shen Yuepo looked directly into his eyes. "I can break this situation." Before Chairman Shen could speak, she uttered her final request. "After the impasse is resolved, the Shen family must voluntarily sever all kinship and karmic ties with me. From then on, my relationship with the Shen family will be completely severed, and we will have no other connection." The study was deathly silent. Chairman Shen's expression froze instantly, replaced by shock and disbelief. He stared intently at Shen Yuepo, as if seeing his daughter clearly for the first time, severing all ties, cutting off all favors, having no further connection. What she wanted was not money, not status, not compensation or guilt from the Shen family, but a complete severance. "Impossible," Chairman Shen spoke almost without hesitation, with absolute certainty. The voice rose in pitch with excitement. "Moon Spirit, you are of the Shen family bloodline, and no one can change that. You must be included in the family genealogy. There is absolutely no way you'll sever ties." He slammed his fist on the table and stood up, his chest heaving violently. He looked at Shen Yuepo as if he were looking at a rebellious child trying to break free of a cage. Dad knows you, mind you, Ru. If you don't want to see her, Dad can send her back to Qingchuan. Shen Yuepo listened to Chairman Shen's resolute rejection and seemingly compromising proposal without showing any expression on her face. She took a step forward, her clear eyes like a cold pool, staring directly at Chairman Shen. You really knew nothing about what Shen Yuepo did. Upon hearing this, Chairman Shen's body stiffened abruptly. His pupils contracted involuntarily, and his lips moved slightly, but he couldn't make a sound immediately. That brief but obvious hesitation, and that fleeting glance that seemed to avert its gaze, said it all. He may not have grasped all the details, or he may still be deceiving himself by fabricating reasons, but he is by no means completely ignorant. He simply chose to believe in the daughter he had poured 18 years of his heart into, and was willing to protect her at all costs. Shen Yuepo looked at the undisguised guilt on Chairman Shen's face and subtly curled the corners of her lips upward. A very soft chuckle sounded particularly jarring in the quiet study. Please consider my request carefully. She no longer looked at Chairman Shen's face, which had suddenly turned pale and ugly. The longer the ominous situation at the Shen family ancestral home drags on, the stronger the backlash will be. And it won't just affect your generation. Severing ties with me means the Shen family is cutting off an outsider. For me, it means severing a tragic relationship. It's a win-win situation. After saying that, she didn't linger any longer, turned around, and opened the study door without hesitation. The butler, Lao Wang, who was waiting outside the door, was so startled by Shen Yuepo's sudden appearance and the aura of coldness that kept people at a distance that he took a half step back. Shen Yuepo kept her eyes straight ahead, and her gray-blue figure quickly disappeared at the end of the corridor. The sound of the door closing came from behind me. Chairman Shen seemed to have all his strength drained away and staggered back into the large, leather chair. A cursed situation. He remained silent for a long time. Finally, he took a deep breath, picked up the internal phone, and spoke in a hoarse voice. Wangchuan, come to the study. Soon Wangchuan pushed open the door and entered. He keenly sensed that the atmosphere in the study was oppressive and suffocating. Dad? Shen Wangchuan approached and called out with concern. Chairman Shen did not look at him immediately, staring blankly into the void ahead. After a long while, he slowly spoke. Moon Spirit just came to see me. Shen Wangchuan's heart skipped a beat. What is she doing here? An ominous premonition rose in his heart. Chairman Shen uttered with difficulty. She put forward two conditions. First, she would not be included in the Shen family genealogy. Shen Wangchuan was taken aback. Not included in the family genealogy. She was actually willing to give up her title as the eldest daughter of the Shen family and her right to inherit the family business. Secondly, Chairman Shen's voice lowered. She demanded a complete severing of ties with the Shen family. From now on, they should be like strangers, with no further connection whatsoever. Severing ties? Shen Wangchuan gasped in shock, his face changing drastically. Chairman Shen wearily rubbed his throbbing temples and repeated Shen Yuepo's last words. Shen Wangchuan was struck dumb. Ancestral home in Qingchuan, a cursed location, and backlash. The shocking scene he had witnessed in the Susu family's backyard flashed through his mind instantly. Shen Yuepo's methods in suppressing the 10,000 burial pit were by no means supernatural tricks. Her warning was by no means unfounded. Dad, Shen Wangchuan's voice was more solemn than ever before. What she said is probably true. I saw it with my own eyes in Qingchuan. He eagerly told Chairman Shen what had happened in Qingchuan. Chairman Shen listened quietly. A long, deathly silence fell over the study. Seeing Chairman Shen's distraught appearance, Shen Wangchuan felt a mix of emotions. He paused for a moment before speaking. Dad, since she mentioned the ominous situation of the ancestral home, this matter is of utmost importance. I will immediately invite several reputable masters to Qingchuan tomorrow. No, tonight to have them thoroughly examine the feng shui of the ancestral home. If there is indeed an ominous situation, it must be resolved as soon as possible. Chairman Shen nodded. Okay. Upon receiving the instructions, Shen Wangchuan immediately turned around to prepare to make the arrangements. Just as he was about to open the door and leave, he heard Chairman Shen's deep, almost inaudible voice behind him. Looking at the river, Shen Wangchuan stopped and turned around. Chairman Shen didn't look at him. His gaze was blank as he stared out the window, as if talking to himself, or perhaps speaking to his son. I don't want to sever ties with her. He paused, not because of how capable she is now. I really want to make it up to her, to let her be recognized by her ancestors and become the eldest daughter of the Shen family with dignity. His voice choked for a moment, and a glint of tears seemed to flash in his eyes, so quickly that it was almost an illusion. But now it seems that what she seeks is precisely what the Shen family can least give her: freedom and peace. Chairman Shen slowly closed his eyes, as if using all his strength to utter those last few words. Our Shen family has wronged her. Whether she is excluded from the family genealogy or severed ties with us, perhaps that would be a relief for her. Without the Shen family, she would only fly higher and be more free. As soon as he finished speaking, the study fell into a suffocating silence once again. Chairman Shen leaned back in his chair, looking as if he had aged 10 years in an instant. Shen Wangchuan stood at the door, his fingers gripping the doorknob so tightly that his knuckles turned white. Previously, he had always thought that Shen Yuepo was feigning arrogance and pretending to be indifferent to the Shen family's wealth. At this moment, he was certain that she truly disregarded all of this. Shen Yuepo's room. Madame Shen stood at the door with an exquisite tray in her hand and gently knocked. His face showed obvious unease. On the tray were several delicate pastries and a bowl of warm bird's nest. Moon spirit, Mom has brought you some food. Her voice was soft, with a hint of cautious flattery. There was a moment of silence inside the door before a voice said, "Come in." Madame Shen pushed open the door and entered, and saw Shen Yuepo, still wearing a gray-blue Taoist robe, her long hair casually tied up, sitting by the window flipping through an ancient book. She gently placed the tray on the table, anxiously observing Shen Yuepo's reaction. Shen Yuepo looked up. "Thank you." Madame Shen looked at the faded gray-blue Taoist robe she was wearing, which seemed out of place in the Shen family's environment. Looking at the expensive dresses she had carefully chosen, but which were hanging in the walk-in closet, she felt a surge of bitterness and helplessness. She couldn't help but speak, her tone tinged with a hint of probing and barely perceptible grievance. "Moon spirit, do you not like the clothes your mother bought you? I've noticed you've been wearing this Taoist robe the whole time. When traveling long distances, a Taoist robe is convenient for movement." Shen Yuepo replied simply and clearly. Madame Shen's smile froze, her fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of her clothes. "These past few days, it's been my fault. I've been so focused on Yu Ru's affairs that I've neglected you." As she spoke, her eyes reddened, and she seemed genuinely remorseful. Shen Yuepo closed the book, without replying. Madame Shen suppressed her surging emotions and forced a smile. Thinking of Shen Yuru lying in the hospital, he felt that Yuepo should go and see her, which might ease the tension between the two. By the way, Yu Ru is in the hospital, still feeling down, and her wrist injury is... She carefully chose her words. "Would you like to go see her?" As soon as she said it, Madame Shen regretted it, worried that it would anger Shen Yuepo again. However, to her surprise, Shen Yuepo did not refuse immediately this time. Shen Yuepo's eyes flickered slightly. She really did need to go to the hospital. What Xiao Wangxing said about Shen Yuru was a mystery that had always lingered in her mind. At this moment, Madame Shen offered a ladder, which was perfect timing. "Okay," she replied casually. Mrs. Shen could hardly believe her ears. Her face instantly lit up with surprise and delight. "Okay. I'll have the driver prepare the car right away." As if afraid that Shen Yuepo would change his mind, she quickly turned around and went out to make the arrangements. Silence returned to the room. Shen Yuepo looked down at the white jade bracelet on her wrist, her eyes narrowing slightly. The things on Shen Yuru are not simple. She can't detect them, but there's a ghost. Perhaps she can. She raised her hand and tapped the white jade bracelet 3 times. Feng Jin. The bracelet glowed faintly, and Feng Jin's languid voice came. Shen Yuepo was completely direct and made no attempt at politeness. "I need to go to the hospital to see Shen Yuru. She might have a protective magic artifact on her that I can't sense. I need you to help me figure out what it is." The white jade bracelet remained silent for a moment. Immediately, Feng Jin's cold and indifferent voice came again, concise and to the point. "Agreed." One word. "Agreed." Shen Yuepo nodded slightly and said no more. She got up, straightened her gray Taoist robe, and went out the door. Downstairs, Mrs. Shen had already instructed her driver to prepare the car and was waiting anxiously. Seeing Shen Yuepo come downstairs, he quickly came to greet her and eagerly opened the car door for her. The car drove smoothly toward the hospital. Inside the car, Madame Shen tried to start a conversation several times, but when she met Shen Yuepo's calm and indifferent eyes, she silently swallowed her words. VIP ward at the Central Hospital of Beijing. Shen Yuru leaned against the hospital bed, her left wrist wrapped in thick gauze. Her face was pale, and she stared blankly out the window, like a fragile glass doll. Madame Shen gently pushed open the door, her voice extremely soft. "Yuru, look who's come to see you." "It's your sister." Upon hearing this, Shen Yuru's body stiffened almost imperceptibly. She slowly turned her head, and when she saw the gray-blue figure in the doorway, a strong sense of rejection welled up in her empty eyes, but she quickly suppressed it, transforming it into a pitiful mist. She called out timidly in a low voice, "Sister." Her voice was choked with sobs, as if she had suffered a tremendous injustice. Shen Yuepo walked into the ward expressionlessly, ignoring Shen Yuru's superb acting skills. Her gaze seemed to fall casually on Shen Yuru, but in reality she was focused, silently conveying her thoughts through the jade bracelet on her wrist. "It's her." The moment she stepped into the ward, the white jade bracelet on her wrist emitted a chilling aura that emanated from within the bracelet and precisely enveloped Shen Yuru on the hospital bed. Shen Yuru seemed oblivious, maintaining her pitiful, tearful expression. Shen Yuepo stood calmly by the bed, waiting for Feng Jin's feedback. An eerie silence filled the ward. Madame Shen looked at her frail and pitiful youngest daughter, then at her expressionless eldest daughter, and felt the oppressive atmosphere making it hard for her to breathe. A few breaths later, Feng Jin's thoughts slowly entered Shen Yuepo's mind. Interesting. A serpent-like nail was embedded beneath the skin of the back of her neck. Shen Yuepo was startled. The yin serpent devouring marrow nail. What is that? Feng Jin's thoughts continued to emanate. This nail is nourished by the essence and blood of living people. Once it enters the body, it merges with the bone marrow. It devours the essence and nourishes itself, unconsciously protecting the host and ignoring its evil deeds. It can be called the most evil and filthy thing. This explains why even Xiao Wangxing, who was about to become a vengeful ghost, could not get close to her directly. What's even more interesting is that this nail actually contains the aura of the rat who impersonated me in Fengdu. He is using this nail as a medium to secretly draw on the evil power nourished by this woman's wicked thoughts, while at the same time spying on this world. Shen Yuepo's eyes narrowed. She originally thought that Shen Yuepo had only bought magical artifacts from someone in the Xuanmen sect, but she had actually gotten involved with a traitor from Fengdu. If she were to kill Shen Yuepo, now under the pretext of exorcising demons, would she not be entangled in any karma? The moment the thought crossed Shen Yuepo's mind, she shook her head. That's too risky, let's see what happens next. In the ward, Shen Yuepo was still playing her role as a weakling, looking at Shen Yuepo with tears streaming down her face. Sister, I know you hate me, but I really never thought of taking your things. Just then, Shen Yuepo's usually calm eyes suddenly snapped upwards. A mocking smile curled at the corners of her lips. Just as Shen Yuepo felt a chill run down her spine from her gaze and was about to lose her composure, Shen Yuepo's cold voice rang out. Shen Yuepo, Jiao Wangxing asked me to pass on a message to you before she went to be reincarnated. Shen Yuepo's delicate expression froze instantly, and her pupils contracted violently and uncontrollably. Shen Yuepo leaned forward slightly, looking directly into Shen Yuepo's eyes, which widened in terror. His voice was like a whisper from the deepest hell. She said, Yuepo, the lake water is so cold. I'm down here, waiting for you. The fragility and grievance on Shen Yuepo's face vanished instantly, leaving only a deathly pale complexion and undisguised terror. Why does Shen Yuepo keep mentioning Xiao Wangxing? Could it be that she really can see ghosts and spirits? An overwhelming fear, like a venomous snake, instantly coiled around her entire body, almost suffocating her. But Shen Yuepo is Shen Yuepo after all. 18 years of pretense have long been ingrained in her bones. She forcefully suppressed all the turmoil, suddenly lowered her head, her shoulders heaving violently, and let out an even louder sob. Sister, what are you talking about? I really don't understand what you mean by reincarnation and lake water. I know you don't like me, but why did you say such terrible things to scare me? I almost died. Wah wah wah. She cried so hard she could barely breathe, raising her bandaged wrist. Mommy, I'm so scared. Is my sister crazy? She rushed to Madame Shen, who was equally stunned, and hugged her waist tightly, burying her tear-streaked face in her arms. Madame Shen was indeed quite frightened by Shen Yuepo's words. Is the lake water cold? Shall I wait for you down there? This sounds like the vengeful words of a ghost. Combined with Shen Yuepo's mystical abilities, Madame Shen felt a chill creep up from the soles of her feet. Looking at her trembling baby daughter in her arms, and then at Shen Yuepo's cold, expressionless face, she was at a loss as to whose side to take. Fortunately, Shen Yuepo did not intend to make things difficult for her. She has gotten the answer she wanted. She has seen it. Shen Yuepo's voice returned to its usual coldness, as if the murderous whisper from just now had never appeared. I'm leaving now. She stopped looking at the mother and daughter on the hospital bed, turned around and walked out of the ward, leaving behind Shen Yuepo's suppressed sobs and Madame Shen's comforting voice. Leaving the hospital, the afternoon sun in Beijing was a bit too bright. Shen Yuepo stood by the roadside and hailed a taxi. Driver, go to the nearest, biggest shopping mall. The driver glanced at the passenger in the rearview mirror with some surprise. The passenger was dressed in an old Taoist robe, but had a cool and aloof demeanor. However, he did not ask any further questions and started the car. Soon, the car stopped in front of a high-end shopping mall. Shen Yuepo walked into the bright, luxurious, and bustling shopping mall, but the environment, which was completely out of place for her, did not make her feel uncomfortable at all. With a clear goal in mind, she went straight to a brand store with an elegant style on the women's clothing floor. The shop assistant was taken aback for a moment when she saw her attire, but her excellent professionalism made her immediately come forward to greet her. Hello, how can I help you? Shen Yuepo's gaze swept quickly across the dazzling array of clothes racks, glancing over the brightly colored dresses and cheongsams. Ultimately, the focus shifted to a row of clothes primarily in natural colors, such as off-white and light gray. She made her choice decisively. Several high-quality off-white Remy long shirts, with diagonal plackets and Chinese knot buttons loose, comfortable, breathable, and flowing. Several pairs of dark gray cotton linen wide-leg trousers were worn to match, with excellent drape and allowing for free movement. The shop assistant helped her pack the clothes, but secretly admired Shen Yuepo's good taste. These clothes may seem simple, but the materials and tailoring are excellent, and they are quite expensive. Yet they perfectly match Shen Yuepo's refined and elegant demeanor, which is described as a person with a wealth of knowledge and refined taste. Carrying her newly purchased clothes out of the mall, Shen Yuepo felt much more relaxed. Changing out of this old Taoist robe means I've truly entered the world. Standing on the street, she took out her phone and opened a banking app that she rarely used. With a swipe of my finger across the screen, I entered a long string of account information, and without hesitation, I typed in the amount field, 1,000 Daozhi. Recipient, Lin Yangxin. Note, pseudo temple. Confirmed, enter password, transfer successful. Almost the very next second after the successful transfer notification popped up, Shen Yuepo's phone screen suddenly lit up, and a video call request labeled, "A cheap senior brother," popped up frantically. The frequency of the vibrations clearly demonstrated the excitement of the person on the other end. Shen Yuepo pressed the answer button expressionlessly. The screen was instantly filled with an enlarged image of a handsome face, with a touch of unruly roguish charm. "Little Moon," Lin Yangxin's excited voice almost burst through the phone speaker. "My dear junior sister, your senior brother didn't spoil you for nothing. 1 million. A whole million. Have you finally remembered your poor senior brother, who struggled in the Taoist temple, barely clothed and starving?" He exaggeratedly wiped away non-existent tears, his eyes shining with an astonishing brightness. "Wah, senior brother, is so touched. Don't worry, I'll rely on you to support me from now on. You must work hard to earn money. The more the better. I'm not picky about food. I'm easy to take care of." He patted his chest and assured them, his face revealing undisguised joy and anticipation at being a kept man. Shen Yuepo. She quietly looked at the grinning face on the screen. "The money has arrived." Shen Yuepo's voice was calm, as if he had only transferred out 100 yuan. "Hang up. Hey, don't hang up, don't hang up." Lin grew anxious. The playful smile on his face instantly faded, and a hint of concern seemed to flash deep in his eyes. "Wait, you suddenly transferred such a large sum of money. Are you going to do something dangerous?" Shen Yuepo stared at Lin Yangxin on the screen, who was prone to daydreaming, and remained silent for a moment. "There's nothing dangerous," she said calmly. "It's just, I have too much money and I'm burning it out." Lin Yangxin. His lips twitched. Was he even speaking human language? His response was a crisp, black screen. The video call was disconnected. Shen Yuepo was standing at the entrance of the mall, about to hail a taxi back to the Shen family home, when her phone suddenly vibrated. The name Xiao Yishu was displayed on the screen. Shen Yuepo raised an eyebrow slightly and pressed the answer button. Xiao Yishu's deep voice came through, carrying a rare hint of urgency. "Ms. Shen, I'm sorry to bother you. My friend's condition has suddenly worsened. Could you please come and see him now?" Shen Yuepo glanced at the sky and said, "Okay." Then she gave her location. "I'm nearby. I'll be there in 10 minutes. Xiao Yishu spoke very quickly and hung up the phone after he finished speaking. Shen Yuepo stood quietly on the bustling roadside at the north gate of the mall, carrying a bag. The old gray-blue Taoist robe had been replaced. She was wearing a newly bought off-white Remy long shirt with a diagonal placket and Chinese knot buttons, paired with dark gray, wide-leg trousers. The elegant colors made her skin look like jade. Her long, black hair was simply tied back, giving her a cool and aloof demeanor. It attracted the attention of passers-by. 10 minutes later, a black Maybach came to a smooth stop in front of her. The car window rolled down, revealing Xiao Yisu's sharply defined face. He paused for a moment when his gaze fell on Shen Yuepo, no longer wearing that old Taoist robe. The person before me, dressed in plain clothes, could not conceal the refined elegance in their bones. That ethereal tranquility is completely out of place with the surrounding hustle and bustle, like a fairy stepping out of a traditional Chinese ink painting, carrying an aloofness untouched by worldly dust. Even though Xiao Yisu was used to seeing socialites in the capital, he couldn't help but let a pure look of amazement cross his eyes at this moment. But this stunning moment was fleeting. He quickly pushed open the door and got out of the car, walking a few steps to Shen Yuepo. "Miss Shen, I'm sorry, this happened suddenly." Xiao Yisu's voice carried a barely perceptible urgency, clearly indicating that he was extremely anxious about his friend's situation. His gaze naturally fell on the shopping bags with luxury brand logos in Shen Yuepo's hands. Almost instinctively, Xiao Yisu reached out and took all the bags from Shen Yuepo's hands with remarkable ease. His movements were fluid, exuding a gentlemanly demeanor ingrained in the bones of a scion of a prominent family, yet without appearing overly solicitous. "Next time I come to a place like this to shop, I just need to give you the Shen family's address, or have the shopkeeper write down my name." He carried the bag and explained to her, "They will deliver it directly to your home, so you don't have to carry it yourself. This is a privilege reserved for top VIP clients, and it's a lifestyle that they're used to." Shen Yuepo glanced at him and did not refuse his offer to take the bag, simply nodding slightly. Xiao Yisu ignored her indifference, quickly opened the passenger door, and placed one hand protectively on the roof. "Please get in the car." The car was of a faint fragrance, and the seats were at just the right temperature. Xiao Yisu casually remarked, "The new clothes suit you very well." Shen Yuepo paused in fastening her seatbelt, but did not reply. As the car merged into traffic, Xiao Yisu, with one hand on the steering wheel, handed over a brown paper bag with the other. "Have something to eat first? I bet you haven't had lunch." The paper bag contained still warm osmanthus cake, its sweet aroma wafting through the air. Shen Yuepo glanced down at it, accepted it, and thanked her softly. She lowered her head and took a small bite. The sweet but not cloying taste melted on her tongue, and the fragrance of osmanthus lingered between her lips and teeth. She couldn't help but widen her eyes slightly, a hint of pleasure even appearing on her brows. If there was anything she would miss about the place down the mountain, it was probably the food. Xiao Yisu caught a glimpse of her subtly upturned lips out of the corner of his eye, and his tense shoulders relaxed almost imperceptibly. Fortunately, the pastries he bought from a time-honored shop in the south of the city were to her liking. "What exactly are your friend's symptoms?" Shen Yuepo swallowed the pastry and resumed her usual cool tone. "Audiovisual hallucinations, visual hallucinations. He keeps saying there's a woman in a red wedding dress choking him." He paused. "The strangest thing is, there really were finger marks on his neck." "A red wedding dress?" Upon hearing the descriptions of the red wedding dress and the choking, a knowing glint flashed in Shen Yuepo's clear, cold eyes. "The bride in the coffin," she uttered in a flat voice. Xiao Yisu tightened his grip on the steering wheel. "Bride in a coffin? What does that mean?" "A woman who was forced into a ghost marriage during her lifetime and was buried in a red wedding dress." Shen Yuepo's gaze drifted to the fleeting street scene outside the window. her voice carrying a hint of indifferent coldness. It harbors intense resentment, especially towards the living, particularly young men whose birth dates clash with its own. It will haunt its prey, creating illusions to torment them, and ultimately sever their life force, dragging them into the underworld to keep them company. Her words were calm, but their content was chilling. Xiao Yishu's expression grew even more grim, clearly indicating that his friend's situation matched perfectly. A brief silence fell over the carriage, broken only by the low rumble of the engine and the hustle and bustle of the city outside the window. Xiao Yishu took a deep breath, breaking the silence, his voice low and suppressed. "Miss Shen, about Shen Yuepo." He paused for a moment, then said, "The police haven't found any new key evidence yet. We've asked the Special Administration Bureau to intervene and secretly investigate Shen Yuepo. There's definitely something strange about her." He glanced at the aloof profile of the passenger in the corner of his eye and added, "The methods of the Special Administration are different from what we ordinary people understand. They always find a way to find evidence or make her slip up on her own." There was an unspoken meaning in his words. Even if the other party possessed mystical abilities, they would spare no effort to seek justice for Xiao Wangxing. After listening, Shen Yuepo seemed to understand the meaning behind his words, and she said, "Don't worry about me, I will leave the Shen family sooner or later." Xiao Chao chuckled softly, his Adam's apple bobbing in the shadows. He should have known that someone like her was always more clear-headed than anyone else. The car drove into a high-end apartment complex, with tight security in the city center. After parking in the designated underground parking space, Xiao Yishu quickly got out of the car and opened the door for Shen Yuepo. "He's on the top floor." Xiao Yishu led Shen Yuepo to the private elevator and pressed the button for the top floor. The elevator ascended rapidly, and the atmosphere in the cramped space grew increasingly heavy. The elevator doors slid open silently. The door to the penthouse duplex was wide open, and an extremely oppressive atmosphere permeated the space inside. Several burly bodyguards in black suits stood guard at the entrance, their faces showing tension and a hint of barely perceptible fear. Upon seeing Xiao Yishu, they felt as if they had seen their pillar of support, and quickly nodded in acknowledgement. "Young Master Xiao." One of the bodyguard leaders stepped forward and quickly whispered, "Young Master Xiao, you've finally arrived. Young Master Lu has had another attack, worse than ever before. We can't control him. We have no choice but to lock him in the master bedroom." No sooner had the words left his mouth than a scream, filled with extreme fear and pain, erupted from the direction of the master bedroom deep in the corridor. "Ah, let me go. Get away. Get away from me." A chilling coldness suddenly surged out from the crack in the master bedroom door, instantly engulfing the entire entryway. The bodyguards couldn't help but shiver and their faces turned pale. Xiao Yishu's expression was sullen. He stepped aside and looked at Shen Yuepo with unwavering determination. "Miss Shen, I'm counting on you." When Shen Yuepo pushed open the door, a heavy, eerie aura rushed out. She squinted and saw that the eldest young master of the Lulu family was tied to a chair with restraints. The veins on the man's long neck bulged, his expensive shirt was soaked with cold sweat, and his eyes were bloodshot as he stared intently at the eerie figure in mid-air. The figure was wearing a red wedding dress. The wedding dress was old-fashioned and worn, embroidered with faded gold dragons and phoenixes. Her long black hair cascaded down, covering most of her face, leaving only her pale jawline visible. A pair of equally pale hands with sharp nails were tightly gripping the neck of young Master Lu. Although there was no actual physical contact, the skin on Lu Xiao's neck strangely dented, revealing a bluish-purple finger mark. "Miss Shen." Seeing his friend's pained expression, Xiao Yishu lost his usual composure and his voice became urgent. Shen Yuepo's eyes narrowed, and without any hesitation, she stepped into the room filled with resentment. The moment she stepped in, the figure in the blood-red wedding dress seemed to sense something, and her movement towards Lu Xiao abruptly stopped. Her loose hair lifted slightly, revealing a face without features. Where eyes, nose, and mouth should be on that face, there was only a smooth patch of skin, like a peeled egg. Ah! A piercing ghostly howl, almost bursting the eardrums, suddenly rang out, filled with resentment and aimed straight at Shen Yuepo. Shen Yuepo snorted coldly, and instantly pinched a talisman between her right fingertips, then flicked it into the air. By imperial decree, vanquish evil. A soft popping sound rang out in the air, and the piercing ghostly howl came to an abrupt halt. At the same time, Shen Yuepo's left hand swiftly pulled out 3 yellow talismans covered with cinnabar runes from her sleeve. The incantation from his mouth was clear and rapid. Heaven, earth are boundless. The universe borrows its power. The 9 netherworlds decree, bind souls and lock spirits. Decree. The 3 talismans flew out of her hand, not directly towards the red-clad female ghost, but in a triangular shape, instantly sticking to the back and legs of the specially made chair where Lu Xiao was bound. The talisman shone brightly, forming a semi-transparent golden light shield that enveloped Lu Xiao and his chair. When the female ghost's pale claws reached for Lu Xiao's neck again, they were firmly blocked by the golden light, making a sizzling sound. The female ghost let out a painful scream and abruptly withdrew her hand. Roar! With the attack thwarted, the bride in the coffin was thoroughly enraged. Her suspended body suddenly turned towards Shen Yuepo, her faceless face facing her, her scarlet wedding dress fluttering without wind. All the unsecured items in the room began to shake violently and float. The resentment condensed wildly, like boiling black mist. She suddenly raised her hands, her 10 sharp fingernails growing longer, and fiercely grabbed at Shen Yuepo from mid-air. Shen Yuepo's eyes sharpened, and she took a step forward, her right index and middle fingers joined together, golden light flowing from the fingertips, holding on to resentment, stubbornly refusing to see the truth. As soon as she finished speaking, she pointed her fingers like a sword, which shone with a purifying golden light, and suddenly struck the faceless forehead of the bride in the coffin. The fingertips did not touch the physical body, but the golden light penetrated the resentment without any hindrance and precisely entered the female ghost's brow. This thought, like an invisible shackle, landed precisely on the enraged bride in the coffin. The female ghost's movement toward Shen Yuepo seemed to be paused, instantly freezing in mid-air. The boiling, resentful black mist stopped churning as if frozen. The floating objects fell to the ground with a plop sound. The bride's figure in the coffin suddenly trembled violently, and countless images filled with pain and despair flooded into Shen Yuepo's mind like a burst dam. Those were fragments of the female ghost's remaining memories. Xiao Lian, it's your good fortune to marry the young master of the Zhang family. A pretty young girl dressed in coarse cloth was being held down in terror by several burly old women who stripped her clothes off and dressed her in a red wedding gown. She struggled desperately, crying out, "Let me go! I don't want to marry a dead man." Upon seeing this, Shen Yuepo's sword finger trembled slightly. The sealed resentment flowed back along with the golden light, allowing her to see another scene. In the dimly lit morning hall, a pitch-black coffin lay. Beside the coffin was the body of a young man dressed in wedding attire, his face pale and bluish. Xiao Lian was bound hand and foot, stuffed into a coffin, and laid side by side with the male corpse. The coffin lid slowly closed, the last light disappeared, leaving only boundless darkness and the stench of a decaying corpse. Xiao Lian's terrified and desperate sobs were trapped inside the coffin. She scratched desperately, her fingernails drawing blood from the coffin lid. until finally, all fell silent. The screen flips again. In the cold, damp underground, resentment began to fester. Xiaolian's soul was imprisoned in a repressive coffin, enduring fear, darkness, and extreme resentment day after day. Why me? Why are you all alive? I'll make you taste this bitterness too. Fragments of memory receded like the tide. The golden light at Shen Yuepo's fingertips softened further, enveloping the trembling figure of the female ghost. Xiaolian, Shen Yuepo's cool voice, carrying a barely perceptible sigh, echoed clearly in the room where the resentment had dissipated. The coffin that imprisoned you is decayed, and the ropes that bound you are broken. You are free now, and need not linger here any longer, tormented by resentment. As she spoke and the golden light took effect, the dazzling scarlet wedding dress on the bride in the coffin began to fade, peeling off piece by piece like burning ashes. Bathed in golden light, the features of that faceless face gradually became clearer. That was Xiaolian's delicate yet sorrowful face. The resentment and madness in her eyes faded, leaving only endless sorrow and bewilderment. The golden protective shield that had been binding Lu Xiao also quietly dissipated. Lu Xiao stopped struggling and screaming, slumped in the chair, and gasped for breath. Although his eyes were still unfocused and terrified, the suffocating feeling of being choked had disappeared. Zhao Lian floated quietly in midair, her red dress as red as blood, but no longer churning with resentment. She glanced one last time at the disheveled Lu Xiao on the ground, then turned to Shen Yuepo and smiled gently. Thank you for your mercy, master. Shen Yuepo remained silent, only nodding slightly. Instead of summoning underworld officials, she raised her hand and made a hand seal, and a deep, dark gate to the underworld slowly opened in the void. A cold wind swept by, and Xiaolian's figure gradually became transparent, finally turning into a wisp of red smoke and drifting into the doorway. With her disappearance, the chilling atmosphere in the room and the lingering resentment vanished without a trace, like the receding tide. The suffocating chill and resentment in the room vanished completely. The temperature rose, and the light returned to normal. All that remained was a scene of utter devastation. Xiao Yishu rushed in to check on Lu Xiao's condition. Ah Jin! Ah Jin! How are you, young Master Lu, whose full name is Lu Jin, was leaning weakly against the chair, his face as pale as paper, and his hair and clothes soaked with cold sweat. His gaze remained unfocused for a while before slowly refocusing on Xiao Yishu's face, his voice hoarse and trembling. Yishu, I'm still alive. The one in the red shirt is gone. Although Xiao Yishu couldn't see the ghost, he could feel the fading chill. They're gone. Miss Shen saw them off. Shen Yuepo withdrew her finger, and the golden light at her fingertip disappeared. She glanced at the limp Lu Jin and said to Xiao Yishu, he has been deeply corrupted by resentment, and his mental state is greatly depleted. He should rest for a few days and avoid contact with evil places and ancient objects. As she spoke, she took out 2 folded calming talismans from her sleeve and handed them to Xiao Yishu. Thank you so much, Miss Shen, for saving my life. Xiao Yishu accepted the talisman and thanked her solemnly. Shen Yuepo walked to the window and sighed softly. Xiaolian's tragic experience is just the tip of the iceberg of the ignorance and cruelty of the old era. She was trapped for 100 years, her resentment unquenched, and ultimately chose to haunt Lu Jin because Lu Jin's birth date and time were extremely similar to that of the male ghost who died back then. In her distorted perception, filled with resentment, Lu Jin was the embodiment of a husband's family that had caused her to die for her. She mistook someone for someone else. This young master Lu Jin and Xiao Yishu are childhood friends. He has an outgoing personality and a passion for adventure and collecting antiques. Several months ago, while traveling, he stumbled upon an ancient lacquerware jewelry box. that had been buried in an abandoned old house. He intended to bring it back to be appraised to determine if it was an antique. Little did they know, this box was one of the vessels of Xiaolian's resentment, and also the medium that led her from the distant burial ground to Lu Jin's side. The root cause has been removed, he is now fine. Shen Yuepo walked out without looking back. When she reached the door, she paused slightly. The fee will still be half donated and then transferred to me. As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared outside the door. Xiao Yisu gazed in the direction she had left, his eyes darkening slightly. A moment later, he took out his phone and dialed the driver's number. Take Miss Shen back to the Shen family. He paused, then added, drive carefully, she's tired. Shen Yuepo had only been out of Lu Jin's apartment building and in the Xiao family's car for about 10 minutes when her phone vibrated. She looked down and saw a bank deposit notification text message. She tapped her finger to reply to WeChat, sending thank you, in Xiao Yisu's chat box, before putting her phone back in her pocket. At the same time, in a VIP ward at the Central Hospital of Beijing, Shen Yuru curled up on the hospital bed, her face as pale as paper. Shen Yuepo's cold words kept echoing in her mind. Xiao Wangxing said the lake water is so cold, she's waiting for you down there. A madwoman, Shen Yuepo is a madwoman. She bit her lip hard, her whole body trembling. Shen Yuepo seems to be able to see Xiao Wangxing's ghost. No, Shen Yuepo must die. A hint of madness flashed in Shen Yuru's eyes. She trembled as she pulled a black domino from under her pillow. This was a communication item left to her by that great man from Fengdu, which she had rarely used before. The dominoes were icy to the touch, and the runes engraved on their surfaces seemed to wriggle slightly as if they were alive. Shen Yuru took a deep breath, used a fruit knife to cut her fingertip, and dripped blood onto the center of the dominoes. Suddenly, the dominoes unleashed a chilling, bone-chilling black aura that instantly enveloped the entire ward. In the dark, misty ward, dominoes floated in mid-air, gradually coalescing into a blurry human face. Shen Yuru stared intently at that face. It was a face so handsome it was almost otherworldly, with sharp, chiseled eyebrows and deep, unfathomable eyes that gleamed with a chilling light. If Shen Yuepo were here, she would definitely recognize that this face is exactly the same as Feng Jin, who is sleeping in her white jade bracelet. My lord, Shen Yuru's voice trembled, her fingers unconsciously tightening around the bed sheet. When the gaze of Feng Jin in the dominoes fell on her, a look of surprise flashed across his face. That's really strange. His voice was deep and cold, just like the real Feng Jin. Within 2 months, you have called out to him twice on your own initiative. Shen Yuru trembled all over, quickly lowered her head, and her voice was trembling with tears. My lord, please save me. The real daughter of the Shen family, Shen Yuepo, who has returned, is a master of metaphysics. She seems to be able to see ghosts, and she said she would send Xiao Wangxing to take my life. The Feng Jin domino in the picture narrowed its eyes slightly, a dark and ambiguous emotion flashing in its eyes. Shen Yuepo, he repeated the name softly, his tone subtle. What did she do to you? As if grasping at a lifeline, Shen Yuru immediately embellished her account of Shen Yuepo's strange behavior after returning to the Shen family. My lord, she must die. Shen Yuru raised her head, her eyes filled with hatred. If she were alive, she would find out the cause of Xiao Wangxing's death sooner or later, and might even find out about the yin snake devouring marrow nail that you left on me. The dominoes representing Feng Jin remained silent for a moment, then suddenly let out a soft laugh. The laughter was chilling and bone-chilling, sending shivers down Shen Yuru's spine. Good. Shen Yuepo will die within 3 days. His voice was eerily calm, as if he were merely stating a given fact. Shen Yuru's eyes flashed with wild joy, but she quickly suppressed it, and asked with feigned concern, "Sir, what are you going to do with her?" "She seems very powerful." Feng Jin gave a chilling smile. "That's not something you should be asking." Before the words were finished, the black aura on the dominoes suddenly contracted, and the face disappeared. The temperature in the ward gradually rose, and the lights came back on, as if everything that had just happened was just an illusion. The dominoes fell back into Shen Yuepo's hands. After confirming that the dominoes had completely fallen silent, the fear and humility on her face vanished instantly. Shen Yuepo slowly sat up straight, a sinister smile curling at the corner of her lips, all traces of her previous pitiful appearance gone. "Heh, Shen Yuepo, let's see how you die this time." She looked down at the bandage wrapped around her wrist, a hint of disdain flashing in her eyes. She met this man 3 years ago. 3 years ago on a summer night, the Xiao family held an 18th birthday banquet for Xiao Wangxing. The capital's elite gathered, and the lights in the garden illuminated the night as if it were daytime. Shen Yuepo, dressed in a light pink dress carefully chosen by Madame Shen, stood in the corner, her gaze fixed on the center of the garden. There, Jiang Yubai was taking off his suit jacket and gently draping it over Xiao Wangxing's shoulders. Under the interplay of moonlight and lamplight, Xiao Wangxing looked up at him and smiled, while Jiang Yubai lowered his head and whispered something in her ear, causing her cheeks to flush red. Boom! Fireworks suddenly bursting in the distance illuminated the night sky, also reflecting Shen Yuepo's face, which twisted instantly. She watched as Jiang Yubai kissed Xiao Wangxing's forehead under the fireworks, his fingers digging so hard into his palm that he didn't even notice his nails breaking. On what grounds? She believed that her family background was no less than Xiao Wangxing's, so why did her brother Yubai, whom she had secretly loved for 5 years, only have eyes for Xiao Wangxing? At that moment, she had only one thought: kill Xiao Wangxing, kill her. Just as this thought arose, a deep, cold voice suddenly rang in her ear. "Do you hate it?" Shen Yuepo turned around abruptly and met a pair of deep, unfathomable eyes. It was a man dressed in ancient black robes, with a face so handsome it was almost otherworldly. He stood in the shadows, seemingly blending into the darkness. The strangest thing is that none of the surrounding guests seemed to be able to see him. "Who are you?" Shen Yuepo tried to remain calm, but couldn't control the trembling in her voice. The man chuckled softly, his gaze sweeping over Jiang Yubai and Xiao Wangxing, who were embracing and kissing in the distance. "I am someone who can give you strength, for example." He pointed at Jiang Yubai. "Make him only have eyes for you." Shen Yuepo's heart suddenly raced. Reason told her to stay away from this strange man, but the surging jealousy and desire in her heart made her blurt out, "What would you like?" The man was none other than Mingyi, disguised as Feng Jin, and a sinister smile curled at the corner of his lips. Mingyi raised his hand, and a wisp of black energy appeared at his fingertips, wrapping around Shen Yuepo's wrist. "I need you to help me find someone." "Who is it?" "Those who possess the golden light of merit, yet whose souls are pure." Mingyi's voice, like a venomous snake, whispered in Shen Yuepo's ear. "For each one I find, I will grant you one wish." Shen Yuepo's pupils contracted slightly. "Golden light of merit? What is that?" "Those who do good deeds and accumulate virtue will have a golden halo above their heads." Mingyi lightly touched her brow with his fingertip, and a cold power surged in. "Now, you can see it." The world before Shen Yuepo's eyes suddenly changed. She was horrified to discover that many of the guests present had faint halos floating above their heads. Xiao Wangxing was pure white, yet surrounded by a lot of golden light. Jiang Yubai and Xiao Yishu were purple, and in the corner an inconspicuous old butler had a small golden halo above his head. "Our first target is right here at this banquet." Mingyi whispered in her ear. "Kill him, take his soul and give it to me, and I'll let Jiang Yubai," He pointed to the center of the garden. I fell in love with you instantly. Fireworks burst forth again, illuminating Shen Yuepo's pale face and her increasingly distorted eyes. She looked at the old butler's kind smile, then at Jiang Yubai's gentle gaze as he looked at Xiao Wangxing. Good. The word was squeezed out between her teeth, so softly it was almost inaudible. Mingyi smiled with satisfaction and placed a jet-black domino into her hand. Use this to stab him in the back. That night, the Xiao family's old butler suddenly suffered a heart attack and died in the bathroom. No one saw Shen Yuepo trembling as she hid the blood-stained dominoes in her handbag, nor did anyone notice the fleeting infatuation in Jiang Yubai's eyes as he helped her up after she fell. That was the first soul she sacrificed. This was also the beginning of her descent into darkness. Fireworks exploded one after another in the night sky that night, and the banquet finally came to an end. Shen Yuepo stood outside the Xiao family's gate, watching Jiang Yubai walk towards her. His eyes seemed veiled in mist, reflecting only her image. Yuepo, Jiang Yubai's voice was incredibly gentle. I'll take you home. Shen Yuepo almost thought it was a hallucination. She instinctively turned around to look for the figure of the man in the black robe, but only saw Mingyi standing in the shadows with a playful smile on his lips. Inside the Jiang family's private car, Jiang Yubai's fingers ran through her long hair. When his kiss landed on her lips, Shen Yuepo tasted blood. She had bitten her own lip. The man she had looked up to for 5 years was now kissing her with the same lips that had kissed Xiao Wangxing. How ridiculous! She should have been overjoyed, but instead felt only irony. Because this wasn't the real Jiang Yubai at all. Sure enough, when the car stopped in front of the Shen family villa, Jiang Yubai suddenly frowned and released her as if waking from a dream. How? How did I get here? His gaze towards her turned distant again. I'm sorry, Yuepo, did I offend you? Shen Yuepo forced a smile and shook her head. No. But her nails dug into her palms. After getting out of the car, she watched Jiang Yubai's car speed away, knowing that he was going back to find Xiao Wangxing. How does it taste? Mingyi's voice sounded behind her. Shen Yuepo turned around abruptly, her eyes filled with twisted hatred. This isn't real at all. What I want is for him to truly love me. Mingyi chuckled softly, his fingers stroking her trembling shoulders. Then find me 99 more people with golden light of merit. He leaned down and whispered in her ear, with each additional person, his sincerity towards you grows stronger. Souls lost over 3 years. In the first year, Shen Yuepo still had reservations. She only dared to pick on elderly people who had no relatives or friends. Grandma Li from the nursing home, Grandpa Zhang, who's homeless on the street. Each time she stabbed them in the back with dominoes, she would close her eyes and silently say, "Blame Xiao Wangxing." The following year, she began to feel dissatisfied with the slow progress. Teacher Zhu from the kindergarten had a dazzling golden aura above her head, but she was accidentally hit and killed by a car while escorting children across the road. Dr. Chen, a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner who had been providing free medical consultations for 10 years, committed suicide after dispensing the wrong medicine at a pharmacy. By the time she reached the 10th person, she was able to watch without flinching as the other person turned into a dried-up corpse under the dominoes. Jiang Yubai's attitude towards her remained politely distant. Why is it still not working? One late night, she screamed at the dominoes. Mingyi's figure emerged from the black mist, toying with a wisp of golden light between his fingertips. Because of the person you want most. He chuckled softly. Xiao Wangxing, whom he loves, is still alive. Shen Yuepo was struck dumb. Yes, the golden light above Xiao Wangxing's head was more dazzling than all 10 people combined. However, the jade guanian that Xiao Wangxing wore since childhood was obtained from Mount Wudai by her maternal grandmother. Shen Yuepo had tried countless times, and whether it was poisoning or a car accident, that magical artifact always protected Xiao Wangxing from danger. Until the charity gala at the beginning of last month. When Xiao Wangxing changed into her dress, she casually placed the jade guanyin on the sink. Xingxing, you forgot your jade guanyin. Shen Yuepo smiled and handed over a wet wipe, but hidden under the cloth was a silver needle soaked in corpse oil. Xiao Wangxing took it without warning, and the moment her fingertip was pierced, the jade guanyin cracked in two. 3 days later, she lured Xiao Wangxing to the Yuhu Yao villa and killed her. Is it okay now? Shen Yuepo knelt in front of the dominoes, her eyes gleaming with a morbid expectation. Jiang Yubai should fall in love with me by now. Mingyi shook his head regretfully. Unfortunately, Xiao Wangxing's resentment was too strong before she died, and her soul polluted the golden light. If she is unwilling, I cannot obtain the golden light. But don't worry, he paused, then said, I've already taken care of those thugs who witnessed you pushing Xiao Wangxing into the lake. Every time you kill someone for me later on, Jiang Yubai will love you a little more. Thinking of this, Shen Yuepo suddenly burst into laughter while sitting in the ward. How ironic. To this day, she has killed 11 people, yet Jiang Yubai now looks at her with the eyes of an enemy. It's okay. She wiped away the tears of laughter. And there's Shen Yuepo too. The golden light emanating from the suddenly appearing real heiress was even more dazzling than that of Xiao Wangxing. When Shen Yuepo returned to the Shen family villa, it was already evening. Inside the living room, Shen Yichuan was fidgeting with his tie, seemingly waiting for someone. Hearing the door open, he subconsciously looked up. When he saw who walked in, he froze instantly, his pupils dilated slightly, and he even forgot to loosen his tie. The person in front of me. Is it Shen Yuepo? No longer was that old, oversized, bluish-gray Taoist robe. Wearing a beige Rami long gown with a diagonal placket, she looked slender and tall, and the simple color made her fair skin appear even more striking. Under the crystal chandelier, those clear, cool eyes seemed like pearls cleansed of dust, radiating a breathtaking brilliance. For the first time, Shen Yichuan realized with such clarity that his sister, who had been separated from him for 18 years, possessed such astonishing looks and demeanor. This kind of beauty is not the delicate and refined beauty of Shen Yuepo, but rather a natural and aloof beauty. His Adam's apple bobbed, as if he wanted to say something, but Shen Yuepo's gaze swept over him indifferently, as if he were glancing at an unimportant piece of furniture, before she walked straight through the living room and headed for the stairs. Shen Yichuan's words caught in his throat, leaving only anger and embarrassment at being slighted. Shen Yuepo returned to her room, casually tossed the clothes she had bought that day onto the floor, and then walked to the table. On the table was a clean white porcelain bowl that she had brought from the kitchen. Without any hesitation, she deftly swept her left wrist across her wrist. Crimson blood gushed out instantly, dripping onto the bottom of the white porcelain bowl. Soon, a small half-ball of warm blood had filled the bowl. After doing all this, her face paled slightly. She raised her hand and gently tapped the white jade bracelet on her wrist 3 times. Feng Jin, come out. The white jade bracelet trembled slightly, and a cold aura spread out. What is it? His voice was low and cold. Shen Yuepo pointed to the bowl of blood on the table. This is a gift of thanks to you. Thank you for checking on Shen Yuepo's body at the hospital today. A tall and slender slowly materialized in the room. Feng Jin maintained his indifferent and domineering demeanor, his unfathomable black eyes sweeping over the blood bowl on the table, his brows furrowing almost imperceptibly. His gaze fell on the slightly bleeding wound on her wrist, and his eyes suddenly turned cold, as if the temperature around them had dropped even further. No need. His voice carried obvious displeasure. Your constitution is special, bloodletting will deplete your vital energy, reducing your power by at least 30%. Shen Yuepo's cool eyes flickered slightly, a hint of surprise flashing across them. "How did you know I have a special constitution?" she blurted out, her voice betraying her wariness. "I noticed it when I was healing you at the ancestral home in Qingchuan that night. At that time I knew that the white jade bracelet could not only soothe my internal injuries, but also be a magical artifact for soothing your body." He slightly raised his hand, his fingertips lightly touching white jade bracelet on Shen Yuepo's wrist. A faint black current was slowly flowing from the bracelet into Shen Yuepo's skin. "Without this bracelet nourished by 1,000 years of ghostly energy, you would have already..." Feng Jin paused, not continuing, but the meaning was crystal clear. "She may have already passed away." The room fell silent. Shen Yuepo looked down at the white jade bracelet on her wrist, an item passed down through generations of abbots of the Xujing Temple. The master once said that she had a special destiny and a very weak constitution, so he made an exception and put the jade bracelet that should have belonged to the abbot on her wrist. The silence in the room was broken by Shen Yuepo. She looked up, her gaze falling on Feng Jin. "The blood has already been drawn. Don't waste it. Drink it." Feng Jin's unfathomable black eyes stared at her, with a hint of scrutiny and an indescribable emotion. The next second, Shen Yuepo felt a slight chill on her left wrist. Feng Jin had moved in front of her without her noticing, and his slender, jade-like fingers lightly brushed against the small wound on her wrist. The fingertips did not actually touch the skin, but a gentle force instantly flowed into the wound. The skin at the wound healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Without leaving even a trace of redness, Shen Yuepo lowered her eyes to look at her wrist, which had instantly returned to normal, and her heart stirred slightly. When will she be able to heal wounds with a wave of her hand, just like him? After doing all this, Feng Jin picked up the small white porcelain bowl. He tilted his head slightly, and a few drops of blood stained his perfectly shaped thin lips, making him look eerie and alluring. Shen Yuepo's gaze lingered uncontrollably on his face. She had seen his divine tranquility when he slept, and she had also seen his abyssal, prison-like pressure when he awoke. "But I have never seen him like this before, like a blood-stained god, or a demon fallen to earth. That ultimate, pure, yet contradictory beauty possesses an allure that destroys reason." Her gaze lingered, momentarily fixed on the object. As Feng Jin drank his last mouthful of blood and put down the white porcelain bowl, the trace of crimson blood remaining on his lips had not yet been completely wiped away. He keenly caught Shen Yuepo's brief, absent-minded gaze. The air seemed to freeze for a moment. Shen Yuepo quickly regained her senses, and the slight ripple in her eyes instantly returned to calm, as if it had never happened. She casually looked away, turned and walked to the bedside, her tone flat and emotionless. "All right, you can go back to the bracelet now. I'm going to sleep." The ashes did not disappear immediately. Shen Yuepo, his deep voice echoed in the quiet room. "Remember, I don't need your thanks at the cost of your own life." Before Shen Yuepo could respond, the tall and imposing figure transformed into a wisp of extremely faint black mist, instantly disappearing into the white jade bracelet on her wrist. Qingchuan Shen family ancestral home. The Shen family ancestral home, shrouded in night, appeared even more eerie than during the day. Even though the burial pit of the Su family next door had been suppressed and filled by Shen Yuepo, the gloomy and cold aura emanating from the Shen family's ancestral home was even stronger than before. Shen Wangchuan stood in the backyard of the Shen family home with Master Zhang, a highly renowned figure in the capital, and Master Zhang's two assistants. Master Zhang held ancient compass, his expression solemn. The magnetic needle on the compass spun wildly, as if being violently manipulated by an invisible force, making it impossible for it to point steadily. "Mr. Shen?" Master Zhang slowly put away his compass. The feng shui of this place is indeed, as your sister said. Someone has set up an extremely insidious and vicious trapping dragon and water, a formation that gathers yin and locks in evil. He took a deep breath, suppressing the horror in his heart, and pointed to the location of the ancestral home and the surrounding terrain. The location of your ancestral home was originally an excellent site, a place where a hidden dragon drinks from the water. It should have been a place of protection for future generations and a place of lasting blessings. But now, Master Zhang walked to a seemingly ordinary low stone wall in the southeast corner of the ancestral home and gestured to his assistant to clear away the loose soil, revealing a dark-colored stone slab underneath. This is a yin-gathering stone. This object is buried deep here, continuously gathering the yin and death energy from the depths of the earth and the surrounding environment, locking it within the foundation of the house. He pointed to the obvious signs of artificial alteration to the waterways behind the house, his voice growing increasingly heavy. The most fatal flaw is that the original flowing water was introduced under the house foundation, but had no outlet, turning it into trapped water. Water is supposed to govern wealth and fortune, but now it has become an accomplice in gathering yin energy and locking away evil spirits. Once this arrangement is complete, it's as if the entire residence has been transformed into a giant yin-gathering bottle, where all the negative energy can only enter and not leave, eroding the resident's fortune, vitality, and lifespan day and night. Shen Wangchuan felt a chill run down his spine. Master, is there a way to break this? Master Zhang gave a bitter smile and sighed deeply. Difficult as ascending to heaven. He looked at Shen Wangchuan, a rare hint of apprehension in his eyes. This situation is intricately linked. Forcibly breaking it will inevitably trigger a backlash, at best resulting in immediate death, and at worst bringing disaster upon the entire family of the one who broke it. This old man of mine wants to live a few more years. Master Zhang pointed to the yin-gathering stone. This object was probably made by mixing in the ashes of living people. The person capable of setting up such a deadly trap must be ruthless and possess unfathomable cultivation. I cannot see through it at all, let alone break it. He bowed helplessly and said, Mr. Shen, I am truly powerless to change this situation. Shen Wangchuan's heart sank to the bottom. Even someone of Master Zhang's caliber was helpless and was even too frightened to try. After seeing off Master Zhang, who dared not even accept the fortune-telling fee, Shen Wangchuan stood alone under the eaves of the ancestral home and dialed Chairman Shen's number. As soon as the call connected, he stubbed out his third cigarette. Dad, Master Zhang has taken a look. He repeated Master Zhang's words verbatim. Finally, he asked the question that had been weighing on his mind. Dad, think carefully. Who exactly has our family offended these past few months? And someone with such unfathomable background and such insidious and ruthless methods. On the other end of the phone, Chairman Shen fell into a long silence. So long that Shen Wangchuan thought the signal had been lost, he finally heard Chairman Shen's voice. The business world is like a battlefield, and you'll naturally offend quite a few people. But to say that someone is unfathomable and ruthless to this extent, I really can't imagine. Shen Wangchuan's Adam's apple bobbed. The pale moonlight cast a shadow on his top profile. Dad, he said in a low voice, but with an undeniable determination, just because Master Zhang can't do it doesn't mean there's no one in the world who can. A hefty reward will surely find a true master. This ominous situation must be broken, otherwise, he didn't say the terrible consequences, but both father and son knew them perfectly well. Good. Chairman Shen's voice was also extremely heavy, sparing no expense, using all connections and funds. Find it for me? After hanging up the call with Chairman Shen Wangchuan's doubts grew like wildfire. This ominous situation is by no means easily achieved. Who could have secretly buried a yin-gathering stone and altered the waterways in the Shen family's ancestral home? His eyes darkened, and he turned and walked towards the living room. Uncle Zhang. Inside the living room, the old housekeeper was wiping the table. He looked up at the sound. Young master, has anyone been in the backyard in the last few months? Uncle Zhang frowned, thought carefully, and then shook his head with great certainty. Young master, apart from the young lady's visit a few days ago, no outsiders have come in. Upon hearing this, Shen Wangchuan went to the monitoring room. His long, slender fingers flew across the keyboard, pulling up nearly a week's worth of surveillance footage from the backyard. The images flashed by frame, finally settling on the record of the day Shen Yuepo visited. On the screen, Shen Yuepo, dressed in an out-of-place old gray-blue Taoist robe, stood alone in the center of the empty and desolate backyard. Shen Wangchuan stared intently at the screen. At first, Shen Yuepo stood quietly in the scene, seemingly observing something, but soon, her actions changed. She pointed her right hand and moved it rapidly in the air, not at all like random dancing, but more like she was confronting some unseen force. Shen Wangchuan felt a chill run up his spine and his scalp tingle. This is absolutely not some kind of mystical act. His posture and aura were exactly the same as when he had witnessed her suppressing the 10,000 burial pit in the Su family's backyard. The surveillance footage showed that, apart from Shen Yuepo from a few days prior, no one else entered the premises. Shen Wangchuan stared at the screen, his brows furrowed, his thoughts churning. I have absolutely no clue what to do. This sense of the unknown, which he couldn't control, made him more anxious than any known enemy. We can no longer sit idly by and wait to die. Shen Wangchuan suddenly stood up, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. Since we cannot understand the enemy's methods, we can only defend ourselves in the most clumsy, but also the most direct way. He immediately dialed his assistant's flashlight phone. Contact a security company for me and dispatch the most elite personnel to patrol the Shen family ancestral home in 3 shifts, 24 hours a day. He paused, then added, tell them that if they see anything unusual, they shouldn't panic, but report it immediately. The reward will be tripled. After hanging up the phone, Shen Wangchuan walked to the window and looked out at the gloomy backyard. If no one can truly break this deadlock, will they really have to comply with Shen Yuepo's request and sever all ties with her? If it were the day she returned to the Shen family, he would have agreed without hesitation. But now, Shen Wangchuan suddenly realized that he couldn't imagine the scene of that girl with the always cold face, leaving the Shen family forever. This realization made him feel inexplicably tight in his chest, as if someone had gripped his heart tightly. The next morning, Shen Yuepo opened her eyes. The first rays of dawn were breaking outside the window, but she was wide awake. Last night she suddenly remembered something. After retrieving the Fengdu seal and soul-locking chain from Feng Jin, breaking the life and death pact, and severing ties with the Shen family, she is going back to Jingsu Temple. She frowned slightly, recalling the begging to be taken care of look on her cheap senior brother Lin Yangxin's face when he received $1 million. Her money-burning approach alone is clearly not enough. Moreover, given that guy's character, he'd probably just lie around even more comfortably if he had money. They slept in the sun all day, eating sunflower seeds, until they had slept so much that they had created human-shaped craters on the roof of the Taoist temple. No, he needs to move around. How could she do that? A resolute glint flashed in Shen Yuepo's cool eyes. Reputation. Sujing Temple needs a reputation and incense offerings to ensure a continuous source of funding for its renovations, and to force that lazy fellow Lin Yangxin to get busy and take on the responsibilities of the abbot. She took out her phone, tapped on Lin Yangxin's profile picture, and quickly typed, preparing to renovate the main hall of the Taoist temple. Starting next week, pilgrims will be coming to the mountain. Please be prepared to receive them. If you lose face and act frivolously, your source of income will be cut off. The message was sent successfully. She could imagine Lin Yangxin frantically jumping up and down in the Taoist temple, cursing and swearing, yet having no choice but to rummage through boxes and cabinets to find the scriptures. Very good. The next step is to figure out how to create a reputation and attract pilgrims. Shen Yuepo's thinking was clear and direct. Set up a fortune-telling stall on the overpass. Shen Yuepo finished washing and grooming. Without a moment's hesitation, she went straight into the tool shed in the backyard. When he came out a moment later, he had a piece of cardboard about the size of an A3 sheet of paper in his hand. It was taken from a discarded packaging box. She found a thick ink brush, and with a flourish of her brush, she wrote several powerful characters on the cardboard. Infallible predictions. No money if it's not accurate. Looking at the simple yet unrestrained signboard, Shen Yuepo nodded in satisfaction. Reputation? Let's start from the overpass in the most bustling area of the capital. Carrying her homemade sign, she had just reached the entrance of the living room when she encountered Mrs. Shen and Shen Yuepo, who were about to leave. Mrs. Shen was clearly dressed up carefully today. Her Chanel suit made her look elegant and noble. She was holding a bouquet of fresh white roses, clearly on her way to pick up Shen Yuepo from the hospital. Her eyes lit up when she saw Shen Yuepo's refreshing, neat, and charming outfit. Shen Yuepo was wearing a Remy long gown with a diagonal placket that she had bought yesterday, and her movements were graceful and unrestrained. Her long, jet-black hair was loosely tied into a low bun at the back of her head with a simple ebony hairpin. A few stray hairs fell beside her temples, making her cool and aloof face appear as if sculpted from jade, untouched by the world. This outfit does indeed have the air of a young lady from the Shen family. Only, Madame Shen's gaze sharpened slightly. This outfit was not one of the designer clothes she had bought for Shen Yuepo. A hint of sadness flashed across her eyes. His gaze then fell on the tattered cardboard in her hand, which seemed completely out of place with her demeanor, and he froze. Moon spirit, what is this? Madame Shen asked hesitantly. Get out, Shen Yuepo said succinctly. Where are you going? Mrs. Shen asked tentatively, clutching the bouquet tightly. Would you like to come with us to the hospital to pick up Yu-Ru? His words concealed a cautious expectation. I'm not going, Shen Yuepo refused decisively. I'll go to Tianqiao instead. Overpass? Madame Shen thought she had misheard. What are you going to the overpass for? Setting up a stall, Shen Yuepo said, shaking the tattered cardboard in her hand, her expression as calm as if she were saying the weather was nice today. Fortune-telling. These words struck like a thunderbolt, leaving both Madame Shen and Shen Yuepo stunned. Setting up a fortune-telling stall? Madame Shen's voice was filled with disbelief. Yuepo, if you need money, you can tell your mother. She hurriedly rummaged through her handbag, pulled out a card, and stuffed it into Shen Yuepo's hand. Here, there's 500,000 in here. Take it and spend it first. Ask me for more if you need more. Shen Yuepo's face instantly turned as black as the bottom of a pot. He stared intently at the tattered cardboard in Shen Yuepo's hand that read, ironclad predictions, his temples throbbing. Then look at her face, so aloof and almost otherworldly. Shen Yuepo. He shouted sharply, his voice filled with biting sarcasm. Have you made enough trouble? You dress like a respectable person, but it turns out you're going to be a fortune teller on the overpass? Are you out of your mind? You've completely disgraced the Shen family, setting up a stall on an overpass. How could you even think of that? Do you even know what dignity is? Faced with Shen Yuepo's roar and the card handed to him by Madame Shen Yuepo didn't even lift an eyelid. She avoided Madame Shen's hand, her voice indifferent and devoid of any emotion. My affairs have nothing to do with the Shen family. As for decorum, she tilted her head slightly, and for the first time, her cool gaze truly fell on Shen Yuepo's face. That gaze was like the coldest ray of moonlight atop a snow-capped mountain, causing his raging anger to falter inexplicably. In your eyes, the people living on the overpass are not worthy of talking about the word decency? These words were like a bucket of ice water, instantly extinguishing Shen Yuepo's anger and leaving him speechless for a moment. Shen Yuepo stopped looking at him and the flustered Madame Shen and went straight out the door. The morning light outlined her slender and upright back, and the simple sign in her hand exuded an aloofness that seemed untouchable. As Mrs. Shen watched her daughter's resolute figure disappear through the door, clutching the rejected card in her hand, she felt only bitterness and helplessness. Yuepo still didn't consider herself a member of the Shen family. This realization is crueler than any rejection. Mom, Shen Yuepo's irritated voice came from behind. Don't worry about her, that brat is very strange. After being beaten up by Shen Yuepo that day, he specifically asked his elder brother to find Master Zhang. It turned out that there really was a female ghost following him. It's clear that Shen Yuepo, that brat, really can see those things. Madame Shen acted as if she hadn't heard him. She mechanically stuffed the bank card back into her handbag, only to find that her fingers were shaking so badly that she had to try 3 times before she succeeded. A tear fell unexpectedly onto the crocodile skin bag, leaving a small, dark stain. She suddenly realized that she didn't even know what Shen Yuepo liked to eat, what size clothes she wore, or what brand of shampoo she used. She even remembered Shen Yuepo's preferences, down to the exact scent of the shower gel. The thought coiled around her heart like a venomous snake, causing her so much pain that she could barely stand. Mom, what are you standing there for? Yuepo is still waiting at the hospital, Shen Yuepo urged, reaching out to pull her. Madame Shen suddenly turned to the side to avoid his hand, her movement so fast that it startled Shen Yuepo. She hastily wiped away the tears on her face with the back of her hand, her voice hurried. Yuepo, go pick up Yuepo from the hospital yourself. I have something to do, I'll be back later. What could be more important than picking up Yuepo? Shen Yuepo frowned, his tone dissatisfied. Madame Shen did not answer, but quickly picked up the white roses on the ground and stuffed them into Shen Yuepo's arms. Then he almost staggered as he ran toward the garage, the sound trailing behind him. Don't worry about me, go quickly. Holding the bouquet, Shen Yuepo watched as Madame Shen hurriedly started a low-key black sedan that she rarely drove, quickly drove away from the villa, and merged into the traffic. The direction seems to be the direction Shen Yuepo just left in. What the hell? Shen Yuepo cursed under his breath, but ultimately got into another car with a gloomy face and went to the hospital alone. Mrs. Shen gripped the steering wheel tightly, her fingertips turning white from the force. She parked her car in a quiet spot, 1 block away from the bustling Xingyi overpass in the capital. She dared not get too close, for fear of being discovered by Shen Yuepo. She put on sunglasses and a mask, then took out a wide-brimmed sun hat from her bag and put it on, covering herself up completely before getting out of the car and mingling into the bustling crowd, walking towards the overpass. My heart was pounding in my chest, mixed with an indescribable sense of shame. The wife of the chairman of the prestigious Shen Group actually disguised herself and came to a place like Tianqiao just to secretly catch a glimpse of her daughter who was setting up a fortune-telling stall there. The entrance to the overpass was bustling with people, and the cries of vendors, the laughter of pedestrians, and the roar of vehicles mingled together, creating a noisy cacophony. Madame Shen frowned slightly. She rarely set foot in such an environment and felt that the air was somewhat murky. She squeezed into the crowd, her eyes searching anxiously. Finally, in a slightly secluded corner in the middle of the overpass, she saw that familiar figure. Shen Yuepo sat quietly on a simple little stool that she had found somewhere. The off-white rummy long gown stood out starkly against the drab surroundings, like moonlight that had strayed into the mortal world, its pristine cleanness incongruous with its surroundings. In front of her was a cardboard sign with the words, "Infallible predictions. No money if it doesn't work," written in thick ink. Shen Yuepo did not shout and solicit customers like the other vendors around her. She simply lowered her eyes slightly, her expression calm and undisturbed, as if the surrounding noise had nothing to do with her. Her aloof and detached demeanor did not overwhelm her. Instead, it acted like a magnet, quietly attracting curious or inquisitive glances. Mrs. Shen hid behind several pedestrians who were looking at their phones, watching from a distance. Seeing her daughter sitting in such a simple place with such a sign in front of her, her heart felt like it was being squeezed tightly by an invisible hand, a mix of bitterness and heartache. This girl is really pretty. Why is she setting up a stall here? Fortune-telling? So young? You must be faking it. I must say, this guy's demeanor really doesn't seem like that of a typical conman. Just putting on an act. There are plenty of swindlers on the overpass. The whispers of passers-by drifted intermittently into Madame Shen's ears, each word like a needle pricking her heart. She desperately wanted to rush up, grab her daughter, and leave, telling her that the Shen family could give her the best life. Just then, a well-dressed, plump woman of about 50 years old, wearing a pearl necklace, stopped in front of Shen Yuepo's stall. Her face showed obvious impatience and anxiety, and her eyes darted back and forth between Shen Yuepo and the signboard, as if she was hesitating. Madame Shen recognized her. She was the wife of a jeweler in the capital, surnamed Chen, whom she had met at a charity gala. Mrs. Shen subconsciously pulled her hat brim down even lower, her eyes behind her sunglasses fixed on that direction. Mrs. Chen was clearly troubled by something thorny. His gaze swept over the old men and women who had set up fortune-telling stalls on both sides of the overpass, but his eyes were full of suspicion and distrust. Finally, her gaze fell on Shen Yuepo, drawn by her unique and aloof temperament. After much hesitation, and with no other option but to try anything, I finally squatted down in front of the small stool, my tone filled with doubt and urgency. "Young lady, can you really predict the future? Something really weird has been happening in our house lately." She spoke quickly and urgently, as if she had finally found an outlet after holding it in for a long time. Our family has been in the jewelry business for a long time. But starting from the end of last month, several old items that have been passed down for generations in our safe have been disappearing one after another. We checked the surveillance footage several times, and the doors and windows were perfectly fine, without a trace. It's like they vanished into thin air. Calling the police didn't help either. My husband got so worried he developed blisters on his lips, and the elders in the family are even more suspicious, saying it's because he's been tainted by something unclean. I haven't been able to sleep well for the past few days. She rubbed her reddened eyes, looking at Shen Yuepo with a mixture of hope and doubt. Can you figure out anything? Is there really something, whether it's something else at work? Upon hearing this, Madame Shen's heart also tightened. The loss of a valuable family heirloom, with no known cause, is indeed strange. No wonder Mrs. Chen is so anxious. Shen Yuepo then raised her eyes. Her gaze settled calmly on Mrs. Chen's face, without any pleasantries or solicitation. Her cool voice stood out clearly against the noisy background. Your youngest son will face a calamity within 3 days, likely near water. Madam Shen's heart skipped a beat. Mrs. Chen clearly came to inquire about the lost items, so why is Yuepo suddenly cursing her child? Isn't that just asking for trouble? Sure enough, Mrs. Chen's expression changed drastically instantly. She stood up abruptly, her voice rising in volume. What nonsense are you spouting? My son is perfectly fine. You little liar, you won't answer my question and you dare to curse my son. I knew those people on the overpass weren't really capable. Her chest heaved with anger, and she pointed at Shen Yuepo, about to unleash a torrent of curses. All eyes were immediately drawn to them. Madam Shen's heart was in her throat, and she almost couldn't help but rush out to protect her daughter. However, Shen Yuepo remained completely unfazed by Mrs. Chen's fury, not even raising an eyebrow. She simply added a sentence, her gaze still fixed on the bracelet. The item on your wrist is haunted by evil spirits. If you do not discard it within 3 days, it will bring misfortune to your closest relatives. The lost items in your home also stem from this. These words were like a spell that froze enraged Mrs. Chen in place. The color drained from her face instantly. She looked at her wrist in horror, instinctively covering the bracelet with her hand, her eyes filled with terror. This bracelet is a lucky charm that she recently acquired from a master in Southeast Asia at a high price. How? How did you know? Mrs. Chen's voice trembled uncontrollably, her previous anger replaced by immense fear. Shen Yuepo stopped looking at her and lowered her eyes again, as if the conversation had never happened. Believe it or not, it's up to you. That's all I have to say. A tremendous fear gripped Mrs. Chen instantly. Son, her precious son. At that moment, she disregarded all decorum and suspicion and ignored the gazes gathered around her. His legs went weak, and he knelt directly in front of Shen Yuepo's simple stool. Master, little immortal. Please save my son. Mrs. Chen's voice suddenly rose, filled with sobs and unprecedented humility. I believe you. I believe what you say. Please tell me, my son. Is there really something wrong with my son? How can we resolve this? And what about our belongings? Is there any chance of getting them back? Please show me the way. I'm willing to pay any price. She was incoherent, and there was no trace of the elegance and grace of a jeweler's wife. All that remained were a mother and wife, utterly devastated by fear and completely at a loss. This sudden turn of events stunned the onlookers, and the whispers grew louder. Could this be a plant? Doesn't look like a shill. Mrs. Shen, hiding behind the crowd, was so shocked that she covered her mouth, her eyes wide open behind her sunglasses. Shen Yuepo, facing Mrs. Chen kneeling at her feet, pleading and crying, "Get up and speak." Mrs. Chen was intimidated by her imposing manner and shakily let go of her hand. She struggled to her feet, supporting herself on her knees, and looked at Shen Yuepo with pleading eyes. This item is called the soul-attracting bead. Shen Yuepo's gaze fell back on the sandalwood bracelet. It's not for warding off evil, but for attracting evil. It was made by a wicked monk from Southeast Asia. She lightly touched the bracelet with her fingertips, and Mrs. Chen felt a chilling coldness on her wrist. The items that were stolen from your home were not stolen, but rather taken remotely by the owner of these items. As long as this bead is not removed, the misfortune will not end, and the calamity that befell your son will also come to pass. Mrs. Chen felt a chill run through her body, as if she had fallen into an ice cave. It turns out the thefts weren't caused by thieves at all. It was that damned expert from Southeast Asia who was behind it all. It even implicated her son. Master! What should I do? Should I throw it away right now? Smash it? She frantically tried to pull at the bracelet on her wrist. Useless, Shen Yuepo said calmly. The aura has already been connected. Forcibly destroying it might anger the caster and cause them to accelerate the calamity. Mrs. Chen's hand froze in midair, looking at Shen Yuepo in despair. Then, take it down and place it on the ground, Shen Yuepo instructed. Mrs. Chen quickly took off the bracelet as if it were a hot potato and placed it on the ground in front of Shen Yuepo's feet. Shen Yuepo pointed her fingers together and quickly drew several runes on the bracelet on the ground. The movements were so fast that ordinary people couldn't even see them. Break! With a sharp shout, the seemingly ordinary sandalwood bracelet suddenly trembled. A wisp of black smoke suddenly drifted out from the gap in the bead, emitting a sharp screech that only Shen Yuepo could hear, before disappearing into the air without a trace. The bead itself instantly lost its eerie, subtly flowing luster, becoming dull and lifeless, like an inanimate object. All right, Shen Yuepo withdrew her finger. This object's evil nature has been broken. You may dispose of it as you see fit. The caster's connection to it has been severed, and they will suffer a backlash, unable to cause trouble again in the short term. Your lost items will reappear unexpectedly within 3 days. As for your son, she looked up, her gaze meeting Mrs. Chen's hopeful eyes. The flood has subsided, but it is still necessary to stay away from large bodies of water, especially for the next 7 days. If you have a fish tank at home, you should move it away or empty it temporarily. Yes. I will definitely do as I say. I will definitely keep a close eye on him. Mrs. Chen nodded excitedly. Seeing Shen Yuepo's posture just now, she now believed that he was a true master. Master, thank you. Thank you so much. She hurriedly opened her expensive Hermes handbag and pulled out a thick wad of cash. Seeing that the bag was thick enough to hold tens of thousands of dollars, and still feeling it wasn't enough, he pulled out all the cash and several bank cards from his bag and tried to stuff it all into Shen Yuepo's hands. Take these first, and if it's not enough, just name the amount. Shen Yuepo raised her hand and gently blocked the way, taking only 3 thin 100 yuan bills from the top of the stack of cash. 300 coins for divination is enough, she said calmly. Mrs. Chen was stunned. Master, this won't do. You saved my son and even helped our family find our heirloom? 300 yuan? That's not even enough for her to have a cup of afternoon tea. Shen Yuepo calmly placed 300 yuan into her faded old cloth bag. Then he raised his cool, clear eyes and looked at the agitated Mrs. Chen. If you are truly grateful. She changed the subject, her tone still calm, but her words clearly reached Mrs. Chen and the surrounding crowd who had pricked up their ears. 3 days later, the lost item will be returned to your home. After the turmoil has subsided, you may take this item with you. Shen Yuepo's gaze swept over the string of sandalwood beads on the ground, now devoid of their evil aura and dull in color. Go to Zujing Temple on Qingfeng Mountain in Qingfeng Village and burn it down to eliminate the filth. She paused, then added, donating some sesame oil to repair the temple is also a good deed. Mrs. Chen froze on the spot. She had assumed the master would demand an exorbitant fee and was even prepared to go bankrupt. Unexpectedly, the other party didn't ask for a penny, but instead pointed her in the right direction. In a flash, she suddenly had a revelation. The master is trying to make his Taoist temple famous. A master who can easily break such evil magic. Her Taoist temple must be no ordinary place. Mrs. Chen nodded repeatedly with great excitement, her attitude one of utmost reverence. Yes. I will definitely go up the mountain in 3 days and donate more incense oil to help the Taoist priests repair the temples. She bowed deeply to Shen Yuepo before taking out a silk handkerchief to wrap up the string of broken beads and hurriedly leaving the overpass. Madame Shen stood outside the crowd, her fingers gripping the bag strap tightly, unaware that her nails were digging deep into her palms. She watched as more and more people on the overpass vied to ask Shen Yuepo for divination. Seeing some people even taking out their phones to start filming, I suddenly felt a sense of disorientation. Is this really her daughter? A sharp, aching feeling suddenly welled up in Madame Shen's chest. She truly knew nothing about her biological daughter. She kept saying she wanted to make it up to her, but she never really understood her. Little Didi, please take a look at me. Strange things have been happening in my house lately. Master, I arrived first. My mother is seriously ill. Please show me the way. The crowd surged forward, completely surrounding the once quiet corner. Shen Yuepo frowned and took a half step back, her back hitting the cold railing of the overpass. The smell of cheap perfume mixed with sweat hit her face. Only one divination will be performed today. Tomorrow at this time, in this position, 3 more divinations will be performed. First come, first served. Ignoring the disappointed sighs and pleas of the crowd, Shen Yuepo began to tidy up the simple stool and the signboard. People unconsciously made way for her, yet they lingered, asking questions as if reluctant to let her go. Master, could you? If you really can't wait, you can go to Qingfeng Mountain in Qingfeng Village to observe the Xujing Temple. Shen Yuepo paused, her gaze sweeping over the anxious faces. Master Lin Yangxin is from the same sect as me, and his cultivation is profound. As soon as these words were spoken, many people immediately began to inquire about the exact location and route to the Xujing Temple. Shen Yuepo said no more, picked up her things, avoided the crowd that still wanted to gather around, and walked straight down the overpass. Moon Soul, a woman's voice, choked with suppressed sobs, rang out. Shen Yuepo turned her head and saw Madame Shen walking quickly towards her. She took off her sunglasses and mask, revealing a pair of eyes that were clearly from crying. She wasn't wearing a wide-brimmed hat, and her hair was slightly messy. She had lost all trace of the elegance of a noble woman. She rushed to Shen Yuepo and almost snatched the cardboard and small stool from her hands. Are you tired? Mom will take you home. Shen Yuepo looked at her disheveled appearance and saw the undisguised heartache and complex emotions in her eyes. He paused for a moment, then did not refuse, letting her take the things and following her to the car. The car was filled with the scent of a high-end fragrance, but it couldn't mask the cautious aura emanating from Madame Shen. Moon Soul. Looking at Shen Yuepo's profile in the rearview mirror, Madame Shen had 1,000 words in her heart, but she didn't know where to begin. In the end, she could only awkwardly ask the most trivial questions in an attempt to close the distance. What do you like to eat? Her fingers, painted with exquisite nail polish, unconsciously rubbed against the steering wheel. Mom will have the kitchen prepare it when she gets home. Chinese food? Western food? Seafood? Or dessert? By the way, what scent do you like for shampoo and body wash? Rose? Jasmine? Or, she went on, asking almost every question she could think of. It was as if they wanted to fill in the 18-year gap in an instant through this method. Shen Yuepo listened quietly, her gaze fixed on the fleeting street scenes outside the window. Just as Madame Shen asked her again if she liked a certain kind of flower tea, Shen Yuepo slowly turned her head and looked at her calmly with her cool eyes. That gaze was like a bottomless, icy pool, instantly choking Madame Shen's eloquent words into her throat. Madame Shen, Shen Yuepo's voice was soft, yet it struck Madame Shen's heart clearly. Have you ever heard this saying? Madame's heart skipped a beat, a strange unease rising within her. Whoa, what did you say? You can't have your cake and eat it too. Right now, you're only concerned about me, your daughter, showing me warmth and care. She paused slightly, her gaze seemingly able to penetrate the roof of the car and see the scene in another place at that moment. Your other daughter probably won't want to come home. The moment her words fell, it was as if to prove her point. The Bluetooth ringtone in Mrs. Shen's car sounded particularly jarring in the quiet cabin. When Madame Shen saw the name, Yichuan, flashing on the screen, her unease instantly intensified. Her fingers trembled as she swiped to answer the call, but before she could speak, Shen Yuepo's helpless voice boomed out, "Mom, where did you go?" When Yuru saw that you weren't here, she told the driver to turn around and go to the villa in the west suburbs. Now she's crying so hard she can't breathe, saying that you don't want her anymore. Madame Shen's face turned deathly pale instantly. She subconsciously glanced at Shen Yuepo through the rearview mirror. Shen Yuepo had already turned her gaze back to the window, her profile cool and calm. Madame Shen's heart felt as if it had fallen into a bottomless ice cave. You can't have your cake and eat it too. The palm of your hand is flesh, and the back of your hand is flesh too. But no matter which way she turned, it seemed she was stabbing another piece of flesh until it bled profusely. The car stopped in front of the Shen family villa. Shen Yuepo didn't glance at the distraught Madame Shen again. She got out of the car, picked up her tattered cardboard and small stool, and disappeared through the gate. Mrs. Shen sat in the car, her knuckles white from gripping the steering wheel so tightly. She took a deep breath, started the car, turned around and sped off towards the Western Suburbs Villa. As soon as Madame Shen pushed open the living room door, Shen Yuru's petite body was curled up in Shen Yuepo's arms, crying and trembling all over. Her eyes were swollen like peaches, and her long eyelashes were soaked with tears, clinging to her pale cheeks. My mom, dad, and older brother don't want me anymore. They only want my older sister. Am I really in the way? Wah, her sobs were intermittent, each word striking Shen Yuepo's heart and causing him unbearable heart-attacks. Nonsense. Who said that? Shen Yuepo held her tightly, his chin resting on the top of her head, his voice filled with heart-attack. With your second brother here. How could mom and dad abandon you? Don't think nonsense, that Shen Yuepo. Who does she think she is? He looked up and saw Madame Shen walk in. His expression instantly became complicated. Mom, where have you been? Look how badly Yuru is crying. Do you know how scared and upset she is? Have you really been bewitched by that Taoist nun, neglecting your own daughter whom you've raised for 18 years? Madame Shen walked over step by step, squatted down in front of Shen Yuru, and reached out to touch her daughter's tear-streaked face. Shen Yuru, however, shrank back like a startled bird. She buried her head deeper into Shen Yuepo's arms, only her red, tear-filled eyes showing as she timidly looked at him. Yuru. Madame Shen's voice was weary and helpless as she looked into Shen Yuru's eyes. Shen Yuepo's phrase, fish and bear's paw, echoed in her mind. She had to make a choice, or rather, she had to make Shen Yuru face reality. Yuru, listen to what your mother has to say. Madame Shen's voice was soft, yet carried an unprecedented seriousness. Mommy has never abandoned you, never. You will always be mommy's daughter, the apple of mommy's eye. Shen Yuru's crying subsided a little, but she was still sobbing, her eyes fixed on her. Madame Shen took a deep breath, as if using all her strength, before uttering the unavoidable truth. But Yuepo, she is her mother's biological daughter, whom she carried for 10 months and searched for 18 years. Shen Yuru's body stiffened abruptly, even her sobbing stopped, and she looked at Madame Shen in disbelief. Shen Yuepo's expression instantly turned even uglier, and he tightened his grip on Shen Yuru's arm. Mom knows this is hard for you to accept. Madame Shen's eyes also reddened, and tears silently streamed down her face. Mom, it took me a long time to accept this fact. But it's a fact that can't be changed. She reached out her hand, and this time Shen Yuru did not dodge, but her body remained stiff. Madame Shen gently grasped Shen Yuru's cold hand, her voice pleading. Yuru, mom loves you, and I love you, Po too. You two are both mom's daughters. Mom hopes Mom really hopes that you two can get along peacefully and become sisters. Our family needs both of you. Mom doesn't expect you to be as close as sisters right away. She just asks that you accept each other's presence and give each other a chance, okay? This was the first time Madame Shen had so firmly expressed to Shen Yuepo her hope that she would accept Shen Yuepo. Shen Yuepo was stunned. A tremendous sense of panic and anger instantly gripped her. Peaceful coexistence? Then what is Shen Yuepo? A joke of someone who usurped someone else's place? However, Shen Yichuan was right next to them, and Madame Shen's attitude was unusually firm at this moment. Years of pretense and scheming have been ingrained in Shen Yuepo's very bones. The next second, her tears flowed out like a flood. She suddenly threw herself into Madame Shen's arms, tightly hugging Madame Shen's neck, and burst into tears, her voice filled with helplessness. "Mom, I'm sorry. It's my fault. I was too selfish. I was just too scared." Wah! She buried her face in the crook of Madame Shen's neck, her scalding tears burning Madame Shen's skin. "I'm afraid that if I have a sister, you won't want me anymore. I'm afraid of losing this family, losing the love of my parents and brother. I'm afraid of becoming an unwanted orphan again." She cried her heart out, and every word she uttered struck the softest spot in Madame Shen's heart. "I didn't mean to be disobedient. My heart aches so much because my mom didn't come to pick me up. Mom, please don't abandon me, please. I'll be good. I'll try to get along well with my sister. I'll give everything to my sister. Please don't abandon me." These words, spoken with heartfelt sincerity, vividly portray the fear and humility of a girl who is afraid of losing love and home. The phrase, "I will give everything to my sister," in particular pierced Madame Shen's heart as a mother. Shen Yichuan listened from the side, his heart breaking. His disgust and rejection of Shen Yuepo instantly soared to its peak. That Shen Yuepo had suffered a tremendous injustice. Madame Shen held Shen Yuepo, who was crying and trembling, tightly in her arms, her heart breaking. The distance and indifference of her biological daughter, and the humility and fear of her adopted daughter, were like two blunt knives repeatedly cutting her. "Silly child, how could your mother abandon you?" Madame Shen sobbed uncontrollably, and could only hug Shen Yuepo tightly. In Madame Shen's arms, Shen Yuepo's lips, hidden in the shadows, subtly curved into a venomous smile. Inside Shen Yuepo's room at the Shen family villa, she was leaning against the window, her fingertips rapidly tapping on her phone screen, replying to a barrage of wailing and lamenting WeChat messages from Lin Yangxin. "A junior sister, will the worshippers really come? The temple doesn't even have a decent prayer cushion. A junior sister, I'm not ready to welcome the pilgrims yet. Hello? Junior sister, are you there? Answer me." "Don't play dead," Shen Yuepo typed expressionlessly. The pilgrims are arriving soon, take care." Just as I clicked send, there were two knocks on the door. "Shen Yuepo? It's me." Shen Wangchuan's voice outside the door sounded slightly tense. "Dad is waiting for you in the study. We have something to talk about." Shen Yuepo put away her phone, her eyes calm. She opened the door and met Shen Wangchuan's slightly haggard yet complex gaze. He didn't say much, but silently stepped aside to lead the way. The two walked one after the other down the heavily carpeted corridor, the atmosphere heavy with tension. The study door was pushed open. Chairman Shen did not sit behind his large desk as usual. He sat on a single sofa near the window, a cup of tea that had long since gone cold beside him, the warm yellow light of the floor lamp illuminating his tired profile. Upon hearing the sound, he immediately raised his head, his eyes bloodshot, but his gaze toward Shen Yuepo was full of gentleness. "Moon spirit is here. Quick, sit here." He quickly stood up, his tone gentle, completely lacking the authority of a business tycoon. Shen Yuepo sat down as instructed. Shen Wangchuan stood silently not far behind Chairman Shen's sofa, his gaze shifting between the two men with a complex expression. Chairman Shen did not immediately get to the point. He first looked at Shen Yuepo with concern, his voice slightly hoarse. "Old Wang told me you went out to set up your stall this morning. Are you tired? Hungry? There's been some bird's nest porridge keeping warm in the kitchen. Would you like some?" "Thank you, but no need." Shen Yuepo interrupted him directly. "Chairman Shen, what brings you here?" Chairman Shen was stung by the distant form of address, a flash of pain crossing his eyes, but he quickly composed himself and showed no sign of displeasure. He seemed to have made a great decision before speaking in a consultative tone. "Moon spirit, the 15th of next month is an auspicious day. Dad thinks we should go back to our hometown in Qingchuan. Let's open the ancestral hall and officially write your name into the family genealogy. What do you think?" He stared intently at Shen Yuepo's expression. "Don't worry, it won't be too high profile. As for reporters and such, Dad knows you don't like them, so I won't let them bother you. It's a ceremony for us, the Shen family, to acknowledge our ancestors and return to the clan. Your father wants to give you the proper status you deserve. To make up for the past 18 years, the air in the study seemed to freeze. Shen Yuepo's expression remained unchanged. In fact, it could be said that it was expected. She looked at Chairman Shen. "Are you really not going to consider my previous suggestion, to sever ties and let each other have some peace?" Upon hearing this, Chairman Shen did not interrupt or reprimand him as forcefully as before. He remained silent for a few seconds, and when he spoke again, his expression was one of profound and unwavering confusion. "Moon spirit, tell your father why you insist on leaving. Is it because your father and mother did something wrong? Did we make you suffer? Or are you harboring resentment that we lost you? What do you want? Tell Daddy anything you want, as long as you're willing to stay." "Daddy," Chairman Shen Yuepo interrupted his choked words. Her voice tinged with a barely perceptible sigh. "This has nothing to do with resentment, nor is it a ploy to play hard to get." She lowered her eyes slightly, her long eyelashes casting a small shadow beneath them, then raised them. Again, her gaze clear and calm. "I've long been used to living alone. I'm used to no one caring about me, and I'm used to the peace and quiet without any family ties. This peace and quiet is not a lack for me, but a freedom." She paused, looking at the pain in Chairman Shen's eyes, her tone softening slightly, yet still very frank. "Back at the Shen family, I can feel your and your wife's sincerity. I am very grateful for that sincerity." Her gaze swept past Shen Wangchuan, whose body was tense behind Chairman Shen, and she continued, "However, this sincerity needs to be divided in two. One half for me, and the other half for Shen Yuepo. This is perfectly reasonable. After all, she has been with you for 18 years and her affection is deep. However, the rest of the Shen family are hostile towards me. The only sister they truly consider to be Shen Yuepo is Shen Yuepo." Her gaze finally returned to Chairman Shen's face, which was etched with pain. "You want me to fit into this family. But this family, besides the genuine affection between you and your wife that needs to be shared, the space left for me is filled with alienation and undisguised hostility." Shen Yuepo's voice wasn't loud, but every word struck Chairman Shen and Shen Wangchuan like a hammer blow. "Chairman Shen, you are a very good father. But I'm sorry, I have no interest in letting your children accept me as an intruder, nor do I have any interest in competing with Miss Shen Yuepo for the already limited family affection." After he finished speaking, the study fell into a deathly silence, with only heavy breathing remaining. Chairman Shen leaned back on the sofa, as if all his strength had been drained away in an instant. He closed his eyes, and glistening tears welled up in the corners of his eyes. This daughter is too intelligent. She saw through the intentions of everyone in the family. And he, a father 18 years too late, had no right to try to keep her, only pain and helpless guilt. As Shen Yuepo stood up. Chairman Shen, I hope you will seriously consider my proposal. She paused, her tone becoming serious. Furthermore, the inauspicious feng shui of the old house is about to manifest its negative effects. It will likely come to pass very soon. You should take care of yourself. After saying that, she didn't linger and turned to leave. Moon Soul, Shen Yuepo shouted almost instinctively, suddenly rushing out from behind Chairman Shen and chasing after him into the corridor in a few steps. His tall figure blocked Shen Yuepo's path, his chest rising and falling slightly. Etc. Shen Yuepo's voice was slightly dry and hoarse as he looked into Shen Yuepo's calm and unwavering eyes. I admit that I was prejudiced against you before. And I thought you were a threat to Yuru. He took a deep breath, his gaze fixed intently on Shen Yuepo. If I am willing to truly accept you and treat you like my own sister, could you stay? I'll talk to Yuru and ask her to. Cannot. Shen Yuepo interrupted him, her voice calm and without the slightest ripple. She looked at the sudden dimming of the light in Shen Yuepo's eyes and stated the facts clearly. I've said it before, I don't need this kind of family affection that I have to fight for, and I don't need you to persuade Shen Yuru. My stay or leave has nothing to do with your wishes. Shen Yuepo's heart sank to the bottom. He opened his mouth, but found that he could no longer say any words to persuade him to stay. Seeing his distraught appearance, Shen Yuepo paused slightly in her steps. Her cool gaze lingered on his face for a moment before she finally spoke softly. For the sake of our blood ties, let me remind you, tomorrow, stay away from the water. Be especially careful around 5 p.m. After she finished speaking, she stopped looking at Shen Yuepo's expression, which had suddenly become one of surprise and uncertainty, and walked straight past him to her room. Shen Yuepo stood frozen in place, Shen Yuepo's warning, stay away from the water, still echoing in his ears. A chill crept up my spine. Could it be that the first person to experience the ominous feng shui configuration of the Shen family's old residence was himself? What time is the hour of 7 p.m.? Shen Yuepo returned to her room and closed the door behind her. As soon as she walked to the table, the white jade bracelet on her wrist vibrated silently, and a familiar, cold aura spread out. A tall, imposing black shadow materialized and took shape beside her. Feng Jin was still wearing a dark-colored robe with dark patterns, his black hair was loose, and his handsome face was less pale than before. The overwhelming aura emanating from him seemed to solidify somewhat. Your blood, Feng Jin's voice was low, lacking its usual coldness, is far more potent than mine. He paused mid-sentence, his golden pupils flickering slightly. Recalling the way Shen Yuepo had frowned and said, "Don't nitpick last time," his Adam's apple bobbed, and he abruptly changed his tone. The effect far exceeded my expectations. The internal injuries have stabilized by 70%. Shen Yuepo frowned slightly. Her master's words from her childhood echoed clearly in her mind without warning. Poor, your destiny is special, your constitution is extremely weak, and your blood contains a strange power. This is a glimmer of hope given to you by the heavenly Tao, but it may also bring disaster. Remember, do not let anyone take it easily. At the time, she thought it was just a joke to amuse the child. But now it seems... Feng Jin suddenly took a step closer, his shadow, carrying a chilling aura, looming over them. Shen Yuepo, who exactly are you? Shen Yuepo looked up to meet his gaze, her cool eyes reflecting the golden flames dancing in his pupils. Silence flowed between the two, and the air seemed to freeze. A moment later, Shen Yuepo parted her red lips slightly, just a mortal who grew up in a Taoist temple. Feng Jin stared at her intently. On that excessively handsome face, the indifferent expression remained unchanged, but the golden flames deep within his pupils seemed to flicker even more uncertainly. He could sense the extraordinary power in her blood, something that ordinary cultivators could not possess. "A commoner?" he murmured, his tone revealing neither joy nor anger, but rather a hint of amusement. His fingertips brushed lightly across the white jade bracelet on Shen Yuepo's wrist. A very faint sensation emanated from within the bracelet, the trace of the fusion of his power and Shen Yuepo's power. "This is the first time I've ever seen a mortal who can contain such a source of life in their own blood essence and nourish the ghostly energy of the underworld." After speaking, Feng Jin straightened up, and the shadow that had enveloped Shen Yuepo suddenly dissipated. He didn't ask any more questions. His gaze fell on her calm face, and he continued, "My injuries have improved, and my senses of the Fengdu seal have become much clearer." Shen Yuepo's eyes flickered slightly, and she finally looked at him. "Found it? The location has been determined, but it is blocked by a powerful barrier. We need to go and investigate in person." Feng Jin nodded. "I need to leave for 2 days." Shen Yuepo answered without hesitation. "Okay." Feng Jin's figure suddenly transformed into a wisp of extremely faint black mist and disappeared. The oppressive coldness in the room dissipated. The next day, Xing Sky Bridge. It was still a quiet corner, with the same simple stool and the same cardboard sign that read, "Infallible predictions. No money if it doesn't work." Shen Yuepo sat upright like a pine tree, her light pink Raimi robe fluttering gently in the breeze. Her cool and aloof demeanor stood out from the surrounding noise, attracting the attention of the crowd. Yesterday's dramatic scene involving Mrs. Chen had already spread privately, and today the number of people coming to watch was several times greater than yesterday. However, this pleasant atmosphere was soon shattered. 3 thugs dressed in a shabby style, with cheap tattoos on their arms, swaggered through the crowd and rushed straight to Shen Yuepo's stall. The leader was a young man with dyed yellow hair and a roguish look. He had a cigarette dangling from his mouth, and he casually placed one foot on the edge of Shen Yuepo's cardboard sign, glancing at her sideways. "Hey, little girl, I heard you're pretty accurate with your predictions." The blonde thug blew a smoke ring and said in a flippant tone, "Come on, tell us how my luck is today, and how my love life is going." The 2 companions next to him also joined in the commotion. "Exactly. When will our blonde-haired brother make a fortune? Little sister, don't blame us for being impolite if we're wrong." They laughed and sneered, their eyes darting around Shen Yuepo with ill intent, clearly there to cause trouble. A stir ran through the crowd. Some frowned, some dared not speak out in anger, and others looked at Shen Yuepo with curiosity, wanting to see how this little immortal would handle the situation. Not far away, a brand new sports car was parked on the side of the road. The car window rolled down, revealing Shen Yuepo's face, which looked like he was enjoying the show. He looked at the chaos on the overpass with a malicious smile on his lips. These 3 thugs were the ones he paid to annoy Shen Yuepo. Faced with the provocation, Shen Yuepo didn't even lift an eyelid. She seemed not to hear the jarring laughter, nor to see the dirty shoes stepping on the signboard. Just as the blonde thug was about to impatiently reach out and slap her, Shen Yuepo slowly raised her head. Those cold, clear eyes locked onto the face of the blonde-haired leader. "You." Her voice wasn't loud, but it clearly pierced through the noise, causing the blonde thug's smirk to freeze for a moment. The second child in the family, his father died early, his mother was often ill, and he had an older sister who married far away in the south and has not returned for 3 years. The blonde thug's smile froze instantly, and the cigarette he was holding fell to the ground with a thud. His eyes widened as if he had seen a ghost. How did you know?" "His father died in a car accident when he was 10 years old. His mother does take medication regularly, and his sister has been married and moved to Rongcheng for 3 years without returning home." Even his two brothers didn't know the details of these things. The crowd fell silent instantly, and everyone held their breath. Shen Yuepo's gaze swept over the coiled snake tattoo on his left arm, her voice completely flat. A snake coils around your left arm, its tail wrapped around a scar on your heart. 3 years ago, in the scrap yard of the old steel mill in the eastern suburbs, you fought with someone over a woman, stabbed him, and fled to the south. The scar was hidden under the snake's tail, and you thought it was harmless. The blonde thug's face turned deathly pale in an instant, and his body began to tremble uncontrollably. This happened 3 years ago. How could she possibly know? A chill ran from the soles of my feet straight to the top of my head. Shen Yuepo's gaze didn't linger. It slowly moved downwards, landing on the foot he was stepping on the signboard. Your shoes are new, but they're covered in mud and have a dirty look. Last night at 9 p.m., in the west of the city, you and others robbed a drunk girl on her way home. She struggled, but you pushed her, and she hit her head against the wall and fainted. The money is in your left trouser pocket. Boom! The blonde thug felt as if a thunderbolt had exploded in his mind. His legs buckled, and he knelt down straight in fright in front of Shen Yuepo, all traces of his previous arrogance gone. He was trembling like a leaf, his eyes filled with extreme fear, and his voice was choked with sobs. Almost a wail. Master, master, I was wrong. Please stop talking. Please save me. I don't want to go to jail. The two thugs behind him who had initially joined in the commotion were now terrified, their faces pale, and they retreated repeatedly, looking at Shen Yuepo as if he were a living llama. Shen Yuepo looked down at the blonde-haired man kneeling at her feet, tears streaming down his face. His forehead is dark and his face is contorted with rage. If he does not repent and turn himself in within a day, he will surely face imprisonment and bloodshed. I'll turn myself in. I'll turn myself in right now. I'll pay you back right away. The blonde thug was terrified and kowtowed repeatedly. Please, master, show me a way to survive. I beg you. I'll never do it again. I'll serve you like a slave. Shen Yuepo stopped looking at him, her gaze seemingly piercing through the crowd, landing precisely on the sports car parked on the roadside in the distance. Shen Yuepo was so frightened that he quickly closed the car window. A way out, she withdrew her gaze and looked at the people at her feet who were kowtowing repeatedly. Confess, return the stolen goods, and sincerely repent, and there may be a glimmer of hope. If you commit evil deeds again, the next calamity will be that of a doomed couple. The last sentence struck the blonde thug's heart like a heavy hammer. He suddenly remembered his girlfriend, who was still waiting for him to make it big and come back to marry her, a pair of doomed lovers. Overwhelmed by immense fear, he could no longer utter a word, simply collapsing to the ground and uncontrollably reaching into his pocket to pull out his phone to call the police. The onlookers were in an uproar. Pretty convincing, huh? The young man in the plaid t-shirt sneered, holding up his phone. Are scammers getting this realistic these days? The middle-aged woman carrying a shopping basket chimed in. Whether it's a scam or not, we'll know when the police arrive. Sitting in the sports car, Shen Yuepo met Shen Yuepo's icy gaze that pierced through the crowd through the car window, and felt a chill creep up his spine. He slammed on the gas, and the sports car roared to life as it fled the scene in a panic. That brat, she's really good at fortune-telling. A short while later, the sound of police sirens grew louder as Huang Mao and his gang were taken away. Shen Yuepo calmly cooperated with the police's questioning. When the police asked her to go to the police station with them, she simply nodded. Before turning around, she glanced at the group of onlookers who were still peering in, her voice cutting through the noise. I'll be back in a bit. Calculate 3 divinations. The sirens faded into the distance, and the brief commotion on the overpass subsided. The crowd did not disperse. Instead, it grew larger and more crowded than before. When Shen Yuepo reappeared at the entrance of the overpass, a murmur of discussion spontaneously arose among the crowd. "They're back! They're really back! I told you it wasn't a scam." The police took those 3 thugs away. My God, that scene just now was like a deity enlightening a villain. Hurry up and get in line. The master said he'll be telling fortunes again when he gets back. People spontaneously made way for her, their eyes following Shen Yuepo closely. Ignoring the intense gazes around her, Shen Yuepo walked straight back to her secluded corner. He rearranged the simple little stool and placed the battered cardboard sign in front of him. 3 divinations today. She raised her eyes, her clear, cool voice not loud, yet it clearly drowned out the surrounding noise. "The rest of you please leave." The crowd instantly stirred. "Master, please make an exception and look at a few more." "I've been waiting all morning." "Yes, master, there's a real emergency at my home." "Master, I'll add more money." 10 times the amount. However, Shen Yuepo simply shook her head slightly, her gaze calmly sweeping over the anxious faces, and repeated, "Only 3 divinations." Although some in the crowd were disappointed, having witnessed her methods just now, no one dared to force her. After a moment's hesitation, a small number of people slowly dispersed. However, a large number of people remained where they were, waiting to see what would happen. Shen Yuepo ignored the lingering crowd and turned her gaze to the first person in line seeking divination. A young girl who looked to be in her early 20s, with delicate features but a worried expression. She was wearing a faded white dress, her fingers nervously twisting the hem of the dress. Under Shen Yuepo's cold gaze, she appeared somewhat uneasy. She took a deep breath, squatted down in front of the small stool, her voice trembling slightly. "Great, master." She mustered her courage and spoke, her eyes instantly welling up with tears. I want to ask you to tell me, is my boyfriend my soulmate? Can we be together in the end?" By the end, tears were welling up in my eyes. Clearly, the girl was deeply troubled by her relationship and placed almost all her hopes on this fortune-telling. Shen Yuepo's gaze lingered on her face for a moment. A layer of gray, deathly aura enveloped the girl's brows. The area around the marital palace is even more dim and lackluster, with a very shallow yet clear broken line slanting from the end of the eyebrow into the temple. Shen Yuepo's brows furrowed almost imperceptibly. She remained silent for a few seconds, then, under the girl's hopeful yet incredibly nervous gaze, slowly spoke. "Break up within 3 days." The color drained from the girl's face in an instant, and she swayed violently, almost losing her balance. She stared at Shen Yuepo in disbelief, her lips trembling. What? Break up? Master, are you sure? We've been together for 3 years, and he cares about me a lot. What he cares about is your money and the security you can provide for him. Shen Yuepo interrupted her incoherent explanation. Your brows are lifeless, your palace is dim, you are destined to be plagued by villains, and you will be robbed at your bedside. At this moment, you are restless, and what you are worried about is not love, but the emergency money that he asked you for yesterday. The girl was struck dumb, completely frozen in place. She looked at Shen Yuepo in horror. That's right. Her boyfriend suddenly said yesterday that there was a family emergency, and he urgently needed 50,000 yuan to tide him over. He forced her to take out all her savings, and even asked her to take out an online loan. She didn't sleep a wink all night, worried about her boyfriend's family and feeling vaguely uneasy. How could this master have known? That money isn't for an emergency, Shen Yuepo said, her gaze falling on the girl's pale, dazed face. Instead, he used it to cover his gambling debts. He's already deeply in debt. This afternoon, he'll contact you again, with an even more urgent excuse demanding even more. "No, it's impossible. I don't believe it." The girl shook her head, tears streaming down her face, her body trembling, on the verge of a huge blow and collapse. "Believe it or not, it's up to you." Shen Yuepo withdrew his gaze, no longer watching her painful struggle, his voice indifferent. "The divination fee is 100. There is a 3-day limit. If you do not comply, bloodshed and financial loss will follow, and your parents will also be implicated." After saying that, she fell silent and waited quietly for the girl's reaction. The wind blowing across the overpass stirred up dust from the ground and also shook the girl's precarious world. A collective gasp and sympathetic whispers rose from the crowd. The girl, looking utterly dejected, pulled out a crumpled 100 yuan bill and placed it at Shen Yuepo's feet. Like a walking corpse, she staggered through the crowd and walked away. Shen Yuepo looked at her face before she left, his gaze sweeping over her brows. The layer of gray, deathly aura quietly dissipated, leaving only bewilderment and sorrow. Although she severed her ill-fated relationship and avoided a bloody disaster, she still had to slowly chew on the pain of heartbreak. Shen Yuepo expressionlessly put the 100 yuan into an old cloth that was also washed until it was faded. The next 2 divinations were, first, to point out the Wenchang direction for a mother worried about her son's college entrance exam prospects, and second, to help an elderly man who had lost his ancestral jade pendant find its whereabouts. By the time the 3 divinations were completed, the sun had already begun to set in the west. Shen Yuepo said no more, ignoring the crowd that still lingered and stared at her. She neatly packed up her small stool and signboard and turned to leave. The crowd spontaneously parted to make way for her, and no one dared to step forward to stop her. I walked down the overpass and joined the flow of people on the street. As dusk falls in the capital, the city lights begin to twinkle, and the bustling traffic continues unabated. However, Shen Yuepo's keen senses detected an unusual chill that was tightly wrapped around her back. It wasn't her imagination. Something was following her. Shen Yuepo's eyes narrowed slightly, and she quickened her pace without making a sound. Instead of taking the route back to the Shen family home, she turned into a relatively quiet, narrow alley leading to an old residential area. The alley was dimly lit, the streetlights were old and in disrepair, and the light was sparse. On both sides were mottled walls and the shadows of tall plane trees. When she reached the middle of the alley, at a corner almost completely shaded by trees, Shen Yuepo stopped. She didn't turn around. Her cool voice rang out in the quiet alley. "Come out." The moment the words left his mouth, a sudden change occurred. An invisible force instantly enveloped the alley. Although you can still see the blurry light and shadows and traffic on the street outside at both ends of the alley, the sounds seemed to be completely cut off. An eerie silence suddenly fell over the alley, as if the space had been forcibly blocked by a sinister force. Immediately afterwards, 10 thick, nauseating stanks of decay suddenly condensed from the void of the alley. 10 vengeful ghosts. They came in various shapes and sizes, their bodies shrouded in an overwhelming aura of bloodlust and resentment, their scarlet ghostly eyes fixed intently on the only living creature in the center of the alley, Shen Yuepo. As soon as they appeared, the temperature in the alley plummeted to freezing, and a thin layer of frost even formed on the ground. They didn't attack without any strategy. Instead, they subtly formed an encirclement, blocking all of Shen Yuepo's escape routes. It was clearly a carefully orchestrated scheme, designed solely to take her life. Shen Yuepo's pupils contracted slightly, and a sense of understanding flashed through her mind. Who else could command such a large number of powerful and cooperative vengeful spirits, and harbor such strong murderous intent towards her? But the pampered, good sister of the Shen family. It seems that Shen Yuepo and the fake emperor behind her have a pretty good relationship. In order to kill her, He not only blocked the space but also summoned 10 vengeful ghosts. In the blink of an eye, Shen Yuepo had no time to think further. Faced with a dead end, her cool face showed no fear, but instead a sharp edge emerged. The profound origin of heaven and earth, the root of all Kai. A clear shout echoed within the sealed space. She moved like the wind, advancing instead of retreating, rushing towards the 2 ghostly claws reaching out from in front of her. At the same time, his hands formed a mudra, and his fingertips instantly lit up with a dazzling golden light, like 2 miniature swords. A burst of golden light, carrying the most yang and strongest power to ward off evil, slashed fiercely at the 2 ghostly claws. A blood-curdling scream, so shrill it was inhuman, rang out. The 2 vengeful ghosts' claws melted away almost entirely under the golden light, releasing billowing black smoke. Their offensive faltered as they were in pain. However, attacks from other directions were already closing in from behind, with 3 resentful tentacles piercing towards her back and neck. Shen Yuepo lightly touched the ground with her toes, defying the laws of physics by shifting her body half a foot to the side, narrowly avoiding a fatal attack on her back and neck. But the clothes on his right arm were brushed by a resentful tentacle, and the fabric instantly turned to ashes. A deep, black scorch mark, revealing the bone, was left on his fair skin, and a chilling, excruciating pain, accompanied by intense resentment, instantly seeped into his body. She let out a muffled groan, her eyes flashing even colder, and said, word by word, "My new clothes are so expensive." Before she finished speaking, her left hand had even finished forming a mudra, while her right hand swiftly pulled out 3 yellow talismans covered with cinnabar runes from her cloth bag. By order of the 3 pure ones, fire god, burn, the yellow talisman spontaneously combusted without fire, transforming into 3 blazing white fireballs the size of human heads, radiating pure yang energy, which crashed down upon the 3 howling ghosts. A blinding white flame exploded in the dimly lit alley. The purest yang fire has a natural restraint on yin and evil things, and the 3 fierce ghosts hit by the fireball let out even more miserable howls. The soul fluctuated violently, billowing black smoke. Although it did not immediately dissipate, its aura clearly weakened. But these 10 vengeful ghosts were clearly given a death order and were fearless in the face of death. The tragic state of their companions did not deter them. Instead, it fueled their even greater ferocity. The remaining vengeful spirits, including the 2 whose arms had been slashed by the golden light, charged forward again with even more frenzied ferocity. Ghostly figures loomed, and a chilling wind howled. Shen Yuepo's spiritual energy was rapidly depleting, and the cold, ghostly poison was constantly eroding her meridians at the wound on her right arm. The waves of intense pain inevitably slowed her movements slightly. Piaft. A ghostly claw hidden in the darkness seized the moment when Shen Yu's spirit talisman fire had repelled the fierce ghost directly in front of her, and grabbed her left shoulder hard. Snort! Shen Yuepo's face turned pale with pain, but a fierce glint appeared in her eyes. She neither dodged nor avoided, but instead used her left hand to grab the wrist of the ghostly claw that was piercing her shoulder. With his right hand fingers together, the last bit of spiritual power gathered at his fingertips transformed into a dazzling golden light, fiercely piercing the vengeful ghost's crimson eyes. Breaking evil, the golden light pierced the ghost's eye with pinpoint accuracy. Ah! The vengeful ghost let out an unprecedentedly shrill and miserable howl. The entire soul instantly burst into flames, turning into a billowing cloud of black smoke in the blink of an eye before finally dissipating completely. However, this kill, achieved at the cost of injury, suddenly made her gasp for breath. Just then, 2 vengeful ghosts that had been lurking behind her seized this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. One lunged at her back, while the other aimed straight for her crown. A deadly chill instantly enveloped them. Shen Yuepo's old power was exhausted, and no new power had been generated. The spiritual power within her body was almost depleted. It's impossible to completely avoid these two decisive blows. She only had time to gather the last bit of spiritual power remaining in her body, barely managing to condense a layer of golden light shield, while at the same time twisting her body to the side with all her might. A ghostly claw pierced through the thin protective shield, tearing the clothes on her back and leaving 3 deep, bone-revealing claw marks on the right side of her back. Another ghostly claw grazed her temple, its sharp, ghostly energy slicing a bloody gash across her cheek and taking away a few strands of her flowing black hair. If she hadn't twisted her body at the last moment, that claw would have already crushed her skull. Well, Shen Yuepo's vision went black, and a metallic sweetness surged into her throat, which she forced down. The intense pain nearly made her faint. Her body slammed heavily against the wall before sliding to the ground. The wound on her back burned with pain, and the cold, ghostly poison pierced her body like countless fine needles, eroding her life force. The remaining few vengeful ghosts let out triumphant shrieks, like hyenas that have smelled blood, and slowly surrounded them again. Shen Yuepo leaned against the wall, panting heavily. Each breath aggravated the wound on her back, bringing excruciating pain. The bright red blood quickly stained his clothes, and the fabric on his left shoulder and back was soaked through. She watched the approaching ghosts, her cold eyes showing no fear, only a bottomless icy pool. Shen Yuepo's lips curled up slightly in a mocking arc. "Oh!" A faint chuckle rang out in the silent space. "This is the first time you've pushed me to this point." The sound was light and airy, yet it clearly reached the senses of every vengeful ghost, causing them to instinctively pause for a moment as they approached. There was no fear or despair in that laughter, yet it instilled a sense of instinctive dread in these vengeful spirits. Shen Yuepo suddenly raised her blood-stained left hand, pressing her fingers against her brow, the very spot where a cultivator's soul originates. At the same time, she frantically drew upon all the remaining spiritual energy in her body using a secret technique, pouring it all into her fingertips. "With my soul," her clear voice suddenly turned sharp, and her fingertips stirred that spark of soul light. Drawing upon the divine heavens, she chanted incantations rapidly, each syllable causing her already severely injured body to tremble violently, with blood seeping from her 7 orifices. The remaining spiritual energy around her, along with that bit of soul light, frantically converged towards the index and middle fingers of her right hand, which were clasped together. She was about to unleash the divine thunder of the heavens. The price was the dissipation of her own soul. "Strike with lightning," the last 4 words, spoken with the resolute air of her right hand, no longer pointed at any vengeful ghosts, but directly at the sky. The soul light compressed to its limit at the fingertip summoned divine thunder from the heavens. Using one's own divine soul as a guide and one's spirit as a sacrifice, one can incite divine punishment from the heavens. Once this move is used, not to mention these 10 vengeful ghosts, even if 100 more come, they will all be wiped out. Even if she dies today, she will never let these vengeful ghosts devour her. The surrounding vengeful spirits sensed the destructive aura emanating from the fingertip. They let out terrified screams and instinctively tried to retreat, but the space was sealed off, and they had nowhere to escape. Just as the glint of soul light at Shen Yuepo's fingertip was about to erupt completely, another anomaly occurs. The entire space, sealed by the power of the vengeful spirit, shattered like a fragile glass mirror, instantly dissolving into nothingness. The noise of traffic and the neon lights in the distance instantly flooded back into my senses. At the same time, a terrifying pressure, far more chilling than the yin energy of a vengeful ghost, instantly swept across the entire alley. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. The ferocious ghosts that had rushed towards them seemed to have been paused, their crimson eyes filled with immense fear. A figure dressed in a dark, patterned robe appeared in front of Shen Yuepo, his back to her, blocking the ferocious gaze of all the evil spirits. The black hair moved without wind. The newcomer simply raised his right hand casually. It was a hand as perfect as a jade carving, with long, slender fingers. As he raised his hand, the frozen space in the alley seemed to be given new rules. The air stopped freezing and instantly turned into a sticky swamp, rendering the frozen ghosts unable to even struggle. Explosions rang out one after another. The remaining 6 ferocious and powerful ghosts didn't even have time to utter a wail before they were completely crushed by the invisible spatial force. The moment that figure raised his hand, it turned into wisps of black mist and vanished without a trace. Inside the alley, the cold wind suddenly stopped, leaving only a strong smell of blood. Feng Jin slowly lowered his hand, as if he had merely brushed away a tiny speck of dust. He then slowly turned around. Dark golden eyes fell on Shen Yuepo, who was almost slumped against the wall, covered in blood, and barely breathing. His handsome face was expressionless, cold and devoid of any human warmth. He watched as Shen Yuepo forcibly maintained her last shred of consciousness, and looked at the wounds on her body that were emanating a ghostly black aura. Feng Jin remained silent. The next moment he bent down. An aura carrying the chill of the netherworld instantly enveloped Shen Yuepo. He extended the hand that had just easily crushed 6 vengeful ghosts and gently covered Shen Yuepo's left wrist, which was tightly clenched between her brows. A surge of pure, ghostly energy forcibly severed Shen Yuepo's secret technique of burning her soul, and it continuously channeled a powerful, life-giving force of the netherworld into her body. Cough, Shen Yuepo coughed up a mouthful of black blood. The violent power within her body was forcibly suppressed, and the intense backlash caused her vision to go black. She also exhausted her last bit of strength. Just as her consciousness was completely swallowed by darkness, Feng Jin's deep, cold voice clearly pierced through her blurred consciousness. Shen Yuepo, I forgot to tell you, our contract, those with low skill will die and their cultivation will be destroyed, while those with high skill will not be affected. He paused, as if to make sure her dying consciousness could hear him. In other words, even if your soul is scattered today, it will not harm me in the slightest. If you want to take me away like this, I'm afraid you can't. In the final instant before her consciousness sank into darkness, an angry thought exploded in her chaotic sea of consciousness. Who wants to die with a bastard like you? Filled with this intense resentment, she completely lost consciousness and collapsed into Feng Jin's arms. Feng Jin caught her body, which was so light it seemed weightless, and looked down at the pale face of the person in his arms, as well as the rainy robe, soaked in blood. His perfect jawline seemed to tense for a moment, and a complex emotion flickered deep within his eyes, which shimmered with dark gold flames. He didn't linger. Holding Shen Yuepo in his arms, he took a step forward. The space beneath his feet rippled like water, and with one step, his figure vanished from the spot. The bludgeoned and deathly silence in the broken alley were left far behind. Shen family villa, Shen Yuepo's room. The space rippled slightly, and Feng Jin appeared inside, carrying the unconscious Shen Yuepo. He didn't even glance at the excessively simple room, casually waving his left hand behind him. A visible barrier instantly appeared from the void, rapidly expanding and silently enveloping the entire room. Above the barrier, runes faintly flowed, isolating all sounds and prying eyes from both inside and outside. Feng Jin walked to the bedside and, in a less than gentle manner, placed Shen Yuepo on the bed. The off-white sheets were instantly stained red with blood seeping from the wound. He stood by the bed, looking down at the person lying on the bed, barely breathing. The 3 deep, bone-revealing claw wounds on his back were shrouded in black mist. The bloody hole on his left shoulder also emanated a chilling, ghostly poison. The faint blood stains on her cheeks marred her cool and perfect demeanor. The most troublesome are the vengeful ghosts and poisons that invade the meridians and frantically devour life force. Feng Jin's brows furrowed almost imperceptibly. He stretched out his right hand and hovered about an inch above Shen Yuepo's body. With his palm facing down, a pure, ghostly aura slowly emanated from him. As if they were alive, they precisely burrowed into Shen Yuepo's wounds. When the ghostly blue aura and the pitch-black ghostly poison came into contact, it was like ice water being poured into boiling oil, producing a faint, sizzling sound. The ferocious ghost poison was like a natural enemy in the face of the higher-level netherworld origin power, and was suppressed domineeringly. More and more of the pale blue streams gushed from Feng Jin's palm, gently enveloping Shen Yuepo. Within the cocoon of light, the power of the underworld gently cleansed her damaged meridians. Time passed within the silent barrier. Feng Jin's face turned pale at a visible speed. He was already suffering from internal injuries, and he had just forcibly broken through the spatial blockade and used his source power to heal Shen Yuepo, which consumed far more energy than expected. Finally, when the ghost poison in Shen Yuepo's body was completely removed and her chaotic aura stabilized, Feng Jin slowly withdrew his hand. The eerie blue light enveloping Shen Yuepo dissipated silently. He stood still, his figure swaying almost imperceptibly. He looked down at Shen Yuepo, whose breathing had become even and deep and who was no longer in danger of dying, and then glanced at the warm white jade bracelet on her wrist. A rare hint of laziness flashed across Feng Jin's eyes. So, beside Shen Yuepo's sleeping bed, he did something utterly unbecoming of his status. He lay down fully clothed. A dark, patterned robe was spread out on the white sheets, and long hair was scattered like silk around the pillow. He lay on his side, facing Shen Yuepo's sleeping profile, at a distance that was neither too close nor too far. His handsome face was pale, and his long eyelashes cast a small shadow under his eyes. The oppressive aura emanating from subsided, leaving only a strange tranquility. The barrier silently enveloped the room, isolating it from everything outside. Within the barrier, only the steady breathing of the two people mingled together. The next day, Shen Yuepo woke up. First, she felt a persistent soreness all over her body, especially in her back and left shoulder, reminding her that yesterday's brutal battle was not a nightmare. Then comes the return of the senses. A chilling aura lingered around her nose, sharp yet aggressive, mingling with the faint scent of blood on her body, to create a strange sensation. A steady, lingering, slightly cool breath seemed to brush against my cheek. She opened her eyes, somewhat bewildered. What came into view was not the familiar ceiling, but a handsome face magnified close to me. His long, dark hair, like the finest silk, spread out on the pristine white pillow, with a few strands even brushing against her neck, bringing a cool, ticklish sensation. His deep-set features were exceptionally clear in the morning light, and his long eyelashes drooped, casting a small, quiet shadow beneath his eyes, obscuring his unsettling dark gold eyes. Shen Yuepo's mind went blank for a moment. Did he bring her back? Did he lie beside her all night? This realization struck Shen Yuepo like an electric current, piercing through her chaotic thoughts and instantly bringing her to her senses. She sat up abruptly, almost as if ejected. The violent movement aggravated the wound on her back, causing her to hiss and gasp for breath, her vision blurring. Her actions also successfully startled the people around her. Feng Jin's long eyelashes trembled slightly, and he slowly opened them. His dark golden eyes initially held a hint of confusion from just waking up, but this was instantly replaced by sharpness and clarity, like a lurking beast opening its eyes. He stared silently at Shen Yuepo, who was clutching her shoulder and wincing in pain, his face expressionless and his words silent. Shen Yuepo clutched her throbbing shoulder and met Feng Jin's unfathomable gaze after he regained consciousness. Her heart skipped a beat. She forced herself to calm down, suppressing the slightly irritating heat in her ears, and cleared her throat. "Did you heal my wounds?" Feng Jin remained in a side-lying position, propping his head up with one hand, his dark hair cascading over his shoulder, his posture languid yet exuding an invisible sense of oppression. He looked at Shen Yuepo's forced composure, his thin lips parted slightly, and he uttered 3 words, his voice low and slightly hoarse from just waking up, yet still icy cold. "Otherwise what?" He paused, his gaze sweeping over the invisible barrier in the room, and asked in a calm tone. "Any other ghosts get in?" Shen Yuepo pursed her lips, avoiding Feng Jin's gaze that seemed to see right through people, and lowered her voice with unprecedented seriousness. "Thank you." Feng Jin simply looked at her quietly, without responding to her thanks. The atmosphere was somewhat tense. Remembering something more important, Shen Yuepo immediately pressed. "Where's the Fengdu seal? Did you get it?" Upon hearing this, Feng Jin's eyes narrowed slightly. "In the distance of Yuhu Lake, there is the Shen family villa. A false emperor can't obtain the real Fengdu seal." His tone was laced with sarcasm when he mentioned the impostor. He placed a taboo on the seal to prevent others from touching it. "I forcibly broke it." He was concise, but Shen Yuepo could imagine that it was by no means an easy task. Forcibly breaking a taboo that can seal the Fengdu seal would probably take just as much damage to him as healing her wounds. No wonder he looked so pale. No wonder, when they first met, he said that Shen's father and mother had the aura of what he was looking for. Shen Yuepo wanted to ask for more details, such as what the name of the person impersonating him was. She was determined to collect yesterday's debt herself. But before he could speak, Feng Jin's brow furrowed almost imperceptibly. Those dark golden eyes suddenly rose and swept over Shen Yuepo without any hesitation. Then, he parted his thin lips slightly, and the words he uttered were still cold, but with an added hint of obvious disdain. "Shen Yuepo, are you sure? You want to continue discussing these things with me looking like this?" "Shen Yuepo." She froze, then and abruptly looked down at herself. The dried, blackened bloodstains congealed into hard lumps on the light pink Remy long shirt, emitting a faint bloody smell. Her hair was disheveled and stuck to her cheeks and neck, and her face seemed to be stained with blood. She looked utterly wretched. An unprecedented sense of embarrassment overwhelmed her in an instant. I'll go clean it up." Shen Yuepo jumped off the bed almost as if fleeing, ignoring the pain in her back. He rushed into the bathroom that was attached to the room as fast as he could and slammed the door shut behind him. In a flash, the bathroom door opened again. Shen Yuepo walked quickly towards the dressing room with a tense face. When she came out, she was carrying a set of clean clothes to change into, deliberately avoiding Feng Jin's gaze the whole time. As she passed the bed, she suddenly stopped. She took off the white jade bracelet from her wrist and placed it beside Feng Jin. After doing all this, she returned to the bathroom and closed the door. The sound of flowing water filled the air. This time, she stayed inside for a long time. When the sound of water stopped and the bathroom door opened again, Shen Yuepo came out, having changed into a clean, plain-colored cotton and linen loungewear. Her long, wet hair was casually draped over her shoulders, with water droplets still dripping from the ends. The hot water washed away the blood and dirt, and also diluted her disheveled appearance, revealing her excessively pale face. But his eyes had regained their former clarity and calm. The faint scar on his cheek had faded to almost invisible. She looked at the large bed. Feng Jin still lay there, his long, dark hair spread out over the clean sheets. The spot where she lay last night, where the shocking bloodstains had dried and darkened, had become a glaring stain. Feng Jin closed his eyes, his handsome yet eerily pale face almost transparent. Even his lips were a bit pale, and his whole being exuded a kind of exhaustion. Shen Yuepo pursed her lips and sat down on the edge of the bed. After a moment's hesitation, she slowly raised her left arm. Her skin, still faintly pink from her recent shower, revealed clearly visible pale blue veins on the inside of her wrist. "Take a bite." Her voice was soft, yet exceptionally clear. "Drink my blood, and you'll recover faster." Since he saved her and used his own life force to heal her, this is the only way she can repay him now. She dislikes owing others anything. Feng Jin's long eyelashes trembled and his dark golden eyes slowly opened. He didn't look at the wrist so close to his face. Instead, his gaze lingered for a moment on her pale face. However, Feng Jin did not accept this reward as Shen Yuepo had expected. "No need." Feng Jin's voice was hoarse and cold as he gently pushed her wrist away with his slender fingers. "If you hadn't taken it upon yourself to bleed that day, you would have lost 30% of your power for nothing." Feng Jin's gaze swept over her left shoulder, which was wrapped in gauze and was faintly bleeding. "Even last night, we wouldn't have been forced into such a predicament by a mere 10 vengeful ghosts." Shen Yuepo's body stiffened slightly, and the arm he had pushed back fell limply to his side. She really didn't expect that she would lose 30% of her strength when she bled that day. He lost so much blood that his power was greatly diminished. If she were at her peak, those fierce ghosts last night, though malevolent, wouldn't have put her in such a desperate situation. Shen Yuepo took a deep breath and spoke again, with an almost stubborn insistence. "I've never liked owing people anything." Her gaze was fixed on Feng Jin's unfathomable, dark golden eyes. "If you drink my blood today, then the debt of gratitude we owe each other yesterday will be settled." Feng Jin's eyes narrowed almost imperceptibly, and the dark golden flames flickered slightly. He looked at the stubborn person in front of him, who was almost obstinate. Despite being so weak that she seemed like she could be blown away by a gust of wind, she insisted on straightening her back, using this almost self-destructive method to draw a line between herself and others. A moment of silence. Feng Jin suddenly twitched the corner of his mouth, with a hint of something that was hard to tell whether it was mockery or something else. He didn't look at her wrist again, but instead closed his eyes again, his voice heavy with wariness. "It's too noisy. I need some peace and quiet." After saying that, he turned over, his back to Shen Yuepo, his long, dark hair falling down and completely obscuring his profile. That posture clearly indicated a refusal to discuss the matter further. Shen Yuepo stood frozen in place, looking at Feng Jin's retreating figure, a lump in her throat, unable to rise or fall. She stared at the dark figure for a few seconds, and then the room fell silent again. Just then, a sudden ringing sound rang out. It was Shen Yuepo's phone, which she had casually placed on the bedside table. The screen lit up, displaying a video call request from Xiao Yishu. Shen Yuepo glanced at Feng Jin, who was still facing away from her and seemed to be asleep, her eyes indifferent. She picked up her phone and answered the video call. The screen lit up and Xiao Yishu's gentle and handsome face appeared in the camera, with his simple and bright office in the background. His lips curled into his usual gentle smile, but when his gaze fell upon Shen Yuepo on the other end of the video, his smile froze instantly, and his eyes revealed obvious worry. In the video, Shen Yuepo is wearing plain cotton and linen loungewear, her long, wet hair is loose, and the ends of her hair are still dripping water. What was most striking was her face. So pale it was almost bloodless. Her lips were also pale, and her brows carried a weakness and weariness, as if she had just recovered from a serious illness. Although the faint scar on her cheek was very shallow, it was still noticeable. "Miss Shen?" Xiao Yishu's voice was full of concern. You're sick. Why do you look so pale?" He leaned forward unconsciously, wishing he could pass right through the screen. Shen Yuepo's gaze was calm. She shook her head slightly, her voice carrying a hint of cold detachment, revealing little emotion. It's nothing. It's just a minor scrape, nothing serious. Xiao Yishu clearly didn't believe it, his brows furrowed. An accident. Do you need help? Should we? He instinctively wanted to offer help, but was stopped by Shen Yuepo's cold gaze. It's really nothing. Shen Yuepo interrupted him, not wanting to dwell on the matter, and changed the subject, saying, "What did you want to see me about?" She got straight to the point, without any pleasantries. Xiao Yishao understood that she had no intention of saying more. He suppressed his numerous questions, returned to the main topic, and his expression returned to normal. It's like this. Do you remember Lu Jin, whom I met last time? He wants to ask you to take a look at the feng shui of his house. He asked me to ask if you have time. As for the fee, it's negotiable. He will definitely not shortchange you. Shen Yuepo nodded. Okay. Just have him decide on the time and place and let me know. That's great. Xiao Yisu breathed a sigh of relief, a gentle smile returning to his face. I'll tell him right away, let him. His words suddenly stopped. His facial expression froze instantly, and his pupils contracted sharply. His gaze was fixed on the scene behind Shen Yuepo. Shen Yuepo felt a chill run down her spine, sensing something was wrong, and immediately turned around. Just moments ago, Feng Jin had been facing away from her, seemingly asleep, but now he had silently moved closer to her. That handsome, almost otherworldly face appeared prominently at the edge of the video frame, almost touching her shoulder. He was very close to Shen Yuepo, and a few strands of his dark hair even brushed against her wet hair ends. He seemed curious about Xiao Yisu's voice and the glowing panel in Shen Yuepo's hand. He stared intently at the phone screen in Shen Yuepo's hand, seemingly trying to figure out what the little moving, talking figure inside was. Shen Yuepo, Feng Jin's deep voice rang out. His attention was completely focused on the screen, and he was either unaware that he was on camera or simply didn't care. What is this? His tone was purely curious, without any ambiguity, but the excessively close distance, coupled with his perfect face, that could make any man feel strongly threatened, all of this combined was, in Xiao Yisu's view, nothing short of a bolt from the blue. The cold light from the video call illuminated his suddenly constricted pupils. He had never seen anyone get so close to Shen Yuepo. He had only managed to make this video call because of Lu Jin. Having not seen each other for days, the unspeakable longing in my heart was shattered by what I saw on the screen. Shen Yuepo never expected Feng Jin to suddenly come over. She reacted extremely quickly. Without the slightest hesitation, he instantly raised his left hand and covered the front camera of the phone. The movements were swift and decisive. At the same time, she placed her right hand on Feng Jin's forehead and forcefully pushed his handsome face, which was too close to hers, away. Feng Jin was pushed back slightly by her sudden movement, his brows furrowed, and a hint of displeasure at being disturbed flashed in his eyes. He glanced at Shen Yuepo's phone, which she had covered tightly, then at her cold and angry profile, before lazily leaning back and lying back on the bed. The phone screen was completely black, but Xiao Yisu's voice came through the receiver clearly. "Miss Shen, who is this?" Shen Yuepo released her hand from the camera. The screen lit up again, reflecting her face, which had regained its composure. "Mr. Xiao," she ignored Xiao Yisu's slightly changed expression on the screen. "Send me a message with time and place set for Lu Jin's matter." Before Xiao Yisu could react, Shen Yuepo abruptly ended the video call. The room fell silent again. Shen Yuepo stared at the words, "Call ended" on the screen and placed the phone back on the bedside table without expression. She got up and walked to the walk-in closet on one side of the room. A moment later, she came out wearing clean clothes, her long hair tied up with a simple wooden hairpin. Her bangs covered the faint mark on her cheek, and apart from her still pale complexion, she had regained her aloof and distant demeanor. She walked to the bedside and looked at Feng Jin, who seemed to be asleep. "I'll have the housekeeper come in and change the sheets later." She paused, her gaze sweeping over the bloodstains beside him. "If you still want to sleep, change your clothes before you sleep." The person on the bed suddenly opened their tightly closed eyes. "Where to?" Shen Yuepo paused slightly, "To collect debts." Her voice wasn't loud, but it carried a murderous intent. "And incidentally, accumulate some merit. Yesterday's account with Tianqiao needs to be settled with Shen Yuepo. And last night, when 10 ghosts surrounded and attacked her, if Feng Jin hadn't appeared in time, she would have been annihilated long ago. She remembered this blood debt. She knew perfectly well who was behind it all. Shen Yuepo, and the so-called fake emperor behind her. She wants to save more ghosts, accumulate merit, and improve her strength. Sooner or later, she will drag that false emperor out and beat him up. Thinking of this, Shen Yuepo tilted her head slightly. "Do you know what the false emperor's name is?" Upon hearing this, Feng Jin curled his lips into a disdainful smile, as if mentioning that name was an insult to him. "Min Yi," he uttered, "a coward who steals the name of Yuming and hides his tail." "Night." Shen Yuepo silently recited it in her mind. "Good," she remembered. She said no more, reached for her phone on the bedside table, and turned to leave. Shen Yuepo. Feng Jin's voice rang out again, this time not inquiring about where they were going, but with a pure, almost naive curiosity. He sat up, his long, dark hair cascading down his shoulders, his gaze fixed on the phone in her hand. He pointed a finger at the phone from a distance, and asked in an extremely serious tone, What exactly is this thing? Shen Yuepo?" She stopped abruptly in her tracks. "Don't you people in Fengdu use cell phones?" Upon hearing this, Feng Jin tilted his head slightly, his black hair cascading down. This somewhat childlike gesture created a strange contrast when applied to him. His brow furrowed almost imperceptibly, as if he were trying to understand the word. "Mobile phone." He repeated the unfamiliar syllable, his dark golden eyes filled with confusion. "What kind of machine is this? A mechanism? A secret? Or some kind of flying artifact?" He even glanced out the window almost unconsciously, as if searching for a plane that could fly. Shen Yuepo. To put it simply, she took a deep breath, trying to use words he could understand. A communication device in the mortal realm. Similar to a jade slip for transmitting messages over extremely long distances. It can communicate with people and transmit text and image information. She waved her phone, a communication jade slip. Feng Jin frowned even more, seemingly dissatisfied with the analogy. Such an object exists in the mortal realm, and it doesn't require magical power to maintain. The light of inquiry in his eyes shone even brighter. "Stop." Shen Yuepo decisively raised her hand to interrupt his impending barrage of questions. Seeing him sitting on her blood-stained bed, with a face that could captivate millions of lives, yet asking, "What is a cell phone?" like an old relic who had just arrived in the city, the scene was simply pushing her nerves to their limit. The principle is very complicated. She decided to end the conversation, her tone tinged with impatience. "Just think of it as a special magical artifact for mortals, which doesn't require magic to operate." The last few words were practically spat out through clenched teeth. Having said that, she couldn't be bothered to look at this technologically illiterate with his stunning looks any longer, grabbed the old cloth bag draped over the back of the chair, and was about to leave. Feng Jin suddenly grabbed her wrist, the force neither too light nor too heavy, yet she couldn't break free. "Didn't we agree to settle our scores?" He lightly traced a line on her wrist with his fingertip, Bring me a cell phone tonight. When you come back, we'll settle the score for last night's favor. Shen Yuepo paused, turning back in disbelief. Was her life only worth a cell phone? Feng Jin seemed to read her mind, raised an eyebrow, and deliberately asked, "What? Can't afford it? I'll bring it to you tonight." She practically spat out the words through gritted teeth. "Well, it's just a phone. If we can settle things here, it would be a clean and simple matter." Feng Jin finally let go, satisfied. "I have to leave for a bit. I'll be back tonight." When Shen Yuepo walked out of the room, her face returned to its usual coldness. Downstairs in the lobby, Butler Wang was directing the servants to wipe the stair railings. Seeing Shen Yuepo come downstairs, he immediately stopped what he was doing, his face showing undisguised surprise. "Young miss, when did you return? Would you like breakfast prepared for you?" The guard at the gate last night clearly said that the young lady had not returned home. Could it be that the young lady can not only tell fortunes but also leap across rooftops? "I returned last night," Shen Yuepo said calmly, walking straight to old Wang. "No need to prepare breakfast." She paused, then added, "Butler Wang, could you please have someone change the sheets in my room when you have time?" A hint of surprise flashed in old Wang's eyes. Changing the sheets. This is something the cleaning maid usually takes care of. Why would the young lady specifically mention it? But he was extremely professional, showing no sign of it on his face, and immediately replied, "Yes, miss. I'll arrange for someone to go up and handle it right away." Shen Yuepo nodded, her gaze sweeping across the empty hall, and asked seemingly casually, "Do you know where Shen Yichuan is?" Old Wang's heart tightened. Had the second young master offended this troublemaker again? He replied after careful consideration, reporting to Miss. The second young master accompanied Miss Yu Ru out early this morning. He said he was going to the hospital for a follow-up examination and wouldn't be back until around noon. Go to the hospital for a follow-up examination? Shen Yuepo sneered inwardly. Shen Yuru's pitiful appearance completely captivated Shen Yichuan. It's good that she came back at noon, so she doesn't have to go looking for them one by one. Her face remained expressionless. She simply gave a faint to indicate that she understood. Shen Yuepo carried the old cloth bag and walked straight to the entrance. Sunlight streamed through the tall French windows, illuminating her slender, upright figure, yet it seemed unable to dispel the chilling, austere aura emanating from her. Old Wang stood there until Shen Yuepo's figure disappeared outside the door, before he finally let out a long sigh of relief. He dared not delay, and immediately summoned two quick-witted servants, whispering his instructions. "Go to the young lady's room and change the sheets. Be gentle and careful. Don't look at what you shouldn't see, and don't ask what you shouldn't ask." As soon as Shen Yuepo stepped out the door, she bumped into Shen Wangchuan, Chairman Shen, and Mrs. Shen, whose eyes were visibly red and swollen, who had just returned from outside. The atmosphere froze instantly. Shen Wangchuan was in extremely poor condition. His expensive suit was wrinkled, his face was frighteningly pale, and his lips were bloodless. Her usually meticulously combed hair was now disheveled and plastered to her forehead, making her look disheveled and weak. His gaze toward Shen Yuepo was extremely complex. Chairman Shen's expression was also unusually solemn, his brows furrowed into a deep frown. Meanwhile, Madame Shen, who was standing to the side, instantly filled her already swollen eyes with tears the moment she saw Shen Yuepo clearly. She had obviously heard from Chairman Shen and Shen Wangchuan about Shen Yuepo's words about severing ties with family, seeing her daughter, whom she had lost and then found again, but who was now so distant and estranged from her, made her almost lose control of her emotions. Her lips trembled and she barely managed to hold back her tears. Shen Yuepo paused only slightly, her gaze lingering on Shen Wangchuan for less than a second before she understood. It seems he didn't take his warning seriously yesterday. Moon Soul. Chairman Shen spoke first, his voice tinged with an unmistakable hoarseness. He stepped forward, trying to block Shen Yuepo's path. Do you have time? Let's talk. Shen Yuepo's gaze swept over him calmly and without wavering, as if he were looking at an insignificant stranger. If it's about severing ties with family, I'm available. If not, then I'm not available. After saying that, he turned to the side, preparing to walk around them. Moon Soul. Madame Shen finally couldn't hold back any longer and cried out, tears streaming down her face. Yu has promised Mom that she would get along well with you. Mom begs you, let's have a good talk, okay? She subconsciously reached out, as if to grab Shen Yuepo's arm, but then timidly stopped under Shen Yuepo's cold gaze. Looking at his mother's grief-stricken state and recalling his own experience yesterday, Shen Yuepo was overwhelmed with immense guilt and remorse. He took a step forward and spoke in a hoarse voice. Moon Soul, thank you for reminding me the day before yesterday. He pointed to a jade Buddha pendant on his chest that was charred and deformed, almost unrecognizable from its original form. Yesterday afternoon, I was inspecting the progress at the construction site by the West Lake when, for some reason, my foot slipped and I fell into the lake. That water was really strange. It felt like it was trying to pull me down, and I couldn't struggle at all. Just when I thought I was going to die, he picked up the jade Buddha on his chest. Fortunately, it was a jade Buddha that I had obtained from Mount Wudai. It emitted a faint golden light that lifted me up, and the people on the shore were able to pull me up in time. He recalled the suffocating feeling that was dragging him, and his body shivered uncontrollably. However, Shen Yuepo's expression remained unchanged after hearing this. She simply gave a faint, I understand. Her tone was flat and even carried a hint of urging, move aside. This extremely cold response was like a bucket of cold water poured on the hearts of the three people. Chairman Shen felt a wave of powerlessness wash over him as he looked at Shen Yuepo, who remained unmoved and determined to leave. He opened his mouth, but in the end he could only let out a heavy sigh. Shen Yuepo took a few steps, then suddenly stopped and looked back. The morning light slanted across her cool profile. Shen Yuepo escaped the feng shui trap of the old Qingchuan mansion. A barely perceptible smile curved her lips. He's lucky. Shen Yuepo turned away, leaving only her last words drifting on the wind. The next person to face this calamity. Her voice wasn't loud, but it carried a suffocating chill. Maybe they'll have such good luck again. After saying that, she strode away. The three people standing there all changed their expressions. Shen Yuepo's words lingered in the minds of the three like a curse, bringing a chilling sensation. Shen Yuepo looked down at the charred and deformed jade Buddha on his chest, his eyes deep and unfathomable. A moment later, he raised his head, his face regaining its usual composure, though a hint of solemnity lingered between his brows. He looked at Chairman Shen. Dad, there's no time to lose. The day after tomorrow, I will invite all the renowned masters in the field of metaphysics and feng shui in the capital to Qingchuan. With so many people working together, we will surely be able to find a way to break the ominous situation of the ancestral home. Chairman Shen took a deep breath, his eyes sharpening. The day after tomorrow, I will go to Qingchuan with you. He must personally oversee operation. The Shen family's century-old legacy must not be squandered under an unseen and ominous situation. I'm going too. Madame Shen suddenly raised her head, tears welling in her eyes, but her tone was unusually firm. This time, our family will face it together. If the old master is watching from heaven, he will protect the Shen family and help them overcome this difficulty. Although she was terrified, she didn't want to lose Shen Yuepo, nor did she want anything to happen to the Shen family. Chairman Shen saw the determination in Madame Shen's eyes and did not object. He simply squeezed her hand back firmly in silence, which was taken as tacit approval. Meanwhile, outside Shen Yuepo's room, old Wang, accompanied by 2 servants, carefully pushed open the door. The sight that came into view made them gasp. Large patches of dark red and black bloodstains were visible on the off-white bed sheet. A young maid couldn't help but gasp, but was silenced by old Wang's stern glare. "Hurry up, be quick, change it. Wrap the old sheets carefully and get rid of it. Keep everything you saw and heard today to yourself." Butler Wang suppressed the turmoil in his heart, his voice stern, his palms sweating profusely. "Miss, what exactly happened last night?" The capital city remained as bustling as ever, with people coming and going on the Xing Sky Bridge. Shen Yuepo, carrying her worn-out cloth bag, turned into a familiar corner, but suddenly stopped in her tracks. It was completely empty. There was no longer her simple little stool, nor the cardboard sign that read "Infallible Predictions." "No money if it doesn't work." She then remembered that after being surrounded and attacked by vengeful ghosts yesterday, she had left her belongings in the alley, and they were probably thrown away as trash. Just as she was preparing to come back another day, someone in the crowd recognized her. "Master, the master has arrived," a middle-aged man shouted excitedly. The sound was like a pebble thrown into a calm lake, instantly triggering a chain reaction. The crowd that had been gathered in the corner turned around in unison, their eyes fixed intently on Shen Yuepo. "Truly a master. Master, you've finally arrived. We've been waiting all morning." "Make way for the master." The crowd spontaneously parted to both sides, revealing a passage leading straight to the corner. To Shen Yuepo's surprise, someone had already made a simple sign out of cardboard. The words "Crew Area" were written crookedly in marker above, with numbers marked next to them. The queue wasn't too long, but it was very orderly. Clearly, yesterday's events have already spread privately, and the crowd has spontaneously maintained order. Shen Yuepo's cool gaze swept over the homemade queue sign and the expectant eyes of the crowd, and she walked to her usual spot without any expression. Same as always. "Today, we will only perform 3 divinations." A wave of suppressed sighs of disappointment swept through the crowd, but it quickly subsided, and no one dared to voice any objections. At the very front of the line, with the number 1, was a tall man with an upright posture. He looked to be in his 30s, with a tanned complexion from years of exposure to the elements, and his sleeves were rolled up to his forearms, revealing his strong and muscular physique. He walked a few steps to Shen Yuepo, solemnly holding a photocopy of a police officer's ID card, and handed it to her. His hands were large with distinct knuckles, but at that moment, his knuckles were white from the exertion, and he was trembling slightly. "Master," his voice was low and hoarse, "please, you must help me. My wife is a narcotics officer named Shen Yin. 2 months ago, she participated in the capture of a group of ruthless drug traffickers on the southwestern border. The mission failed, and she was the only one in the entire team, missing neither alive nor dead." He took a deep breath, as if suppressing the despair and pain churning in his chest, before he could continue speaking calmly. "It's been 2 months. The police have used all their resources searching the mountains, investigating, using technical means, and issuing reward notices, but she seems to have vanished into thin air. There's not a single clue. Master, I know you have real skills. I ask for nothing else. I just want you to point me in the right direction. Is she still alive? Where is she? Even if there's only a 1 in 10,000 chance, I will find her." The surroundings fell silent instantly, everyone infected by the man's suppressed grief. The pain behind the strength of the families of anti-drug police officers is even more touching. Shen Yuepo's gaze fell on the bright red photocopy of the police officer's ID card. The photo showed a short-haired woman with a bright smile and a determined look, exuding a heroic spirit. Her birth date and time. The man immediately recited a precise date and time, down to the last detail. Shen Yuepo closed her eyes, made a hand seal with her fingertips, and silently chanted. She held 3 simple copper coins in her palm and shook them gently, making a crisp clinking sound. A moment later, she flipped her wrist, and the copper coins clattered onto her open cloth bag. The hexagram consists of 2 parts, Jen, up, above, and Jen, O, below, which represents a mountain. The hexagram signifies heaviness and obstruction, indicating a sense of being lost, but not necessarily a hopeless situation. Shen Yuepo stared at the divination chart, her fingertips tracing the positions of the copper coins, then looked up towards the southwest, her eyes seemingly shimmering with a clear light that pierced through the mists of thousands of miles away. She could even sense a faint but extremely tenacious life force, like a candle flickering in the wind, swaying stubbornly across the vast distance. She's not dead. She opened her eyes and uttered 3 words. These 3 words struck the man like a thunderclap. He trembled violently, abruptly raised his head, and looked at Shen Yuepo in disbelief. Overwhelming joy instantly shattered the composure he had been trying to maintain on his face. He clenched his teeth to keep the sob from escaping his throat, but his eyes instantly turned red, and tears welled up uncontrollably. He tilted his head back, took several deep breaths, and barely managed to suppress his almost out-of-control emotions, though his voice trembled violently. "Really? Master, are you sure?" A suppressed gasp and murmur erupted from the surrounding crowd. After 2 months of no news and the authorities being at a loss, the master was so certain that the person was not dead. Shen Yuepo ignored the reactions around her, her gaze fixed on the divination chart, and she pointed to one of the directions with her fingertip. "Trapped in the mountains," she continued, "southwest, at the confluence of Kun and Jen. Deep within an underground river or an abandoned mine. The air was thick with moisture, the chill biting, and the scent of metallic ore veins interfered with the usual search." She paused, as if trying to catch a more subtle clue. "A clue to finding someone," she said, looking at the man who was so excited he was almost fainting, giving him a very specific direction. "Head northeast and look for the tin mine shaft that was abandoned 10 years ago. The entrance should be half hidden by vines or a collapse, and there should be an unusually damp and cold air seeping from the ground. Her presence is deep within." The man was already in tears, engraving every word Shen Yuepo said into his heart. "Thank you, master. Thank you so much." He could no longer contain himself and bowed deeply and properly to Shen Yuepo. "I'll go right away. I'll set off immediately." He turned to leave, but then said, "Wait a minute." Shen Yuepo called out to him and pulled out a yellow talisman folded into a triangle from her cloth bag. "Keep it close to your body. When you are near her, this item may have a faint sense of her presence." The man accepted the yellow talisman, as if it were a priceless treasure, bowed deeply, and turned to rush down the overpass as fast as he could. However, after taking only a few steps, he suddenly stopped, as if he had just remembered something extremely important. He quickly turned back and asked eagerly, "Master, how much is the divination fee?" Shen Yuepo's gaze remained calm. 10 yuan. $10? The man was stunned, thinking he had misheard. He witnessed the whole thing when the girl gave him 100 yesterday. The effort he put into his wife's matter was more than 100 times greater. He quickly reached for his wallet. "Master, this won't do, it's too little." 10 yuan. Shen Yuepo repeated, her tone leaving no room for argument. "By scanning a code or paying cash, either is fine." Seeing her resolute attitude, the man stopped insisting and immediately took out 10 yuan, placing it respectfully on the cloth bag. His lips moved, but in the end, he uttered a heartfelt, "Thank you, master." Finally, after taking one last deep look at Shen Yuepo, he resolutely turned around and rushed off the overpass without looking back. As soon as the man left, the surrounding crowd couldn't help but stir, their whispers filled with surprise and confusion. 10 yuan? Didn't the master charge 100 yesterday? Yeah. How come there's such a big difference? That guy is looking for his missing wife. The second person in line was a simply dressed, kind-faced old lady who couldn't help but ask in a low voice out of curiosity, "Master, why is the price for this divination different from yesterday?" Shen Yuepo's gaze swept over the 10 yuan note, turned to the direction where the man had disappeared. Combating drugs and protecting the people is a great act of merit in safeguarding the common people. Her husband came seeking a glimmer of hope, and this divination should not have been charged. The crowd fell silent instantly. Everyone was stunned. Shen Yuepo paused, then explained in a calm tone, "But divination involves both gains and losses. I charge 10 yuan only to settle this karmic debt and avoid further worldly entanglements." Everyone suddenly realized, "It's your turn." Shen Yuepo turned her gaze to the old lady who was second in line and gestured for her to come forward. The old lady quickly stepped forward, leaning on her cane, her face filled with sorrow and worry. "Master, my surname is Wang, and I live in Lotus Lane in the east of the city. I would like to ask you to take a look at my house." She sighed, her face full of worry. "Sigh, things haven't been peaceful at home for the past 6 months. My old man keeps saying he can't sleep well at night. He always hears rustling sounds in the house, like something crawling, but when he turns on the light, there's nothing there. It's bad enough that he can't sleep well, but lately he's also been inexplicably weak and always feels cold, needing a thick blanket at night even in the middle of summer. He's been to the hospital several times, but they can't find anything wrong." The old woman paused, lowered her voice, and spoke with a hint of fear. "What's even stranger is that our great-grandson, who just turned 1 year old, used to be a chubby, cheerful baby. But for the past 2 months, he has been crying non-stop every night, and we can't soothe him no matter what we do." Her face turned bright red, and she cried until her voice was hoarse. She wouldn't calm down until after midnight. The neighbors whispered among themselves, wondering if something unclean had come to their house. "Master, I'm at my wit's end. Please, can you take a look? What's wrong? Is there any way to solve this?" As the old lady spoke, her eyes reddened, filled with exhaustion and worry. "Is your home in turmoil?" Shen Yuepo's gaze narrowed slightly. "This doesn't sound like a typical feng shui problem. It sounds more like it's been tainted by negative energy. Tell me the exact location of your house, as well as the birth dates and times of your husband and great-grandson." The old lady quickly gave her detailed address, and then carefully gave her her husband's and great-grandson's birthdays. She nervously rubbed her hands together, her eyes fixed on Shen Yuepo without blinking. Shen Yuepo closed her eyes and concentrated again. This time, she didn't use copper coins, but instead used her fingers as a brush, sketching in the air in front of the old lady. The fingertips trace a fleeting path through the air, as if drawing some kind of invisible rune. A moment later, the light at Shen Yuepo's fingertips faded, and she opened her eyes. "The root of the problem is not inside your home." The old lady was taken aback. Not at home? This was completely different from what she had expected. Behind the house, Shen Yuepo's voice was resolute. "Is there a locust tree about 10 steps from the back wall of your house?" "Locust tree?" The old woman's face turned deathly pale, and her eyes widened in terror. "Yes. Master, right behind my yard, right next to the wall, there's an old locust tree. That tree is very old, older than me." Her voice trembled. Could it be that the locust tree has attracted a ghost? It's not the locust tree's fault. Shen Yuepo interrupted her reverie, her tone icy. The locust tree is yin in nature and easily gathers yin energy, but it is harmless in itself. The problem lies beneath the tree's roots. She paused, her gaze seemingly piercing through layers of earth to see the chilling scene. Where the tree roots intertwined, lay an unclaimed corpse. The bones were incomplete, buried long ago, and filled with resentment. To make matters worse, a broken urn of ashes was buried nearby. The contents of the altar, nourished by the yin energy of the locust tree, have developed resentment, which, combined with the resentment remaining in the bones, has transformed into filth. This creature dwells beneath the tree. Roots, its resentful energy constantly assaulting your home's foundation. It is most active late at night when the yin energy is at its peak. Infants, with their pure senses, are the first to be disturbed. The elderly, whose yang energy is waning, are invaded by its cold yin energy, thus exhibiting unusual symptoms. Upon hearing this, the old lady was struck dumb, staggered back a step, and was supported by someone next to her to prevent herself from falling. Her face was deathly pale, she clutched her chest, and her lips trembled. Corpse? Psst. A corpse? An urn of ashes. Good heavens! What are we going to do? Overwhelmed by fear, she nearly fainted at the thought that she and her family were accompanied by this thing every night through the wall. Master? The old lady grasped Shen Yuepo's wrist as if it were the last straw, tears streaming down her face. Please, you must save my family. What can we do? I'll give up everything I own to save us. That locust tree is right behind my house. There's no way to avoid it. Shen Yuepo calmly withdrew her wrist and took out a cinnabar pen and yellow paper from her cloth bag. There are 2 ways to break this, she said, rapidly drawing complex runes on the yellow paper. Firstly, we should move the locust tree. However, its roots are deeply entangled in the bones. Forcibly moving it might disturb the filth and cause harm instead. Moreover, the project would be too large and noisy, which is not the best option. Secondly, she handed the 2 talismans she had drawn to the old lady, one gleaming with a warm golden light, and the other radiating a sharp, malevolent aura. This home protection charm should be pasted on the interior wall of your house, directly opposite the base of the locust tree. The other purifying and suppressing talisman must be prepared today at noon, when the yang energy is at its peak. A bold, meticulous, and robust man must bury this talisman 3 feet south of a locust tree. Once buried, the talisman will temporarily suppress the impurities and prevent their resentment from invading your home. The old woman trembled as she accepted the 2 talismans. All right. I'll have my son bury them. His birth chart is strong? Master, then what? Is everything all right now? She was still worried. Suppression is only a temporary measure. It treats the symptoms but not the root cause. Shen Yuepo looked up. The remains and urns under the locust tree must be moved and properly buried. Otherwise, over time, the talisman's effectiveness will weaken, and impurities will accumulate more deeply, eventually becoming a major problem. This is the fundamental solution. Looking at the old lady's face, which turned deathly pale, she added, relocating a grave requires an experienced geomancer to preside over the process, choosing an auspicious day and time to perform rituals to appease the spirits of the deceased and quell their resentment. Only then can the earth be laid and the grave moved. This matter cannot be delayed. The old lady nodded repeatedly, remembering every word Shen Yuepo said. Although the steps were troublesome, at least there was a clear way out. Overwhelmed with gratitude, she hurriedly pulled out a small cloth bag wrapped in several layers of old handkerchiefs from her bosom. She opened it with trembling hands. Inside were several 100 yuan bills and a lot of change, clearly savings accumulated over a long period. Master, do you think this is enough? She presented all the money to Shen Yuepo, asking cautiously, as if afraid it wasn't enough. Shen Yuepo took out 100 yuan bill from the stack of money and pushed the rest back to the old lady. This hexagram represents 100. The old lady was stunned for a moment, then realized that the master was being considerate of her family's financial situation. She was even more grateful and no longer insisted, bowing repeatedly to express her thanks. Master? Thank you, Master. I'll go back and do as you said right away. After saying that, she clutched the talisman and the remaining money tightly, leaned on her cane, and left anxiously. Shen Yuepo put the 100 yuan into the old cloth bag. She looked up and gazed at the third person in line seeking divination. It was a thin girl wearing a high school uniform, with bangs covering her eyes, who timidly moved in front of Shen Yuepo. She lowered her head, her shoulders hunched slightly, looking pitiful and helpless. Master. The girl's voice was barely audible, trembling slightly. I've been having nightmares lately, dreaming that someone is trying to kill me. She raised her head, revealing a pale, delicate face with red-rimmed eyes, looking haggard as if from long-term insomnia. Please, help me see if there's a ghost following me. Upon hearing this, Shen Yuepo stared at her coldly. The girl felt uncomfortable under her gaze, instinctively shrinking her neck and tightening her grip on her fingers. Birth date and time. Shen Yuepo's voice was devoid of any warmth. The girl recited a string of numbers, her voice still weak and pitiful. Shen Yuepo closed her eyes and began to calculate. Suddenly, she opened her eyes, her gaze flashing with a cold light. You have a life on your hands. Shen Yuepo's voice wasn't loud, but it resounded like thunder in the girl's ears. She used a declarative sentence, not a question. The girl trembled violently, a flicker of panic flashing in her eyes, but she quickly regained her pitiful appearance. Master, what are you saying? I don't understand. Her voice was choked with sobs, as if she had suffered a tremendous injustice. The surrounding crowd began to stir, and some people whispered among themselves, Master, are you mistaken? This child looks so well-behaved. Shen Yuepo remained unmoved, her gaze sharp and unwavering. 3 months ago, in an abandoned textile factory in Xiqing district, a girl your age fell from the 6th floor and died instantly. Her voice was icy and chilling. The police ruled it a suicide. But what's the truth? The girl's face turned deathly pale instantly, and the terror in her eyes could no longer be concealed. She staggered back a step, her lips trembling. No, it wasn't me. She jumped down herself. It has nothing to do with me. Yeah? Shen Yuepo sneered. You were jealous that she got better grades than you and stole the senior you had a crush on. You forged her diary and spread rumors that she had a mental illness. You drugged her water, making her look bad in front of everyone. Finally, Shen Yuepo's voice suddenly turned sharp. You tricked her into going to the abandoned factory, and when you pushed her down the stairs, you even pretended to say, "Don't do anything rash." The girl was struck dumb. Her legs went weak, and she almost collapsed to her knees. Her eyes were filled with disbelief and fear. How could you know? There was no third person present. This statement is tantamount to an admission of guilt. Shen Yuepo's eyes flashed even colder. After that girl died, her resentment lingered. You became afraid, so you sought out an evil cultivator who used dark magic to imprison her soul in the place of death, preventing her from seeking revenge on you. She stared at the chilling aura emanating from the girl's neck. Unfortunately, the evil cultivator you found wasn't skilled enough. The girl's resentment is about to break free of its restraints and begin to backfire on you. You can't sleep at night because she haunts your dreams every night, on your neck. Shen Yuepo suddenly reached out and ripped open the collar of the girl's school uniform. That's the evidence. The girl cried out in surprise, trying to cover herself, but it was too late. Below the collar of the school uniform, there was a ring of bluish-purple pinch marks. The marks were not made by human hands, but were left by vengeful spirits. The surrounding crowd gasped in astonishment upon witnessing this scene. Those who had just sympathized with the girl now retreated in fear, whispering amongst themselves, "Oh my God. She really is the one who killed someone, such a young age, yet so cruel. No wonder the master said she was carrying a life on her shoulders." When the girl realized that her scheme had been exposed, the delicate and pitiful look on her face instantly twisted into a ferocious and venomous expression. She suddenly looked up, her eyes flashing with a crazed light. Yes, so what if I pushed her down? That bitch deserved it. How dare she steal everything from me? Her family is so poor, they can't even afford tuition. So why are her grades better than mine? Why does the upperclassman like her? She screamed hysterically, completely tearing off her mask of pretense. Shen Yuepo coldly watched her frenzied state. "You came here today not to seek a solution, but to test my abilities and see if I can suppress the girl's soul for you." The surrounding crowd erupted in commotion, and some people had already taken out their phones to call the police. Shen Yuepo took out her phone from her cloth bag and dialed a number that very few people knew. This was the number she had specifically searched for after meeting Qin Li at the Su family's house last time. It was around that time that she learned there was a department down the mountain that specifically handled paranormal events. Special Cases Investigation Department. Her voice was calm and clear. "A suspect in a murder case involving sorcery has been discovered at Xingyi Overpass. We need your intervention." A deep male voice came from the other end of the phone. "I'll be there in 10 minutes. The girl's face turned deathly pale upon hearing the words, "Special Cases Investigation Department." She turned around abruptly to escape, but Shen Yuepo flicked her finger, and an invisible force locked her feet, rendering her unable to move. "Let me go! What right do you have to arrest me?" The girl struggled frantically, her eyes filled with fear and resentment. "I didn't kill her. She jumped down herself. You have no proof. Evidence." Shen Yuepo sneered, pointing to the purplish-blue marks on the girl's neck that revealed the vengeful spirit's strangulation marks. "These are the marks left by the deceased. Special departments have instruments that can detect the source of the resentment." She then pointed to the faint black lines on the girl's wrist. "These are the marks of the backlash from the evil magic. Did you think you could fool the evil cultivator you found?" The girl's face was ashen, and her whole body trembled like a leaf. She finally understood that in front of true masters of the Xuanmen sect, her dark methods were nowhere to be hidden. She shouldn't have provoked this woman. She had initially thought that the other party was merely more skilled than an ordinary sorcerer and could never possibly see through her carefully laid trap. Seeing that there was no way to escape, the girl suddenly knelt down with a thud, raising her streaked face. "Master sister," her voice was choked with sobs, and she looked so pitiful. "Please, have mercy. My family has plenty of money. You can have as much as you want." Upon hearing this, Shen Yuepo didn't even lift her eyelids. In the distance, the piercing sound of police sirens grew louder as they approached. 3 unmarked black SUVs sped towards us and screeched to a halt under the overpass. 6 men and women dressed in plain clothes, yet exuding a sharp aura, quickly stepped forward. The middle-aged man at the head of the group flashed a work ID with a dark gold badge on it. "Special Cases Investigation Department, please cooperate." Shen Yuepo removed the restraints, and the girl was immediately subdued by 2 female detectives. She struggled and cried hysterically, but to no avail. She has traces of evil magic on her body, and there must be a half-baked evil cultivator behind her. Shen Yuepo said to the middle-aged man. The case of the fall from the abandoned textile factory in the West District can be reinvestigated. The middle-aged man nodded solemnly. We will investigate thoroughly. After saying that, he was about to turn around and leave when he suddenly stopped and looked back at Shen Yuepo. His sharp gaze lingered on Shen Yuepo for a moment, with a hint of inquiry. May I ask which sect you belong to? Longgu Mountain? Maoshan? Or, Qingfeng Mountain is quiet and still, Shen Yuepo. A knowing glint flashed in the middle-aged man's eyes, and he then solemnly said, Master Shen, thank you so much for helping us solve this case today. Cases involving mystical arts are very difficult for ordinary police forces to handle. He pulled a business card with a coded pattern from his pocket and handed it to Shen Yuepo with both hands. I am Zhao Yan, the head of the third team of the Special Cases Investigation Department. I hope you can continue to assist me in similar cases in the future. Of course, he raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a smile. There is a bonus. Upon hearing the word bonus, Shen Yuepo's previously calm eyes suddenly lit up. The light was fleeting, but it did not escape Zhao Yan's eyes. The reward for this case is around 50,000 yuan. We'll contact you after the procedures are completed, Zhao Yan added, his eyes filled with a good-natured teasing. If it's convenient for you, Master Shen, could you please leave your contact information? Shen Yuepo maintained her cool and composed demeanor on the surface, but her fingers tightened almost imperceptibly as she took the business card. 50,000? This special department is so generous. She responded casually, taking her phone out of her bag. Number. After Shen Yuepo wrote down the number, Zhao Yan solemnly said, Master Shen, it's been a pleasure working with you. We handle quite a few cases like this, and the reward varies depending on the circumstances. The highest we've ever given was 500,000. 500,000. A glint of light flashed in Shen Yuepo's cold eyes again, and this time even the corners of her mouth turned up slightly. Although I made quite a bit of money from the Xiao family recently, it's not always possible to encounter wealthy and powerful customers. Now that there's a special investigation department, she suddenly feels that the wandering ghosts and spirits at the foot of the mountain have become quite endearing. After Zhao Yan and the others left, the overpass returned to calm. Shen Yuepo packed up her cloth bag and prepared to leave when she suddenly felt a cool breeze brush against her neck. As if sensing something, she turned to look at the corner of the overpass. A girl in a faded school uniform stood there quietly, her semi-transparent figure almost disappearing in the sunlight. Her neck was twisted at an unnatural angle, but there was no resentment on her face, only deep sorrow. It was the girl who was pushed off the building. Thank you, Master. The girl's voice was like a sigh in the wind. I've finally waited for this day. Shen Yuepo's eyes flickered slightly as he slowly walked up to her, his voice unusually cold. You could have become a vengeful ghost and taken lives. Why did you always restrain yourself? Girl lowered her head, tears streaming down her cheeks. I can't bear to leave Grandma. If I die, she'll be all alone with no one to take care of her. She raised her tearful eyes, full of pleading. Master, please help me fulfill my last wish. I want to see my grandmother one last time and tell her that I am fine and not to be sad for me. Also, I have the money I saved for her medicine hidden in my school bag. Shen Yuepo was silent for a moment, then nodded. I can help you send a message in your dream. But you must promise me that you will pass away immediately after fulfilling your wish. Staying in the mortal world for too long will not do you any good. The girl knelt down gratefully, but was lifted up by a gentle force. No need to kneel. Shen Yuepo took out a talisman that glowed white from her cloth bag. Tell me your grandmother's address and birth date." The girl quickly provided the detailed information. Shen Yuepo traced a path on the talisman with her fingertip. "She will dream of you at midnight tonight. You have 3 minutes." The girl cried tears of joy, her figure becoming increasingly transparent. "That's enough, 3 minutes is enough. Thank you." "Thank you." She hesitated for a moment and said softly, "I don't actually hate the person who pushed me anymore. She's been arrested and will receive the punishment she deserves. I just hope Grandma is all right." Shen Yuepo looked at this kind-hearted girl, her voice softening in a rare way. "Your grandmother will receive assistance from the community and will not live a lonely life for the rest of her days. Now, rest in peace." The girl's figure gradually turned into specks of light. Before disappearing, she gave a relieved smile, bowed deeply to Shen Yuepo, and finally vanished with the wind, the sun brightly on the overpass, as if there had never been a gloom. Shen Yuepo left the Star River Sky Bridge and unconsciously turned towards the most luxurious shopping mall in the capital. With a clear goal in mind, she headed straight for the top-floor digital flagship store. The huge flagship store was brightly lit, showcasing the latest and most expensive electronic products in the country. A well-dressed sales assistant greeted me with a professional, perfect smile. "Hello, ma'am. Which one would you like to see?" Without hesitation, Shen Yuepo took out the latest top-of-the-line mobile phone that Xiao Yishu had given her from her worn cloth bag. The device features a deep black matte titanium body with subtle platinum trim along the edges, and a curved screen with a perfect arc. Same as this one. Shen Yuepo placed the phone on the display stand, top of the line, same color. The sales assistant's eyes lit up instantly. She recognized it immediately as the brand's masterpiece of the year. The simply dressed lady in front of me was actually a big client who had kept her true colors hidden. "You have excellent taste." The sales assistant's voice instantly became several levels more enthusiastic and extremely respectful. "We'll prepare a brand new one for you right away. The phone's processor is..." She went on and on about the advantages of the top-of-the-line configuration. Shen Yuepo interrupted her, not caring about these parameters. "Wrap it up." She readily opened her WeChat QR code without the slightest hesitation. The sales assistant was all smiles as she deftly processed the orders, picked up the goods, and packaged them. As soon as Shen Yuepo stepped out of the mall, her phone vibrated in her pocket, displaying Xiao Yishu on the screen. "Emens, Shen, Lu Jin has set the address and time. Tomorrow at 11:30 a.m., Yuhu Mountain Top Villa area, block, now. Would you like me to send someone to pick you up?" Shen Yuepo lightly tapped her fingertip on the smooth curved screen, replying concisely, "Received." "No need to answer, go there yourself." After sending the message, she raised her hand and hailed a taxi back to the Shen family villa. Shen Yuepo carried her cloth bag into the magnificent living room of the Shen family. She was immediately drawn to the sounds of laughter and the clinking of bowls and chopsticks. The restaurant was brightly lit, and a long European-style table was laden with exquisite dishes. Clearly, a family was having dinner. Madame Shen was the first to see her, and her face immediately lit up with a smile. "Yuepo is back. Come and eat." Shen Yuepo ignored Madame Shen's greeting and went straight into the restaurant. The light from the crystal chandelier shone on her cool face, making her austere aura seem out of place in the warm dining atmosphere. Her gaze swept over Shen Yuepo's face, which was trying to appear calm but couldn't hide his guilty conscience, and finally landed on Shen Yuepo, who seemed weak and innocent. As Shen Yuepo watched Shen Yuepo walk towards him, the chopsticks in his hand trembled almost imperceptibly, and he subconsciously avoided her gaze. Shen Yuepo raised her head, her long eyelashes framed by a pair of large, watery eyes that looked at Shen Yuepo. She said softly, "Sister's back. Have you eaten? Let's grab something to eat together." With her innocent and harmless appearance, no one would have guessed that the vengeful ghosts who claimed lives last night were related to her. Shen Yuepo ignored Shen Yuru's faint concern and walked straight past her to stand in front of Shen Yichuan. Shen Yichuan, her voice was soft, yet it instantly silenced the entire restaurant. "It's time to settle our accounts." "Accounts?" Shen Yichuan scoffed, as if he'd heard a joke. "Settle accounts? What accounts do I owe you?" "Star River Sky Bridge." Shen Yuepo's speech remained steady. "That blonde guy you were looking for, along with 2 other people, came looking for trouble with me." Shen Yichuan's face instantly turned ugly, and he stiffened his neck. "Ha, where's the evidence?" "If you have no evidence, stop spouting nonsense." Seeing the tense atmosphere, Madame Shen quickly stood up. "Yuepo, is there some misunderstanding?" "Yichuan, is there a misunderstanding?" Shen Yuepo chuckled lightly, her laughter devoid of any warmth, filled only with deep sarcasm. "He knows very well." Her gaze locked onto Shen Yichuan once again. Chairman Shen put down the spoon in his hand. Although he had only spent a short time with Shen Yuepo, he had a certain understanding of her personality. She is by no means an unreasonable person who seeks revenge out of personal motives. His calm voice rang out, "Yichuan, since you did it, give the divination fee to Yuepo." Shen Yichuan looked at Chairman Shen in disbelief. "Dad, give it to her." Chairman Shen's tone left no room for argument. Shen Yichuan's face turned pale and then red. Under Shen Yuepo's gaze, he finally dared not be so forceful anymore. He held his breath, reluctantly pulled a bank card from his wallet, and slammed it heavily on the table, as if giving a handout. "Fine, I guess I'm out of luck. How much do you want?" "Name your price." He anticipated that Shen Yuepo would ask for an exorbitant amount. Shen Yuepo didn't even glance at the bank card, simply uttering 3 words. 500 yuan. 500? Shen Yichuan was stunned, then a surge of humiliated anger welled up inside him. "You're making such a big fuss over just 500 yuan? Shen Yuepo, are you out of your mind? I did a fortune-telling for Huang Mao that day," Shen Yuepo said calmly. "Now that he's been taken away by the police, you, as his employer, should naturally pay for the fortune-telling." She paused as if stating a very simple truth. 500 is the fortune-telling fee he should pay. Shen Yichuan was speechless, his face turning red from being choked by her logic. He wanted to argue, he wanted to curse, but under Shen Yuepo's all-seeing gaze, he could only humiliatingly count out 500 yuan bills from his wallet. He practically slammed it onto the table in front of Shen Yuepo, saying, "Here you go. You troublemaker." Shen Yuepo calmly picked up the 5 banknotes and put them in her pocket, without even looking at them. However, she showed no intention of leaving. She looked at Shen Yichuan again, a cold glint flashing in her clear eyes. "The score isn't settled yet." Shen Yichuan's heart skipped a beat as she stared at him, a sense of foreboding washing over him. What else do you want? Get out," Shen Yuepo said calmly, "and have a fight." Fight? Shen Yichuan was completely stunned, recalling the scene where he was beaten to the ground by Shen Yuepo last time. He said angrily, "Shen Yuepo, are you crazy? Why would I want to fight you again? Because you keep causing me trouble." Shen Yuepo's voice was like ice beads falling. "I'm fed up. Today I'll beat you into submission once and for all." She tilted her head slightly, as if stating a perfectly natural solution. "From now on, every time you bother me, I'll hit you. Saves trouble. You." Shen Yichuan was so angry that he trembled all over, and his finger pointing at Shen Yuepo was shaking. "Elder sister." Shen Yuru immediately stood up, weakly took Shen Yichuan's arm, and looked at Shen Yuepo so softly, saying, "Sister, please don't do this. Can't we talk this out? We're family. Why do we have to fight?" Shen Yuepo's gaze finally fell on Shen Yuru, his eyes cold and piercing. Wait a minute. Shen Yuepo's voice was completely flat as she interrupted Shen Yuru's performance. It's not your turn yet. Shen Yuru's delicate expression froze instantly, and she unconsciously loosened her grip on Shen Yuepo's hand. What did Shen Yuepo mean by that? Mrs. Shen looked helplessly at Chairman Shen's husband. Chairman Shen frowned, already having made his judgment. He squeezed his wife's hand tightly, took a deep breath, and said in a low voice, "Let the children solve it themselves. Perhaps some grudges do need to be settled in the most direct way." Even more surprisingly, Shen Wangchuan, sitting opposite him, did not say anything to stop it. This clearly caused a huge change in his perception of his new sister. He even had a vague feeling that Shen Yuepo might really deserve a beating. Shen Yuepo was isolated and helpless. Looking into Shen Yuepo's emotionless eyes, he had no doubt that she would actually make a move, and that he was definitely no match for her. Cold sweat slid down his forehead. He stumbled backward and crashed into the dining chair with a screeching sound. His voice trembled slightly, almost imperceptibly, and his previous arrogance was gone. "Shen Yuepo, you mustn't do anything rash. This is home." A short while later, several muffled thuds and Shen Yuepo's indistinct cries of pain could be faintly heard from the direction of Shen family garden. What followed was a changed tone, filled with a terrified, tearful apology. "I was wrong, Miss Shen. My ancestor. I was really wrong. Please stop hitting me. Ouch. Don't hit my face." The sound was both pitiful and comical, clearly penetrating everyone's ears. Mrs. Shen buried herself in Chairman Shen's arms, clutching his clothes tightly. Hearing her son's pitiful cries, she felt heart-touched at first, but then she heard his obvious admission of guilt after being beaten, and her feelings were extremely complicated. She quietly raised her tearful eyes and whispered to Chairman Shen, her voice still nasal. "Moon Soul. She's quite skilled." Chairman Shen put his arm around his wife, and the seriousness on his face lessened considerably. He's lived half his life and has a keen eye for people. Shen Yuepo's attack was swift and precise, seemingly fierce, yet he managed to avoid vital points, causing Shen Yuepo only enough pain without leaving any serious injury. This is many times more difficult than simply beating someone to vent anger. He gently patted Madame Shen's back, a barely perceptible smile playing at the corners of his lips. "Yes, our daughter is very outstanding." These words were like a red-hot knife, stabbing deeply into Shen Yuru's heart. Her pitiful expression froze completely on her face, her fingertips digging into her palms. Shen Wangchuan's gaze followed Shen Yuepo's figure closely, his eyes revealing unprecedented admiration and a hint of regret. He never imagined that this sister he had just recognized not only had the ability to see through the secrets of heaven, but was also so swift and decisive in her fighting skills. Recalling his initial wariness, rejection, and even disdain towards her, Shen Wangchuan felt his face burning. Why did he make things so tense? If only it had happened sooner. Just then, Shen Yuepo stopped what she was doing, her hair perfectly styled and her breathing steady. The chilling aura that had not yet completely dissipated emanated from her. She even casually shook her hand, loosened her knuckles after disciplining someone, and made a slight clicking sound. Then, she raised her hand and pointed at Shen Yuru. "Shen Yuru, it's your turn." Shen Yuepo's icy "it's your turn" froze the air in the garden. Mrs. Shen, who had been nestled in Chairman Shen's arms, was startled. She suddenly looked at Shen Yuepo, her voice trembling, and even the pearl necklace around her neck swayed slightly. "Moon Soul, what does this have to do with Yuru? Is there some misunderstanding between you sisters?" "Sisters?" Shen Yuepo chuckled lightly. "Does she deserve that title?" Her gaze fell on Shen Yuru's pale face, and her voice echoed clearly throughout the garden. She ordered the murder of Xiao Wangxing. Last night, she commanded 10 vengeful ghosts to surround and kill me. Shen Yuepo's lips curled into a cold smile. Is this the kind of sister you're talking about? What? Upon hearing this, Madame Shen was struck dumb, and her carefully maintained face instantly lost all color. She instinctively retorted, "No, impossible. Moon Soul, this is impossible. Yuru is so kind, how could she?" Before he could finish speaking, Shen Yichuan, his face bruised and swollen, ignored the pain and rushed to Shen Yuru, shouting at Shen Yuepo with his swollen face. "Shen Yuepo, don't make false accusations. If you're going to be crazy, come at me, don't wrong Yuru." Shen Yuepo didn't even bother to glance at him, but casually raised her hand and pointed at Chairman Shen and Shen Wangchuan. "You can ask the two of them if it's true about Xiao Wangxing." In an instant, the air in the entire garden seemed to freeze. Mrs. Shen and Shen Yichuan suddenly turned their surprised and uncertain gazes to Chairman Shen and Shen Wangchuan. Shen Wangchuan's face was extremely ugly. He pursed his lips and did not refute. Chairman Shen's face was even more somber. He sighed deeply and closed his eyes wearily and heavily. He could pretend not to know about Xiao Wangxing's matter. He absolutely could not tolerate Shen Yuru's attack on Shen Yuepo. Chairman Shen suddenly opened his eyes, his sharp gaze, honed by years of experience in the business world, now gleaming with a chilling light as he stared directly at Shen Yuru. "Yuru, tell me honestly, is what Yu Pu said true?" This question was tantamount to pushing Shen Yuru to the edge of a cliff. Shen Yuru trembled violently, her carefully styled curly hair clinging messily to her tear-stained face. She shook her head, her pearl earrings tracing messy arcs in the air. "Dad, I didn't. I really didn't. Why is my sister slandering me like this?" Wept bitterly, her face streaked with tears. "I know my sister hates me and thinks I stole your love. But I would never use such evil magic to harm anyone. I don't understand any of this. Dad, Mom, eldest brother, second brother, you have to believe me. I really didn't. Wah," she cried with tears streaming down her face, her emotions so genuine, as if she had truly been framed by her closest relatives. That despair and helplessness almost touched the hearts of everyone present. Oh, Shen Yuepo watched her superb performance, a cold smile curling at the corner of his lips, his eyes fixed on her, as if she were looking at filthy maggots. This is truly the first time I've ever seen such a shameless person." She slowly took a step forward, and the invisible pressure emanating from her body made Shen Yichuan, who was blocking her way, subconsciously take half a step back. "Since you keep insisting on your innocence, then fine." Shen Yuepo's voice wasn't loud, but it suppressed Shen Yuru's sobs. "I'll give you a chance to prove yourself." As soon as she finished speaking, she pointed her right hand together, and a point of golden light suddenly shone from her fingertips. "Imperial decree. Under the bright light of heaven and earth, truth and falsehood will be immediately discerned. Shen Yuru, if you say again that you did not instigate anyone to kill Xiao Wangxing, and that you did not collude with the false emperor to drive evil spirits to kill me, then if this is true, the edict will be cancelled and you will be unharmed. If this statement is false," the golden light suddenly surged, making Shen Yuepo's face appear as dignified and unapproachable as a celestial maiden. "Then the decree shall take effect. When you utter this lie, your tongue feels as if it were being stabbed, your throat as if it were on fire, your evil thoughts will backfire, and pain will arise spontaneously." As the last word fell, Shen Yuepo pointed her finger forward. The golden runes silently disappeared into Shen Yuru's brow. Shen Yuru trembled violently, as if bound by invisible chains, and a chill from the depths of her soul rendered her speechless instantly. Now, Shen Yuepo withdrew her finger, the golden light faded, and she looked at her calmly. "Say what you just said again in front of everyone," she said. "I, Shen Yuepo, have never ordered anyone to kill Xiao Wangxing, nor have I colluded with the false emperor to drive evil spirits to kill Shen Yuepo. If you are innocent, once you have finished speaking, nothing will happen." The entire garden fell into a deathly silence. All eyes were on Shen Yuepo. Chairman Shen's eyes were sharp as an eagle's, Shen Wangchuan's brows were furrowed, Madame Shen covered her mouth, and Shen Yichuan forgot his pain and looked at her nervously. Shen Yuepo's face was ashen, and her lips trembled violently. She could clearly feel that invisible decree, like a sword hanging over her head. She dared not speak, knowing that if she uttered those words, she would face a punishment worse than death. Fear and resentment were intertwined wildly in her eyes. In a flash, Shen Yuepo suddenly raised her head, her carefully applied eye makeup now smudged and ruined by tears. Her expression instantly shifted from terror to utter despair, her voice trembling with sobs. "Dad, Mom, you all saw it. My sister, she can't stand me at all." Her trembling finger pointed directly at Shen Yuepo. "She used this evil magic to force me. She's trying to force me to my death." Her pitiful face was now streaked with tears, yet she forced a poignant smile. "You don't believe me at all. Since this family can't accept me, I'll just leave." She suddenly pulled out the diamond hair clip from her hair and smashed it to the ground, shattering the expensive jewelry into pieces. This was a gift from Madame Shen on her birthday. "I have a clear conscience." Her voice stopped abruptly, and she clutched her throat in pain. The golden decree suddenly activated, causing her to break out in a cold sweat, but she endured the pain. The next second, she stubbornly raised her head again. "I just hope you won't regret it later." Despite the sharp pain from the backlash of the imperial edict, Shen Yuepo turned around abruptly and ran out of the villa. "Yuepo!" Madame Shen gasped instinctively, leaning forward as if to chase after him, her face full of worry. "Don't go!" Chairman Shen grabbed Mrs. Shen's wrist. He watched Shen Yuepo's almost panicked escape, and the last trace of hesitation in his eyes completely disappeared, leaving only disappointment. The fact that they dared not face the imperial edict, dared not prove their innocence, and even resorted to such a drastic means to escape is more convincing than any other evidence. Shen Yichuan stood frozen in place, his swollen face drained of all color. "He's not stupid." Shen Yuepo's words sounded grief-stricken and resolute, but from beginning to end she dared not look Shen Yuepo in the eye, nor dared to repeat the phrase, "I never did it," to prove her innocence. Her near collapse was like a bucket of ice water poured over Shen Yichuan, shattering his last shred of illusion. His beloved, gentle, and kind sister may truly harbor a terrifying side he has never seen before. Overwhelmed by the sense of loss and betrayal, he was speechless for a moment, even forgetting the pain in his body. Shen Wangchuan watched Shen Yuepo's disappearing figure with a complex expression, which finally turned into a heavy sigh. Everything that happened in the past 2 weeks felt like an absurd nightmare. He remembered Shen Yuepo on her 18th birthday, twirling in the garden in a white gauze dress, looking as innocent as an angel. But now, a bitter laugh escaped from the corner of his lips. What kind of demon is hidden beneath that angelic face? Shen Yuepo stood still, showing no surprise at Shen Yuepo's escape. The instant Shen Yuepo turned and rushed out, she subtly flicked her finger. A ray of light, imperceptible to the naked eye, precisely pierced Shen Yuepo's back. Tracking symbol complete. Her goal was never to kill Shen Yuepo at this moment. Her goal was to stir up trouble, follow the claws, and find the elusive and treacherous false emperor Mingyi. Shen Yuepo was the perfect bait. Shen Yuepo withdrew her gaze, no longer looking at the Shen family members with their various expressions. She turned around, walked steadily towards the villa, and went straight back to her room. I pushed open the door, and the room was empty. Feng Jin hasn't returned yet. Shen Yuepo casually placed the exquisite gift box containing the brand new, top-of-the-line mobile phone on the bedside table. Then, she took out her phone and dialed the number Zhao Yan had left without hesitation. Team leader Zhao. When the call connected, Shen Yuepo's voice cut straight to the point without any pleasantries. Have you heard anything about the death of Xiao Wangxing, the daughter of the Xiao family, in your special cases investigation department? There was a 2-second silence on the other end of the phone before Zhao Yan's deep voice came through. The Xiao family? Xiao Yisu's sister? That unsolved case? I heard that someone in the second group is investigating it. The Xiao family has a special background, and the cause of death is suspicious, with many doubts surrounding it. It's been a long time coming. Master Shen, do you have any leads? The clue lies with Shen Yuepo, the daughter of the Shen family, Shen Yuepo said in a cold voice. She is the mastermind behind it all. The sound of papers turning and Zhao Yan's slightly grave voice came from the other end of the phone. Shen Yuepo, the heiress of the Shen family? No wonder. He seemed to remember something. I heard that the second team had received an anonymous tip that pointed to Shen Yuepo's connection to Xiao Wangxing's case, but there was no evidence. Given the status of the Shen family, the investigation has been very cautious. We have indeed had people observing Shen Yuepo from the outside recently, but this woman is very vigilant and has a strong sense of counter-surveillance. Our people dare not get too close, and she has been unusually well-behaved lately, without making any moves. She just left the Shen family's residence. Shen Yuepo added, you can intensify your efforts to follow her. There might be some unexpected gains. Her words were loaded with meaning, hinting at the big fish behind Shen Yuepo. Zhao Yan immediately understood. Thank you, Master Shen, for providing this crucial clue. We will immediately adjust our strategy and focus our efforts on tracking Shen Yuepo. We will keep you informed of any progress as soon as possible. Okay, thank you, Shen Yuepo replied and hung up the phone cleanly and decisively. Silence returned to the room. Shen Yuepo walked to the window and looked out at the deep night. The tracking talisman's faint signals pointed into the distance. Shen Yuepo was moving. Mingyi. Shen Yuepo silently chewed on the name. My thoughts drifted, and I thought of Feng Jin. He retrieved the Fengdu seal himself. Now all that's missing is the soul-locking chain. Once she retrieves the soul-locking chain for him, the contract binding her will be lifted. At that time, she will completely sever all ties with the Shen family, and then she can roam freely in the vast world. A thought flickered in her mind, and she took out her phone, her fingertips unconsciously swiping towards the name, Xiao Yisao, in her contacts. However, recalling the look Xiao Yishu gave her during the video call earlier that day, Shen Yuepo's finger froze in midair. That look made her instinctively feel uncomfortable and wary. That's enough. The fingertip slid down, past Xiao Yisu's name, and landed on the 3 characters, Jiang Yubai. The call connected quickly, and Jiang Yubai's slightly drunken voice came from the other end. Master Shen? What a rare guest. What brings you here at this hour? The background noise was a bit loud. It seemed to be from a bar. Shen Yuepo's voice remained cold and aloof as she cut to the chase. I want to ask you something, you say. Do you have anyone in your family or among your acquaintances who works in real estate? Or do you have any good housing listings? Real estate? Jiang Yubai's voice carried a hint of surprise. Then he understood. Master Shen, are you leaving the Shen family? Yes, Shen Yuepo replied succinctly. There was a 2-second silence on the other end of the phone before Jiang Yubai's voice came through again. He seemed to have moved to a quiet corner, his voice returning to its usual gentle tone. Master Shen, which one has caught your eye? I have several vacant properties under my name, all in good locations and environments. Whichever one you like, I'll transfer the title to you directly. As for Wangxing's matter, I've always... No need. Shen Yuepo decisively interrupted him. Xiao Wangxing's karma has been settled. I will not accept favors for nothing. She paused, then added, I'll pay for it. Jiang Yubai seemed to chuckle softly on the other end of the phone, a sound tinged with both helplessness and admiration. Master Shen is still as cold and unapproachable as ever. Well, so be it. He didn't insist on giving it to them anymore, and readily said, What are your specific requirements for a house? I'll keep an eye out for you. The area doesn't need to be large, 2 bedrooms are enough. Shen Yuepo quickly listed her requirements, preferably a ready-to-move-in property, so I can move in as soon as possible. Location, a quiet place is fine. Budget. She thought about the more than 10 million in her account and the 50,000 bonus she was about to receive, and gave a rough range of numbers. Jiang Yubai's voice was tinged with laughter. 2 bedrooms, ready to move in as soon as possible. Don't worry, leave it to me. I'll have someone screen them and get back to you soon. I'll contact you then. Shen Yuepo replied, Thank you. Master Shen, you're too kind, it's my honor to be of help. Wait for my message. Jiang Yubai's voice remained gentle and polite. Okay. Shen Yuepo ended the call decisively. Putting down her phone, Shen Yuepo let out a soft breath. Jiang Yubai was efficient and saved her a lot of trouble. As for Xiao Yishu, the subtle discomfort evoked by that gaze made her subconsciously categorize this person as someone to be kept at a distance. On the other side, the moonlight pierced through the hustle and bustle of the human world and sank into the depths of the netherworld, atop Mount Feng. The majestic Eastern Ghost Emperor Temple stands atop Yinshan Mountain, its walls inscribed with underworld runes that gleam with a dark, eerie light. The hall was not brightly lit, but illuminated by countless floating ghostly flames, the light deep and adding to its solemnity and mystery. However, the hall, which should have been solemn and dignified, was now filled with an atmosphere of chaos and turmoil. The air was filled with lingering resentment and crystalline dust. Several piles of files, towering like small mountains, were scattered in the corner, even crushing a huge black jade desk. Several little devils dressed as ghost officials were frantically trying to prop up the table and tidy up the scattered files. Feng Jin appeared silently in the center of the hall, dressed in black robes with long hair and a tall, upright posture. As soon as he appeared, a deafening wail echoed from the depths of the hall. Wah! Your Majesty, you're finally back. Suddenly, a figure dressed in a magnificent imperial robe, but with disheveled hair and dark circles under his eyes, darted out from behind a pile of files. The usually awe-inspiring Eastern Ghost Emperor Shen, however, shamelessly threw himself at Feng Jin's feet and grabbed Feng Jin's leg. Shen too wept uncontrollably, his usually meticulously groomed red hair bristling like a ball of flame. Your Majesty, if you don't return soon, my Ghost Emperor's palace, no, the entire Eastern Ghost realm will be ruined by that false emperor. Look at this. Look at this state of affairs. He pointed to the mess in the hall and the busy little devils, and accused them in a shrill voice. That impostor, with your handsome face, forced me to go to the blood sea of no return every day at the first hour of the morning to retrieve 10,000-year-old blood jade marrow to polish his fingernails. Look at my hands. He stretched out his hands, and sure enough, there were several charred burn marks on his palms, with wisps of black smoke rising from them. He also ordered me to gather the resentment of all the wronged ghosts in Fengdu City and use it as snacks for the netherworld bird he kept. That sparrow is very picky. It won't eat anything that isn't pure enough. When it's unhappy, It flies and crashes about wildly, pecking several pieces of the glazed tiles on the roof of the palace into pieces. Shen Tu pointed to several obvious repair marks on the dome, looking heartbroken. The most outrageous thing is, Shen Tu beat his chest and stamped his feet, almost fainting. He made me organize the book of life and death for him. I, the dignified Eastern Ghost Emperor, have to do the work of a judge. He even complained that I was slow and said I was lazy, so he withheld 3 months' worth of soul crystal offerings from me. Your Majesty, Shen Tu cried until he was hoarse, clinging to Feng Jin's leg as if it were his last straw. Please get rid of him quickly. I really can't take it anymore. This job is driving a devil to his death. Feng Jin stared blankly at his wailing subordinate at his feet, not even raising an eyebrow. With a slight lift of his toes, a force instantly removed the weeping Shen Tu from his leg. Noisy. Feng Jin parted his thin lips slightly and uttered 2 words. He walked past Shen Tu, who was sprawled on the ground sobbing, and ignored the chaos in the hall, heading straight for the Eastern Ghost Emperor's throne deep within the hall, which exuded a majestic and awe-inspiring aura. He flicked his sleeve and casually sat down, resting one hand on his chin. The throne beneath him seemed to truly radiate its due imperial majesty. It's not time yet, Feng Jin's voice was deep. Let him run wild for a few more days. Upon hearing, it's not the right time yet, Shen Tu's face fell, and he was about to continue complaining when Feng Jin changed the subject. I have returned to ask you something. Shen Tu immediately perked up. The emperor himself had returned to inquire about matters. That must be a momentous event concerning the survival of the netherworld, a truly earth-shattering event. He scrambled to his feet instantly, tidied his disheveled imperial robe's unruly red hair, straightened his back, and tried his best to adopt the most serious posture. Your Majesty, please speak. Your subordinate will tell you everything he knows without reservation, even at the cost of his life. Feng Jin slightly raised his dark, golden eyes, his gaze falling on Shen Tu's face, which was filled with the expression, I am ready to sacrifice myself for the emperor, and slowly spoke. No. What a mobile phone is. The magnificent and solemn hall instantly fell into an eerie silence. Even the little devils who were busy supporting the table froze in their tracks, staring blankly in the direction of the throne. The cold wind seemed to have stopped moving. The tragic expression on Shen Tu's face, which looked like he was preparing to die a martyr, froze instantly. He even subconsciously picked at his ear with his little finger, wondering if he was hallucinating from being tortured by the false emperor. He blinked his bloodshot eyes, which were bloodshot from staying up all night organizing the book of life and death. His mouth opened and closed unconsciously, and his Adam's apple bobbed with difficulty. Cell phone? The blankness on Shen Tu's face lasted for a full 3 breaths, after which the tragic expression on his face slowly faded. Instead, there was a strange expression on your face, as if to say, You've finally figured it out, sir. Shen Tu rustled around in the wide, ornate sleeves of his imperial robe, pulling out a brand-new smartphone decorated with colorful runes. He proudly held the phone up to Feng Jin's face, like presenting a treasure, and tentatively asked in a low voice, Your Majesty, is this what you're asking about? Feng Jin's dark golden pupils suddenly contracted. He stared at the phone in Shen Tu's hand, then looked at Shen Tu's face, and a sense of displeasure quietly rose within him. Why do you have this? Feng Jin's voice was deep, carrying a hint of danger. Shen Tu shuddered under Feng Jin's gaze and subconsciously pulled his phone further into his pocket. Then, realizing his mistake, he awkwardly explained, Your Majesty, this thing isn't actually that rare in our netherworld. His eyes darted around, and his voice trailed off. Well, basically everyone has some. He secretly glanced at the frozen little devil next to him, who immediately nodded in agreement like a chicken pecking at rice. Feng Jin remained silent. He sat upright on the throne, and the air pressure around him suddenly dropped, making the temperature of the entire magnificent temple seem even colder. Everyone has it. Only he, the dignified lord of the underworld, was kept in the dark. Despite the pressure, Shen Yuepo forced himself to continue explaining, "Your Majesty, you have never liked these mundane things, and you value returning to simplicity and enlightenment. We wouldn't dare use it in front of you. What if you think we're indulging in frivolous pursuits and neglecting our duties? So everyone uses it secretly, we absolutely dare not show it in public." He spoke with absolute certainty. Feng Jin's expression was unreadable, but the oppressive atmosphere surrounding him slowly dissipated. He remained silent for a moment, seemingly accepting this absurd fact. In that case, Feng Jin finally spoke again, his voice returning to its usual indifference. "How much do you know about what's happening up there?" He casually tapped the armrest of the throne with his long, slender fingers, as if referring to the various aspects of human life. Upon hearing this, Shen Yuepo's eyes lit up instantly. He immediately forgot the pressure from before, moved closer to Feng Jin's throne, and began to speak eloquently with a ruddy complexion. "Your Majesty, you've come to the right person. Although I reside in the netherworld, I keep a close eye on those above and am constantly informed." He waved his arms, spitting as he spoke. "This cell phone is just the tip of the iceberg. Do you know what internet is? It's a giant net that covers the entire mortal realm. The most amazing thing is the payment system. Mortals no longer need to carry copper coins or silver notes when buying and selling things in the mortal realm. Just scan this QR code and soul crystals, silver, are transferred. Convenient and fast. If we were to..." Shen Yuepo became more and more excited as he spoke, wishing he could pour out all the changes that had taken place in the human world over the years. He talks about everything from online shopping to live streaming, from food delivery to short videos, and he seems like a seasoned expert. Feng Jin sat upright on it, his expression indifferent, as if listening to his subordinates report on tedious official business. But deep within those dark golden eyes, an extremely focused light was swirling. Shen Yuepo spoke eloquently, and Feng Jin quickly absorbed the complex information, constructing a clear framework in his mind. Shen Yuepo spoke for almost half an hour, until his mouth was dry, before finally stopping, still feeling like he hadn't said enough. He secretly observed the emperor's expression and found that the other party still had no expression, which made him a little uneasy. "Your Majesty, did you hear me?" Feng Jin's fingers paused slightly on the armrest. "I understand." He slowly stood up. "It's time for me to go." Shen Yuepo quickly bowed and saw him off, respectfully bidding farewell to Your Majesty. "Rest assured, Your Majesty, your subordinates will guard the Eastern Ghost Realm and await Your Majesty's return to sweep away all evil from the world." He resumed his loyal and devoted demeanor. Feng Jin walked to the center of the main hall, and spatial ripples began to emanate around him. Just as his figure was about to completely disappear, he suddenly stopped, turned his head slightly, looked at Shen Yuepo, and asked one last question, his tone tinged with amusement. "By the way, Shen Yuepo, how did you offend Ming Yi? That scoundrel in the gutter is always the best at disguising himself. If it weren't for hitting a sore spot, they would never have targeted Shen Yuepo in such an unusual way." Shen Yuepo's expression immediately turned somewhat aggrieved. He glanced at Feng Jin with a mournful look, his eyes like those of a wronged young wife. "It's all because of you. When you first disappeared, nobody knew anything, and I was frantic with worry. Then that fake emperor showed up with your face on his back. I I was in a complete panic at the time and didn't look carefully. In a moment of panic, I thought it really was you who came back. Shen Tu's voice grew softer and softer, filled with unbearable shame. Then I couldn't hold back and, in front of that fake emperor, gave him a good scolding. Feng Jin. He stood there, silent for 3 seconds. Although there was no expression on that handsome and otherworldly face, Shen Tu felt as if he saw Feng Jin's lips twitch extremely slightly. What did he say? Feng Jin's voice was unreadable, but Shen Tu sensed a hint of curiosity within it. Shen Tu shrank his neck, steeled his heart, closed his eyes and went all out. The cursing, it was so satisfying. He seemed to have regained his former momentum, and his voice even rose a little. His subordinates cursed him, calling him a stinking rat that crawled out of a ditch. All he does is swindle and cheat people by using other people's faces all day long. He has no shame. He covets your majesty's supreme honor and unparalleled beauty, and indulges in his pipe dream. After Shen Tu finished cursing in one breath, he secretly opened one eye to observe Feng Jin's expression. Unexpectedly, the corner of Feng Jin's mouth twitched slightly upwards on his perpetually icy face. A hint of approval seemed to flash across his dark golden eyes. Feng Jin said calmly. Well said. Feng Jin didn't linger and turned to leave. Just as the space began to ripple around him, he paused slightly, but did not turn around. Shen Tu, your subordinate is here. Shen Tu was startled and quickly stood up straight. Before I return, Feng Jin's voice echoed in the magnificent hall. Make sure you understand all those things about the mortal world that you just mentioned. He paused as if considering his words. Let's see how we can use it here. Shen Tu's eyes widened instantly, like copper bells. The emperor actually wanted him to carry out information technology reform in the netherworld. He immediately perked up and excitedly patted his chest to assure them, Yes, your majesty, rest assured. I will dedicate myself to the cause until my dying breath. I will make our netherworld the most technologically advanced ghost palace in the 3 realms. He was even already envisioning a bright future where he would provide the little ghosts with customized ghost phones and open up an intranet within the ghost realm. After the initial excitement subsided, Shen Tu watched Feng Jin's disappearing figure and on a whim blurted out, Your Majesty. Would you like me to prepare a brand new, top-of-the-line phone for you as well? He figured that since the emperor had asked, it must be necessary. This is a golden opportunity to please the emperor. The figure in the space paused slightly. Feng Jin's cool, deep voice rang out, carrying a hint of smugness. No need. My will be delivered by someone. As soon as he finished speaking, the space completely closed, and Feng Jin's figure vanished without a trace. Inside the magnificent hall, only Shen Tu remained, standing frozen in place. The excitement on his face hadn't even faded before it froze completely. Someone will deliver it to you? Shen Tu picked at his ears and rubbed his eyes hard, wondering if he was under some kind of illusion. The emperor has an incredibly bad temper. His words are more venomous than those of the Yellow Springs, and his aura of netherworld evil can freeze even ghosts and immortals to death. Who but himself would send him something? Feng Jin appeared silently in Shen Yuepo's room, just as she was opening the door to go out. She wore a simple black tracksuit today, with her long hair tied up high, making her look exceptionally neat. With an antique copper coin tucked at his waist and several red threads wrapped around his wrists, he exuded a cold and murderous aura. Feng Jin's gaze swept over her, and he raised an eyebrow with a hint of interest. Where to? Shen Yuepo paused in her steps. Let's go out for a walk and see if we can run into any blind ghosts. She will confront that fake emperor who impersonated Feng Jin and almost caused her soul to be scattered sooner or later. Now, she must improve her strength as soon as possible. Even if she can't kill him, she should at least make him suffer. She wanted him to know she, Shen Yuepo, is not someone to be trifled with. Feng Jin nodded casually, then his gaze fell on the exquisite gift box on the bedside table. Shen Yuepo followed his gaze, then remembered something, turned around, picked up the gift box containing the phone from the bedside table, and handed it to Feng Jin. "For you." Feng Jin accepted the gift box, his slender fingers deftly unwrapping it and taking out the brand new phone. He pressed the power button, mimicking Shen Yuepo's usual actions. The screen lit up, displaying the initial settings interface. However, his brows gradually furrowed. The mobile phone knowledge I had just learned from Shen Tu came in handy. He clearly remembered that Shen Tu had said that this thing needed a small device called a SIM card to function fully. "Where's the card?" Feng Jin raised his eyes, his dark golden eyes staring directly at Shen Yuepo, his tone carrying a hint of displeasure. Shen Yuepo was taken aback, then suddenly remembered that she had only bought the phone and forgotten to get a SIM card. She pursed her lips, a rare hint of embarrassment flashing across her face. "I forgot to do it." Feng Jin narrowed his eyes, and his aura seemed to turn colder. "I'll make it up to you tomorrow," Shen Yuepo said quickly, turning to leave. "Let's go now." Feng Jin stood up and was about to leave with her. Shen Yuepo turned around and glared at him. "The service center is closed at this hour." After a brief standoff, Shen Yuepo suddenly remembered something, quickly walked to the door, and pressed the call button. A moment later, the butler, Old Wang, appeared respectfully in the corridor. "What's the Wi-Fi password at home?" Shen Yuepo asked directly. Old Wang paused for a moment, then recited a string of complicated numbers. Shen Yuepo closed the door, took the phone from Feng Jin's hand, quickly connected it to the internet, and then shoved it back into his hand. "Let's make do with this for now. It can connect to the internet." Throughout the entire process, Feng Jin stood aside, calmly watching her movements, seemingly lost in thought. After she finished, he slowly took the phone, ran his fingertips over the casing, and nodded in satisfaction. This can be considered an acceptance of the temporary alternative. Seeing this, Shen Yuepo said no more and turned to leave the room. Holding his new phone, Feng Jin instinctively opened the browser and typed in the keywords Shen Tu had mentioned. The cold light from the screen reflected on his handsome face, and his dark golden eyes sparkled with curiosity about new things. The night was deep, enveloping a high-end villa district in the capital. The copper coin at Shen Yuepo's waist was scorching hot, emitting a strong warning, and pointed precisely at one of the brightly lit detached villas. Shen Yuepo's figure silently fell into the shadows of the villa's back garden. Following the copper coin's guidance, her gaze settled on a lush sycamore tree in the corner of the garden. Beneath the tree, in the dense shadows impenetrable by moonlight, huddled a female ghost dressed in charred black clothes. Her sole form appeared as a strange, translucent, charred shape, with her long hair resembling burnt, withered grass stuck to her damaged scalp. The most horrifying thing was her face. Half of it was burned beyond recognition, revealing stark white bones. The other half, however, retains the beautiful outline it had in life, but is now twisted and deformed by resentment and malice. Those eyes were fixed on the window on the second floor of the villa, which was lit with warm lights. The female ghost seemed to sense something and suddenly turned her head. They instantly locked onto Shen Yuepo. "Get lost. Mind your own business." With a roar, the resentment around her transformed into countless burning, illusory black flame chains, lashing out at Shen Yuepo. Shen Yuepo's eyes narrowed, and she took several steps back. At the same time, he made a hand seal with his right hand, and a copper coin flew out. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The chains of resentment, burning with black flames, lashed fiercely against the golden light, producing a sound like a branding iron burning flesh. Black smoke billowed, and golden light fluctuated violently. Shen Yuepo's cold voice reached the female ghost's ears. "Stop now. Heaven's justice is clear and its laws are in order. If you take a life, you will suffer unimaginable torture in the underworld, be condemned to eternal damnation, and never be reincarnated. Laws and regulations? Reincarnation?" The female ghost's voice was filled with mockery and madness. "Heaven's will. Haha." Her resentment surged again, and her half-undamaged face twisted in hatred. Him, a phoenix man who climbed out of a poor mountain village. I saw his ambition, so I emptied my savings and begged my parents to use their connections to help him start a business. It was me. I was there for him through the toughest times. It was me. I used my family's resources to elevate him to a position of nobility. Her voice suddenly rose, becoming sharp and piercing. But what about him? The company went public, and he started to look down on me. He wanted to hook up with the chairman's daughter, clear obstacles, and take all the shares my parents left me. Be that beast. He locked the doors and windows while I was sleeping, poured gasoline on the windows, and set it on fire. She pointed to the cozy villa, her burning ghostly eyes almost dripping with blood and tears. I was burned alive in the bedroom. What's even more ridiculous is, the female ghost's voice trembled with sarcasm. He posted an obituary online, saying that his beloved wife had died unexpectedly, and that he was in unbearable grief, marketing his image as a devoted lover. I'll use my death to gain sympathy and solidify his position. The black flame chains surrounding her danced wildly, emitting a shrill sound as they tore through the air. He meticulously planned and created a perfect alibi. Everyone believed his deep affection, and everyone thought it was an accident. Her voice carried a chilling madness. The way of heaven. Where is it? Justice. Where is it? Whom does it judge? I can't wait until that day. I just want him dead. I want him to die 1,000,000 times more painfully than I have. I want his soul to be scattered to the winds. Her gaze was once again fixed on the second-floor window, where shadows moved about, seemingly depicting a happy family of 3. She transformed into a wisp of black mist, ready to rush towards the villa without regard for anything else. Shen Yuepo shouted sharp lie, and golden light flashed as he blocked her way once again. Seeing this, the female ghost attacked even more frantically, completely disregarding the loss of her own soul. "Get out of my way, or I'll kill you too." Shen Yuepo lightly touched the ground with her toes and gracefully retreated, avoiding the female ghost's sharp chains. She made a hand seal, creating a pale golden barrier between them, her voice clear and cool with a hint of admonition. "Do you know what price you'll pay if you kill him now? Your resentment is connected to the earth's veins. Once you personally take a life, it will immediately trigger the netherworld thunder, causing your body and soul to perish, leaving you no chance for reincarnation. Is it worth it for such a scumbag?" The female ghost's attack suddenly stopped. She hovered in mid-air, and the surging resentment around her seemed to freeze for a moment. Those ghostly eyes stared intently at Shen Yuepo, the flames leaping and reflecting the pain on one half of her face and the ferocity on the other. Her voice was hoarse, but resolute. "Worth. I want him to experience every fear and pain I felt before I died. Even if they are never to be reincarnated, I am willing." Shen Yuepo remained silent. She had seen too many vengeful ghosts, some blinded by resentment, others driven mad by hatred. But this person before us, in a state of lucidity, so resolutely chose a path of eternal damnation, solely for the sake of personal revenge. This is the first time. At that moment, faint laughter came from the second floor of the villa, so warm it was almost jarring. The golden light that had gathered at Shen Yuepo's fingertips quietly extinguished. She slowly lowered her hand. The golden light that had been swirling around the female ghost vanished, and the copper coin flew back to her waist. Shen Yuepo stepped aside, clearing the way to the villa. The night breeze ruffled the stray hairs on her forehead, and a fleeting look of pity flashed in her eyes. 2 words spoken so softly, yet they seemed to open the gates of hell. The female ghost paused, gazing intently into Shen Yuepo's eyes. She knew that if this person insisted on stopping her, she had no chance of winning. "Thank you, Master, for your kindness." The next second, the resentment around her surged, turning into a black mist that instantly pierced through the villa's window. "Ah! A ghost! There's a ghost! Help!" A man's scream, as if he were being choked, suddenly erupted inside the villa. This was followed by the woman's terrified screams and the child's heart-wrenching cries. However, the expected scene of carnage did not materialize. Standing in the shadows of the garden, Shen Yuepo clearly saw with her spiritual senses that the female ghost did not directly attack the terrified woman and child. Her powerful resentment acted like an invisible barrier, separating the mother and child into another dimension. They could only see the man suddenly go mad, screaming and struggling at the air, but they couldn't see the female ghost's true form, nor could they feel any chill. In fear, they instinctively screamed and huddled together, scrambling and crawling away from the bedroom and downstairs. The female ghost poured all her power and hatred precisely onto the man in the suit. She revealed her most terrifying true self. The remains were half-burnt to the bone. She stretched out her charred hand bones and pressed them directly onto the top of his head. "Zhou Qiang," the female ghost's voice, eerily calm, penetrated directly into the depths of the man's soul. "Look at me. See who I am. Look at the people you burned to death. Look at the deep affection you built with my blood and bones." Zhou Qiang's eyes were instantly filled with the terrifying image of the female ghost. He felt as if he had returned to that bedroom, filled with the smell of gasoline. The scorching flames, so intense they made it impossible to breathe, consumed his soul. He could even smell the burning flesh on his skin. In reality, his body convulsed violently. He foamed at the mouth, made incoherent hoarse sounds, and became incontinent. His crotch was instantly soaked, and a pungent, fishy stench filled the air. He saw the despair in his ex-wife's eyes as she died, and he saw his own grinning face as he poured gasoline on her. "No, no, spare me, spare me." Tears streamed down his face as he frantically kowtowed in front of the empty space. His forehead slammed against the floor with a loud thud, and blood flowed freely. "I was wrong. I deserve to die. I'm not human. Please, please let me go. Please let me go." He completely broke down, his mind destroyed by the hallucinations created by the female ghost's resentment. Just then, the once clear night sky was suddenly covered by rolling dark clouds. From deep within the clouds, thunder roared down with terrifying pressure, locking on to that bedroom in the villa. The female ghost suddenly looked out the window at the thunderclouds, then looked down at Zhou Qiang, who was convulsing on the ground like a lump of mud. There was no fear in her eyes, but rather a peace and relief of a long-cherished wish fulfilled. She turned her head slightly, looking towards Shen Yuepo in the garden outside the window. On that face, half charred and half still beautiful, a smile was forced out. The next second, just as the bolt of lightning was about to strike, the soul pearl, which contained all her essence, suddenly appeared at the center of the female ghost's burning soul. She did not choose to perish completely with this last bit of essence. With the last ounce of her remaining strength, she forcefully flung the dark blue soul bead toward Shen Yuepo in the garden. "Master, this is a gift for you." A thought, almost drowned out by the thunder, came along with the soul pearl. "Consider this." a token of gratitude. The soul pearl transformed into an almost invisible stream of dark blue light, instantly piercing through the window and landing in Shen Yuepo's unconsciously raised palm. Boom! The moment the soul pearl left the body, the netherworld lightning struck down. It precisely pierced through the roof of the villa, and also through the location where the female ghost was. There was no earth-shattering explosion. Instead, a blinding white light instantly engulfed the entire bedroom. The light faded, the dark clouds disappeared as if they had never been there, and the moonlight shone down again. The bedroom returned to peace. The room was a mess. Zhao Qiang lay sprawled in a pool of filth, his eyes wide open, pupils dilated, and his body twitching intermittently. He was drooling. He had completely gone mad. The soul has also suffered irreversible damage and is not far from complete dissipation. The traces of the female ghost's existence, along with her last resentment, were completely reduced to nothingness and dust under that bolt of dark lightning. Shen Yuepo stood in the shadows of the garden, clutching the dark blue soul bead that had just flown in. She looked down at the soul pearl, then looked up at the madman on the second floor of the villa. The ghost's last words seemed to still echo in the night wind. At this moment, the atmosphere in the study of the main building of the Shen family villa was oppressive. Chairman Shen sat on a large sofa, a half-burnt cigar between his fingers. The swirling smoke couldn't dispel the heaviness in his eyes. Madame Shen sat beside him, her face pale and her eyes slightly red. Shen Wangchuan leaned against the window, gazing at the deep night outside, his profile tense. Shen Yuepo paced restlessly in the room, his bruised and swollen face still showing signs of distress, which only added to his anxiety. Finally, Shen Yuepo abruptly stopped, his voice hoarse, breaking the suffocating silence. Dad Wangxing's death. He swallowed hard, his gaze fixed on Chairman Shen, a last glimmer of hope in his eyes. Was it really Yu Ru who did it? Chairman Shen took a deep drag of his cigar, letting the pungent smoke swirl in his lungs before slowly exhaling. He didn't answer Shen Yuepo directly, but said in a heavy voice, "Wangxing died a very tragic death." His voice was low and deep, each word like a hammer blow to the hearts of those present. On the surface, it was the work of a few beasts. But he paused, his gaze sweeping over Madame Shen and Shen Yuepo. Those beasts all died one after another shortly after Wangxing's tragic death. Madame Shen's sobs abruptly stopped, her pupils contracted sharply, and she covered her mouth in disbelief. The cause of death was bizarre. Chairman Shen's voice was chilling. Car accidents, accidental falls, drug overdoses, etc. The timing was too coincidental. The method was clean and efficient, and almost no clues were left behind. The Xiao family mobilized all their resources to investigate, but the leads all mysteriously disappeared in the end. The police could only attribute it to coincidence. Chairman Shen looked at Madame Shen, his eyes filled with pain and guilt. "Ah Yun, you are not in good health, and you are kind-hearted. You raised Yu Ro yourself, and in your heart, she has always been that kind, weak child who needs to be protected. She is one of your emotional supports." He sighed heavily. "I can't bear to let you know that your precious daughter might have planned such a vicious thing. I can't bear to see you go through this breakdown. I hope that in your eyes, she will always be that wonderful daughter. A beautiful daughter." Madame Shen suddenly stood up, her body swaying violently, her voice shrill. "So you kept it from me? You watched me fawn over the real culprit who might have killed Wangxing? For her sake, she has repeatedly neglected Yuepo, and she might even use more vicious methods to harm Yuepo? Shen Tingxuan, what do you take me for? A porcelain doll that only needs to live in lies." She was so angry that she was trembling all over. The huge blow made her almost unable to stand, and Shen Wangchuan immediately stepped forward to support her. Chairman Shen's face turned ashen as he was questioned by Madam Shen. He gripped his cigar tightly, his knuckles turning white, and said in a deep voice, "It was my fault. I underestimated her ruthlessness and her madness." "Then what was she after?" Madam Shen slumped onto the sofa, muttering to herself in a daze. "Wangxing is also a child I watched grow up." A tear fell onto her hand. "Her mother and I, we were still very close friends." She suddenly covered her mouth, her shoulders trembling violently. "What am I supposed to do from now on? What am I going to do from now on? Such a good girl, how could you rue?" Madam Shen, suddenly wretched, her expensive suit crumpling into a ball. This is simply, she ultimately couldn't bring herself to say it. The adopted daughter, whom she had doted on since childhood, was capable of doing things more cruel than a demon. Shen Wangchuan sat down next to Madam Shen, gently patting her trembling back with his well-defined knuckles. His voice was deep and somewhat hoarse. What else could it be for? Besides Jiang Yubai, who else could it be? The study fell into a deathly silence, broken only by Madam Shen's suppressed sobs. Shen Yuepo scratched his head in frustration, no longer defending Shen Yuepo. Shen Yuepo's revelations, the terrifying truth revealed in Chairman Shen's words, and Shen Yuepo's hasty escape and inability to testify. All of this was like countless cold needles, piercing through all the beautiful filters he had of Shen Yuepo. His voice was hoarse. "Then, what do we do now? Should we send someone to look for her?" "Need not." Chairman Shen spoke decisively, then stubbed out his cigar in the crystal ashtray with a soft hiss, as if severing the last thread of connection. He raised his eyes, his gaze sweeping over Madam Shen and her two sons. "Out of consideration for the 18 years of raising her, I can tolerate her hurting outsiders, but..." His voice suddenly turned cold. From the moment she attacked Yuepo, she was no longer a member of the Shen family. "Madam." Shen covered her face, tears streaming down her face through her fingers. Shen Yuepo slumped against the bookshelf and closed his eyes. Since Yuepo returned to this home, it's been like throwing a red-hot iron into a calm pond. On the surface, it may seem like just a few ripples, but beneath the surface, a dramatic transformation is taking place. Shen Wangchuan tapped the sofa armrest lightly with his long, slender fingers and let out a sigh. He looked at Chairman Shen. "By the way, I've already contacted several highly respected metaphysical masters in the capital regarding Qingchuan. When should we go there?" A glint of light flashed in Chairman Shen's eyes, and his weariness was replaced by a sharp edge. Without any hesitation, he said in a deep voice, "We'll set off back to Qingchuan tomorrow." "Back to Qingchuan?" Shen Yuepo suddenly raised his head, his face filled with confusion and astonishment, and interrupted. "What happened to the old house?" Shen Wangchuan looked at his impulsive, reckless younger brother and said succinctly, "The feng shui of Qingchuan's ancestral home has been tampered with." He paused, then said, "If Yuepo hadn't pointed it out in time, all of us would probably have had our luck depleted without even realizing it. At best, one will be plagued by serious illness and ruin their family business. At worst, one will die a violent death." Shen Yuepo felt a chill run down his spine, and his back was instantly soaked with cold sweat. With such earth-shattering events happening one after another in his family, he was completely kept in the dark, like a fool. Shen Yuepo asked urgently, "Who is it? Who has the ability and audacity to mess with our Shen family?" Shen Wangchuan shook his head, his eyes serious. "It is not yet clear who exactly did it." He then changed the subject, becoming even more serious. "But when Yuepo exposed this predicament, she made it clear that she could break it. But only if the Shen family willingly severed all ties with her." "Severing kinship?" Shen Yuepo exclaimed in disbelief. hardly able to believe his ears. She really said that? He subconsciously looked at Chairman Shen and Mrs. Shen. When I saw the same heavy expressions on their faces, my heart sank. Silence fell again in the study. Shen Wangchuan turned his gaze to Chairman Shen, his expression questioning. Dad, should we tell Yuepo about breaking the deadlock in Qingchuan? No need, Chairman Shen refused decisively. He picked up the cigar on the table, but then put it down in frustration. Finally, his gaze swept across the deep night outside the window with a complex expression, and his tone was resolute. Don't tell her. I've already lost one daughter. I don't want to hear another daughter say the words severing ties. At 1 o'clock in the morning, the Shen family villa was deathly silent. Shen Yuepo quietly returned to her room. However, the sight inside the room made her pause slightly. Feng Jin leaned back lazily on the single sofa in her room. The cool moonlight shone through the gaps in the curtains, falling on his strangely handsome face. His slender fingers slid slowly across the screen, his dark golden eyes fixed on the ever-changing images and text. As if he were studying some profound array technique, Shen Yuepo glanced at it only once before looking away. She went straight into the bathroom and came out a moment later, still warm from the steam. She changed into comfortable pajamas, pulled back the covers, and lay down. She buried herself in the soft bed, leaving only her back to the sofa. Feng Jin seemed oblivious to her return and her lying down, still engrossed in his phone. Shen Yuepo closed her eyes, and her consciousness gradually sank into darkness. However, just as she was about to fall asleep, she suddenly felt a slight coolness from the white jade bracelet on her wrist. The next moment, a familiar figure appeared by the bedside. His handsome face was filled with undisguised displeasure. His brows were furrowed, and the atmosphere around him was frighteningly low. Startled by the oppressive atmosphere, Shen Yuepo barely opened one eye, her voice heavy with sleepiness and a hint of impatience at being disturbed. What is it now? Feng Jin, with a sour face, pointed at the white jade bracelet on her wrist. This bracelet has its own space, isolating all laws. A cell phone inside is like an inanimate object. Shen Yuepo. Oh, she replied dryly, turned over, pulled the blanket over her head, and her muffled voice came from under the blanket. Then let's not play anymore. After saying that, she ignored Feng Jin, who was radiating a low-pressure aura by the bedside and quickly drifted off to sleep. Feng Jin stood by the bed and glanced disdainfully at the white jade bracelet on Shen Yuepo's wrist. In the end, he didn't go back in. Instead, he took his phone and sat back down on the single sofa. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the curtains, casting a soft glow into the room. Shen Yuepo's biological clock made her wake up on time. A good night's sleep dispelled the fatigue of last night. She rubbed her throbbing temples and sat up, pulling the covers over her head. Her gaze unconsciously swept across the room, and the next second, Feng Jin remained in the same position as last night, leaning back on the single sofa, staring intently at the phone in his hand. He actually played all night? Looking at his absorbed expression and considering his identity as the Emperor of Fengdu, Shen Yuepo felt a strong sense of absurdity. She couldn't help but speak, her voice slightly hoarse from just waking up. Feng Jin, if you keep doing this, your eyes will become nearsighted. Feng Jin finally stopped moving. He slowly raised his head, his dark golden eyes shifting from the phone screen to Shen Yuepo sitting on the bed. He slightly furrowed his handsome brows, seemingly not quite understanding the specific meaning of this mundane term, but instinctively feeling that it wasn't a good word. How could a mere mortal eye ailment possibly harm my divine soul? Shen Yuepo. Shen Yuepo ignored him. I went into the bathroom to wash up, which dispelled the last trace of sleepiness. When Feng Jin came out of the bathroom, he had already put down his phone. He remained lounging on the single sofa, his posture languid, but his eyes were clear, as if not sleeping all night had no effect on him. His gaze fell on Shen Yuepo. "Where are you going today?" he asked, his voice low and steady, revealing no emotion. "I'm helping someone assess the feng shui layout of a house," Shen Yuepo said succinctly, before entering the dressing room to change into her outerwear. When they came out, Feng Jin stood up and walked up to Shen Yuepo. "I'll go with you." Shen Yuepo paused, looked up at him with a hint of confusion. "Weren't you always inside the bracelet before?" She thought his question about where he had gone was just a formality, since he had always been traveling with her inside the white jade bracelet. Feng Jin stared directly into her dark golden eyes and clearly corrected her. "When I said go together, I didn't mean inside the bracelet." He glanced at the white jade bracelet on Shen Yuepo's wrist. "I want to see it with my own eyes and experience it firsthand in this mortal world." He paused, his tone carrying a hint of a ruler's consideration. "Let's see what's worthwhile. Perhaps it can be introduced into the netherworld." Shen Yuepo looked at his serious expression and understood what he meant. She had no objection and nodded, "Okay." The two walked towards the door, one after the other. Shen Yuepo's hand had just touched the doorknob when she suddenly stopped. As if remembering something, she turned around and looked Feng Jin up and down with a subtle gaze. Feng Jin raised an eyebrow slightly as she looked at him. Shen Yuepo's gaze finally landed on his magnificent and intricate imperial robe embroidered with dark gold patterns, then swept over his long, ink-black hair and his handsome face that seemed otherworldly. She paused for 2 seconds before slowly asking, "You're just planning to go out like this?" Feng Jin followed her gaze and looked down at himself, then looked up again. "Is there something wrong?" Shen Yuepo. "There's nothing wrong with it," Shen Yuepo said expressionlessly, shifting her gaze and opening the door. "It's easy to get surrounded by people, have your picture taken and posted online, and then be mistaken for someone who ran away from the set of some period drama or a performance art enthusiast." After she finished speaking, she stopped looking at him and walked straight out. Feng Jin stood there, his brows slightly furrowed. He watched Shen Yuepo's retreating figure as she walked out of the room, let out a cold snort, and the space around him distorted slightly. The next moment, his magnificent imperial robes and the jade crown on his head vanished without a trace. Instead, he wore a well-tailored black suit made of a material that looked understatedly luxurious. His jet-black hair had also been shortened, which made his face look even more stern and his temperament more noble, like a young leader who had stepped off the cover of a top financial magazine. He glanced at his reflection in the full-length mirror in the room. It was pleasing to the eye and barely befitting his distinguished status. Only then did he take long strides and follow Shen Yuepo out. The corridor outside the door was brightly lit. Shen Yuepo was standing a few steps away, seemingly waiting for him. When Feng Jin's figure completely stepped out of the door and into the light of the corridor, Shen Yuepo subconsciously looked up. She was stunned at first glance. Having shed his elaborate ancient robe and donned a well-fitting modern suit, Feng Jin seemed to have stepped from an ancient mythological painting into reality in an instant. The perfectly tailored black suit accentuated his tall and slender figure with broad shoulders and a narrow waist. The pure black shirt underneath had one button undone at the collar, exuding a casual and ascetic feel. His short, dark hair was neatly styled, fully revealing his already flawless and handsome face. His tightly pursed thin lips carried an innate aloofness and arrogance. Shen Yuepo had seen many handsome men and beautiful women. Whether it was Xiao Yisu's aloofness and arrogance or Jiang Yubai's gentle and refined manner, they all paled in comparison to the face before her. This brief moment of stunned silence lasted less than a few seconds. Shen Yuepo quickly regained her senses, her cool gaze returning to its usual calm, as if that moment of distraction had never happened. Her gaze swept over his expensive suit, which looked like it was tailor-made for him. Thinking about the hassle of having to change clothes every time she goes out, the corner of her mouth twitched almost imperceptibly, with a hint of envy. She let out a soft sigh, her tone flat. Being an emperor is really convenient. Feng Jin took in Shen Yuepo's momentary daze. Although he was not familiar with worldly aesthetics, he was quite pleased with the fleeting appreciation in her eyes and her recognition of his magic. In the corridor, old Wang happened to see Shen Yuepo walking out side by side with a handsome stranger who suddenly appeared behind her. He was so shocked that he almost dropped the tray he was carrying. Shen Yuepo didn't even glance at him, simply saying, "Don't worry about it, housekeeper." The young lady brought a random man home. Shen Yuepo slowly walked down the spiral staircase, with Feng Jin's tall figure following closely behind her. Old Wang quickly walked a few steps to catch up, his leather shoes making rapid tapping sounds on the marble floor. It wasn't that he was being nosy. He was just worried that it would be inconvenient for the young lady to go out. "Miss," Old Wang bowed slightly, "the car is ready. May old Liu give you two a ride?" Shen Yuepo paused slightly. "Okay, thank you. You're too kind." Just as old Wang turned around, Shen Yuepo took out a yellow talisman folded into a triangle from her cloth bag. "Take this." She handed the amulet to old Wang. Old Wang was taken aback, then accepted the gift with both hands, somewhat flattered. "Miss, this is amulet for safety." Shen Yuepo spoke succinctly, her gaze falling on old Wang's face. "Take it back and give it to your son to carry with him. Tell him to stay away from water, especially in the evenings, for the next few days." Old Wang's heart skipped a beat. Thinking of Shen Yuepo's abilities, he immediately understood. His expression turned serious. He gripped the amulet tightly, bowed, and said with deep gratitude, "Thank you, miss. I will make sure he keeps it with him at all times and never lets it out of his sight." As he spoke, he hurriedly pulled a 100 yuan bill from the inside pocket of his suit jacket. Shen Yuepo gently shook her head. "No need, consider it a thank you for taking care of me these past few days." Old Wang was taken aback. Why did the young lady's words sound like a farewell? Before he could think it through, Shen Yuepo had already turned and walked towards the black sedan at the door. The driver immediately opened the back door for her. Feng Jin looked at the box in front of him with great interest. He followed behind Shen Yuepo, imitating her manner, and calmly sat down in the spacious back seat. The vehicle slowly drove out of the Shen family villa. Feng Jin peered through the car window, observing the rapidly receding street scene outside. Interesting. The speed and comfort of this box far surpass those of the ghostly chariots of the underworld. Perhaps we could consider getting a few of those ghostly patrol vehicles? The vehicle drove smoothly towards the outskirts of the city, and finally stopped at the grand entrance of the Yuhu Mountain Villa district. The towering, ornate iron gate was tightly shut, and uniformed security guards watched the outside warily. Shen Yuepo lowered the car window, and the security guard politely but distantly approached to inquire, "Hello, which household are you looking for? Do you have an appointment? We need to verify your identity before we can let you in." Number 9 in Area A, Lu Jin. "Please wait a moment while I give him a call." Shen Yuepo gave the name, then paused slightly. She then realized that she didn't seem to have Lu Jin's contact information. All previous contact was through Xiao Yishu. She swiped her finger across the contacts list and dialed Xiao Yisu's number directly. The phone was answered after only 2 rings, and Xiao Yisu's voice came from the other end. "Miss Shen, you've arrived?" It's at the entrance of the villa area. I can't get in. Could you please have Lu Jin come out to meet me, or tell the security guard?" Shen Yuepo's voice was as cold and direct as ever. without any pleasantries. A soft chuckle seemed to come from the other end of the phone, and Xiao Yisu's voice carried a hint of pleasure. What a coincidence! I just happened to be here discussing some things with him. Wait a moment, I'll come out to pick you up right away. The call ended. Shen Yuepo said to the security guard, "Wait a moment, someone will come out to meet me." The security guard nodded and stepped aside. A few minutes later, a sleek sports car drove into the villa area and stopped next to Shen Yuepo and his group with a beautiful drift. The driver's side door opened, and Xiao Yishu, dressed in a casual suit, stepped out with a smile on his face and walked straight to the back seat of the car, where Shen Yuepo was sitting. "Miss Shen, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting," Xiao Yishu said with a smile, while habitually reaching for the back door of the car. However, his smile and words froze completely on his face the moment he saw the situation inside the car, as if a pause button had been pressed. In the back seat, Shen Yuepo sat quietly. A strange man was sitting next to her. The man had a handsome face that was almost otherworldly, and his dark golden eyes swept over indifferently. Xiao Yisou instantly felt an invisible pressure coming towards him. It was him. The man who appeared in Shen Yuepo's video call. However, Xiao Yisou's shock and stiffness lasted only a moment. Years of self-cultivation and business experience allowed him to quickly suppress his surging emotions. A smile returned to his face, but the smile didn't fully reach his eyes. His voice was steady, as if his earlier outburst had never happened, and his gaze returned to its usual gentleness when he looked at Shen Yuepo. Then she naturally turned to Feng Jin beside her, asking at just the right moment, "And this is?" Shen Yuepo glanced at Xiao Yishu and said succinctly, "Feng Jin. You don't mind bringing a friend along at the last minute, do you?" "Of course I don't mind." Xiao Yisu's smile deepened, appearing very magnanimous. "Your friend is my friend. My car is up ahead. You can follow me in." After saying that, he turned and walked towards his sports car. The Shen family's black sedan slowly started and followed Xiao Yisu's sports car into the villa area. The car eventually stopped in front of a modern new villa with a great view. Lu Jin was already standing in front of the villa, waiting. He was dressed in a smart casual outfit today, his hair was meticulously styled, and he greeted us with a warm yet courteous smile. "Master Shen, we've been waiting for you." Lu Jin's voice was loud and clear, filled with gratitude. Last time I was harassed by that female ghost in the coffin, and was in a very sorry state, so I didn't have a chance to get to know you properly. Today I finally have the opportunity." As he spoke, his gaze lingered on Shen Yuepo for a moment, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. He hadn't been able to get a good look at her last time because of her disheveled state, but this time he finally got a clear look at Shen Yuepo's appearance. In the sunlight, she wore a beige diagonally buttoned shirt with delicate Chinese knot buttons adorning the collar, making her neck appear even longer. Her half-up black hair was secured with an antique peach wood hairpin, with a few stray strands falling beside her ears, adding a touch of casualness. This is clearly a classical beauty who has just stepped out of a traditional Chinese ink painting. How could she be the Xuanmen master he imagined, holding a peach wood sword and walking with the 7-star step? Shen Yuepo nodded to him, "Mr. Lu." Just then the other door of the car Shen Yuepo was in opened, and Feng Jin stepped out of the car. Lu Jin's gaze was instantly drawn to the man who had suddenly appeared. He was stunned for a moment, his gaze lingering on Feng Jin's handsome face for 2 seconds before he subconsciously glanced quickly at Xiao Yishu, who had just gotten out of the car. Immediately, a warmer smile spread across his face. He stepped forward, habitually extending his hand, and tentatively asked, "Master Shen, who is this distinguished gentleman?" "Shen Yuepo." "Friend." Lu Jin extended his hand to Feng Jin. "So you are Master Shen's friend." It's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Lu Jin, and I am the owner of this house. He adopted a very humble posture and was very warm in his attitude. However, Feng Jin simply lowered his eyes and glanced indifferently at Lu Jin's outstretched hand. He parted his thin lips slightly, uttering only 2 cold words. Feng Jin. After that, there was no further explanation. He didn't shake hands in return, nor did he even glance at Lu Jin again. His gaze had already shifted to the brand new villa in front of him. Carrying a scrutinizing air, Lu Jin's outstretched hand hung awkwardly in mid-air. The smile froze on his face instantly. He was a shrewd and sophisticated businessman, but he had never been treated with such blatant indifference. The other party completely ignored even the most basic handshake etiquette. He withdrew his hand, and although he was still trying to maintain the smile on his face, it had become somewhat forced and stiff. This person is far too arrogant and rude. Xiao Yishou, who was standing nearby, took in the whole scene. He coughed lightly, breaking the awkward silence at the opportune moment. "Ah Jin, Master Shen's time is precious. Shall we ask him to take a look at the house first?" Lu Jin immediately took the opportunity to back down, readjusted her expression, and turned to the side in an inviting gesture. Yes, Master Shen, Mr. Feng, please come in." Shen Yuepo seemed oblivious to the subtle shift in atmosphere, nodded and took the first step. Feng Jin followed half a step behind her, his gaze still taking in the layout of the villa. Lu Jin watched the 2 figures walking one after the other, especially Feng Jin's attitude of completely disregarding him as his master, and his lips twitched, almost imperceptibly. He took a deep breath, suppressing his displeasure, exchanged a knowing glance with Xiao Yishou, and followed. Shen Yuepo walked into the courtyard of Lu Jin's villa, but did not immediately enter the main house. Instead, she slowly circled around the carefully maintained stone path. Her gaze swept over the intricately designed artificial hills and streams, the well-arranged flowers, trees, and shrubs, and the expansive view of Jade Lake in the distance. A moment later, Shen Yuepo stopped in front of a large, leafy tree. "This place has excellent feng shui," Shen Yuepo finally spoke, her voice cold and clear. "It is backed by mountains and faces water, sheltered from the wind and gathering energy, which will bring wealth and peace to the family." The layout of the courtyard is also quite well organized, with artificial hills serving as screens, flowing water to draw in the energy, and flowers and plants, adding vitality. The overall layout is excellent. Upon hearing this, Lu Jin's face immediately lit up with joy. "I specially invited the most renowned feng shui master in Hong Kong to design this house. I'm relieved to have your approval." His anxiety was greatly relieved. The worries of the past few days vanished. After all, his experience with the female ghost in the coffin last time had really frightened him. This time, he bought a new house and specially invited Shen Yuepo, just in case he was afraid of attracting some unclean things again. However, Shen Yuepo changed the subject, pointing to the large tree. This tree, however, is in an inappropriate location. Lu Jin's heart tightened, and she quickly asked, "Is there something wrong with this tree?" "This tree is planted in the Qian position and faces the main gate of the house, so its influence is too strong," Shen Yuepo explained. The Qian position belongs to the metal element, which governs the career prospects of the male head of the household. "A large tree can bully its master," Shen Yuepo said calmly. "At first, it borrows the life force of the tree, but in the long run, the yin energy will turn against it and damage the fortune of the family head." She paused for a moment, then concluded, "I recommend removing it as soon as possible." Lu Jin immediately said solemnly, "I'll have someone move it." "Tomorrow?" "No, I'll do it this afternoon." Since it concerned his own fortune, he dared not be negligent. Shen Yuepo nodded slightly, then briefly walked around the rest of the courtyard to confirm there were no other major problems, before saying, "The layout of the house is acceptable and does not require major renovations. Just make sure to keep the airflow smooth and avoid clutter." After the survey was completed, Lu Jin warmly invited them to stay. "Master Shen, Mr. Feng, thank you both for making this trip." He glanced at his watch. "It's already noon. How about I treat you both to the best private restaurant in town?" Shen Yuepo refused outright. "No need, I have other things to do." Her tone was flat, without the slightest hint of politeness. Just now, Jiang Yubai sent her a message, asking her to go look at houses when she had time. Lu Jin opened her mouth, but in the end could only awkwardly withdraw her hand that had been trying to stop her. He finally understood that Master Shen's way of doing things was truly unconventional. Shen Yuepo merely nodded slightly to Xiao Yishu before turning and leaving with Feng Jin. Feng Jin followed beside her, the two of them one in front and one behind, their auras complementing each other. Watching the black sedan disappear at the end of the tree-lined road in the villa area, Lu Jin breathed a long sigh of relief. He turned to look at Xiao Yishu, who had been silent beside him, a playful smile on his face, and nudged him with his elbow. "Hey Yishu, did you see that?" Lu Jin's tone carried a hint of sarcasm. "Your rival in love." Not simple at all. He recalled Feng Jin's arrogant disregard for everything and his unfathomable aura, and felt that he was no ordinary person. The smile on Xiao Yisu's face had completely vanished, replaced by a deep, somber expression. He stared in the direction the car had disappeared, his eyes narrowing slightly behind his glasses. Hearing Lu Jin's words, Xiao Yisu slowly withdrew his gaze and looked at Lu Jin. "Yes, it's not simple." His voice was low and cold, carrying a sense of suppressed iciness. "So Lu Jin, do me a favor. Use all your connections to investigate this person." Lu Jin's Adam's apple bobbed as she tentatively asked, "Is our young master Xiao really serious?" Xiao Yisu didn't answer directly. He simply looked in the direction Shen Yuepo had just left and said, "She's different." The black sedan drove away from the villa atop Yuhu Mountain, weaving through the hustle and bustle of Beijing, and finally stopped at the entrance of a quiet, upscale residential community. The community has excellent landscaping, with lush trees that isolate it from the noise of the outside world, making it quiet and elegant. Shen Yuepo got out of the car and her gaze immediately fell on Jiang Yubai, who was already waiting at the entrance of the residential area. Upon seeing this, her cool gaze subtly sharpened. "Jiang Yubai before my eyes resembles a bamboo stalk battered by frost and snow." He had noticeably thinned out, and his shoulders even looked somewhat bony. That once handsome face, which had captivated countless socialites, was now shrouded in a lingering wariness and haggardness. "Miss Shen." Jiang Yubai's voice was a little hoarse. He stepped forward and gave a polite smile. "This way, please." His gaze lingered for half a second on Feng Jin, who was getting out of the car behind Shen Yuepo. He didn't ask any further questions about Feng Jin's identity. He simply turned around and led them into the residential area. "This residential area is my personal property," Jiang Yubai said as he walked, his voice flat. "The environment is relatively quiet, the security level is top-notch, and it's not far from the city center. We have several fully furnished apartments that have been vacant. I'll take you to see the ones with the best locations and views." He first showed Shen Yuepo a 2-bedroom apartment on a high floor with a wide view. The house is decorated in a modern minimalist style with exquisite materials and elegant design. The huge floor-to-ceiling windows offer a view of lush greenery and distant city views, excellent natural lighting, and a bright, airy feel. Jiang Yubai stood in the center of the living room, his gaze sweeping over the empty room, and said in a flat tone, "If you don't like this style, there's another one in the next unit with a different style, You can take a look. Shen Yuepo walked around the house. The house is clean and tidy, with a balanced and harmonious feng shui layout and no obvious problems. All she needed was a place to stay, and this house was enough. No need. She stopped and looked at Jiang Yubai. This one is fine. Jiang Yubai seemed a little surprised by her decisiveness, but he didn't say anything, just nodded. Okay, let's go to the property center to sign the contract. The paperwork was completed quickly in the small meeting room of Property Management Center. When the contract was handed to Shen Yuepo, she clearly saw the total price of the house marked on it, 8 million RMB, full payment. Shen Yuepo paused slightly in her grip on the pen. Located in the heart of Beijing, this upscale residential community boasts top-tier security. Fully furnished, ready-to-move-in apartment with 2 bedrooms, a living room, and a large balcony offering stunning views. This price is ridiculously low. Even for Jiang Yubai's own properties, this price is far below the market price. She understood instantly. This was Jiang Yubai repaying a favor for the Xiao Wangxing incident, even though Shen Yuepo had never asked for anything in return. Shen Yuepo looked up at Jiang Yubai sitting opposite her. His eyelashes were lowered, and his fingers tapped lightly on the table unconsciously. The lines of his profile looked unusually hard under the light. She neither pointed it out nor declined. She simply picked up the pen and neatly signed her name where it was required. The contract has been signed and the handover procedures have been completed. Shen Yuepo carefully put away her copy of the contract. Jiang Yubai stood up, seemingly preparing to see the guest out. The property management will give you the key and access card. If you have any questions later, contact the property manager directly. Just as he turned to leave, Shen Yuepo's cold voice rang out behind him. Jiang Yubai. Jiang Yubai's back suddenly stiffened, and he stopped in his tracks. Shen Yuepo looked at his stiff back and continued, "Her last wish was that you could live a good life." Shen Yuepo's words were like a blunt knife, cutting into the deepest wound in Jiang Yubai's heart. The path you've taken is not the righteous one. Leading evil cultivators into your scheme and tainting you with malevolent karma will only lead to your utter destruction. The air seemed to freeze instantly. Jiang Yubai slowly turned around, a smirk playing on his lips. Heh. As expected, I can't hide it from you, Master Shen. He chuckled softly, a laugh filled with bitterness and madness. The righteous path of humanity. His gaze suddenly sharpened. Can the righteous path of humanity bring those who killed Wangxing to justice? Can it make those beasts in human skin pay the real price? I waited, I believed. What did I get in return? Insufficient evidence. Presumption of innocence. That bitch is still living a carefree life under the halo of being the adopted daughter of the Shen family. His voice suddenly rose, filled with long-suppressed anger and despair. Since the righteous path can't give Wangxing justice, can't give me an answer, then why should I still walk the righteous path? He stared intently at Shen Yuepo. If only we could tear off her disguise, drag her into hell, and make her taste even a fraction of the suffering Wangxing endured. What crooked paths or evil tricks? I, Jiang Yubai, will follow them without hesitation. After he finished speaking, he stopped looking at Shen Yuepo and Feng Jin, who had been watching coldly from the side, and suddenly turned around. He was about to leave with an air of hostility about him, etc. Shen Yuepo's voice rang out again. Jiang Yubai stopped in his tracks, but did not turn around. Shen Yuepo took out a talisman from her cloth bag. This talisman is quite different from ordinary amulets. It is not yellow, but dark purple. She stepped forward and handed the talisman to Jiang Yubai. A house as a thank you gift. Her voice remained cold. If you are truly on the verge of your soul being scattered, this talisman may preserve a trace of your true spirit and prevent your soul from dissipating. Perhaps this could give you and Xiao Wangxing a chance to rekindle your relationship. Jiang Yubai's body jolted violently. He turned around abruptly, his gaze fixed on the dark purple talisman in Shen Yuepo's hand, his eyes filled with disbelief. Aren't those who cultivate Taoism the ones who hate crooked and evil ways the most? Shen Yuepo met his complicated gaze. We're even. With this soul-protecting talisman, whose value far exceeded that property, she completely severed the last causal connection between them caused by Xiao Wangxing. Jiang Yubai looked into Shen Yuepo's calm eyes, which held no pity but touched his heart. His lips moved a few times, and finally, all his emotions condensed into a hoarse whisper. "Thank you." He neither refused nor questioned it, and reached out to take the talisman. He wasn't afraid of death, but he was afraid that there would be no possibility of him and Xiao Wangxing ever meeting again. Shen Yuepo stood there, watching Jiang Yubai's figure disappear through the doorway. Her cold eyes were devoid of any emotion, only a barely perceptible sigh escaped her lips. She could feel the chilling, malevolent aura emanating from him after his contact with evil cultivators, which was rapidly eroding his already precarious mind and vitality. "This is unnecessary." Feng Jin's indifferent voice rang out beside her. "Obsession turns into demonic possession, leading to self-destruction. Even the scattering of the soul is one's final destination." Shen Yuepo did not refute, but simply turned her gaze away from the doorway. "Let's go." And it seems that this is all she can do. Shen Yuepo and Feng Jin had just stepped out of the residential compound gate and were heading towards the waiting vehicle. Just then, a Cullinan sped out from another lane inside the community, briefly slowing down at the entrance to wait for the barrier to rise. The car window wasn't completely closed, and Shen Yuepo's gaze inadvertently swept over the passenger seat. With just one glance, she recognized the face Shen Yuru. In the driver's seat was Jiang Yubai, who had just parted ways with them. The guardrail was raised, and the Cullinan accelerated sharply, merging into the traffic on the main road and quickly disappearing from sight. Shen Yuepo paused slightly, a complex emotion flashing across her cool eyes. "What's wrong?" Feng keenly sensed the subtle change in her aura, and his deep voice sounded beside him. He even raised his hand, which was unusual for him, and waved it gently in front of her, his dark golden eyes carrying a hint of inquiry. "Nothing." Shen Yuepo withdrew her gaze, her tone returning to its usual calm, as if she had just seen an insignificant passerby. "I originally intended to keep Shen Yuru's storyline to lead to the false Emperor Mingyi behind her. Now that Jiang Yubai has intervened, given his current obsession and the evil cultivators he's been in contact with, Shen Yuru's death is probably not far off. However, Shen Yuru is probably no longer of any use to Ming Yi. What value can a pawn that has been exposed and lost its power still have?" She suppressed these thoughts and turned to look at Feng Jin. "I'm hungry. After a long day, my stomach is empty." Feng Jin responded, his gaze sweeping over the shops lining the street. Shen Yuepo did not go to eat immediately, but instead had the driver take her to a large telecommunications store nearby. Inside the service hall, Shen Yuepo skillfully selected a package and a phone number. When Feng Jin saw that his phone screen finally displayed full signal strength and the 5G logo, a hint of satisfaction seemed to flash deep in his dark golden eyes. After getting the SIM card sorted out, Shen Yuepo led Feng Jin into an elegant restaurant. She ordered several signature home-style dishes and desserts. The dishes were served quickly, and Shen Yuepo picked up her chopsticks and began to enjoy them with elegant posture, but not slow speed. She ate with great focus, with a pure appreciation for the food. "Aren't you going to eat?" she asked Feng Jin. Feng Jin, sitting opposite him, remained motionless, merely gazing at the tempting dishes on the table. "I don't need to eat." Shen Yuepo didn't say anything more. She picked up a piece of braised pork and put it in her mouth, chewing it carefully with a satisfied look on her face. Just then, the waiter brought out the milk crepe cake that Shen Yuepo had added the last bit of mango to. Shen Yuepo picked up a small spoon, cut off a piece, and put it in her mouth. The delicate cream and slightly tart mango melted on her tongue, easing her furrowed brows. Feng Jin, who was playing on his phone, was immediately drawn to the newly appeared object. "What's this?" Shen Yuepo swallowed the cake in her mouth and explained, "Cake. A dessert." Seeing the rare look of curiosity in his eyes, she gestured to the waiter. "Excuse me, could you please bring another one of the same cake?" A new mango crepe cake was soon placed in front of Feng Jin. He imitated her, picked up the delicately shaped spoon, cut off a small piece from the very edge, and slowly put it into his mouth. Feng Jin's eyes lit up, and he raised an eyebrow. "Not bad." Upon hearing this, Shen Yuepo's lips curved into an almost imperceptible smile before returning to normal. The meal drew to a close in silence. Shen Yuepo put down her chopsticks and gestured to the waiter to settle the bill. A waiter in uniform walked over with a smile, holding a bill in his hand. "Hello, ma'am, this gentleman has already paid your bill," the waiter said politely to Shen Yuepo. Shen Yuepo was slightly taken aback and looked at Feng Jin with a puzzled expression. "You got married?" She remembered that he had just gone out for a while, and where did you get the money? She didn't recall giving this emperor any mortal currency. Feng Jin calmly picked up a napkin and elegantly wiped away non-existent cream from the corner of his mouth. He looked up at Shen Yuepo, his dark golden eyes carrying a hint of matter-of-fact, given by the Eastern Ghost Emperor. He paused, his tone carrying a hint of approval for his subordinate's efficient work. Shen too was quite thorough in his work. Shen Yuepo. The netherworld is quite. Keeping up with the times, Shen Yuepo brought Feng Jin back to the Shen family villa. The car drove through the gate and came to a stop. As Shen Yuepo pushed open the car door and got out, a strange feeling gripped her. It's too quiet. The huge villa was devoid of the hurried footsteps of servants or the smell of cooking fires wafting from the kitchen. The only sound was the rustling of leaves in the wind. Shen Yuepo frowned slightly and walked straight towards the main house. As usual, Butler Wang stood respectfully at the door with his hands at his sides, but the smile on his face was somewhat forced, and his eyes held a hint of evasion. Shen Yuepo stopped in front of him and asked directly, "Where did everyone go?" Old Wang's heart tightened, and fine beads of sweat instantly appeared on his forehead. He recalled that Chairman Shen had specifically called him aside before leaving and whispered his instructions. "Old Wang, don't let Yuepo know about our trip back to the old house in Qingchuan for now." Old Wang wanted to find an excuse to brush it off, such as the chairman and his wife went on vacation, or the second young master went out to play with his friends. However, when he looked up and met Shen Yuepo's eyes, which seemed to see through everything, all the lies he had prepared stuck in his throat. Those eyes were so clear and so sharp. Old Wang even had a feeling that if he told a single lie, the other party would immediately see through it. Under Shen Yuepo's invisible pressure, Lao Wang finally gave in. He swallowed hard and said in a low voice, "Reporting to Miss, the chairman, madam, eldest young master, and second young master." They set off early this morning to return to the old residence in Qingchuan. Shen Yuepo's face remained expressionless after hearing this. She simply hummed in response. I returned to my room and closed the door. Feng Jin, familiar with the place, sat back down on the single sofa and continued to immerse himself in exploring his phone. Shen Yuepo walked to the window and looked in the direction of Qingchuan. A moment later, she turned around and her gaze fell on the reincarnation ring on the index finger of her left hand. Feng Jin, can this reincarnation ring only contain souls, or can it also contain items? Without even looking up, Feng Jin, his finger still tapping the screen, casually replied, "Since it is a reincarnation ring, it can contain all things. Souls, magical treasures, inanimate objects, and living things can all be accommodated." Having received confirmation, Shen Yuepo said no more and began to act. She went to the dressing room, opened the cabinet door, but did not touch the expensive clothes and accessories that Madame Shen had bought for her. She looked at the clothes she had bought, picked up the reincarnation ring, and with a slight thought, gently brushed her fingertips across the surface of the ring. A faint light flashed, and the items vanished instantly, absorbed into the ring's space. Next, she went to the desk and put the charger, as well as several commonly used items such as cinnabar and talisman paper, into her ring. Although the noise in the room was not loud, the smell of cleaning still disturbed Feng Jin, who was sitting on the sofa. He raised his head, his dark golden eyes looking away from his phone, and gazed at Shen Yuepo, who was moving, with some confusion. He unusually put down his phone, his brows slightly furrowed. "What are you trying to do?" Shen Yuepo just managed to put the last of her own small magical artifacts into the reincarnation ring. She stopped what she was doing, turned around, and faced Feng Jin's questioning gaze. "Pack your things. It's time to go to Qingchuan and sever all ties with our family." Feng Jin raised an eyebrow, a hint of understanding flashing in his dark golden eyes, before returning to calm. The Cullinan sped along the coastal highway. Outside the car window, the blue sea and sky were picturesque, but inside the car, a suffocatingly low atmosphere permeated the air. In the passenger seat, Shen Yuepo carefully observed Jiang Yubai's profile. His lean features appeared even more hard and cold under the light and shadow. His jawline was taut, and the knuckles of his fingers gripping the steering wheel were slightly white from the force. This inexplicably made her feel a little uneasy, but she was overwhelmed by the joy of Jiang Yubai, taking the initiative to contact her and ask her out alone. She suppressed the strange feeling in her heart and put on what she thought was her sweetest smile, deliberately making her voice soft and sweet. "Brother Yubai, why did you specifically ask me out today? Where are you taking me? You're being so mysterious." She leaned forward slightly, trying to close the distance, her gaze lingering greedily on his face. Jiang Yubai didn't look at her, his gaze still fixed on the road ahead, his voice flat and without a ripple. "I'll take you to a good place." Short, cold, devoid of any extra warmth, Shen Yuepo bit her lower lip, and the carefully applied lipstick smudged between her teeth. Her fingertips tentatively reached out towards Jiang Yubai's arm. "Brother Yubai," but just as it was about to touch him, Jiang Yubai subtly raised his hand to avoid it. Shen Yuepo's hand froze in mid-air, a hint of embarrassment flashing across her face, but it quickly turned into worry, her voice trembling with tears. You've lost so much weight. You look terrible too. Are you still upset about wanxing?" She observed Jiang Yubai's reaction, and seeing that he remained expressionless, she continued, "Brother Yubai, you have to believe me, Wan Xing's matter really has nothing to do with me. I don't know how that happened." As she spoke, tears welled up in her eyes. "When I heard the news, my heart was breaking." She sobbed, trying to regain Jiang Yubai's trust. Jiang Yubai's lips curled into an almost imperceptible smile, a smile devoid of warmth, filled only with unfathomable mockery and murderous intent. He finally turned his head and glanced at Shen Yuepo. That look in her eyes was no longer the gentle and distant one of the past, but a cold and piercing gaze as if she were looking at a dead object, which made Shen Yuepo's crying stop abruptly. A chill instantly shot up my spine from the soles of my feet. Jiang Yubai squeezed out this single syllable from his throat, as if in response to her words. Then, he slammed the accelerator to the floor. The car suddenly accelerated, and the powerful pushback sensation slammed Shen Yuepo hard against the seat, causing her to scream in fright and her face to turn deathly pale instantly. "Brother Yubai, slow down." Jiang Yubai ignored it. After an unknown amount of time, the car finally left the main road and turned onto a quiet coastal road, eventually stopping in front of a solitary villa standing alone by the sea. The villa is modern in style and has a superb view overlooking the entire blue sea, but there are no other buildings around it. Only the jagged rocks and crashing waves made it seem exceptionally lonely, even desolate. "We've arrived." Jiang Yubai turned off the engine, unbuckled his seatbelt, and spoke in a calm voice. Still shaken, Shen Yuepo got out of the car with him, and the sea breeze, carrying salty and cool sensations, hit her in the face. She surveyed the brand new yet deserted villa, suppressing her unease and forcing a smile. "Brother Yubai, where is this place?" "Newly bought." Jiang Yubai walked to the villa entrance and unlocked the door with his fingerprint. "Let me show you around." His tone revealed neither joy nor anger. "Newly bought. Did you bring her here to familiarize herself with the place?" Shen Yuepo's heart skipped a beat. The overwhelming joy instantly dispelled the fear from before. Could it be that Brother Yubai has finally been moved by her? Or was it a favor given to her by that lord? Was this island villa a gift to her? Or rather, their future love nest? This thought instantly brought a radiant smile to her face. "Really? Brother Yubai, this place is amazing. The view is incredible." She entered the villa like a joyful bird, unable to wait. She looked around, as if she could already see her future as the mistress of this place, her tone carrying a deliberate hint of coquettishness. "You know what? Ever since my sister came back, everyone in the family has been so cold to me, as if I've done something terribly wrong." As she spoke, her eyes reddened again, and she looked at Jiang Yubai expectantly, hoping to receive his comfort. However, Jiang Yubai simply stood in the center of the empty living room, with his back to the huge floor-to-ceiling windows. He slowly turned around, his face devoid of the tenderness or sympathy Shen Yuepo had expected. He looked at Shen Yuepo with empty eyes, as if they were piercing through her body. Just as Shen Yuepo felt uneasy under his gaze and her smile was about to crumble, Jiang Yubai's thin lips parted slightly, his voice echoing clearly in the empty living room. "Come out." As he finished speaking, the bright lights in the living room flickered a few times and then went out completely. With a snap, a chilling aura spread out without warning. Shen Yuepo's smile froze completely, and all the color drained from her face instantly. This chilling aura was all too familiar. It was just like the cold she felt every time she came into contact with that lord. "You by Jade? Who are you calling?" Her voice was trembling uncontrollably.